Feng traverses into a fantasy world, awakening a system that returns cultivation effects 100-fold, ensuring that regardless of what he practices, the results are magnified 1,000 times. Ding! You have practiced the body refinement technique, and the effects have been returned 1,000-fold. Your strength and speed have increased by 1-fold. Ding! You have practiced the fierce tiger fist, and the effect have been returned 1,000-fold. Your fierce tiger fist has reached great mastery, comprehending the essence of the technique, and its power has doubled. Ding! You have inscribed a rune, and the effect have been returned 1,000-fold. Your rune mastery has reached an advanced level, allowing you to create runes independently. Chapter 1. The 1,000-fold return of cultivation effects. In Xianxia City, at the Yang family's martial arts arena, young men and women clad in martial attire practice against the dawn, occasionally emitting resounding grunts and shouts. Ding! The system for returning cultivation effects 1,000-fold is officially activated. At this moment, a clear mechanical voice echoed in Yang Feng's mind, causing his heart to tremble. His martial movements involuntarily paused, and a look of ecstatic joy spread across his face. After 16 years, my system has finally activated. Yang Feng halted his practice, reflecting on this revelation before eagerly inspecting the system's specific functions. Soon, he grasped its essence. The system simply returns cultivation effects 1,000-fold. Whether Yang Feng practices martial arts or learns alchemy, weapon forging, or rune crafting, he will receive the effects returned 1,000-fold. For instance, when Yang Feng practices the body refinement technique once, the system returns the effects 1,000-fold, equivalent to him having practiced it 10,000 times. Similarly, practicing the fierce tiger fist once yields the same result. More remarkably, this 1,000-fold return disregards all limitations, directly applying the multiplied effects to Yang Feng without concerns of energy depletion or physical strain, rendering it extraordinarily powerful. Understanding the system's functions, Yang Feng commenced his practice of the body refinement technique with excitement and anticipation. The body refinement technique is a method for martial artists of the body refinement realm to refine their bodies, enhancing strength and speed through a total of 108 precise movements, each requiring absolute accuracy to achieve effective results. Before long, Yang Feng completed a round of the body refinement technique. Ding! You have practiced the body refinement technique once. The effects have been returned 1,000-fold, and your strength and speed have increased by 1-fold. A clear prompt resonated in his mind as an intangible force surged into his body, initiating a reinforcement process. Once this force dissipated, Yang Feng found his strength and speed doubled. I am a martial artist of the 4th level of body refinement, possessing 400 kilograms of strength. Now, with my strength doubled, I possess 800 kilograms of power. He marveled at the sudden increase without any sensation of hunger. This indicates that the energy for the 1,000-fold return is provided by the system, requiring no depletion of my own energy. I can practice continuously without fear of exhausting myself. Sensing the surging power within, a glimmer of brilliance flashed in Yang Feng's eyes. He whispered to himself and resumed practicing the body refinement technique. Ding! You have practiced the body refinement technique once. The effects have been returned 1,000-fold, and your strength and speed have reached the limits of the technique. Please transition to a higher grade cultivation method. Upon completing his second round, another clear prompt resonated in his mind as an intangible force entered his body, enhancing his physique. Once the invisible force receded, Yang Feng's strength and speed reached the peak of the body refinement technique. Pure, true qi began to flourish within his dantian, enabling him to break through the bottleneck of the body refinement realm and ascend to the true qi realm. The effects of the 1,000-fold return are truly formidable. Having practiced the body refinement technique just twice, I have directly advanced to the true qi realm, becoming the strongest among the younger generation of the Yang family in Xianxia City. He pondered, I currently lack a cultivation method for the true qi realm. I must acquire one from the cultivation pavilion. However, the family's cultivation pavilion won't open for over an hour. During this time, I can practice some martial techniques. Feeling the surge of power within and the rich true qi in his dantian, Yang Feng's eyes sparkled with excitement and anticipation as he began to practice the fierce tiger fist. The fierce tiger fist is a foundational martial technique practiced by the younger generation of the Yang family in Xianxia City. Mastery of this technique allows one to comprehend the essence of the fierce tiger fist, unleashing devastating power with a single strike. Nevertheless, mastering the fierce tiger fist is quite intricate, as each practice session requires a full 15 minutes, and achieving great mastery is exceedingly challenging. Among the hundreds of disciples of the Yang family in Xianxia City, Only a meager 10 have reached minor mastery of the fierce tiger fist, with none achieving great mastery or comprehending its essence. This illustrates the difficulty of mastering the fierce tiger fist fully. Ding! You have practiced the fierce tiger fist once. The effects have been returned 1,000-fold. Your fierce tiger fist has reached great mastery, and you have comprehended its essence, doubling its power. After Yang Junshin completed a round of the fierce tiger fist, a clear prompt echoed in his mind. Countless memories related to the fierce tiger fist surged into his consciousness, allowing him to instantly grasp its essence and achieve great mastery. At this moment, should Yang Feng wish, he could unleash the essence of the fierce tiger fist at any time, significantly augmenting his combat power. Feeling the essence of the fierce tiger fist in his mind, a smile of excitement graced Yang Feng's face as he marveled at the system's prowess and began practicing his family's foundational technique, the shadowless step. Ding! You have practiced the shadowless step once. The effect have been returned 1,000-fold. Your shadowless step has reached great mastery, and you have comprehended the profound essence of this technique, becoming elusive with each movement. After practicing the shadowless step, a clear prompt resonated in his mind. Countless memories regarding the shadowless step flooded Yang Feng's consciousness, allowing him to master this technique to great heights, transforming his form into numerous afterimages, making him nearly impossible to capture. Ding! 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 At this moment, a series of clear, ringing sounds emanated from the edge of the martial arts arena, drawing the attention of the practicing young men and women toward the source of the sound. They beheld a figure clad in a black, form-fitting combat suit, Instructor Yang Hui, rhythmically striking a large gong. Gather! As hundreds of young boys and girls in the training ground turned their gazes upon him, Yang Hui set down the large gong in his hands and called out loudly. Immediately, the hundreds of youths ceased their practices and swiftly ran towards Yang Lin. I have received notice from the head of the family that an elder from Xianxia sect has arrived in our Xiaoguang city and is currently a guest at the city lord's mansion. In 1 hour, the elder from Xianxia sect will visit our Yang family to select some outstanding disciples to cultivate in the Xianxia sect. You all should rest well, prepare yourselves, and await the selection by the elder from the Xianxia sect. All those chosen by the elder from the Xianxia sect will be rewarded generously by the family, and their parents and relatives will receive special care from the family, leading to a life of abundance. Looking at the hundreds of young boys and girls before him, Yang Hui spoke with a serious expression. Chapter 2. The bronze puppet. The Xiantian sect stands as one of the 5 great powers of our Xiantian domain, governing an expansive territory of countless nations. The prospect of joining the Xiantian sect promises prosperity. It is said that the sect maintains exceedingly high standards for its disciples. Even the lowest-ranking servant disciples must possess a cultivation level of at least the 7th stage of body refinement, making entry into the sect quite arduous. Just a month ago, I achieved a breakthrough to the 7th stage of body refinement, and perhaps I might pass the Xiantian sect's examination and become a disciple. However, with my current cultivation at the 6th stage, the path to acceptance seems incredibly challenging. As Yang Hui's words resonated, hundreds of young men and women gathered in the Yang family's training arena erupted into fervent discussions, their eyes gleaming with excitement, longing, and anticipation. The Xiantian sect, as one of the 5 great powers, commands an immense expanse of territory with formidable experts aplenty, including top-tier beings in the void immortal realm who suppress fortunes. Reigning over the Xiantian domain for countless years with an immensely profound heritage. If I could join the Xiantian sect and leverage its resources, coupled with the assistance of the cultivation effect amplification system, I would undoubtedly rise swiftly, becoming an invincible powerhouse with an extended lifespan. Amidst the bustling chatter of the crowd, Yang Feng contemplated his approach, steeling himself to make a commendable impression and secure a place within the Xiantian sect. The fantastical world Yang Feng traversed is known as the Tianwu continent, divided into 5 regions: East, South, West, North, and Central, with each region comprising 81 domains. Each domain spanning vast territories filled with nations, diverse powers, strict hierarchies, and incessant strife. Practitioners in the Tianwu continent are referred to as martial artists and cultivators. Martial artists ascend through 4 primary realms: body refinement, true qi, true essence, and astral qi. Once a martial artist's astral qi permeates the mind, opening the sea of consciousness and birthing magical power, they can transition into a cultivator. Cultivators possess a more intricate hierarchy, encompassing 11 realms: magical power, yin-yang, celestial beings, divine powers, golden core, nascent soul, primordial spirit, laws, cave heavens, void immortals, and true immortals. Yang Feng hailed from Xiaoguang City, a small town within the flame kingdom of the Xianxia domain, where the strongest individuals only reached the realm of magical power. And the most effective cultivation techniques could only advance to that stage. To attain higher realms, practitioners from Xiaoguang City must seek out superior techniques and align themselves with more powerful factions. Thus, Yang Feng aspired to join the Xianxia sect to acquire advanced techniques and martial skills among other resources. Time flowed swiftly, and before long, an hour had elapsed. At that moment, an elder clad in azure robes, accompanied by several youths, arrived at the Yang family's training arena, escorted by the family head, Yang Hao. I am Zhao Hai, an outer elder of the Xianxia sect, here to select some exceptional talents to join our ranks. Those with confidence may ascend the stage and engage in a contest against our bronze puppet. Anyone who can endure the puppet's attacks for a full minute will be granted admission as a servant disciple of the Xianxia sect. Those who can withstand the onslaught of the bronze puppet for a quarter of an hour or defeat, it shall be granted the honor of becoming outer disciples of our Xianxia sect. The elder in the azure robe cast a sweeping glance over the hundreds of disciples from the Yang family gathered in the training arena. With a grand gesture of his hand, a streak of light emanated from his being, landing upon the ground and forming a circular arena with a radius of 3 meters. Atop this circular platform stood a towering bronze puppet, clad in resplendent bronze armor. I shall take my turn, as Xiao Hai's voice resonated. A young Yang clansman adorned in brocade garments boldly shouted and stepped forth, leaping onto the arena. Yang Kuei, a prodigy of our Yang family, had achieved the 7th layer of body refinement at the tender age of 15. One could only wonder if he would pass the trial posed by the bronze puppet. Given Yang Kuei's confident demeanor, it seemed plausible that he would succeed in this test. However, that was far from certain. The bronze puppet of Xianxia sect was exceedingly formidable and not easily withstood. As the Yang disciples murmured amongst themselves, the bronze puppet on the arena suddenly opened its eyes. In a flash, it transformed into a blur of azure, swinging its massive fist towards Yang Kuei with unrelenting force. Bang! With a sharp crack, the colossal fist of the bronze puppet struck Yang Kuei's chest, eliciting a harrowing scream from him as he was sent flying from the arena, crashing to the ground and spewing forth a copious amount of crimson blood. The fact that Yang Kuei was grievously injured by a single blow from the bronze puppet was astonishing. After all, he was a warrior of the 7th layer of body refinement. Even if he were to falter against the bronze puppet, such a devastating blow should not have been expected. The brutality of the bronze puppet was staggering. I had initially intended to step forward and test my mettle, but now I must reconsider. Witnessing Yang Kuei's expulsion from the arena and his grievous injuries, the faces of the Yang disciples paled, and gasps of shock escaped their lips. Among those eager to try their luck, the warriors of the 6th layer of body refinement felt a chill in their hearts, promptly abandoning their aspirations to step forward. Let me confront the bronze puppet. Amidst the discussions, a youth clad in azure combat attire shouted, vaulting over the crowd and landing gracefully upon the circular arena. Yang Tian has taken the stage. Yang Tian, our family's foremost genius at the age of 18, had attained the pinnacle of the 9th layer of body refinement. Surely, he could vanquish the bronze puppet and gain entry into the Xianxia sect. It was said that Yang Tian had mastered the shadowless steps to perfection, moving with such swiftness that he could create countless afterimages, rendering him nearly impossible to capture. As the youth in azure took his place on the arena, the young boys and girls in the training ground erupted in loud cheers, their eyes gleaming with excitement and anticipation. At that moment, the bronze puppet on the arena widened its eyes, fixating intently on Yang Tian, and with a sudden movement, transformed into a blur of azure, lunging towards him with ferocious intent. Facing the assault of the bronze puppet, Yang Tian maintained an unwavering demeanor and promptly executed the Yang family's martial technique, the shadowless step, transforming into a fleeting azure silhouette that effortlessly evaded the puppet's strike. Subsequently, Yang Tian advanced to the perfected version of the shadowless step, manifesting countless azure afterimages that rendered the bronze puppet incapable of landing a blow upon him, allowing him to endure on the arena for a solid quarter of an hour. Impressive. You have passed the assessment and may now join our Xianxia sect as an outer disciple. Come fort. Upon witnessing this spectacle, Zhao Hai nodded in approval. softly uttering words of praise. Upon hearing Zhao Hai's commendation, Yang Tian promptly leaped down from the platform and hastened to stand beside Zhao Hai, aligning with several young men and women. In the following period, over 10 youths from the Yang family, with their physical cultivation at the 7th and 8th levels, successively ascended the arena. Ultimately, a girl at the 7th level and 3 boys at the 8th level withstood the onslaught of the bronze puppet for over a minute, securing their status as auxiliary disciples of the Xianxia sect. As no one else stepped forward, Yang Feng sprang into action, leaping onto the platform. What business does a 4th-level martial artist have here? Is he not afraid of being struck dead by the bronze puppet's fist? Murmured the onlookers. Is Yang Feng not a 4th-level martial artist? How dare he ascend the platform? Yang Feng, typically composed, must have some form of assurance to take such a bold step. As he ascended, the Yang family disciples below erupted in astonished exclamations, their faces reflecting a mix of surprise and curiosity. Chapter 3. The Fierce Tiger Fist. As an elder of the Xianxia sect, Zhao Hai possessed keen insight. Upon entering the Yang family's martial arena, he had already discerned Yang Feng's presence as a true energy realm martial artist. Thus, as hundreds of young disciples from the Yang family gasped in astonishment, Elder Zhao Hai, not far away, felt a spark of anticipation ignite within him. With a sharp sound of air being sliced, the bronze puppet moved, transforming into a blue afterimage, and lunged directly at Yang Feng, its colossal fist accompanied by a howling wind and terrifying force, aimed straight at Yang Feng's head. The bronze puppet, with a cultivation level of the 9th layer of physical refinement, could lift an astounding 900 kilograms with a single arm, and its punch exerted a force exceeding 1,000 kilograms. Should the puppet's fist land upon Yang Feng's head, it would undoubtedly shatter it, resulting in a grisly demise on the spot. Could it be that Yang Feng has been rendered speechless by fear? Why does he remain motionless, as if paralyzed by terror? Yang Feng, quickly ifade. Move. Observing Yang Feng as he stood frozen on the platform, the hundreds of Yang family disciples below turned pale, their voices rising in alarm. Fierce Tiger Fist. Amidst the collective gasps, Yang Feng let out a focused shout, his true energy surging within him as he executed the Fierce Tiger Fist, advancing toward the bronze puppet. Roar! 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 In an instant, resounding tiger roars erupted from the arena. A spectral image of a fierce tiger materialized above Yang Feng's head. As he swung his fist, it lunged towards the bronze puppet. With a resounding crack, Yang Feng's fist collided with that of the bronze puppet. A terrifying force erupted instantly, shattering the puppet's fist and relentlessly striking its chest, sending it hurtling backward and crashing brutally outside the arena. The Tiger Fist intent. Yang Feng had perfected the Tiger Fist to an extraordinary level. With a single punch, he had severely injured the bronze puppet. Surely, he must have ascended to the realm of true Qi practitioners. The revelation that Yang Feng was indeed a true Qi practitioner was utterly astonishing. I had assumed he was merely a 4th-layer body refinement warrior. It is truly hard to believe that he has achieved the realm of true Qi. As an ordinary disciple of the Yang family, how could he possibly afford the precious body refinement elixirs to attain such mastery at the mere age of 16? Witnessing Yang Feng's overwhelming blow that sent the bronze puppet flying, the hundreds of disciples of the Yang family below displayed expressions of shock, engaging in murmurs filled with disbelief. Excellent. Splendid. Remarkable. Yang Feng, from this moment forth, you shall be an outer disciple of our Xianxia sect. This space ring, which I have relinquished, contains 100 cubic units of space and is bestowed upon you as a token of our meeting. Zhao Hai descended onto the arena, producing a space ring from his robes and presenting it to Yang Feng. Thank you, Elder Zhang, for your generous gift. I shall remember this kindness and repay it in the future. Yang Feng received the space ring, his face alight with gratitude as he expressed his thanks vocally. The space ring is an exceedingly precious item, typically possessed only by cultivators or martial artists with substantial backgrounds. In the Yang family, one of the 3 prominent families of Xiaoguang City, only the family head and a select few reclusive ancestors possess such rings. This illustrates the immense value of the space ring and Zhao Hai's lavish generosity. Moreover, it highlights Zhao Hai's regard for Yang Feng and the high expectations he harbors for him. Otherwise, how could Zhao Hai, upon their first meeting, bestow such a precious gift? Yang Feng, I shall return to the Xianxia sect this afternoon, granting you the morning to attend to family matters. After you have settled your affairs, Come to the City Lord's mansion in Xiaowang City to accompany me back to the Xianxia sect for training. Observing Yang Feng's actions and listening to his words, Zhao Hai's eyes flickered with a gentle smile as he spoke softly. Yes, Elder Zhao. Yang Feng responded respectfully. Having received Yang Feng's affirmative reply, Zhao Hai exchanged pleasantries with the Yang family head, Yang Hao, before retracting the arena and departing from the Yang family's martial arts field. Accompanied by several young men and women, along with Yang Tian and other disciples of the Yang family, heading towards the City Lord's mansion in Xiaowang City. Yang Feng, Elder Zhao holds you in high regard and hopes that upon entering the Xianxia sect, you will diligently cultivate and not disappoint his expectations. Today, I shall arrange a comfortable and well-paying position for your parents, allowing them to live in luxury and alleviating your concerns. Furthermore, if you have any requests, feel free to voice them. We, the Yang family, shall do our utmost to fulfill them. After Zhao Hai departed, the head of the Yang family, Yang Hao, swiftly approached Yang Feng with a beaming smile. Patriarch, I wish to enter the family's martial arts hall to select some techniques for cultivation. Yang Feng responded without hesitation. Take my token. It grants you direct access to the martial arts hall, allowing you to freely choose from the techniques within. Yang Hao produced a token from his robe and handed it to Yang Feng. Thank you, Patriarch. Yang Feng gratefully accepted the token and, amidst the envious gazes of the many Yang family disciples, departed from the training grounds. Soon, Yang Feng arrived at the Yang family's martial arts hall. At that moment, the grand entrance was tightly shut, enveloped by a faint luminescent barrier, preventing outsiders from entering. Undeterred, Yang Feng approached the entrance, retrieved Yang Hao's token from his spatial ring, and placed it upon the barrier. Upon sensing the formation inscribed on the token, the barrier promptly contracted, revealing a glowing portal approximately 1 meter wide and 2 meters high at the entrance of the martial arts hall. Yang Feng cast a glance at the portal and stepped through it, pushing open the grand doors to enter the hall. The Yang family's martial arts hall was divided into 6 levels. The first level contained various travelogues and miscellaneous texts, while the second through 6th levels housed techniques for the body refinement realm, true chi realm, true essence realm, astral chi realm, and magic power realm, respectively. Upon entering the martial arts hall, Yang Feng did not linger on the first level, but made his way directly to the 3rd level in search of suitable techniques for the true chi realm. The hall boasted an impressive array of techniques, numbering in the hundreds. Observing the numerous shelves and the dazzling array of books within the 3rd level, a glimmer of excitement sparked in Yang Feng's eyes as he softly marveled at the sight. After his moment of reflection, Yang Feng approached a nearby shelf and began to peruse the techniques available. Chapitre 4, Dragon Elephant Technique. Flame Palm. Upon reaching mastery, a single strike unleashes flames that scorch the target. Divine Wind Leg. Upon reaching mastery, one's legs move like the wind, appearing and disappearing without a trace. Mighty Bull Strength. Upon reaching mastery, one possesses the might of a bull. A single punch delivers a blow akin to a bull stampede. Dragon Elephant Technique. A premier body refinement technique. With each cycle of the Dragon Elephant Technique, one's strength increases by 1 kilogram. The more cycles one performs, the greater the increase in strength, ultimately reaching the power of a dragon and an elephant. Note, each cycle of the Dragon Elephant Technique requires an hour to complete, rendering its cultivation speed rather slow. It is not advisable to use it as a primary technique. Instead, it is recommended as a supplementary practice. Given the Dragon Elephant Technique's maximum potential, it is indeed wise to cultivate it. After perusing numerous volumes of martial arts techniques, Yang Feng's gaze settled upon the Dragon Elephant Technique, and he murmured softly to himself. In the realm of Tianwu, the term dragon power refers to the immense strength possessed by a celestial dragon. Similarly, elephant power denotes the formidable force of a mighty elephant, while bull power signifies the strength of a brawny bull, which possesses approximately 100,000 kilograms of force. 1 elephant power is equivalent to 10,000 bull powers, and 1 dragon power corresponds to 10,000 elephant powers. When the Dragon Elephant Technique is cultivated to its zenith, the practitioner can attain both dragon and elephant power, allowing for an exceptionally high potential. In terms of strength, the Dragon Elephant Technique is on par with many practices that can elevate one to the realm of magical energy and beyond. However, the technique is not without its drawbacks. Its cultivation is notoriously slow. With each hour of practice, one may only increase their strength by a kilogram. Dedicating 12 hours a day to training yields a mere 12 kilograms of strength enhancement. Over a year of relentless training at this pace, one could potentially augment their power by 4,380 kilograms. After a decade of unwavering commitment, the increase could amount to an impressive 43,800 kilograms. While an increase of over 40,000 kilograms in 10 years may seem commendable, it is a considerable wastage of time for many talented individuals whose innate gifts allow for swifter progress. After all, a decade could enable many prodigies to reach the realm of magical energy, granting them 20 bull powers and a transformative lifespan of 500 years. The Dragon Elephant technique, however, only offers life transformation and extended longevity upon reaching its pinnacle and forming the Dragon Elephant body. The notion of mastering the technique to such heights seems unattainable to most, as the inability to induce life transformation and prolong existence remains its most significant flaw. This limitation is why the Dragon Elephant technique is classified as a Qi realm technique, utilized primarily by practitioners for body refinement. Nonetheless, while the Dragon Elephant technique may appear to be a rather futile endeavor for others, it embodies a terrifyingly potent body refinement method for Feng, capable of rapidly enhancing his strength and combat prowess. With this resolution in mind, Feng grasped the text of the Dragon Elephant technique and began to study it meticulously. After committing the technique to memory, he placed it upon the shelf and commenced his training on the practice platform adjacent to the martial arts pavilion. Ding! Upon completing a session of the Dragon Elephant technique, a crisp notification resonated within his mind, announcing that his training effectiveness had multiplied by 10,000, resulting in an increase of 10,000 kilograms in strength. A practitioner merely at the threshold of the magical energy realm possesses only 20 bull powers, or 200,000 kilograms of strength. If I dedicate 12 hours a day to the Dragon Elephant technique, I could augment my strength by an astounding 120,000 kilograms in a single day, in the span of merely 1 month. I shall augment my strength by 3,600,000 kilograms, possessing an extraordinary force of 36 newtons, surpassing even that of nascent practitioners entering the realm of magical prowess. Upon hearing the system's notification and feeling the surging power within, a glimmer of brilliance flashed in Feng's eyes, his countenance illuminated with excitement and anticipation. After this murmured reflection, Feng departed from the Pavilion of Techniques. Making his way homeward, Feng, the Xianxia sect, is one of the 5 great powers within our Xianxia domain, teeming with formidable individuals and prodigious talents. Once you enter the Xianxia sect, you must adopt a low profile, striving to avoid disputes and conflicts, Yangda advised gravely. As the saying goes, retreating a step opens up vast horizons. One must learn to yield in all matters and refrain from contention. Always prioritize your safety above all else. Whatever may jeopardize your well-being, no matter how enticing the reward, should be avoided. Your mother and I harbor no lofty expectations for you. We do not seek for you to become an unparalleled powerhouse, only that you return alive. Yangda gazed earnestly at the youthful visage of Feng as he imparted these words. Feng, remember well what your father has said, and ensure your safe return. Xianxia, Feng's mother, added with a serious expression. Father, mother, rest assured, I shall return safely. Feng replied, a smile gracing his face. Moreover, while I am away, you may consider having another child, a brother or sister, to keep you company, sparing you from loneliness. With that, Feng waved farewell to his parents and proceeded toward the city lord's mansion. Not long after departing his home, he was halted by Yang Hao, the head of the Yang clan. Feng, here are 10 vials of essence pills and a gold note for 10,000 coins, a small token from the family. Accept it. As the strongest and most gifted among the younger generation of our Yang family in Xiaowang City, I implore you to look after our clan as disciples at the Xianxia sect to the best of your ability. As for your parents, you need not worry. We shall ensure they live in comfort and luxury. Yang Hao presented a Yang Feng. I hope you achieve great success at the Xianxia sect, eventually becoming an inner disciple, or even a direct disciple. Receiving the package, Feng stored it within his spatial ring, responding, esteemed patriarch. As a member of the Yang family in Xiaowang City, I will look after our disciples at the Xianxia sect. Once I ascend to the status of a direct disciple and wield some influence, I shall select a number of exceptional disciples from our Yang family to enter the Xianxia sect for training, nurturing a cadre of strong warriors for our clan. Upon hearing Yang Feng's affirmative response, a smile of satisfaction illuminated Yang Hao's face. He encouraged Yang Feng with a few more words before allowing him to take his leave. After bidding farewell to the head of the Yang family, Yang Hao, Yang Feng proceeded to the city lord's mansion in Xiaoguang City, where he sought out Elder Zhao Hai of the Xianxia sect. He boarded Zhao Hai's spiritual vessel, embarking towards the direction of the Xianxia sect. Chapter 5. Initiation and Benefits. Do you see the city below? That is Xianxia City, where the outer disciples of our Xianxia sect reside. Nestled at the foot of the Xianxia mountain range, Xianxia City is divided into a central district and 4 surrounding districts: southeast, southwest, northeast, and northwest. The central district, located at the heart of Xianxia City, houses the main edifices, including the Scripture Pavilion, the Internal Affairs Hall, the Mission Hall, the Pill Hall, and the Refinement Hall. The 4 peripheral districts are situated in the cardinal directions of the central district and comprise the East Courtyard, South Courtyard, West Courtyard, and North Courtyard, which serve as living quarters for the outer disciples. I will first escort the outer disciples to the Internal Affairs Hall to complete their initiation procedures, and then I will lead the servant disciples to the headquarters of the Xianxia sect for selection by the inner disciples and true transmission disciples. Zhao Hai gestured towards the magnificent city below as he introduced it to Yang Feng and the other young aspirants. As he spoke, Zhao Hai maneuvered the spiritual vessel to descend gracefully before the resplendent and grand Internal Affairs Hall at the center of Xianxia City. Once they landed, he instructed Yang Feng and the others to disembark and retracted the spiritual vessel, guiding them towards the hall's interior. Old Wang, these 8 are the outer disciples I recruited from Xiaoguang City in the Flame Kingdom. Please assist them with their initiation procedures. Upon reaching the depths of the Internal Affairs Hall, Zhao Hai addressed a dignified elder clad in white with a cheerful expression. Old Zhao, do any of them show promise? The elder scrutinized Yang Feng and the others, inquiring about their potential. Old Wang, this Yang Feng is a remarkable talent with the potential to advance to true transmission disciple. You might consider investing in him. Zhao Hai indicated Yang Feng with a smile. Old Zhao, how could I possibly overlook a promising talent you recommend? Young Feng, here is a protective talisman for you. It will shield you from 3 attacks from practitioners at the level of magical power. The elder retrieved a jade stone from his spatial ring and presented it to Yang Feng. Thank you, Elder Wang, for your generous gift. I shall forever be grateful. Yang Feng accepted the jade stone with evident excitement, storing it in his spatial ring as he expressed his heartfelt gratitude. Old Zhao, you've given Yang Feng an eliminated spatial ring. That's quite an investment. The elder observed Yang Feng's actions, his eyes sparkling with intrigue as he remarked to Zhao Hai. Investments come with risks. The greater the investment, the richer the rewards. Zhao Hai ziplit non chalen. You merely offered a talisman. Once Yang Feng advances to a true transmission disciple, your returns will not match mine. Old Zhao, I lack your financial resources. Investing in a talisman is already my limit. The elder gently shook his head. After this exchange, the elder began processing the initiation procedures for Yang Feng and the other 7. Meanwhile, Zhao Hai bid farewell to Yang Feng and departed with the remaining servant disciples. Yang Feng arrived at the East Courtyard for registration, while the others proceeded to the West Courtyard. A quarter of an hour later, the elder in white presented 8 tokens for the outer disciples to Yang Feng and his companions. Yes, Elder Wang. They responded respectfully as they accepted the tokens and made their way towards the outer hall. Yang Tian, should you encounter any difficulties, feel free to seek me out in the East Courtyard, Yang Feng remarked as they reached the entrance of the outer hall. He then continued straight towards the East Courtyard, while Yang Tian, along with the other 6, headed towards the West Courtyard. This is the residence of the outer disciples of the Xianxia sect. No outsiders are permitted. Upon arriving at the East Courtyard, Yang Feng was approached by 2 guards clad in finely crafted armor, wielding exquisite weapons, who stepped forward to block his path. I am a newly admitted outer disciple here to register at the East Courtyard, Yang Feng stated, producing his outer disciple token to show the guards. I shall escort you to the elder of the East Courtyard. One of the guards replied respectfully after examining the token. The guard then led Yang Feng into the depths of the East Courtyard. Before long, Yang Feng followed the guard into a grand palace within the East Courtyard. The guard stepped forward and addressed an elder dressed in black with utmost respect. Elder Qin, a new outer disciple has come to register. I understand. You may leave now. The elder in black waved his hand dismissively, allowing the guard to depart. He then turned his gaze towards Yang Feng and spoke in a neutral tone. "Present your outer disciple token." "Yes, Elder Qin," Yang Feng promptly replied, stepping forward to hand over the token. The elder casually inspected the token before moving to a storage area behind him. He retrieved a bronze box and placed it before Yang Feng, stating, "This box contains your entry benefits, which include a sect manual, 3 cultivation techniques, 2 sets of outer disciple attire, 1 Feng sword, 10 bottles of essence pills, 1 key to your dormitory, 1 hemostasis talisman, 1 dust removal talisman, 1 swift movement talisman, and 1 water condensation talisman." The sect manual details various regulations of the sect and provides information on the major forces and spiritual lands within the Xianxia domain. The 3 cultivation techniques consist of the first 3 levels of the Xianxia decision, the Xianxia body refinement technique, and the first 3 levels of the Xianxia sword technique. The Xianxia decision is the sect's ultimate skill and must be cultivated by all disciples of the Xianxia sect. Once you reach the level of magical power, you may apply to participate in the inner disciple assessment to obtain the subsequent techniques of the Xianxia decision. The Xianxia body refinement technique is our sect's method for enhancing physical strength, and whether or not to cultivate it is a personal choice. It is not mandatory. The Xianxia swordsmanship is the most formidable technique of our Xianxia sect, characterized by its unparalleled ferocity. It is divided into 36 levels, with the first 3 levels not involving any magical power, serving as essential skills for outer disciples and constituting their primary means of attack. The attire of the outer disciples is crafted from heavenly silkworm silk, combined with dozens of other precious materials, resulting in garments that are akin to semi-spiritual artifacts, impervious to blades and firearms, providing warmth in winter and coolness in summer. The Feng sword, forged primarily from mysterious iron and supplemented with numerous rare metals, is a weapon of semi-spiritual classification, renowned for its sharpness, capable of piercing through gold and stone, effortlessly shattering the protective barriers of Qi warriors. The essence pill contains pure energy, accelerating the cultivation speed of warriors at the Qi realm and below. The dormitory key grants access to your quarters, ensuring that no one can enter without your permission. The functions of the blood-stopping talisman, dust-cleansing talisman, divine movement talisman, and water condensation talisman are self-evident from their names. After inspecting the items within, you may depart once you confirm their accuracy. Upon hearing the words of the elder in black, Yang Feng reached out to open the bronze box, conducting a brief examination. Once assured of the contents, he waved his hand to store it within his spatial ring and turned to walk towards the palace exit. A spatial ring? It seems our east courtyard has welcomed another remarkable talent. The elder mused softly, a glimmer of surprise flashing in his eyes at Yang Feng's actions. Chapter 6. A single punch to suppress. The east courtyard is indeed vast. One can only wonder how many outer disciples reside within. As he strolled along the spacious path, observing the myriad of standalone buildings on either side, a look of astonishment crossed Yang Feng's face, and he quietly marveled. A quarter of an hour later, Yang Feng arrived before a standalone structure. After noting its number, he produced the dormitory key and placed it upon a luminous barrier before the building. Immediately, the barrier retracted, unveiling a grand doorway over 2 meters tall and more than a yard wide. "Junior brother, you seem unfamiliar. Are you a new outer disciple?" At that moment, 3 youths, donned in the outer disciple attire of Xianxia sect and wielding long swords at their waists, swiftly approached Yang Feng. "Indeed, I'm a newly initiated outer disciple," Yang Feng replied with a calm demeanor. "Junior brother, according to the customs of our Xianxia sect outer disciples, this street is the territory of the 3 of us. As a resident of this street, you must offer us all 10 essence pills you received upon entering as a protection fee. Furthermore, you are required to provide us with 2 essence pills each month as a continued protection fee. Of course, should you encounter any troubles in the East Courtyard, you may seek our assistance. We 3 brothers will stand up for you." The 3 youths adeptly spread out, subtly encircling Yang Feng. "Protection fee? Are you jesting?" Yang Feng furrowed his brows, his tone chillingly cold. "Junior brother, it seems you will not shed tears until you see the coffin. Without a profound lesson, one would never comprehend the rules." Upon hearing Yang Feng's words, the leading youth spoke with a cheerful expression. As he spoke, the youth stepped forward, his right hand clenched into a fist, a faint red aura emanating from it, embodying terrifying power as it struck towards Yang Feng's chest. Unfazed by the assault, Yang Feng also clenched his fist and met the attack head-on. With a resounding thud, their fists collided, unleashing a staggering force of 10,000 kilograms. The leading youth's wrist shattered instantly, propelling his body backward, crashing onto the ground with a piercing scream. In the blink of an eye, Feng darted towards the other two youths, and before their astonished gazes, he sent them flying, their ribs fracturing as they fell to the ground, emitting agonizing cries. Subsequently, Feng approached the three youths, searching their bodies. In no time, he extracted over 100 essence pills and a treasure trove of 180,000 gold coins from them. Consider these essence pills and gold coins as compensation for the mental anguish you inflicted upon me. Stowing the items into his spatial ring, Feng cast a light-hearted smile at the three youths before pushing open the dormitory door and stepping inside. A spatial ring? We truly encountered a formidable opponent. Witnessing Feng's actions, a bitter look flickered in the leading youth's eyes as he lamented helplessly. After his exclamation, he stood up and helped the other two to their feet, leading them away into the distance. The Xianxia city is not peaceful either. Had I not practiced the dragon elephant technique, today I would not only have faced a beating, but also lost my essence pills. I must elevate my strength swiftly, otherwise, survival in Xianxia city will prove challenging. Casually closing the dormitory door behind him, Feng sighed and began to inspect his new surroundings. It must be said, the dormitory for outer disciples of the Xianxia sect is quite admirable. Not only is it spacious, exceeding 100 square meters, but it also boasts an independent bathroom, a training room, a lounge, wooden beds, wardrobes, and ample bedding. Most importantly, the ambient spiritual energy within the dormitory is markedly denser than outside, enabling cultivation efficiency several times greater than that of the outside world. After surveying the dormitory, Feng casually settled into a comfortable armchair and retrieved the sect manual, delving into it with keen interest. As a newly initiated outer disciple, familiarizing oneself with the sect's rules and regulations is a fundamental skill that must be diligently studied and internalized. Before long, Feng had thoroughly read through the Xianxia sect's regulations, gaining a rudimentary understanding of the sect. As one of the 5 major powers in the Xianxia domain, the Xianxia sect maintains strict rules and a clear hierarchy. The disciples are categorized into menial disciples, outer disciples, inner disciples, and true disciples. In addition to disciples, the Xianxia sect comprises external elders, internal elders, the deputy sect master, and the sect master. The miscellaneous disciples, though referred to as disciples, are essentially laborers, primarily serving the internal and true disciples. Their lives are at the mercy of these internal and true disciples, and a single misstep may lead to their demise at their hands. However, if the miscellaneous disciples perform commendably and garner the favor of the internal and true disciples, they may receive generous rewards and even the opportunity to ascend to become external disciples of the sect. External disciples represent the most fundamental tier within the Xianxia sect, numbering in the hundreds of thousands. They possess independent accommodations and receive a monthly stipend of 3 bottles of essence pills as a basic benefit. They can accept tasks from the task hall to earn contribution points for the sect. Subsequently, external disciples can utilize their contribution points to exchange for techniques in the Technique Pavilion, procure medicines in the Alchemy Hall, or acquire weapons in the Forging Hall, among other benefits. Each year, external disciples undergo a competency assessment, and those who fail to meet the standards will be dismissed. Internal disciples form the backbone of the Xianxia sect, each possessing cultivation strength at or above the magical realm. They are granted independent palaces within the Xianxia mountain range for their cultivation, accompanied by a designated number of miscellaneous disciples. Should an internal disciple choose to forego the opportunity to become a true disciple, they may apply to become an external elder. True disciples are the core of the Xianxia sect and its future, each boasting cultivation strength at or above the Golden Core realm. They are entitled to possess an independent peak within the Xianxia mountain range and are eligible to contend for the position of sect master. If a true disciple opts to relinquish their chance of becoming the sect master, they can apply to become an internal elder, thereby attaining significant power and influence. Upon reaching the realm of principles, true disciples automatically ascend to the role of deputy sect master, wielding considerable authority. The sect master of the Xianxia sect is replaced every millennium, selected from among the numerous deputy sect masters based on merit. Once Feng committed the sect's regulations to memory, he retrieved the first 3 layers of the Xianxia secret technique and began to study them diligently. Soon, he completed his study of the first layer of the Xianxia secret technique, comprehending it fully, and commenced his practice. Ding! You have practiced the Xianxia secret technique, yielding a 10,000-fold return on your efforts. Your true energy has increased 100-fold. After completing a session of the Xianxia secret technique, a crisp notification resonated within Yang Feng's mind. Subsequently, pure streams of true energy surged from his dantian, rapidly filling it and enabling Yang Feng to transition effortlessly from the early stage of true energy realm to the late stage, significantly enhancing his cultivation prowess. Chapter 7. Rapid Progress. Ding! You have practiced the Xianxia secret technique, yielding a 10,000-fold return on your efforts. Your true energy has doubled, reaching the limit of the first layer of the Xianxia secret technique. Please proceed to practice the second layer of the technique. After continuing his practice of the Xianxia secret technique, yet another crisp notification echoed in Yang Feng's mind. Immediately, a stream of pure vital energy surged from Yang Feng's dantian, filling it to capacity and swiftly compressing into true essence, allowing him to effortlessly break through the bottleneck of the vital energy realm and ascend to the true essence realm as a martial artist, feeling the potent and refined true essence within him. A smile of exhilaration graced Yang Feng's face as he promptly ceased his cultivation to meticulously study the second layer of the Xianxia method. Once he thoroughly comprehended the second layer of the Xianxia method, Yang Feng began to practice its techniques. Ding! You have practiced the second layer of the Xianxia method. The cultivation effect is returned at a 10,000-fold rate, and your true essence has increased tenfold. Upon completing a session of the second layer's techniques, a clear notification chimed in his ears. Streams of pure, true essence emanated from his dantian, augmenting his true essence tenfold and elevating his cultivation to the late stage of the true essence realm. At this moment, a profound hunger surged within Yang Feng, causing a wave of dizziness to wash over him. He hurriedly retrieved a bottle of vital essence pills, poured out one, and swallowed it. As the pill took effect, waves of pure energy radiated from it, swiftly dispelling his hunger and restoring his physical strength and mental clarity, banishing any sense of fatigue. Having merely practiced the second layer of the Xianxia method once, he felt such intense hunger that he had to resort to the vital essence pills to replenish the energy expended. If the system only returned cultivation effects without providing the necessary energy, he would surely be drained instantaneously, reduced to mere jerky. Moreover, without the aid of vital essence pills, outer disciples would require copious amounts of meat or medicinal herbs to replenish their energy after practicing the second layer. Otherwise, they risked damaging their foundational health. This implies that, in the absence of vital essence pills, the cultivation speed of outer disciples would be exceedingly slow. To enhance their cultivation pace, an ample supply of vital essence pills is essential. Realizing the significance of the vital essence pills in light of his physical changes, Yang Feng couldn't help but exclaim softly in appreciation. After this moment of reflection, he resumed his practice of the second layer of the Xianxia method. Ding! You have practiced the second layer of the Xianxia method. The cultivation effect is returned at a 10,000-fold rate, and your true essence has doubled, reaching the limit of the second layer. Please proceed to cultivate the third layer of the Xianxia method. Upon continuing his practice of the second layer, a crisp notification resonated in his ears. Streams of pure, true essence surged from his dantian, filling it entirely and automatically compressing into vital energy, advancing his cultivation from the late stage of the true essence realm to the initial stage of the vital energy realm. Hearing the clear notification, Yang Feng promptly consumed another vital essence pill and then began to explore the techniques of the third layer of the Xianxia method. After thoroughly studying the third layer's techniques, Yang Feng commenced the practice of the third layer of the Xianxia method. However, upon merely activating 1/10 of the third layer of the Xianxia technique, an overwhelming sense of hunger surged from within his body, prompting him to hastily consume a vitality pill to replenish the expended energy. Subsequently, as Yang Feng sensed the gnawing hunger, he ingested another vitality pill to restore his internal vitality and continued to practice the third layer of the Xianxia technique. After Yang Jun had consumed 13 vitality pills in succession, he successfully completed a full cycle of the third layer of the Xianxia technique. Ding! You have practiced the third layer of the Xianxia technique, receiving a return on your training effect of 10,000 times. Your vigor has increased tenfold. With a melodious notification, pure vitality began to emanate from Yang Feng's dantian, instantly filling it to the brim. Simultaneously, Yang Feng's cultivation level advanced from the initial stage of the vitality realm, swiftly surpassing the mid-stage to reach the late stage. Sensing the surging vitality within, Yang Feng, without a hint of hesitation, consumed another vitality pill and resumed his cultivation of the third layer of the Xianxia technique. After consuming 15 vitality pills consecutively, Yang Feng once again completed a full cycle of the third layer of the Xianxia technique. Ding! You have practiced the third layer of the Xianxia technique, receiving a return on your training effect of 10,000 times. Your vigor has increased by 1-fold. With a crisp notification, streams of pure vitality surged forth from Yang Feng's dantian, rapidly filling it, and began to flow towards his mind. Soon, wisps of mental energy emerged from his consciousness, elevating him to the pinnacle of the vitality realm. At this moment, Yang Feng, unwavering, continued to consume vitality pills and persisted in his practice of the third layer of the Xianxia technique. Yet, the chasm between the vitality realm and the magical power realm was vast. After consuming over 100 bottles of vitality pills, he found his mental energy significantly enhanced, becoming more solid and resilient. Yet he remained unable to unlock the heavenly gate, open the sea of consciousness, or cultivate magical power. Nevertheless, Yang Feng deduced that with just over 1,000 more vitality pills, his mental energy could reach its zenith, effortlessly breaking through the heavenly gate, establishing the sea of consciousness, and generating magical power, thus advancing to the realm of magical power practitioners, experiencing a transformation of life with an extended lifespan of 500 years. As he lacked further vitality pills and could no longer cultivate the Xianxia technique, he resolved to practice the Xianxia sword technique instead. Feeling the vigorous vitality within and the immense mental energy in his mind, he murmured softly and began to meticulously study the Xianxia sword technique. Ding! You have practiced the first layer of the Xianxia sword technique, receiving a return on your training effect of 10,000 times. Your mastery of the first layer has reached the minor completion stage. Ding! You have practiced the first layer of the Xianxia sword technique, receiving a return on your training effect of 10,000 times. Your mastery of the first layer has achieved the mid-stage of minor completion. Ding! You have practiced the first layer of the Xianxia sword technique, receiving a return on your training effect of 10,000 times. Your mastery of the first layer has reached the pinnacle of great completion, and you have comprehended the essence of Xianxia sword intent. Brother Feng, it is I, Yang Tian. Please open the door. At that moment, Yang Tian's voice echoed from outside, prompting Yang Feng to furrow his brow. He promptly ceased his cultivation, sheathed the Qing Feng sword, and made his way to the door. Chapter 8. Seeking Help and Standing Out. Yang Feng, who struck you? Upon seeing Yang Tian's battered visage, marred with bruises and shoe prints, a flash of anger ignited in Yang Feng's eyes as he inquired loudly. Although Yang Feng and Yang Tian were not particularly close, they were nonetheless brothers of the same clan, bound by blood and sharing in each other's fortunes and misfortunes. The fact that Yang Tian had been assaulted by outsiders filled Yang Feng with immediate rage. Brother Feng, it was Zhao Yong, an elder disciple from the Western Courtyard. Not only did he beat me mercilessly, but he also seized 10 bottles of essence pills from me, declaring that I must submit 2 bottles to him each month. I am only allotted 3 bottles per month, and if I am compelled to relinquish 2 to Zhao Yong, I will be left with insufficient supplies, severely hindering my cultivation and preventing me from passing the annual strength test for outer disciples. Thus, I have come to seek your assistance, hoping you can help me reclaim those 10 bottles of essence pills. If you cannot help me recover them, I implore you to intimidate Zhao Yong so that I need not surrender 2 bottles each month. Yang Tian spoke with a face full of bitterness. Yang Tian, a prodigy of the Yang family in Xiaoguang City, had long held the title of the family's foremost talent prior to Yang Feng's rise. He possessed a strong sense of pride, and it was only out of sheer desperation that he sought help from Yang Feng. Rest assured, little Tian, I will undoubtedly assist you in reclaiming those 10 bottles of essence pills. Furthermore, I shall ensure that Zhao Yong compensates you double for your losses and that you have the opportunity to retaliate. Yang Feng replied with unwavering determination upon hearing Yang Tian's plight. With that, Yang Feng instructed Yang Tian to lead the way toward the Western Courtyard. Isn't that the newcomer? Yang Tian? Is he seeking reinforcements? I have heard he is merely a common disciple from a small family. What kind of help can he possibly summon? Yang Tian has a cousin, Yang Feng, who, on the day of his entry, defeated the peak practitioner Su Hai with a single punch. Perhaps the help he seeks is indeed from his cousin, Yang Feng. Yang Feng's prowess is commendable, having triumphed over a peak practitioner on his first day. However, even with such strength, he cannot possibly contend with Zhao Yong. Indeed, Zhao Yong is a peak true essence realm warrior. How could Yang Feng stand a chance against him? Yang Tian is not seeking aid. He is leading his brother into a trap. Before long, Yang Feng and Yang Tian's arrival at the western courtyard attracted a multitude of gazes from the disciples there, who exchanged whispers filled with malicious glee as they regarded the two. Brother Feng, Zhao Yong is a peak true essence realm warrior. Perhaps we should let this go for now and wait until you reach the pinnacle of the great true essence realm to exact our revenge. Hearing the murmurs of the nearby disciples, Yang Tian's heart tightened, and he softly urged Yang Feng. Little Tian, a mere peak practitioner of the true essence realm cannot stir the heavens. You may rest assured. Yang Feng gently reassured upon noticing the concern etched on Yang Tian's face. As they conversed, they arrived at the martial arts arena in the heart of the western courtyard. At that moment, thousands of outer disciples were diligently honing their skills in various martial techniques, including boxing, kicking, body movements, swordplay, and knife techniques. Zhao Yong, come out. Yang Feng stepped forward and called out loudly, his voice resonating powerfully across the arena, reaching the ears of all the outer disciples present. Is this a challenge? Someone is seeking trouble with Zhao Yong. This promises to be entertaining. Who possesses such audacity to confront Zhao Yong? Who is this bold individual? He appears unfamiliar. Surely he is not one of our western courtyard's disciples. I do not recognize him. Yet he is accompanied by Yang Tian, a newly arrived outer disciple from our courtyard. He must be the one who summoned this rescuer. As Yang Feng's words echoed, the thousands of outer disciples ceased their training, turning their gazes towards him, murmuring amongst themselves. I am Zhao Yong. Are you here to defend Yang Tian? As the crowd murmured, a tall and muscular youth emerged from the arena, his expression fierce as he confronted Yang Feng. I am Yang Feng, Yang Tian's Zhouxin. You now face two choices. Either return double the amount of essence pills you have taken from Yang Tian and allow him to retaliate, followed by a public apology, assuring that you will no longer seize his essence pills, or I will leave you grievously injured and relieve you of your essence pills and gold notes. Yang Feng's tone was icy as he addressed the imposing Zhao Yong. Yang Feng, your tone and demeanor are profoundly displeasing. Hence, I shall ensure you suffer severe injuries today, so that the mere mention of my name causes you to tremble. Zhao Yong replied, fury flashing in his eyes. As he spoke, Zhao Yong summoned his true essence, manifesting a spear over 10 feet long, aimed viciously at Yang Feng, intent on piercing him through. Unfazed by the attack of the true essence spear, Yang Feng's expression remained stoic. He moved forward with purpose. With a resounding crash, Yang Feng's right fist, aglow with a faint light, struck the spear, unleashing a terrifying force that shattered it into countless motes of light, vanishing into thin air. In the next instant, Yang Feng transformed into a blur, closing the distance to Zhao Yong. In his terrified gaze, he delivered a powerful punch to Zhao Yong's chest. Accompanied by a piercing scream, Zhao Yong was hurled backward, crashing violently to the ground, his sternum shattered as he coughed up a copious amount of crimson blood, rendered powerless in the heat of battle. In that moment, Yang Feng swiftly approached Zhao Yong, bending down to search his person. Soon enough, over 100 bottles of essence pills and more than 100,000 gold notes were extracted from Zhao Yong and stowed away in his spatial ring. The fact that Zhao Yong was defeated by a single punch was utterly astonishing. Zhao Yong was a peak true essence realm martial artist. How could he possibly be vanquished by a newcomer? Yang Feng had only just arrived. How could he have dealt such a devastating blow to Zhao Yong? To incapacitate a peak true essence realm warrior with a mere punch implied that Yang Feng possessed the prowess of the Qi condensation realm. It was incomprehensible that a newcomer could wield such power. And a spatial ring? Clearly, Yang Feng had a formidable background. The mere possession of spatial ring was remarkable. Zhao Yong had indeed met his match. With Zhao Yong gravely injured, his brother Zhao Qi would certainly not let this go unpunished. Zhao Qi, a late-stage Qi condensation realm practitioner, was ranked 188 on our outer sect elite list, immensely powerful. Yang Feng was undoubtedly no match for him. Witnessing Yang Feng's decisive blow against Zhao Yong, the surrounding disciples of the western courtyard were taken aback, their expressions shifting dramatically, gasping in shock and disbelief. Chapter 9. Sweeping through the Western Courtyard. Yang Feng, your methods are excessively ruthless. It was merely a friendly spar. Why did you have to shatter Zhao Yong's sternum? Moreover, while defeating Zhao Yong was one thing, why did you also seize his essence pills and gold notes? Amidst the murmurs of astonishment, a tall youth stepped forward, his face etched with menace as he confronted Yang Feng. I am but a newcomer, still honing my skills. My strikes lacked nuance and restraint, and I did not intentionally shatter Zhao Yong's sternum. As for taking Zhao Yong's essence pills and gold notes, that is utterly absurd. This is not theft. It is merely collecting spoils of victory. According to the rules of our Xianxia sect, a friendly spar can yield rewards. And these essence pills and gold notes are my rightful spoils for defeating Zhao Yong. If you disapprove of my actions, we can certainly spar ourselves. Should you manage to defeat me, not only will all of these essence pills and gold notes belong to you, but so will all the ones I possess. Yang Feng replied to the youth with a calm demeanor. Wang Tao, a friend of Zhao Qi, possessed the initial stage of Qi condensation realm prowess. He was clearly seeking to avenge Zhao Yong. A practitioner at the initial stage of Qi condensation might not necessarily be Yang Feng's equal. Yang Feng was indeed bold, showing no fear whatsoever. If I had such formidable strength as Yang Feng, I too would be unafraid. Upon witnessing the verbal altercation between Yang Feng and the youth, the disciples of the Western Courtyard began to murmur softly, their eyes wide with anticipation for the unfolding spectacle. Since you wish to engage in a duel, I shall oblige. Wang Tao seemed oblivious to the surrounding whispers, letting out a cold snort before his figure transformed into a fleeting shadow, lunging directly at Yang Feng. During this onslaught, pure, formidable energy surged from Wang Tao, coalescing into a sword of energy that aimed straight for Yang Feng's chest. In the face of Wang Tao's energy sword, Yang Feng remained unfazed. With a mere thought, waves of pure energy erupted from his being, forming an energy gauntlet that enveloped his fist. Without hesitation, Yang Feng advanced toward Wang Tao. His fist, now encased in the formidable energy, struck out with terrifying force against the energy sword. With a resounding crash, Wang Tao's energy sword shattered beneath the impact of Yang Feng's fist, dispersing into countless fragments that scattered in all directions. Seizing the moment, Yang Feng swiftly darted to Wang Tao's side, his right fist, adorned with a brilliant energy gauntlet, aimed for Wang Tao's chest, eliciting a look of terror from the latter. With a sharp crack, Yang Feng's fist collided with Wang Tao's chest, shattering his ribs and sending him hurtling backward, crashing to the ground with a piercing cry. Yang Feng then moved swiftly, bending down to search Wang Tao's person. In a short while, he extracted dozens of elixirs and over 200,000 gold notes, stowing them away in his spatial ring. To defeat a cultivator at the initial stage of energy mastery with a single punch, what immense strength does Yang Feng possess? Could he be at the mid or even late stage of energy mastery? It is highly plausible. Otherwise, how could he have so easily incapacitated Wang Tao, who was clearly at the initial stage? By heavens, a newcomer possessing the prowess of mid or even late energy mastery. What does that mean for us veterans? It is futile to compare ourselves to a genius like Yang Feng. One would only find oneself in despair. As Yang Feng's devastating blow to Wang Tao resonated through the air, the disciples of the Western Courtyard erupted in gasps of astonishment, their eyes filled with shock and incredulity, mingled with deep-seated envy and trepidation. Yang Feng, this is the Western Courtyard, not the Eastern Courtyard. You injure our disciples and seize their wealth. Surely this is excessive. Indeed, you, an Eastern Courtyard disciple, have the audacity to rampage here in the Western Courtyard. Yang Feng, your actions suggest you hold our Western disciples in utter contempt. Fellow disciples, should we not teach Yang Feng a profound lesson for his blatant disregard, to show him that the disciples of the Western Courtyard are not to be trifled with? As the crowd gasped and murmured, dozens of disciples at the Qi Master Realm who were close to Zhao Qi stepped forward, their voices rising in unison as they swiftly encircled Yang Feng, rendering him unable to escape. It was evident that these disciples understood that individually, they were no match for Yang Feng. Thus, they sought an excuse to join forces and subdue him. Upon hearing their words and witnessing their actions, the nearby disciples from the West Courtyard changed their expressions and quickly retreated, distancing themselves from the battleground to avoid being caught in the fray and suffering unwarranted misfortune. Both the East and West Courtyards were residences for the outer disciples of the Xianxia sect, and any outer disciple of the sect could freely traverse between them. Why should I be barred from the West Courtyard? Are the disciples of the West Courtyard not also members of the Xianxia sect, exempt from adhering to its regulations? If you wish to overpower me with numbers, then attack directly. There is no need for such absurd and shameless rhetoric. Glaring at the encircling disciples, a fierce glint flickered in Yang Feng's eyes as he coldly reprimanded them. Brothers, let us unite and show Yang Feng that the disciples of the West Courtyard are not to be trifled with. At these words, a mid-stage Qi master disciple, his eyes flashing with cold fury, bellowed as he summoned his Qi, forming a long sword of energy and slashing it towards Yang Feng. Simultaneously, the other disciples, comprising both early and mid-stage Qi masters, also summoned their Qi, conjuring an array of weapons, long swords, blades, and spears, aimed at Yang Feng, intent on reducing him to mere pulp. Unfazed by the assault of the dozens of Qi master disciples, Yang Feng's expression remained unchanged. With a snort, he unleashed the perfected shadowless step, instantly transforming into a fleeting shadow, vanishing from sight before the eyes of the encircling disciples. In the next moment, Yang Feng's fists, clad in Qi-infused gauntlets, struck out towards the encroaching disciples. The sounds of impact rang out bang, 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 as his fists relentlessly hammered into the bodies of the Qi master disciples, eliciting piercing cries of anguish as they were sent hurtling backward, crashing to the ground, blood spilling from their mouths, bones shattered, and combat effectiveness lost. In the span of mere moments, the multitude of Qi master disciples who had surrounded Yang Feng lay defeated, writhing in pain upon the ground. Is there anyone else who dares to oppose? Yang Feng surveyed the groaning disciples before casting his gaze upon the thousands of onlookers in the training grounds, his voice cutting through the air with icy authority. Feeling the sharpness of Yang Feng's gaze, the thousands of disciples in the training grounds either lowered their heads or turned away, unwilling to meet his eyes. Witnessing this scene, Yang Feng let out a light chuckle and began to search the fallen Qi master disciples. Before long, he uncovered a substantial amount of essence pills and gold notes, which he promptly stowed away in his spatial ring. Yang Feng, do you think you could deceive us in the West Courtyard? Are you brave enough to face me? Zhao Qi. At this moment, a resonant voice echoed from afar. A tall, imposing young man, exuding an aura of menace and fury, approached swiftly. Chapter 10. Renowned in Xiantian City. Zhao Qi has arrived. This promises to be an intriguing spectacle. Zhao Qi is a practitioner at the late stage of the astral energy realm. Yang Feng may be in for a misfortune. Not necessarily. Yang Feng's prowess should not be underestimated. Zhao Qi may not secure victory. Battles among late-stage astral energy practitioners are rare. We are in for a treat. Yang Feng is formidable. It remains to be seen if he can defeat Zhao Qi and ascend the elite list of the outer sect. Observing the rapidly approaching young man, the thousands of disciples in the West Courtyard began to engage in hushed discussions, their eyes brimming with excitement and anticipation. Dare I not? If you possess any skills, feel free to showcase them. Yang Feng replied to the young man with a calm demeanor. Such courage. Yet, I wonder if your strength matches your audacity. Upon receiving Yang Feng's affirmative response, Zhao Qi's eyes gleamed with ferocity as he roared, his figure transforming into a fleeting shadow as he lunged directly at Yang Feng. As he charged, the astral energy within Zhao Qi surged, coalescing into a long sword of astral energy, which he swung with razor-sharp brilliance, aiming to cleave Yang Feng. Xianxia technique. Faced with Zhao Qi's assault, Yang Feng remained unfazed, uttering a soft command as he summoned his own astral energy, forming a long sword to counter Zhao Qi's attack with the Xiantian sword technique. Bang! With a resounding clash, the long swords of Yang Feng and Zhao Qi collided, unleashing a terrifying force that shattered Zhao Qi's weapon, scattering it into countless sparks that vanished into the void. Immediately, Yang Feng's sword, imbued with sharpness, grazed Zhao Qi's neck, causing crimson droplets of blood to seep forth. At that moment, Zhao Qi touched the blood on his neck, a look of astonishment crossing his face as he struggled to believe that he had been defeated by Yang Feng in an instant. After standing in shock for a moment, Zhao Qi suppressed his disbelief and addressed Yang Feng. I concede. Here are 100 vials of essence pills, a token for my defeat. As he spoke, Zhao Qi waved his hand, producing 100 vials from his spatial ring and tossing them to Yang Feng. Subsequently, Zhao Qi took out a blood-stanching talisman to tend to his injury and began to assist Zhao Yong, Wang Tao, and other disciples from the West Courtyard who have been severely injured by Yang Feng. After receiving the 100 vials of essence pills, Yang Feng glanced at the thousands of disciples in the martial arena and stated calmly, "This is my cousin, Yang Tian. If anyone dares to bully him, I will ensure they pay a heavy price." With that, Yang Feng departed the West Courtyard martial arena with Yang Tian in tow. "Xiao Tian, here are 30 bottles of essence pills for your cultivation. Should anyone dare to bully you again, do not hesitate to inform me, and I shall stand up for you. However, do not misuse my name to intimidate others, or I shall not hesitate to sever ties with you." Upon arriving at the entrance of the West Courtyard, Yang Feng retrieved 30 bottles of essence pills from his spatial ring and handed them to Yang Tian, speaking softly yet earnestly. "Rest assured, Brother Feng, I would never exploit your name to bully anyone." Yang Tian exclaimed with an expression of sheer excitement as he accepted the pills. "We, the Yang family, do not shy away from challenges, but we must not provoke trouble lightly. Strive to cultivate diligently, enhance your own strength, and aspire to become an inner disciple of the Xianxia sect, a true disciple. This is the pursuit of the Yang family. Do not squander your time on trivial matters. Understand?" Yang Feng conveyed with a serious tone. "I understand, Brother Feng." Yang Tian nodded, his tone resolute. Satisfied with Yang Tian's affirmation, Yang Feng patted his shoulder and proceeded towards the East Courtyard. With a fresh batch of essence pills in hand, Yang Feng intended to return to his dormitory to continue practicing the Xianxia technique and elevate his cultivation level. As Yang Feng devoted himself to his training, his reputation swiftly spread throughout Xianxia City. At the East Courtyard's martial arts arena, news of his prowess caused thousands of disciples to halt their training and engage in fervent discussions. "Can you believe that a formidable talent has emerged from our East Courtyard? It is utterly astonishing," one disciple exclaimed. "Yang Feng has been in Xianxia City for merely 3 days and has already swept through the disciples of the West Courtyard, displaying terrifying strength and combat prowess. It is truly unbelievable. Yang Feng must be a peerless genius. Otherwise, how could his power be so formidable?" Another chimed in. "He effortlessly defeated dozens of practitioners at the Qi condensation stage and even dispatched Zhao Qi, a late-stage practitioner, with a single strike." Yang Feng undoubtedly possesses peak-level strength at the Qi condensation stage, ranking among the top 10 on the elite list. At just 18 years of age, he is already this formidable. In a few years, he could become an inner disciple. As the disciples at the East Courtyard continued their animated discourse, those in the South Courtyard and the main courtyard also engaged in discussions about Yang Feng. Moreover, the ordinary citizens of Xianxia City, scattered cultivators, family practitioners, and even outer sect elders were all abuzz with tales of Yang Feng, considering him a prodigious talent with limitless potential. Has Yang Feng truly advanced to the peak of the Qi condensation stage? This is simply unbelievable, Zhao Hai exclaimed in astonishment upon hearing the news about Yang Feng. It is worth noting that Zhao Hai had brought Yang Feng from Xiaoguang City to Xianxia City. He was certain that just 3 days prior, Yang Feng was merely at the Qi refinement stage. The rapid progression to the pinnacle of the Qi condensation stage in such a short time left Zhao Hai utterly astounded. However, after a moment of shock, excitement spread across Zhao Hai's face as he realized that his investment had yielded substantial returns. Once Yang Feng ascended to become an inner disciple, Zhao Hai would receive generous rewards from the sect. If Yang Feng is promoted to a true disciple, the Xianxia sect will bestow upon Zhao Hai some extraordinarily precious elixirs to assist him in breaking through his bottleneck and ascending to the realm of divine powers. Beyond the generous rewards from the sect, the friendship and goodwill of Yang Feng are the most invaluable assets, allowing Zhao Hai to navigate Xianxia City with ease. Even the seasoned outer sect elders would treat him with respect, hesitant to display any arrogance. The revelation that Yang Feng is an unparalleled prodigy is truly astonishing. Had I known earlier, I would have invested more. This time, old Zhao has hit the jackpot, and I must certainly give him a good scolding. Upon hearing the news of Yang Feng, Elder Wang from the Internal Affairs Hall was momentarily taken aback, then sighed in resignation. Yang Feng's swift defeat of Zhao Qi, who ranked 188th on the outer sect elite list, implies that his overall strength and combat prowess should securely place him within the top 10 of that list. As the Blood Spirit's secret realm is about to open, the emergence of such an extraordinary talent in Xianxia City is indeed delightful. Li Su, the city lord, glanced at the detailed report in his hand, a glimmer of excitement flashing in his eyes as he softly murmured. After this mutter, Li Su utilized his authority to send a message to Feng, summoning him to the City Lord's mansion. Chapter 11. The Blood Spirit's Secret Realm. The City Lord wishes for me to visit the mansion. Observing the information on his identity token, Feng furrowed his brow and murmured, Li Su, the City Lord of Xianxia City, is not only its ruler, but also the esteemed elder of the inner sect. Feng dared not defy the command of the City Lord. Thus, after a brief murmur, he rose from his meditation chamber and proceeded towards the City Lord's mansion. Upon his arrival, the guards, already informed of his coming, promptly escorted him to a reception hall deep within the mansion. Outer sect disciple Feng pays his respects to the City Lord. Feng greeted Li Su, seated at the head of the hall, with a respectful bow and an amiable tone. Indeed, at the pinnacle of the Qi condensation realm, you have begun to manifest a modicum of spiritual energy. With a bit more effort to enhance your spiritual power, you can break through the heavenly gate, open your sea of consciousness, and cultivate your magical essence, thus ascending to the realm of magical practitioners. Li Su regarded Feng with a look of astonishment, his face beaming with approval. Thank you for your kind words. City Lord, may I inquire what matters prompted your summons? Feng expressed his gratitude, then directly inquired. I summoned you to assess your strength and determine whether the legends hold true. Upon this encounter, I find your capabilities surpass those tales by a considerable margin. In 1 month, as the Blood Spirit's secret realm opens, you shall embark on an adventure alongside the elite outer sect disciples of our Xianxia sect. This jade slip contains detailed information about the Blood Spirit's secret realm. Please study it diligently. Here are 10 vials of Yuan Ling pills, which will enhance your spiritual power and elevate your cultivation. During this month, devote yourself diligently to cultivating and enhancing your abilities. However, it is imperative that you refrain from attempting to breach the bottleneck of the Qi condensation stage in pursuit of entering the mystical energy realm during this period. Should you aspire to ascend to the mystical energy realm, it is essential to first enter the Blood Spirit's secret realm before attempting to challenge the Qi condensation bottleneck. Furthermore, take these jade talismans. They may prove invaluable in critical moments. Li Su responded with a beaming smile. As he spoke, with a grand gesture, 10 vials of elixirs, a jade slip, and 4 jade talismans flew from his person, gracefully descending towards Feng. A gracious gift from Lord City Master. Feng expressed his gratitude respectfully as he received the elixirs, jade slip, and talismans, storing them within his ring. You may return now. Remember to report to the City Lord's mansion punctually in a month. Observing Feng es actions, Li Su smiled faintly. Yes, Lord City Master. Feng responded respectfully before turning to exit the reception room. He is indeed a promising talent. If he can survive the Blood Spirit's secret realm, his future is boundless. Li Su mused quietly as he watched Feng depart. Having no concrete information regarding the Blood Spirit's secret realm, preparations were virtually impossible. The only recourse was to enhance his cultivation and increase his chances of survival, adapting to any unforeseen circumstances. Upon returning to his quarters, Feng diligently perused the information on the Blood Spirit's secret realm, murmuring softly to himself. According to the intelligence Li Su had gathered, the Blood Spirit's secret realm was an ancient celestial world created by a formidable being, primarily intended for the cultivation of the exceedingly precious Blood Spirit grass. This grass has the ability to evolve the bloodlines of fierce beasts and demons, granting them the potent lineage of ancient mythical creatures. Moreover, the Blood Spirit grass can also facilitate the evolution of human cultivators' bloodlines. Although the effects for human cultivators are not as pronounced as for fierce beasts and demons, it still plays a significant role in purifying their bloodlines and enhancing their innate talents. More importantly, the Blood Spirit grass serves as a primary ingredient in the crafting of the ancient elixir known as the Bloodline Pill. This exquisite elixir can activate the ancestral bloodlines of human cultivators, making it exceedingly valuable. Consequently, the Blood Spirit grass is regarded as a highly coveted resource among human cultivators. Upon discovering the existence of the Blood Spirit's secret realm, the 5 major sects of the Xianxia domain have long sought to unlock its gates and harvest the Blood Spirit grass within. However, the Blood Spirit's secret realm, being an ancient celestial creation, is governed by impeccably established laws, rendering the 5 sects incapable of breaching its defenses. After more than a century of exploration, The five major sects finally uncovered a method to access the blood spirit secret realm. Yet, this method possesses significant flaws, allowing only a temporary passage for martial artists below the mystical energy realm to enter, while excluding those of the mystical energy realm and above. Simultaneously, the number of individuals permitted to enter the blood spirit secret realm is significantly restricted, allowing a maximum of 50,000 participants, with only a single opportunity for entry. Following this occasion, the method devised by the five major sects of the Xianxia domain will become ineffective, necessitating further exploration for alternative means of accessing the blood spirit secret realm. Consequently, the five major sects of Xianxia domain place immense importance on this singular opportunity, preparing to dispatch their most formidable outer disciples to venture into the blood spirit secret realm, aiming to extract the utmost benefits therein. This is also the reason why, upon hearing of Yang Feng's renown, Li Su summoned him at the earliest opportunity to assess his strength and invite him to partake in the expedition to the blood spirit secret realm. With a murmured incantation, Yang Feng retrieved a vial of Yuan Ling Dan from his spatial ring, poured out a single pill, and consumed it. As the Yuan Ling Dan entered his system, waves of pure vitality emanated from it, which Yang Feng skillfully absorbed and refined through the operation of the Xianxia technique, thereby augmenting his mental prowess. Thanks to the effects of the cultivation system that returns results 1,000-fold, Yang Feng experienced a substantial increase in his mental strength, which sparked a glimmer of brilliance in his eyes, prompting him to consume more Yuan Ling Dan and continue his cultivation. After a week, Yang Feng had completely refined the 10 vials of Yuan Ling Dan provided by Li Su, resulting in a dramatic surge in his mental strength by several dozen times, along with a significant enhancement in his overall capabilities and combat power. He was now on the verge of breaking through the barrier of the Qi condensation realm, eager to challenge the heavenly gate and see if he could breach it. However, at this moment, Yang Feng was cautious about recklessly attempting to break through the Qi condensation realm. It would be manageable if he failed, yet, should he succeed in ascending to the realm of magical practitioners, he would be barred from entering the blood spirit secret realm, inviting punishment from Li Su. Moreover, Yang Feng sensed that his mental power was not yet perfected, leaving room for further refinement, and thus he decided against hastily challenging the heavenly gate. Without the assistance of Yuan Ling Dan, Yang Feng ceased his mental cultivation and dedicated himself to practicing the dragon elephant technique to enhance his physical strength. With the support of the cultivation system, a single iteration of the dragon elephant technique could augment his strength by an astonishing 10,000 kilograms. By dedicating 20 hours a day to practice, he could increase his strength by 200,000 kilograms, equivalent to 200 newtons, a truly terrifying feat. Possessing a substantial supply of essence pills, Yang Feng was unconcerned about the energy consumption associated with practicing the dragon elephant technique. Dedicating 20 hours to training each day was entirely feasible. Thus, throughout the subsequent half-month, Yang Feng devoted 20 hours daily to the dragon elephant technique, followed by 4 hours of rest to relax his mind. With only a week remaining until the blood spirit secret realm's opening, Yang Feng's physical strength had reached an astounding 3 million kilograms, equating to 30 newtons, surpassing the 20 newtons typical of those newly entering the realm of magical practitioners. At this juncture, Yang Feng refrained from further practicing the dragon elephant technique and instead departed his dormitory, heading toward the Grand Library of Xintian City. Clearly, Yang Feng intended to select some martial skill from the library to bolster his strength, combat abilities, and adaptability before entering the blood spirit secret realm. Chapter 12. The Gamble Battle. Yang Feng has finally emerged from his seclusion. Yang Feng possesses not only an exceptionally high innate talent, but also exhibits remarkable diligence in his cultivation. How could such an individual not rise to prominence? He is akin to a dedicated ascetic. Since arriving in Xiantian City, he has devoted the majority of his time to seclusion and rigorous training, devoid of any leisure. Upon witnessing Yang Feng emerge from his dormitory, the outer disciples of the East Courtyard could not help but engage in discussions, their eyes brimming with envy and jealousy. However, Yang Feng paid no heed to their chatter and resolutely made his way towards the main city area. Before long, he arrived at the scripture pavilion in the main city. Yet, just as he intended to enter, he was obstructed by someone. Yang Feng, I am Sun Hui, ranked 10th on the outer disciples elite list. I have heard that you possess the strength to enter the top 10, and I find that hard to accept. I wish to spar with you to see if you dare to accept my challenge. Without allowing Yang Feng to express his indignation, the youth blocking his path proclaimed loudly, brimming with fighting spirit. What is there to fear? However, I disdain engaging in pointless battles. Let us wager not something grand, but rather 100 bottles of essence pills. What do you say? Yang Feng replied, his tone unperturbed as he regarded the fervent youth before him. Agreed, without hesitation. Sun Hui responded as soon as Yang Feng finished speaking. With a grand gesture, he summoned 100 bottles of essence pills from his spatial ring, which landed on the ground beside the scripture pavilion. Observing this, Yang Feng exhibited no hesitation. He too waved his hand and produced 100 bottles of essence pills from his spatial ring, casting them onto the same patch of ground. Their actions swiftly drew the attention of the outer disciples nearby, who gathered around and whispered amongst themselves. Sun Hui has long been a prominent outer disciple of our West Courtyard. Reigning as the 10th on the elite list for a year, his strength is formidable. Yang Feng is bound to lose. Not necessarily, although Yang Feng joined later. He is an extraordinary prodigy, cultivating at an astonishing pace. His overall strength might have already surpassed Sun Hui. The city lord himself has stated that Yang Feng possesses the strength and combat prowess to be within the top 10 of the elite list. Sun Hui is undoubtedly not his match. The city lord has an eye for talent and would not err in judgment. Thus, Sun Hui is certainly destined to lose. As the outer disciples' discussions reached his ears, a surge of furious indignation flashed through Sun Hui's eyes. With a sharp exclamation, he summoned his internal vigor, channeling it into the form of a sword made of energy, and executed the Xianxia sword technique, thrusting it vehemently towards Yang Feng. True to his reputation as the 10th-ranked powerhouse on the outer disciples' elite list, Sun Hui had not only reached the pinnacle of energy cultivation, but had also developed spiritual power, mastering the first tier of the Xianxia sword technique to a significant extent. His sword thrust was fierce and augmented in power, capable of effortlessly vanquishing late-stage energy practitioners. Yet, Yang Feng had not only attained the peak of energy cultivation, but his spiritual power was remarkably solid and formidable, reaching a level capable of challenging the heavenly gates, far surpassing Sun Hui. Meanwhile, Yang Feng had perfected the first layer of the Xianxia sword technique, comprehending the profound essence of the sword, a mastery that far exceeded the minor accomplishments of Sun Hui. Thus, when Yang Feng summoned the vital energy within him to forge a sword of pure energy and unleash the Xianxia sword technique in a fierce confrontation with Sun Hui, he effortlessly shattered Sun Hui's energy sword with a single stroke, the residual force gliding past Sun Hui's head and severing a few strands of his hair. I concede, Sun Hui muttered, casting a glance at the fallen locks above him, a flicker of resignation crossing his eyes. With a swift movement, he departed the vicinity of the scripture pavilion. Yang Feng's ability to dispatch Sun Hui with a single strike was astonishing. Sun Hui, a formidable contender ranked 10th on the outer sect elite list, should not have been so easily vanquished. The might of Yang Feng was indeed remarkable. He truly was a paragon of the Xianxia sect's outer sect, exuding an aura of terror. Yang Feng's prowess and combat capabilities could surely rival those in the top 3 of the outer sect elite rankings. Witnessing Yang Feng's decisive victory over Sun Hui, the surrounding outer sect disciples were taken aback, their expressions shifting dramatically as they gasped in astonishment. Many of these disciples had anticipated Sun Hui's defeat and Yang Feng's triumph, yet they had not expected such a swift and overwhelming outcome. Unfazed by the astonished murmurs of his peers, Yang Feng quickly approached a collection of 200 bottles of essence pills, sweeping them into his spatial ring with a flourish before making his way into the scripture pavilion. At the entrance of the pavilion, Yang Feng presented his identity token, gaining access with ease. As he stepped inside, rows of shelves brimming with a myriad of martial arts techniques came into view, igniting a spark of excitement in his eyes. He couldn't help but reflect. The Xianxia sect truly deserved its reputation as one of the 5 great sects of the Xianxia domain. Its collection of texts was astonishingly vast. Elder, I possess considerable strength and wish to cultivate techniques that can amplify this advantage, he respectfully inquired. Furthermore, I seek to learn agility techniques and methods for concealing one's presence. Do you have any recommendations? After this moment of contemplation, Yang Feng approached the elder stationed at the entrance of the pavilion, his tone imbued with respect. The myriad martial arts texts within the first-floor hall of the scripture pavilion numbered in the hundreds of thousands, encompassing an extensive array of knowledge. Yang Feng found himself lacking the time to sift through them all individually, and thus sought the guidance of the elder, who was undoubtedly well-versed in the techniques housed within. The mighty god fist, When mastered to its zenith, this technique can amplify one's strength to deliver ninefold attack power, making it an exceptionally formidable martial art for enhancing strength. The mighty diamond palm. When perfected, this technique can shatter even magical artifacts with a single strike, provided one's strength is sufficient, showcasing its ferocity. The iron cloth technique. When cultivated to its zenith, one's body becomes akin to iron cloth, impervious to blades and swords. Not even quasi-magical artifacts can penetrate the formidable defense of the iron cloth technique, rendering it an exceptionally powerful martial defense skill. The shadow following step. When perfected, the body exhibits unparalleled agility, moving like a shadow, swift and rapid. It is the pinnacle of movement technique for those below the realm of magical practitioners. The tortoise breath technique. Mastery leads to a state of apparent death, where one's breath is entirely undetectable, resembling a corpse. It is a remarkably powerful concealment skill. These techniques are located on the 10th shelf, 2nd shelf, and 3rd rack, respectively. The elder of the scripture repository cast a glance at Feng and spoke in a tone devoid of emotion. "Thank you, Elder Xia. This is a small token of my appreciation. Please accept it." After acquiring the desired information, a gleam of delight flickered in Feng's eyes as he promptly retrieved 10 vials of essence pills from his spatial ring and presented them to the elder of the scripture repository in gratitude. "The essence pills hold no value for me. Keep them for yourself." The elder waved his hand dismissively. Upon finishing his words, the elder reclined in a comfortable chair, closing his eyes as if to feign sleep. Witnessing this scene, Feng expressed his gratitude once more, stowed away the essence pills, and followed the elder's guidance to seek the martial skills he required. A moment of kindness today might very well be the opportunity that aids me in breaking through my bottleneck and ascending to a higher realm. The elder of the scripture repository opened his eyes, casting a glance at Feng's departing figure, muttering to himself before shutting his eyes once more, resuming his pretense of slumber. Chapter 13. Gathering. Ding! You have practiced the Great Strength Fist. The training effect is returned 10,000-fold, elevating your Great Strength Fist to its peak, enabling your strength to unleash 9 times the attack power. Ding! You have practiced the Great Diamond Palm. The training effect is returned 10,000-fold, bringing your Great Diamond Palm to its pinnacle, unmatched in power. Ding! You have practiced the Iron Cloth technique. The training effect is returned 10,000-fold, advancing your Iron Cloth technique to its zenith, rendering your body impervious to blades. Ding! You have practiced the shadow following step. The training effect is returned 10,000-fold, perfecting your shadow following step, granting you extraordinary agility, moving like a shadow. Amidst the series of crisp notifications, Feng has cultivated each martial skill to its peak, rapidly enhancing his overall strength and combat prowess, significantly increasing his survivability. Soon, the time for assembly arrived. At this moment, Feng left his dormitory and strode directly towards the Lord's Mansion of Xianxia City. Upon his arrival at the grand training ground of the Lord's Mansion, he found it teeming with over 10,000 individuals, each exuding a powerful aura, possessing the strength of the Qi condensation realm. However, only half of these individuals were elite disciples from the outer sect of Xianxia sect, while the other half comprised elite disciples from affiliated sects and families under the Xianxia sect's jurisdiction. Observing the scene, Feng's expression remained unchanged as he casually sought an unoccupied corner to sit cross-legged, patiently waiting. "The Lord has arrived," as a resounding voice echoed through the training grounds. The crowd instinctively turned their gaze towards Li Su, aware of the attention upon him. Li Su remained composed and spoke in a calm tone. "I've already provided you with the detailed information regarding the Blood Spirit secret realm, so I shall refrain from repeating it. Let me briefly outline the rules for exploring the Blood Spirit secret realm. Firstly, all disciples who participate in the expedition will receive a foundational reward of 100 contribution points to the sect. This reward will be directly granted to you upon your safe return. If, unfortunately, you meet your demise within the Blood Spirit secret realm, these 100 contribution points will be converted into essence pills and delivered to your loved ones. Secondly, any Blood Spirit herbs you obtain within the realm must be turned over to the sect. The sect will then provide corresponding contribution points, elixirs, techniques, and equipment based on both the quantity and quality of the herbs you submit. Lastly, any other items you acquire during your venture into the Blood Spirit secret realm will be yours to keep as a reward for your participation. At this point, Li Su waved his hand, and blood-red rings flew from his spatial ring, landing in the palms of disciples, such as Feng. These are blood spirit rings, capable of sensing blood spirit herbs within a radius of 3,000 meters. You must wear them securely. Losing them will significantly increase the difficulty of locating the herbs. At that moment, Li Su's powerful voice resonated in the ears of Feng and the others, prompting them to hastily don the blood spirit rings on their wrists. Seeing that Feng and the others had properly equipped their rings, Li Su focused his thoughts, and a beam of silver light surged from his body, transforming into a silver battleship measuring 1,000 feet in length, over 600 feet in width, and more than 300 feet in height. Hovering majestically above the training grounds, radiating dazzling spiritual light. It is a low-grade Tao instrument, the Silver Light Battleship. It is said to be armed with 180 silver light cannons and a main cannon, with the former capable of effortlessly annihilating spirit transformation cultivators, and the latter capable of vanquishing those of the law realm. Truly terrifyingly powerful. Are we to board the Silver Light Battleship to journey to the Blood Spirit's secret realm? This is simply exhilarating. I cannot believe I have the opportunity to ride upon the Silver Light Battleship. It is an astonishing surprise. If only I possessed a Tao instrument. I do not even require a Tao instrument. I would be grateful for a treasured artifact, let alone a treasured artifact. I would be thankful to my ancestors for merely possessing a spiritual item. As they gaze at the silver battleship above the training grounds, the numerous elite outer disciples erupted in exclamations of awe, their eyes brimming with excitement and exhilaration. Everyone come aboard. With a gentle command from Li Su, pure magical energy surged from him, conjuring powerful winds that swept through the training grounds, lifting Feng and the others and transporting them onto the silver battleship. In just a moment, over 10,000 disciples have been whisked aboard the magnificent vessel. At that moment, Li Su moved swiftly, descending upon the silver battleship. He activated the vessel, which transformed into a streak of silver light, departing from Xianxia City and racing towards the horizon. After a considerable time, the silver battleship arrived above a colossal desolate mountain, where it came to a silent halt. Soon, a gigantic golden sword, exuding an aura of terrifying might, soared through the air, accompanied by over 10,000 disciples clad in white robes, each wielding a treasured sword. They approached rapidly from afar and came to rest at one corner of the barren mountain. A golden warship, measuring 1,000 feet in length and over 800 feet in width, radiating a dazzling golden light, followed closely, carrying a multitude of female disciples adorned in vibrant and varied attire. It hovered motionless above the desolate mountain. Additionally, an enormous black spider puppet, stretching 1,000 feet long and several hundred feet wide, bore over 10,000 disciples dressed in black, each carrying a large package. It occupied another corner of the mountain, suspended in midair. A colossal flying beast, with wings spanning over 2,000 feet and a width of 1,000 feet, transported a multitude of Beastmaster sect disciples, arriving at the mountain and claiming yet another corner, remaining stationary. Representatives from the Divine Sword Mountain, Ice God Palace, Puppet Sect, and Beastmaster Sect had all arrived. The upcoming expedition into the Blood Spirit's secret realm promised to be exceedingly brutal, and it was uncertain how many disciples would perish within its confines. Observing the disciples from other factions not far away, Feng's eyes glimmered with intensity as he silently mused. The blood spirit herb within the blood spirit's secret realm was exceedingly precious, and the Xianxia sect, Divine Sword Mountain, Ice God Palace, Puppet Sect, and Beastmaster Sect were all determined to acquire it. Once the 5 major factions and their affiliated forces entered the blood spirit's secret realm, fierce and ruthless battles over the blood spirit herb would undoubtedly ensue. Even among the disciples of the 5 factions and their affiliates, brutal conflicts for the herb were anticipated. Therefore, the exploration of the blood spirit's secret realm would be exceedingly harsh, and only a rare few would survive to return. As Feng pondered these matters, Li Su soared upwards, departing from the silver battleship, and flew towards the summit of the desolate mountain. Concurrently, the leaders from the Divine Sword Mountain, Ice God Palace, Puppet Sect, and Beastmaster Sect also ascended, heading towards the peak. Chapter 14. Entering the Blood Spirit's Secret Realm. Esteemed colleagues, time is of the essence. Let us proceed to open the spatial passageway to the Blood Spirit Secret Realm. Li Su addressed the elders of the Ice God Palace, Divine Sword Mountain, Puppet Sect, and Beastmaster Sect with a calm demeanor. I have no objections. Neither do I. I concur. I agree. The elders from the 4 major sects nodded in agreement. With their affirmative responses, Li Su summoned a spatial array disk, which flew from his person and hovered above his head, emanating waves of formidable spatial energy. Upon witnessing Li Su's movements, the elders from the four prominent sects, Ice God Palace, Divine Sword Mountain, Puppet Sect, and Beastmaster Sect, simultaneously activated their spatial array plates, allowing them to hover above their heads while unleashing terrifying spatial fluctuations. In no time, the spatial waves emitted by the 5 array plates coalesced into a resplendent beam of light, hurtling into the void. Boom! 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 Amidst the cacophony of thunderous roars, a colossal spatial rift was blasted open by the dazzling light. At that moment, Li Su and the elders of the 4 sects fervently channeled their internal mana, infusing it into the hovering spatial array plates, causing their brilliance to intensify and releasing torrents of formidable spatial energy into the rift. Soon, a vast spatial passageway took shape within the rift, suspended in the empty air above the desolate mountain peak. You may enter now, in 3 months. As long as you remain alive, you will be automatically expelled from the Blood Spirit secret realm and returned here. Finally, I wish you all good fortune and a safe return. Once the spatial passageway was established, Li Su retracted the array plate hovering above him and returned to the Silverlight Warship, addressing Feng and the other disciples of the Xianxia sect loudly. As he spoke, Li Su waved his hand, summoning gusts of wind that swept up Feng and the others, casting them into the spatial passageway. Simultaneously, the elders from the 4 sects also employed their magical techniques to propel their respective disciples into the passageway. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Accompanied by the crisp sounds of air being sliced, disciples from the 5 major sects vanished into the spatial passageway. Is this truly the Blood Spirit secret realm? The concentration of spiritual energy in this place is remarkable. Training here will be exponentially faster than my efforts in the Eastern Courtyard. However, it is unfortunate that I can only remain here for 3 months, and I must search for the Blood Spirit herb. Time for cultivation is limited. Observing the lush mountains and feeling the rich spiritual energy surrounding him, Feng's eyes sparkled, and he couldn't help but utter a soft sigh of admiration. After his moment of reflection, Feng glanced at the Blood Spirit ring on his left wrist. Noticing it exhibited no reaction, he concluded that there were no Blood Spirit herbs within a 3,000-meter radius. He then grasped his Feng sword and arbitrarily chose a direction to proceed. Howl! 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 Not long after Feng began to traverse the forest, chilling howls of wolves echoed from the thickets beside him. A pack of towering, 2-meter-tall azure wolves, their bodies cloaked in a coat of blue fur and radiating an icy, murderous aura, emerged from the surrounding foliage, encircling Feng. Their blood-red eyes fixated upon him with an eerie stillness. With a single command from the Azure Wolf King, these wolves would pounce upon Feng, tearing him to shreds and devouring him whole. 18-second tier, ferocious beasts, the Azure Wolves. As he gazed at the encircling Azure Wolves, Feng's expression remained unchanged as he murmured softly. According to the ancient texts of the Zenian Gong, fierce beasts are classified into 10 tiers, corresponding to the 3 martial realms of the human race, the True Qi realm, the True Yuan realm, and the Gang Qi realm, as well as the 7 realms of cultivators, the Magic Power realm, the Yin-Yang realm, the Celestial Being realm, the Divine Ability realm, the Golden Core realm, the Nascent Soul realm, and the Primordial Spirit realm. Due to their massive size and inherent combat prowess from their bloodlines, fierce beasts are typically stronger than their martial and cultivator counterparts of the same tier. Generally, it requires several warriors or cultivators of equal rank to jointly defeat a single fierce beast of the same tier. Though the 18-second tier Azure Wolves were merely of the true Yuan realm, together they could easily vanquish an ordinary 3rd-tier Gang Qi realm warrior. However, Feng was no ordinary Gang Qi realm warrior and harbored no fear of these 18-second tier Azure Wolves. Howl! 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 As Feng pondered, a series of resounding wolf howls echoed from the depths of the forest. At that moment, the 18-second tier Azure Wolves, towering over 2 meters, sprang into action, transforming into streaks of azure shadows, leaping directly towards Feng. During this assault, their jaws gaped wide, revealing rows of razor-sharp teeth, while their claws were raised, poised to shred Feng to pieces. Xianxia sword technique. Unfazed by the charge of the 18 Azure Wolves, Feng uttered a sharp command, and his internal Gang Qi surged. With a flourish of his Feng sword, a barrage of piercing sword lights shot forth to meet the oncoming Azure Wolves. bang, bang, bang. With a series of crisp sounds, the 18 second-tier Azure Wolves were pierced through the skull by the onslaught of sword light, blood splattering as they collapsed to the ground, becoming lifeless corpses. At this moment, Yang Feng moved, employing the shadowless step to instantly vanish from his original position, reappearing a short distance away in the thicket, charging towards the third-tier Wolf King concealed within the forest. Howl! 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 Observing Yang Feng's rapid advance, the third-tier Wolf King's eyes flashed with a fierce glint. With an enraged roar, it lunged forward, transforming into a streak of azure shadow, intending to rend Yang Feng asunder with its sharp claws. Yet, before the third-tier Wolf King could close the distance, the Qing Feng sword unleashed a brilliant beam of sword light, piercing through its skull, resulting in a gory demise. The claws and teeth of the third-tier wolf were exceptionally hard and sharp, suitable for crafting divine weapons, and thus should not be wasted. After slaying the Wolf King, Yang Feng murmured softly and approached its corpse, extracting all of its claws and teeth to store within his spatial ring. Subsequently, he departed with the bloodied Qing Feng sword in hand, disregarding the claws and teeth of the 18 second-tier Azure Wolves due to their negligible value. Drip, drip, drip. As Yang Feng approached a nearby valley, a series of crisp alert sounds emanated from the blood spirit ring on his left wrist, stirring a reaction within him. He quickly glanced at the ring, where a crimson arrow materialized, pointing towards the valley. Without a moment's hesitation, Yang Feng grasped his Qing Feng sword and hastened towards the valley. Chapter 15. Blood Spirit Herb and Ambush the Blood Spirit Herb. Observing the herb, which stood about a foot tall, adorned with crimson leaves and exuding a faint fragrance, Yang Feng's eyes brightened as he murmured to himself, "Roar, roar, roar." While Yang Feng was lost in thought, a series of furious roars echoed from a nearby cave. A leopard, roughly 10 feet tall and covered in a patchwork of colorful fur, emerged from the vicinity of the blood spirit herb. It fixed its wide eyes on Yang Feng, baring its teeth and letting out a series of enraged roars, attempting to drive him away. A third-tier ferocious beast, the leopard? It must be the guardian of the blood spirit herb. Yang Feng contemplated, recognizing the significance of the creature before him. The blood spirit herb has the power to evolve the bloodlines of ferocious and supernatural beasts, granting them the formidable lineage of ancient beasts. Thus, each blood spirit herb is safeguarded by ferocious and supernatural beasts. Generally, blood spirit herbs under a century in age are protected by third-tier beasts or below, while those over a century are guarded by fourth-tier beasts or even supernatural creatures. The older the blood spirit herb, the more potent its effects and the mightier its guardian. The blood spirit herb within this valley is approximately 90 years old, nearing the century mark. Therefore, the leopard guarding it is a formidable presence among third-tier beasts. However, Yang Feng's strength and formidable aura instilled a sense of trepidation in the leopard, which is why it refrained from launching an immediate attack, opting instead to emit furious roars to ward him off. "This blood spirit herb shall be mine." After a brief mutter, Yang Feng shouted boldly, striding confidently towards the herb. Roar, roar, roar. Upon witnessing Yang Feng's approach, a fierce glint flashed in the leopard's eyes, and it unleashed a series of enraged roars. In an instant, the leopard lunged forward like a blur, aiming directly at Yang Feng. During this charge, its mouth slightly ajar revealed rows of sharp teeth, and its claws extended, poised to rend Yang Feng to pieces. Mystique Sky Sword Technique. As the panther approached with alarming speed, Yang Feng uttered a sharp command, his internal energy surging forth. He unleashed the Xianxia sword technique, wielding his azure blade with precision. A fierce beam of sword light erupted, slicing down towards the panther. With a resounding clash of metal, the formidable sword light was shattered by the panther's razor-sharp claws, disintegrating into specks of ethereal light that vanished into the void. In the blink of an eye, the panther darted through the air, closing in on Yang Feng's side. Its talons gleamed with lethal intent, aimed at his neck, as if desiring to sever his head from his body. Witnessing this, Yang Feng's expression remained unchanged. His internal energy surged anew as he swung his azure blade with fierce determination, thrusting towards the panther's head with blinding speed. With a sharp metallic sound, the azure blade pierced effortlessly through the panther's skull, blood splattering forth as the creature fell lifelessly to the ground. At that moment, the panther's claws were merely a foot away from Yang Feng's neck. Had he delayed even a second longer, his fate would have been sealed. However, the panther lay dead, its claws now impotently slack, no longer posing any threat to him. This panther was far more formidable than the third-tier blue wolf king, Yang Feng mused softly. Flicking his wrist to cast the panther's corpse aside, he then strode purposefully towards the blood spirit grass, his blades still dripping with crimson. Danger loomed. As Yang Feng neared the blood spirit grass and prepared to bend down to harvest it, a chill surged from the depths of his being, stirring his instincts. He swiftly dodged to the side. Whoosh! A sharp sound pierced the air as a dark crossbow bolt whizzed past the spot where he had just stood, embedding itself into the hard rock beside the blood spirit grass. I will claim this blood spirit grass. If you wish to live, leave this place at once. Or do not blame me for my ruthlessness. A commanding voice echoed from nearby. A young man clad in white, wielding a sword in one hand and a crossbow in the other, approached the location of the blood spirit grass with deliberate steps. You desire this blood spirit grass? It can be yours, provided you slay me. Not only will the grass be yours, but all the treasures I possess will be yours as well. Young Feng retorted coldly, his eyes glinting with ferocity as he regarded the advancing figure in white. In that instant, Yang Feng sprang into action, executing the shadow step technique, transforming into a blur as he lunged towards the white-clad youth. Such speed, the young man's eyes widened in astonishment at Yang Feng's swift movement. With a startled exclamation, he raised his crossbow and aimed it at Yang Feng, pulling the trigger. Instantly, a barrage of dark bolts erupted from the crossbow, hurtling towards Yang Feng with deadly intent. However, Yang Feng's form was exceptionally agile. The dark crossbow bolts could not lock onto his position, nor could they strike him, as they whizzed past him and struck the hard rock walls of the valley. Witnessing this scene, the young man in white flashed a fierce glint in his eyes, roared in anger, and raised his sharp longsword, unleashing a formidable sword technique aimed directly at Yang Feng. Xianxia sword technique. In the face of the young man's sword assault, Yang Feng reminded une facette. With a light exclamation, he unleashed the Xianxia sword technique, wielding his Qing Feng sword with a sharp gleam, directly confronting the young man's longsword. With a resounding clang of metal colliding, the Qing Feng sword in Yang Feng's hand met the sharp longsword of the young man. At that moment, a terrifying force erupted from the Qing Feng sword, instantly sending the young man's blade flying. Subsequently, the Qing Feng sword, with its piercing sharpness, plunged into the young man's body, shattering his internal organs and causing blood to spurt, resulting in his tragic demise on the spot. Initially, it was presumed that the spatial passage was randomly transporting individuals, and everyone entering the blood spirit's secret realm would be scattered across its corners, making encounters exceedingly difficult. However, this disciple from the Divine Sword Mountain had evidently been teleported nearby, for it was improbable to meet me so swiftly. This indicates that although the spatial passage is random, the range of that randomness is limited, significantly increasing the likelihood of individuals being transported to nearby areas. Observing the corpse of the young man in white, Yang Feng's mind raced as he murmured softly, bending down to remove the spatial ring from the young man's finger to inspect its contents. Chapter 16. Ascension to the Magical Realm. Within the ring lay 6 bottles of Yuan Ling Dan, 82 bottles of Jing Yuan Dan, 250,000 gold notes, 3 quasi-magical weapons, along with some food and drinking water. Quite a commendable haul. A faint smile flickered in Yang Feng's eyes as he quietly remarked. After his musing, Yang Feng transferred the Yuan Ling Dan, Jing Yuan Dan, gold notes, and quasi-magical weapons into his own spatial ring, then swiftly approached the blood spirit grass, plucking it and placing it into his spatial ring. Although my strength is commendable, ranking among the top tier of outer disciples in the 5 major sects, I am not necessarily the strongest, nor have I reached a level of unrestrained dominance over my peers. Therefore, my most pressing task is not the pursuit of blood spirit grass, but rather the enhancement of my cultivation, breaking through the bottleneck of the Qi realm and ascending to the magical realm. As the saying goes, sharpening the axe does not delay the work of chopping wood. Once I ascend to the magical realm, my efficiency in seeking blood spirit grass will increase exponentially, and I shall rise to become a top-tier powerhouse among the outer disciples of the 5 major sects. Unafraid of any threats, casting a glance at the young man's body, a thought crossed Yang Feng's mind as he murmured softly, then gradually stepped into the cave of the leopard. After meticulously inspecting the leopard's cave and finding no imminent danger, Yang Feng retrieved a set of array plates from his spatial ring and arranged them at the cave's entrance. This array, purchased in Xianxia City, possessed both illusionary and alerting capabilities. Should an outsider venture into the cave, the array would promptly emit a warning, granting Feng precious moments to prepare against any ambush. Having completed these preparations, Feng seated himself in a meditative posture deep within the cave and took out a bottle of Yuanling pills, pouring one into his palm and consuming it. He then activated the Xianxia formula to refine the medicinal potency within. Time flowed swiftly like a rushing river, and in the blink of an eye, 3 days had elapsed. Throughout this period, Feng devoted himself entirely to his cultivation. With the aid of the Yuanling pills and the tenfold enhancement provided by the cultivation return system, his mental strength had amplified manifold, becoming increasingly resilient and reaching a state of saturation, as if on the verge of overflowing. Recognizing the opportune moment to break through to the realm of magical power, Feng immediately summoned his refined and concentrated mental energy to assault the heavenly gate. Boom! 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 A series of thunderous roars echoed within Feng's mind. Under the formidable impact of his mental power, the once impenetrable heavenly gate was pierced as easily as thin paper. Following this, Feng's vast mental force surged beyond the gate, plunging into a realm of chaos. "Open for me," he bellowed, exerting his full control over his mental energy, and invoked the secret methods recorded in the Xianxia formula to carve out his consciousness within the chaos. Boom! 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 Accompanied by a cacophony of explosive sounds, the chaos within the depths of the heavenly gate was cleaved apart by Feng's mental energy, birthing a unique space that expanded continuously under the support of his mental force. A flicker of delight flashed in Feng's eyes as he realized his consciousness had successfully been established. He fervently stimulated the mental energy within him, relentlessly pouring it into the consciousness in an effort to further enlarge it. According to the ancient texts of the Xianxia sect, the consciousness resides deep within a practitioner's heavenly gate, and its initial establishment is the most conducive time for expansion. Should one miss this opportunity, subsequent attempts to enlarge the consciousness would prove exceedingly arduous, requiring vast amounts of rare materials and offering uncertain results. The consciousness is the birthplace of magical power and serves as its reservoir. The larger the consciousness the greater the magical power it can generate and store. Conversely, a smaller consciousness yields less magical power and storage capacity. The magnitude of one's magical power directly determines a practitioner's strength. Thus, those with larger consciousness possess greater power and potential. Given the significant impact of the consciousness size on a practitioner's future, many exceptional practitioners in the qi condensation realm choose to remain there for an extended period, striving to enhance their mental prowess as much as possible. In this manner, as they embarked on the expansion of the spiritual they aimed to enlarge it as much as possible, thus laying a solid foundation for future cultivation. Feng's mental strength reached a saturation point, exhibiting remarkable resilience. Consequently, after he successfully established his spiritual it began to expand continuously under ample supply of mental power, relentlessly pushing the boundless chaos outward. As Feng's mental energy gradually waned, the rate of expansion of the spiritual rapidly diminished, eventually slowing to a halt. Yet its area had already grown to tenfold that of an ordinary cultivator's spiritual Ding! You have established a spiritual returning a cultivation effect of 10,000 times. Your spiritual area has increased 10,000 times. At that moment, a melodious notification echoed in Feng's ears. A wave of mysterious energy surged into his spiritual reigniting its halted expansion until it swelled to an astonishing 10,000 times before coming to a stop. As Feng's spiritual ceased its growth, a thread of pure magical power was birthed from its depths, floating within. Ding! You have cultivated a thread of magical power, returning a cultivation effect of 10,000 times. Your magical power has increased 10,000 times. With another melodious notification resonating in his ears, streams of pure magical power emerged from his spiritual filling its once empty expanse with countless threads of power. Subsequently, torrents of pure energy surged from Feng's body, reinforcing his flesh and blood cells, thereby enhancing his physical strength. When the pure energy subsided, Feng could distinctly sense a transformation within his life essence. The vitality and activity of his flesh and blood cells surged, extending his lifespan from 200 to 500 years. In other words, barring unforeseen circumstances, Yang Feng could live a healthy life for 500 years. Should he choose, he could settle in a city of the secular dynasty, marry hundreds of wives, father a multitude of children, establish a small lineage of cultivators, and become a local sovereign, basking in the splendor of life. However, at the tender age of 16, Yang Feng was still very young, yearning for the supreme path and eternal life. He had no intention of relinquishing his ambitions to indulge in worldly pleasures so early. I have ascended to the realm of magical power. My overall strength and combat capabilities have increased by more than 100-fold. Yet, lacking the techniques of the magical power realm, he could only await his return to the Xianxia sect to acquire the necessary techniques for further cultivation. Feeling the surging magical power and formidable strength within him, an expression of exhilaration flickered in Yang Feng's eyes as he softly murmured to himself with a smile. After this self-reflection, he rose and made his way toward the entrance of the cave. Now that he had ascended to the realm of magical power and lacked subsequent cultivation techniques, Yang Feng resolved not to squander time in arduous training, but rather to embark on an exploration of the blood spirit's secret realm, striving to gather as many blood spirit herbs as possible. Indeed, the quantity of blood spirit herbs obtained will directly influence Yang Feng's future status and access to cultivation resources within the Xianxia sect. Chapter 17. The Seizure of Blood Spirit Herbs. With a substantial amount of magical power coursing through my being, I could effortlessly traverse the skies, fulfilling my desire to soar. However, lacking the art of aerial movement, I find myself unable to fly despite my abundant magical energy. After departing from the valley, Yang Feng cast a glance at a bird gliding through the sky and could not help but utter a soft sigh. In truth, Yang Junxin not only lacked the ability to fly, but also could not perform any spells, nor could he wield sword techniques. These arts belonged to practitioners of the magical realm, which Yang Feng had never learned. He was utterly incapable of self-creation and could only await his return to the Xianxia sect for instruction. At this moment, although Yang Feng had ascended to the magical realm, significantly enhancing his cultivation and strength, his combat tactics remained rooted in the Qi realm. Nevertheless, empowered by his magical energy, Yang Feng's Qi realm techniques surged in potency by hundreds of times, elevating his combat prowess correspondingly. This served as the foundation for his bold endeavor to seek out the blood spirit herbs. After a murmured thought, Yang Feng grasped his Qing Feng sword and continued forward into the forest. Blood spirit herbs lay ahead. As a crisp sound emanated from the blood spirit ring on his left wrist, Yang Feng's eyes brightened, and he quickly made his way towards the source. Roar, roar, roar. As Yang Feng approached the vicinity of the blood spirit herbs, a furious roar erupted from the mouth of a third-tier ferocious beast, the black tiger. Unfazed by the beast's wrath, Yang Feng's expression remained unchanged. In a flash, he transformed into a streak of light and charged at the third-tier black tiger. Seeing Yang Feng initiate an attack, the black tiger's eyes glinted with ferocity. It roared and sprang forward, becoming a black flash aimed directly at Yang Feng. During this encounter, the black tiger extended its razor-sharp claws, intent on tearing Yang Feng to shreds. However, before the claws could make contact, Yang Feng unleashed a lethal beam of sword light from his Qing Feng sword, piercing the beast's skull and ending its life on the spot. After vanquishing the third-tier black tiger with a single strike, Yang Feng waved his hand to collect the beast into a spatial ring and swiftly approached the blood spirit herbs, plucking them and storing them within the ring. With unwavering composure, Yang Feng continued to explore the forest, his Qing Feng sword at the ready. Soon, the blood spirit ring on his left wrist detected the presence of more blood spirit herbs. Following the direction indicated by the ring, Yang Feng hurried towards the location, only to be astonished to discover that the blood spirit herbs were clutched by a disciple of the puppet sect. Hand over the blood spirit herbs, and I may spare your life. Otherwise, this place shall become your final resting ground. Yang Feng cast a steady gaze toward the disciples of the puppet sect in the distance, his demeanor unchanged and his voice laced with an icy threat. Within the blood spirit's secret realm, there exists no semblance of law, only the unadulterated principles of the jungle. Should that disciple of the puppet sect refuse to relinquish the blood spirit grass, Yang Feng would not hesitate to take a life for the prize. In gratitude for your mercy, senior brother, here is the blood spirit grass. Please accept it. feeling the overwhelming aura emanating from Yang Feng. The disciple's eyes flashed with terror as he hurriedly produced a stalk of blood spirit grass from his robes and respectfully offered it to him. Excellent. You may leave now. Yang Feng accepted the blood spirit grass, placing it into his spatial ring, and spoke with an expression of calmness. Yes, senior brother, the disciple replied reverently, slowly retreating with his spider puppet. Only when he had distanced himself by over 100 meters did he turn, stow away the spider puppet, and flee into the dense forest, fearful that any delay might result in his demise at Yang Feng's hands. Once the disciple vanished from sight, Yang Feng withdrew his gaze, brandishing his Qing Feng sword, and resumed his search for the blood spirit grass within the nearby woods. Amidst the lush greenery, over 10 disciples of the Beastmaster sect encircled Yang Feng, commanding dozens of third-tier, ferocious beasts. The leader, stepping forward with a fierce expression, threatened Yang Feng, "Brat, hand over your spatial ring, and we may grant you a chance to live. Otherwise, this shall be your final day." Unfazed by the Beastmaster disciple's words, Yang Feng maintained his composure and coldly replied, "Surrender your spatial ring and the blood spirit grass. Kneel before me and bow thrice in apology, and I may spare your lives. Otherwise, this place will be your grave." Upon hearing Yang Feng's declaration, the leader scrutinized him closely, a glint of malice flashing in his eyes as he retorted, "You are quite arrogant, yet I wonder if you possess the strength to back it up." As he spoke, the leader waved his hand, issuing a loud command, "Kill him." In an instant, the disciples of the Beastmaster sect unleashed their secret techniques, urging the throngs of third-tier, ferocious beasts to charge at Yang Feng like streaks of light, intent on tearing him to shreds. Unperturbed by the onslaught of dozens of third-tier beasts, Yang Feng made a swift movement, vanishing from sight only to reappear amidst the chaos. Thereafter, he executed the Xianxia sword technique, wielding the Qing Feng sword with unparalleled sharpness, effortlessly dispatching each third-tier beast and leaving behind a trail of mangled corpses. Impossible. How could your strength be so formidable? A practitioner of the law realm? You must be a practitioner of the law realm. Otherwise, such power is inconceivable. Everyone, attack together. Do not hold back. Immediately utilize all your trump cards, or we shall all perish beneath his sword. Those holding the jade talismans should not hesitate. Quickly take them out and destroy them. Witnessing Yang Feng's ferocity, the expressions of over a dozen disciples from the Beast Control sect changed dramatically, and they could not help but exclaim in shock. Amidst their outcries, several disciples retrieved jade talismans from their spatial rings, activating them and hurling them towards Yang Feng. Instantly, a barrage of earth-toned spears, searing fireballs, and icy arrows, imbued with a chilling intent, erupted from the talismans, aiming to obliterate Yang Feng on the spot. Seeing this, Yang Feng's expression shifted slightly. With a sharp exclamation, he summoned his internal energy, channeling it into his azure-edged sword, which glowed brilliantly, releasing a series of formidable sword lights to counter the incoming attacks. The sounds of impact echoed as the sword lights collided with the spears, fireballs, and ice arrows, shattering them into countless sparkles that faded into nothingness. In the following moment, Yang Feng moved swiftly, closing in on the group of Beast Control sect disciples. With a flourish of his azure-edged sword, he effortlessly sliced through the throats of several disciples, blood splattering as they fell lifelessly to the ground. Subsequently, Yang Feng collected the spatial rings and belongings of the fallen disciples, tallying his gains: 6 blood spirit herbs, 36 essence pills, 138 vitality pills, along with a substantial quantity of gold notes and provisions. After securing the spoils from the 10 disciples, he vanished from sight, venturing in search of further exploration. Chapter 18. Consuming the blood spirit herb. So many blood spirit herbs. Gazing ahead at the sprawling patch of blood spirit herbs, particularly a striking specimen over 3 feet tall, vibrant red, and exuding an intense medicinal fragrance, Yang Feng's eyes sparkled with excitement as he involuntarily exclaimed, "Roar! Roar! Roar!" Just then, a chorus of furious beast roars erupted from the vicinity of the blood spirit herbs. A towering tiger, its body cloaked in fiery red fur, bearing a royal insignia on its forehead and engulfed in fierce flames, emerged from the forest adjacent to the herbs. A 4th-tier ferocious beast, the blazing tiger. Observing the sudden appearance of the crimson tiger, Yang Feng's expression shifted, and he gasped softly. As he did so, a torrent of searing flames surged from the blazing tiger, hurtling towards Feng with the intent to reduce him to ashes. In the face of the blistering fiery assault, Feng uttered a command and executed the Xianxia sword technique, effortlessly shattering the flames into a shower of red light that dissipated into the air. He then transformed into a blur, dashing towards the blazing tiger, poised to unleash a fierce sword technique to vanquish the beast. However, the flame tiger, possessing remarkable intelligence, offered Feng no opportunity to approach. It leapt into the air, hovering several dozen meters above the ground, and launched a barrage of fiery assaults towards him. Instantly, waves of searing flames erupted from the flame tiger, relentlessly hurtling toward Feng. Faced with this onslaught, Feng furrowed his brow and wielded the Feng sword, shattering the scorching flames that approached him. Continuing in this manner was untenable. He found himself in a defensive position. After dispelling over 100 fiery projectiles, a fierce glimmer appeared in his eyes. Muttering to himself, he retrieved a jade talisman from his spatial ring, activating it and hurling it towards the flame tiger. In an instant, a sharp beam of sword light shot forth from the talisman, imbued with a piercing brilliance and terrifying power, descending upon the flame tiger with lethal intent. With a resounding crack, the razor-sharp beam pierced through the flame tiger's head, splattering blood and resulting in its immediate demise. Its lifeless body plummeted from the void, crashing to the ground and raising a cloud of dust. The potency of this jade talisman was truly formidable, effortlessly vanquishing the fourth-tier beast, the flame tiger. Lordly had bestowed upon me 4 jade talismans, 3 of which were offensive in nature, each containing immense power. When activated, they equated to a full-force strike from a celestial realm cultivator, showcasing extraordinary might. The remaining talisman served a defensive purpose, capable of generating a protective barrier to withstand a full-force attack from a celestial realm practitioner. With such potent talismans in my possession, I surmised that other disciples likely held powerful talismans as well. Thus, I resolved to exercise caution in encounters with fellow disciples to avoid any unforeseen misfortunes. Gazing at the remains of the fourth-tier flame tiger, Feng mused quietly to himself. Subsequently, with a wave of his hand, he stored the carcass of the flame tiger within his spatial ring and commenced the collection of blood spirit grass. Out of 168 specimens, one was approximately 150 years old, a veritable windfall. However, surrendering all of this blood spirit grass to the sect seemed an unjust sacrifice. After all, blood spirit grass is exceedingly rare, and missing this opportunity would make future acquisitions difficult. It was said that blood spirit grass could be consumed directly, though its effects paled in comparison to the bloodline elixir, rendering it a wasteful choice. Nevertheless, given the considerable quantity of blood spirit grass I possessed, a slight wastage would not be detrimental. If consuming the blood spirit grass resulted in the evolution of my bloodline and the awakening of innate bloodline talents, it would yield tremendous benefits. Once I had harvested all the blood spirit grass, I murmured softly to myself and swiftly made my way back towards the cave where I had previously meditated. Soon, I arrived at the cave entrance, setting up a formation disc at the entrance before proceeding deep within the cave. There, I sat cross-legged and retrieved a specimen of blood spirit grass aged between 80 to 90 years, consuming it immediately. As the blood spirit grass was ingested, a wave of mysterious energy surged forth, permeating Feng's blood and flesh cells, enhancing their vitality, resilience, and strength. At this moment, a spark of inspiration ignited within Feng. He began to channel the Xianxia technique, attempting to invoke the mysterious energies emitted by the blood spirit herb, guiding them to flow through his body along the meridian pathways of the technique. However, to Feng's dismay, the enigmatic energy within the blood spirit herb proved to be exceedingly unique. The methods of the Xianxia technique could not manipulate it, nor could it be directed through the meridian routes. Faced with this predicament, Feng resigned himself to quietly experiencing the changes of the mysterious energy within his body. Upon the dissipation of the enigmatic energy, Feng was astonished to discover a significant increase in the vitality, resilience, and strength of his cells, alongside a slight enhancement of his cultivation aptitude. Nevertheless, the improvement in his cultivation talent was minuscule. Had he not been meticulously attuned to his sensations, he might have overlooked it entirely. The direct consumption of the blood spirit herb yielded disappointingly minimal effects. If only he could refine the blood spirit herb into a bloodline pill, the efficacy would undoubtedly multiply by dozens, if not hundreds. Yet, given his current status, even if the sect were to produce the bloodline pill, he would be unable to procure a single one. Thus, he resolved to consume more of the blood spirit herb. With a sufficient quantity ingested, the ultimate result would surely rival that of the bloodline pill, leading to the emergence of a bloodline talent. After assessing the transformations within his body, Feng quietly murmured to himself and retrieved another blood spirit herb, continuing to ingest it. After consuming and refining the second herb, he noted a further enhancement in his cellular vitality, coupled with a slight increase in his aptitude. This exhilarated him, prompting him to immediately take the third blood spirit herb and continue the process. In quick succession, Feng consumed and refined a total of 64 blood spirit herbs, each aged between 8 to 9 decades. Under the influence of the mysterious energies from these herbs, his bloodline finally evolved, more than doubling his cultivation aptitude and awakening a fire control bloodline talent. However, Feng's fire control ability was rather feeble, merely the most rudimentary form, lacking both power and duration. Yet, he remained unconcerned. For Feng, the mere birth of a bloodline talent was sufficient. The quality of that talent was of little consequence. After all, as long as he possessed blood spirit herbs, he could continue to consume and refine them, further enhancing his bloodline talent. With a sufficient quantity of herbs consumed, even the most inferior bloodline talent could be elevated to the pinnacle of excellence. Chapter 19. Intermediate Bloodline Talent. I still have over 100 blood spirit herbs in my possession. I wonder if, after consuming all of them, my bloodline talent will undergo further evolution. Gazing at the flicker of flame at his fingertips, a glimmer of anticipation shone in Feng's eyes, and he softly murmured. As he spoke, he laid out the remaining blood spirit herbs beside him, one by one consuming and refining them. On the following morning, Feng consumed and refined the last of the blood spirit grass, aged approximately 150 years. Mysterious information surged from his bloodline, manifesting in his mind, granting him instant mastery over the manipulation of flames. He could now perform over 10 fundamental fire spells, including Fireball, Fire Arrow, Fire Raven, and the Flame Shield. His fire control talent had ascended to an intermediate level, activating the genetic imprints within his bloodline, bestowing upon him some memories of flame inheritance deeply etched in his genetic essence. Should his fire control talent elevate to advanced, peak, or even celestial levels, he would unlock further genetic imprints, acquiring even more memories of flame inheritance. Sensing the transformation within his body, particularly the resonance of the numerous foundational fire spells in his mind, a glimmer of excitement flickered in Feng's eyes, and he could not help but express his anticipation. After a moment of introspection, he rose and ventured outside the cave. Before him stood a formidable fourth-tier beast, the Blood Wolf, towering over a yard in height, its body cloaked in crimson fur. A spark of determination ignited in Feng's gaze as he called forth the Fireball spell, conjuring basketball-sized fireballs to hurl at the Blood Wolf. In response to the fiery assault, the Blood Wolf unleashed a series of furious roars, its magical energy surging forth as blood arrows coalesced in the air, colliding with the fireballs in a cacophony of violent explosions, ultimately dissipating into scintillating sparks. Unperturbed by the spectacle, Feng focused his thoughts, conjuring a long, fiery red arrow, imbued with immense power and searing heat, which shot through the air towards the Blood Wolf. Roar! 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 The Blood Wolf, sensing the terrifying potency of the flaming arrow, emitted enraged howls. Its mouth agape as a 3-foot-long blood arrow erupted from it, hurtling towards the fiery projectile with formidable force. With a resounding clash, the 3-foot blood arrow shattered against the fiery red arrow, scattering into a myriad of crimson lights that vanished into nothingness. The fiery arrow, undeterred, pierced through the Blood Wolf's skull, causing a gory explosion of blood, leading to its immediate demise. With the Blood Wolf slain, Feng stepped forward, stowing the creature's carcass into his spatial ring before hastening towards a patch of blood spirit grass behind the Snow Wolf. He discovered 136 stalks of blood spirit grass, including a particularly noteworthy specimen aged around 130 years. After a brief count of the blood spirit grass, Feng murmured softly and began to bend down to harvest the plants. Soon, he had gathered over 100 stalks of blood spirit grass, all safely stored in his spatial ring, and proceeded to explore other areas. Ding, 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 as Feng traversed the forest. A series of crisp notification sounds emanated from the blood spirit ring, prompting him to direct his attention towards it. 3,000 meters ahead lies the blood spirit herb. Upon noticing the directional arrow on the blood spirit ring, a faint smile flickered across Yang Feng's eyes as he murmured softly and set off at a brisk pace toward the left. Disciples of the puppet sect? Observing a disciple of the puppet sect manipulating combat puppets to assault a third-tier ferocious beast not far ahead, Yang Feng muttered under his breath. With a mere thought, he conjured a fireball the size of a basketball, which hurtled towards the third-tier beast. Boom! With a resounding explosion, the ferocious beast engaged in battle with the combat puppets had its head shattered by the searing fireball, transforming it into a headless corpse. Witnessing this scene, the disciple's countenance changed dramatically. He hastily recalled his combat puppets and fled into the distance, not daring to linger or confront Yang Feng. Casting a glance at the retreating disciple, Yang Feng swiftly approached a blood spirit herb, aged around 80 years, and harvested it, storing it in his spatial ring. Unfazed, he resumed his exploration of the forest. Swish, 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 amidst the crisp sounds of arrows slicing through the air. A flurry of sharp arrows surged forth from the dense underbrush, aiming to pierce Yang Feng like a hedgehog. Yet, his expression remained unchanged as he deftly wielded his Qing Feng sword, transforming it into a blur, effortlessly deflecting the arrows and rendering them harmless. Then, a glint of ferocity sparked in Yang Feng's eyes. With a thought, he summoned several basketball-sized fireballs that coalesced in the void, imbued with searing flames, and launched them into the thick foliage. Boom! 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 Accompanied by a series of violent explosions, the disciples of the divine sword manor, concealed within the thicket, were struck by the blazing fireballs, meeting a tragic end and becoming mangled corpses. 24 spatial rings. These 6 disciples of the divine sword manor had slain numerous members of other sects. Yang Feng approached the body adorned in the divine sword manor's disciple garb, retrieving all the spatial rings with a look of astonishment. After a moment of reflection, he opened the 24 rings to examine their contents. Soon, 72 blood spirit herbs, 382 essence pills, 52 spirit pills, over 2 million gold notes, and more than 100 corpses of third-tier ferocious beasts came into view. Yang Feng marveled at his bountiful haul, categorizing the items and storing them in different spatial rings. Then, casting a final glance at the bodies of the divine sword manor disciples, he propelled himself forward, transforming into a fleeting shadow as he continued his exploration elsewhere. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Amidst the deafening roars, a colossal signal flare erupted in the sky, radiating a brilliant light that illuminated the surrounding area for dozens of miles. This is the signal flare of the sect. A vast abundance of blood spirit grass exists nearby. Gazing at the flares dotting the sky, Yang Feng's eyes sparkled with excitement as he murmured softly. After his quiet utterance, he glanced at the indicator arrow on the blood spirit ring and swiftly sped towards the location of the signal flares, following the arrow's direction. Prior to entering the blood spirit secret realm, Yang Feng and the top 10 disciples on the outer sect's elite leaderboard were each bestowed a signal flare. Upon encountering a substantial quantity of blood spirit grass, Yang Feng and his companions could release the flares to summon nearby sect disciples. In the wake of the flares ascending, the unique formation on the blood spirit rings worn by the nearby disciples would activate, revealing the route to the signal flare's location. Those disciples receiving the summons must hasten to the area of the flares, where they would face stringent scrutiny from the sect, and a misstep could lead to severe punishment. Chapter 20. Extermination of the Iron-Armored Bull Herd. As Yang Feng approached the outskirts of a valley, the disciples of Xianxia's sect, who had long awaited his arrival, turned their gaze towards him. Upon sensing the formidable aura emanating from Yang Feng, their expressions shifted dramatically, and they involuntarily exclaimed, "Yang Feng is here? He has ascended to the realm of magical power." Yang Feng only joined this year. How astonishing. In less than half a year, he has reached the realm of magical power. His talent is remarkable. Our Xianxia sect is about to witness the emergence of an unparalleled prodigy. With a genius like Yang Feng among us, our chances of defeating the iron-armored bull herd have increased significantly. Amidst the exclamations, a robust youth clad in the attire of an outer sect disciple, radiating waves of magical energy, swiftly approached Yang Feng with a beaming smile. "I am Li Qi, the top-ranked disciple on the outer sect elite leaderboard. Welcome. With your presence, our chances of seizing the valley have greatly improved." Without waiting for Yang Feng to inquire, Li Qi eagerly began to elaborate on the situation within the valley. Through Li Qi's explanation, Yang Feng learned that the valley housed a spiritual herb garden, containing thousands of blood spirit grass, including a 500-year-old specimen and over 100 others aged over a century. However, guarding the herb garden was a herd of iron-armored bulls. And to obtain the blood spirit grass, they first needed to vanquish this formidable herd. The herd consisted of thousands of iron-armored bulls, including one at the 5th level of Yin-Yang Mirror, 6 at the 4th level of Magical Power Realm, hundreds at the 3rd level of Qi Aura Realm, with the rest being of the 1st and 2nd levels. Brother Li, with only over 1,000 of our fellow disciples here, do you think it will be difficult to eradicate the iron-armored bull herd? Yang Feng pondered aloud, his brow furrowing slightly after Li Qi's account. Junior brother Yang, over 1,000 fellow disciples is more than sufficient. Wait a moment. I shall be responsible for vanquishing that 5th-tier Yin-Yang Mirror Beast, along with 6 4th-tier magical beasts. You, on the other hand, must lead over 1,000 fellow disciples to swiftly eradicate the other thousands of iron-armored bulls. We cannot allow them to ravage the blood spirit grass in the medicinal herb garden. In reality, were it not for the apprehension that the iron-armored bulls might destroy the blood spirit grass before their demise, I could single-handedly obliterate all the iron-armored bulls within the valley. Hearing Yang Feng's words, Li Qi replied with unwavering confidence. Considering Li Qi's status as a direct descendant of the Lord of Xianxia City, Li Su, it was evident that he possessed numerous treasures and his strength and combat prowess undoubtedly surpassed that of his peers. Yang Feng nodded lightly and assured him, Brother Li, rest assured, I will not allow a single blood spirit grass to be harmed by the iron-armored bulls. With Yang Feng's affirmation, Li Qi nodded gently, displaying no hesitation or doubt. He swiftly organized the over 1,000 disciples of the Xianxia sect gathered at the valley's entrance and then soared into the air, transforming into a streak of light as he flew towards the valley. Truly, as a scion of a prominent family, he had evidently acquired the 4th-tier magical realm and subsequent cultivation techniques in advance. Observing Li Qi ascend, Yang Feng murmured softly, then led the gathered disciples of the Xianxia sect into the valley. Roar! 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 At that moment, furious beastly roars echoed from within the valley. A towering iron-armored bull, standing over 3 meters high, along with 6 others exceeding 2 meters, all clad in impenetrable scales, burst forth from the valley, their large eyes wide open as they charged towards Li Qi like streaks of light, unfazed by the assault of a 5th-tier and 6 4th-tier iron-armored bulls. Li Qi remained calm. With a flick of his hand, a golden long sword, exuding a potent aura of magical energy, materialized in his grasp. As he wielded it, it unleashed a series of piercing golden sword lights that struck the 7 iron-armored bulls. Bang! 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 With a series of crisp metallic clashes, the sharp golden sword lights fell upon the 7 iron-armored bulls, igniting brilliant sparks, yet failing to breach the robust armor encasing them. Nonetheless, while the golden sword lights did not penetrate the iron armor, they thoroughly enraged the bulls, who bellowed furiously, their eyes turning blood-red as they charged madly towards Li Qi. Seeing that Li Qi had successfully lured away the 4th and 5th-tier iron-armored bulls, Yang Feng hastened his pace and surged into the valley. Roar! 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 At that moment, a cacophony of furious roars emanated from within the valley. Thousands of iron-armored bulls, heads lowered, charged towards Yang Feng, intent on trampling him into a pulp. Observing this scene, Yang Feng's expression remained unchanged. With a swift motion, he transformed into a streak of light, meeting the iron-armored bulls head-on. Wielding his Qing Feng sword, he unleashed a fierce blade of light, effortlessly slaying one iron-armored bull after another. In a fleeting moment, over 100 third-tier Iron Bull warriors charging at the forefront were slain by Yang Feng's azure sword, their bodies left as mere remnants upon the ground. Witnessing Yang Feng's ferocity, the remaining Iron Bulls emitted terrified roars, immediately halting their advance and retreating into the depths of the valley. A portion of these Iron Bulls, however, dashed towards the Spirit Herb Garden, intent on its destruction. To wish for the annihilation of the Spirit Herb Garden was nothing short of folly. Observing their movements, Yang Feng let out a cold snort, and with a swift motion, he executed the shadow step technique, transforming into a mere afterimage as he pursued the fleeing Iron Bulls. With a single stroke of his sword for each, he effortlessly dispatched them, ensuring they could not approach the Spirit Herb Garden. Subsequently, Yang Feng ceased his pursuit of the remaining iron bulls and positioned himself beside the spirit herb garden, guarding it against any further incursions. Kill! 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 The sight of Yang Feng's might incited a chorus of battle cries from over 1,000 outer disciples of the Xianxia sect. They brandished their azure swords, unleashing the Xianxia sword technique in a fierce assault against the remaining iron bulls. Each disciple, being an elite of the Qi condensation realm, was well-versed in combat, making the engagement with the thousands of iron bulls a mere exercise in extermination, as one after another fell, their corpses littering the ground. It would not be long before the thousands of iron bulls in the valley were utterly vanquished by the relentless onslaught of the outer disciples. At that moment, in the sky, Li Qi, entangled with 1 5th-tier and 6 4th-tier iron bulls, observed Yang Feng and the others gaining control over the valley situation. Without a moment's hesitation, he retrieved a jade talisman from his spatial ring, activated it, and hurled it towards the 7 iron bulls. Instantly, a barrage of piercing golden sword light erupted from the talisman, cutting through the bodies of the iron bulls with unparalleled sharpness, causing blood to splatter as they fell lifelessly to the ground, shattered into countless pieces of flesh. Following this, Li Qi focused his thoughts, employing the sword control technique to propel his golden longsword, which transformed into a radiant streak of gold, launching a ferocious attack on the remaining iron bulls, effortlessly dispatching them one by one. Chapter 21. Distribution of Blood Spirit Herbs and Advanced Bloodline Talents. Junior Brother Yang, I shall take 90% of the Blood Spirit Herbs, and you may have the remaining 10. How's that sound? Li Qi landet beside Yang Feng, pointing towards the Blood Spirit Herbs in a nearby garden with a beaming smile. Senior Brother Li, what about the others? We cannot simply divide the Blood Spirit Herbs between ourselves. Yang Feng inquired softly, glancing at the over 1,000 outer disciples collecting the corpses of the iron bulls. They lack the qualification to partake in the Blood Spirit Herbs. It is already a fortune for them to receive some of the iron bull's remains. Li Qi Rablia. Junior Brother Yang, we have ascended to the realm of magical practitioners. Once we leave the Blood Spirit secret realm, we shall directly advance to inner disciples, existing in entirely different worlds from these outer disciples. You need not concern yourself with their feelings. Li Qi cast a glance at the over 1,000 outer disciples in the distance, his tone devoid of any reverence for their presence. Had it not been for Yang Feng's exceptional talent and extraordinary potential, which promised an illustrious future, Li Qi would have had no intention of sharing even a fraction of the blood spirit grass with him. Not a single stalk would he have bestowed. Upon hearing Li Qi's words, Yang Feng nodded gently and replied, in this operation against the iron-armored bull, Senior Brother Li has exerted the most effort and rightfully deserves the lion's share of the blood spirit grass. I have no objections. With Yang Feng's affirmation, a subtle smile flickered in Li Qi's eyes as he produced a jade slip from his robe and handed it to Yang Feng, saying, Junior Brother Yang, I see you have yet to practice any spells. This jade slip contains some foundational incantations. Take it and cultivate at your leisure. However, I am unable to impart the techniques beyond the 3rd level of the Xiantian Ju without the sect's permission. You must wait until your return to the sect to retrieve them from the scripture pavilion. Upon seeing the jade slip in Li Qi's hand, Yang Feng's eyes brightened with surprise as he eagerly accepted it, his expression one of utmost seriousness as he declared, Senior Brother Li, your kindness shall not be forgotten. I will repay you handsomely in the future. Hearing Yang Feng's vow, Li Qi smiled faintly and patted Yang Feng on the shoulder, saying, we are all brothers. It is only natural for us to support and assist one another. There is no need for such formality. With that, Li Qi entered the medicinal herb garden, beginning to harvest the blood spirit grass within. After diligently gathering the blood spirit grass, Li Qi handed Yang Feng 10 stalks aged over 100 years and over 300 stalks aged 67 years. The remaining 3,000 stalks found their way into Li Qi's spatial ring. Everyone, this matter has concluded. I shall take my leave, Li Qi announced, glancing at the multitude of outer disciples in the valley before soaring into the air, transforming into a streak of light as he sped away. I have matters to attend to. Feel free to continue. Yang Feng, witnessing this scene, bid farewell to the disciples in the valley and followed suit, becoming a streak of light as he too departed. What a loss today, one disciple exclaimed. I fought hard and didn't even touch a single stalk of blood spirit grass. It's utterly infuriating, another lamented. Li Qi is truly inconsiderate, not sharing even a single stalk with us. What a miser. Are you all foolish? How dare you mock Senior Brother Li? Do you not fear the consequences should he find out? A voice cautioned, "This world operates on the principle of the survival of the fittest. Our weakness renders us invisible in Senior Brother Li's eyes. So it is entirely normal for us to receive no blood spirit grass. Indeed, our strength is lacking." Another echoed, "Let's cease our complaints. Ifun Young Feng, a practitioner of the magical realm, only received a fraction of the blood spirit grass. It is only to be expected that we, mere warriors of the Qi realm, would receive none." After Li Qi and Yang Feng departed, the over 1,000 outer disciples of the Xintian sect in the valley began to discuss animatedly among themselves. After a flurry of discussions, the over 1,000 disciples in the valley departed in small groups. "With the addition of the blood spirit herbs obtained earlier in the day, I now possess more than 400 of these precious plants, which should suffice to elevate my bloodline talent by a level. Moreover, although I am brimming with magical power, I find myself unable to wield it effectively, rendering me quite passive. Therefore, it is prudent to find a secluded place for meditation, to refine the blood spirit herbs in my possession, enhance my bloodline talent, and further cultivate the spells gifted by Li Qi to bolster my combat prowess before continuing my search for more blood spirit herbs." Upon leaving the valley, Yang Feng murmured softly and, with a swift motion, transformed into a streak of light, racing towards the cave where he had previously meditated. Shortly, he returned to the cave entrance, set up an array at the threshold, and ventured deep inside, settling into a cross-legged position to consume the blood spirit herbs. As each herb was ingested, waves of mysterious energy were released, merging into Yang Feng's flesh and blood cells, facilitating their continuous evolution. After consuming over 200 blood spirit herbs, particularly 10 that were over 100 years old, his bloodline talent ascended from intermediate to advanced. A cascade of enigmatic information emanated from his genetic bloodline, flooding his mind with countless fiery legacy memories. The advanced bloodline talent surpassed the intermediate by more than tenfold. It left Yang Feng pondering how many more blood spirit herbs he would need to elevate his advanced bloodline talent to the pinnacle level. Feeling the transformation within his body, especially the influx of fiery legacy memories in his mind, a spark of excitement flickered in Yang Feng's eyes, leading him to softly exclaim in awe. The fiery legacy memories contained numerous potent flame spells that would significantly enhance his combat effectiveness. Simultaneously, the advanced bloodline talent greatly amplified his cultivation aptitude, particularly in flame cultivation, which had surpassed the typical fire spirit body, allowing for remarkable efficiency in mastering flame techniques. Should Yang Feng elevate his bloodline talent to the celestial level, he would activate the flame law imprint inscribed within his legacy genes, effortlessly grasping the power of the flame laws, with no barriers before the cave realm, easily ascending to the realm of law practitioners. After a moment of reflection, Yang Feng wasted no time in continuing to consume the blood spirit herbs, further fortifying his flesh and blood cells and enhancing the level of his bloodline talent. However, after consuming the remaining 200 blood spirit herbs, he found that while his advanced bloodline talent had improved significantly, it still fell short of reaching the pinnacle level. Yet, Yang Feng was unperturbed by this. After all, the blood spirit realm was abundant in blood spirit herbs. With a bit of determination, time, and effort, he was confident that he could procure more blood spirit herbs to elevate his bloodline talent to the pinnacle level or even the celestial level. Chapter 22, Fire Crow Technique. Ding! Having diligently practiced the art of aerial mastery, you have achieved an extraordinary enhancement, reaching a realm of consummate skill that allows you to soar freely through the skies. Ding! You have also refined your sword control technique, experiencing a tenfold increase in efficacy, elevating your mastery to a commendable level, enabling you to wield flying swords and vanquish foes from a distance of 1,000 meters. Ding! Furthermore, you have perfected the Fire Crow technique, its effects magnified 1,000-fold, culminating in a peak proficiency that permits you to summon hundreds of fire crows with but a thought, forming a formidable array to incinerate your enemies into ashes. Amidst the crisp chimes of notifications, Yang Feng successfully mastered a series of fundamental spells, significantly enhancing his overall strength and combat prowess, rendering his magical abilities ready for action. Subsequently, he ascended from the cave, employing his aerial mastery to propel himself into the sky. As he reached an altitude of 10,000 meters, powerful gusts of wind lashed against his face, compelling him to channel his inner magic and conjure a protective shield to safeguard his form. At this juncture, Yang Feng chose not to ascend further, but instead hovered at the lofty height, surveying the surrounding landscape. It soon became apparent that he found himself on the periphery of a sprawling mountain range, with a swift journey to the east spanning several dozen kilometers, or a flight of over 100 miles in either the south or north. He could easily exit the mountains and enter a vast expanse of plains. To the west lay a seemingly endless chain of peaks, adorned with lush, verdant forests. After a moment of contemplation, he lowered his altitude and sped westward into the heart of the mountains. Based on the knowledge he had acquired, it was surmised that the blood spirit grass was more abundant within the mountains, while it was relatively scarce on the plains. Thus, Yang Feng resolved to venture deeper into the western mountains in search of greater quantities of this valuable herb. Roar, roar, roar. As he traversed several hundred miles to the west, the furious roars of beasts echoed from the nearby woodlands. Enormous, gray-feathered creatures, approximately 10 feet in length with sharp, metallic beaks extending a foot long, soared from the thickets, hurtling directly toward Yang Feng. Fire crow technique. Observing the multitude of approaching creatures, a fierce glint illuminated Yang Feng's eyes as he uttered a command. His inner magic surged forth, conjuring fire crows, each spanning over 3 feet in length, which took to the skies, blazing with intense flames to confront the oncoming beasts. Boom, 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 accompanied by a series of violent explosions. Each fire crow detonated upon colliding with the monstrous birds, unleashing devastating force that obliterated them into a shower of flesh and blood raining down below. Within moments, the multitude of creatures was vanquished by the fire crows. At this point, Yang Feng shifted his form, transforming into a streak of light as he darted toward the direction from whence the monstrous birds had emerged. Abundant blood spirit grass awaited him. As Yang Feng arrived above the forest where the monstrous birds took flight, a cluster of blood spirit grass came into view, causing his eyes to gleam with excitement, and he could not help but exclaim in surprise. Just then, a series of furious roars echoed from the nearby woods surrounding the blood spirit grass. 3 monstrous birds, each with wings spanning over 10 feet and exuding intense waves of magical energy, soared from the forest, transforming into 3 streaks of light that darted straight toward Yang Feng. During this encounter, elongated azure wind blades materialized in front of the 3 creatures, sharp and menacing, descending upon Yang Feng with the intent to cleave him into fragments. In the face of the azure wind blade assault, Yang Feng remained unfazed. With a mere thought, he unleashed the fire crow technique, summoning fiery crows, each approximately 3 feet in length, which coalesced in the void, radiating an intense heat as they met the azure wind blades. Boom, boom, boom. Amidst a series of violent detonations, the fire crows collided with the azure wind blades, resulting in catastrophic explosions that obliterated the surrounding trees, reducing them to countless fragments scattered across the ground. Fire crow formation. Yang Feng called out sharply, as his magical energy surged wildly within him. A multitude of fire crows formed in the air, releasing a searing heat that elevated the temperature in the vicinity by several degrees. Soon after, these fire crows assembled into 3 grand formations, transforming into 3 fiery streaks that charged towards the 3 fourth-tier magical beasts. Sensing the terrifying aura emanating from the fire crow formation, the 3 fourth-tier magical birds emitted furious roars, conjuring azure wind blades to bombard the fire crow formation in an attempt to dismantle it. However, the fire crow formation, composed of over 100 fire crows, harnessed an overwhelming power that the azure wind blades could not hope to shatter. They could merely diminish the formation's potency slightly. Before long, the 3 fire crow formations reached the vicinity of the 3 fourth-tier magical birds, encircling them completely. Thunderous explosions ensued as the formations detonated, unleashing a catastrophic force that obliterated the 3 magical birds trapped within, reducing them to mere ashes that scattered with the wind. After vanquishing the 3 fourth-tier magical birds, Yang Feng swiftly descended before a patch of blood spirit grass, hastily gathering the precious plants. In a brief span, he harvested every last blade of blood spirit grass in the forest, amassing over 1,000 specimens, among which more than 300 were over a century old, a truly bountiful harvest. The abundance of blood spirit grass in the blood spirit secret realm was astounding. If such a small area contained this many, one could only imagine the vast quantities throughout the entire mountain range and secret realm. Collecting over 1,000 blood spirit herbs into his spatial ring, Yang Feng couldn't help but murmur softly. He then activated his aerial technique, soaring into the sky like a streak of light, continuing his swift journey deeper into the mountains. Senior brother, help! After flying over 100 kilometers into the mountains, a sharp, clear cry for help echoed from the distant sky. A tall, alluring woman clad in a pink dress, with striking beauty, propelled a silver flying vessel, racing toward Yang Feng like a bolt of silver lightning. Following closely behind her was a monstrous black eagle, its wings spanning over 10 yards, covered in dark feathers that exuded a terrifying aura, hastening toward Yang Feng's location. Disciple of the Ice Palace, 6th tier, celestial beast. Observing the pink-clad woman and the enormous black eagle trailing her, Yang Feng's expression changed drastically. He gasped softly and immediately turned to flee, not daring to linger. Senior brother, don't run. Wait for me. Seeing Yang Feng turn to escape, the pink-dressed woman, steering the silver vessel, flashed a fierce glint in her eyes. She summoned her internal energy and, with a melodious voice, called out loudly. As her enchanting voice reached Yang Feng, a wave of intangible power surged in his mind, compelling him to stop and assist the woman. However, Yang Feng's soul was extraordinarily powerful, far surpassing that of his peers. The invisible force that invaded his consciousness barely affected him before being shattered by his formidable spirit. At that moment, a cold glint of murderous intent flashed in Yang Feng's eyes. He glared at the pink-clad woman, imprinting her appearance in his memory, then channeled all his energy to continue his escape. To withstand my siren-esque call, you possess notable talent. The pink-clad woman, surprised to see Yang Feng unaffected by her voice, murmured softly before exerting all her strength into her silver vessel, causing it to surge forward at lightning speed toward Yang Feng. Soon, she closed the distance to within 10 yards, smiling as she said, Senior brother, I shall retreat now. The black eagle behind is yours to deal with. Best of luck. With that, she retracted her silver vessel and withdrew a jade talisman from her spatial ring, activating it. Instantly, an invisible force emanated from the talisman, enveloping her body and causing her to vanish from Yang Feng's sight and consciousness. Roar, roar, roar. At that moment, the black eagle, having lost sight of the pink-clad woman, erupted in furious cries, its speed suddenly doubling as it rushed toward Yang Feng. Damn it, I've been tricked. Upon witnessing the scene, Yang Feng's expression shifted subtly, and with a loud exclamation of invective, he summoned all his strength to execute the art of aerial manipulation, propelling himself swiftly into the distance. As he soared, he deliberately reduced his speed, maneuvering through the dense forest, seeking to utilize the thick foliage to obscure his presence from the black eagle's keen sight. However, the black eagle, having lost the trace of the woman in white, had become astute, directly locking onto Yang Feng with its spiritual awareness, leaving him with no avenue for escape. Realizing that continuing in this manner would lead to his inevitable demise, he resolved to devise a means to eliminate the black eagle. After traversing over 100 kilometers within the forest, Yang Feng glanced back at the black eagle in pursuit, a glint of ferocity flashing in his eyes. He muttered softly before veering toward a nearby valley. Roar, roar, roar. Upon observing Yang Feng entering the valley, the black eagle emitted a series of furious screeches, its colossal wings flickering with a gentle motion. A multitude of wind blades, each extending nearly 10 feet, coalesced in the air, their razor-sharp edges hurtling towards Yang Feng with the intent to rend him into fragments. In light of this dire situation, Yang Feng's face paled momentarily. After a brief hesitation, he retrieved a jade talisman from his spatial ring and activated it, summoning a golden protective shield that enveloped his body. Bang, bang, bang. As the crisp sounds of metallic clashes echoed, the sharp wind blades struck against the golden shield, igniting a cascade of dazzling sparks, yet failing to breach its defenses or inflict any tangible harm upon Yang Feng. Witnessing Yang Feng's successful defense against the wind blades, the black eagle let out a furious roar, its form shifting into a streak of black lightning as it lunged directly toward Yang Feng. Yang Feng bellowed, seizing his last 2 jade talismans from the spatial ring and hurling them at the black eagle. Instantly, a golden longsword and a golden spear, each extending nearly 10 feet, erupted forth from the talismans, infused with terrifying power, and surged toward the black eagle. Upon sensing the immense might contained within the golden weapons, the black eagle's countenance paled dramatically. It immediately summoned its internal energy, conjuring a black protective shield around itself for defense. Simultaneously, it thrust its wings forward, shielding its head to mitigate the impact of the incoming golden sword and spear. Bang! Bang! With two resounding impacts, the golden sword and spear, imbued with overwhelming force, effortlessly pierced through the black shield and continued unabated, impaling the black eagle's wings and striking its head, causing blood to spatter and eliciting a chilling scream as it plummeted downward. Seeing the black eagle descend, Yang Feng's eyes sparkled with excitement. He swiftly propelled himself towards the fallen creature, invoking the sword control technique to summon the Qing Feng sword, aiming a rapid thrust at the black eagle's head. Unexpectedly, Yang Feng discovered that the Qing Feng sword was unable to penetrate the head of the black eagle, leaving only faint white marks upon its surface. At that moment, he was astonished to realize the formidable defense possessed by a 6th-tier celestial beast, which rendered his Qing Feng sword seemingly inadequate. However, the black eagle's life force had been extinguished, its head pierced by a golden longsword and spear, thus eliminating any threat to Yang Feng's safety. Consequently, he felt free to approach the fallen creature and examine its remains closely. If a 6th-tier celestial beast was this terrifying, what might one encounter with beasts of the 7th tier or higher? With his current level of cultivation, he was utterly incapable of confronting a 6th-tier beast, let alone one a higher tier. Thus, he resolved to remain within the periphery of the mountains and refrain from venturing deeper into their heart. After meticulously surveying the black eagle's corpse, Yang Feng murmured softly and waved his hand, stowing the remains into his spatial ring. Just as he prepared to depart the valley, a shadowy cave caught his attention, hidden deep within the valley's rocky wall, shrouded by countless intertwining vines that rendered it nearly imperceptible. Yet, the black eagle's flapping wings had severed the vines and shattered the rock, revealing the depths of the cave. The cave appeared quite profound, its depths unknown. Yang Feng extended his spiritual sense, probing the cave's interior, only to find it extended beyond the reach of his awareness. Murmuring softly, he took a step forward and ventured into the cavernous passage. Walking along the cave for over 10 kilometers, Yang Feng stumbled upon a vast natural cavern, which sparked a gleam of excitement in his eyes as he began to investigate the surroundings. An ancient cultivator's ruins. When a skeleton, shimmering with golden light, came into view, his eyes widened in awe, and he instinctively quickened his pace towards it. Chapter 24. The Cave Heaven Pearl and the Legacy of Ancient Cultivators. Crack, crack, crack. As Yang Feng touched the golden, glimmering skeleton, it instantly crumbled into countless specks of gold dust, scattering across the ground, from which a golden pearl rolled forth. Without a moment's hesitation, Yang Feng picked up the golden pearl, scrutinizing it closely while extending his spiritual sense to explore its mysteries. Yet, despite his relentless examination, he could discern no peculiar traits about the pearl. Seeing this, Yang Feng furrowed his brow in contemplation. After a brief moment, he wielded his Qing Feng sword, making a small incision upon his left hand, allowing droplets of crimson blood to fall upon the golden pearl. At that moment, the pearl emitted a gentle pull, continuously drawing Yang Feng's blood into its depths. As Yang Feng was on the brink of losing consciousness due to excessive blood loss, preparing to seal his wounds, the golden orb emitted radiant spiritual light, coalescing into a towering energy screen before him. Shortly thereafter, an elderly man clad in a golden robe materialized upon the energy screen, declaring, "I am Wei Yong, a solitary cultivator at the pinnacle of the Cave Heaven realm. The very fact that you can perceive my visage signifies that I have long since departed from this world. My fragmented soul has dissipated into the ether. Throughout my life, I harbored but one regret. I failed to safeguard our Wei family. I implore you to take care of them on my behalf. My request is modest. Simply ensure that our Wei family attains the status of a renowned household in the mortal realm, basking in its riches and glory. If you pledge the heart demon oath to seek out our descendants and elevate them to a prominent status during your lifetime, I shall bestow upon you this Cave Heaven Pearl, a token of my life's devotion, as a reward for aiding our family. Should you refuse to take the oath, the pearl will self-destruct in 10 minutes, reducing you to mere ashes." Upon concluding his words, the figure of the elderly man vanished from the energy screen, which subsequently dissipated. The golden orb slipped from Yang Feng's grasp, releasing a cascade of dazzling spiritual light that enveloped an area of 1,000 meters in every direction. Upon hearing Wei Yong's proclamation and witnessing the formidable light shield surrounding him, Yang Feng furrowed his brows. He swiftly approached the luminous barrier, wielded his Qing Feng sword, and executed the Xianxia sword technique, striking down upon the shield. However, the moment the sword made contact, it was shattered by the light emanating from the barrier, scattering into countless shards. Observing this, Yang Feng's brow deepened as he summoned his inner magical energy, invoking the fire crow technique to conjure over 100 fire crows, forming a grand array aimed at the light shield. Yet, as soon as the fiery array touched the shield, it too was obliterated by the radiant energy, vanishing into mere flecks of crimson light. By heavens, I am left with no choice but to reluctantly pledge the heart demon oath. Yang Feng sigit in resignation. Confronting the formidable light shield, he approached the cave heaven pearl and, in accordance with Wei Yong's request, solemnly vowed the oath. Upon his commitment, the luminous barrier automatically dissipated, and the cave heaven pearl gracefully descended into his palm. A profound connection established itself between Yang Feng and the pearl, as streams of information flowed from the orb into his consciousness, instantly imparting all knowledge regarding the cave heaven pearl. It was crafted by Wei Yong using materials from the cave heaven world he had created, amalgamated with exceedingly rare treasures of heaven and earth. Within it resided a miniature world, 3,000 kilometers in diameter, governed by complete laws of the 5 elements, as well as the principles of time and space, capable of nurturing spiritual herbs and elixirs, while also housing ferocious beasts, demon creatures, and even humans. However, the spiritual essence of the celestial pearl had long been depleted by the gravely injured Wei Yong, rendering it incapable of supplying spiritual energy to spiritual herbs, elixirs, ferocious beasts, demonic creatures, or humanity. In the absence of such energy, while these entities could survive within the confines of the celestial pearl, they would incessantly consume their own spiritual essence. The spiritual herbs and elixirs would not only cease to grow or enhance their potency, but their inherent efficacy would gradually diminish due to the dissipation of their own spiritual energy. Meanwhile, the ferocious beasts, demonic creatures, and humans, trapped within the celestial pearl, would find themselves unable to cultivate and elevate their powers, instead witnessing the erosion of their internal spiritual essence, ultimately devolving into mere beasts or ordinary humans. Yang Feng sought to restore the spiritual energy within the celestial pearl through 2 potential methods. The first involved cultivating to the celestial realm, allowing him to fuse the celestial pearl into his own domain and absorb external spiritual energy autonomously. The second method entailed transferring external spiritual veins into the celestial pearl to replenish its spiritual energy. Naturally, in the absence of spiritual veins, spiritual stones could suffice. However, the sheer quantity of spiritual stones required to supply the celestial pearl was exorbitant, making spiritual veins far more economical. In addition to the exquisite treasure of the celestial pearl, Wei Yong had bequeathed Yang Feng a plethora of weapons, equipment, cultivation techniques, spells, and various jade tablets pertaining to alchemy, artifact refinement, and talisman crafting. Beyond healing resources such as spiritual stones and elixirs, all of Wei Yong's possessions were left to Yang Feng, bestowing upon him the entirety of a peak celestial realm cultivator's wealth, thereby rendering him suddenly affluent. Let me tally the rewards bestowed upon me by Wei Yong. Yang Feng mused, a light chuckle escaping his lips as he sensed the celestial pearl's information. With eager anticipation, he extended his consciousness into the celestial pearl to explore its contents. Due to his blood oath to refine the celestial pearl, Yang Feng's consciousness, upon entering, was empowered by the pearl itself, effortlessly enveloping its entirety and perceiving all its treasures. He discovered 1 superior artifact, 3 mid-tier artifacts, 12 low-tier artifacts, 36 premium treasures, 108 superior treasures, 566 mid-tier treasures, 1,236 low-tier treasures, 372 jade tablets of techniques, 1,800 jade tablets of spells, 54 jade tablets of alchemy, 32 jade tablets of artifact refinement, and 26 jade tablets of talisman crafting. After surveying the treasures within the celestial pearl, excitement flickered in Yang Feng's eyes, and he couldn't help but express his exhilaration, his face alight with anticipation for the future. Currently, I lack the techniques beyond the 4th layer of the Xianxia Sutra, so I shall first cultivate the techniques left by Wei Yong. Once I return to the Xianxia sect, I can then acquire the subsequent techniques of the Xianxia Sutra and continue my cultivation. After a considerable time, having calmed his exhilarated heart, Feng whispered to himself and began to peruse the jade tablets of techniques within the celestial pearl, searching for a method suited to his cultivation. Chapter 25. The Fire God Technique and Weaponry. The Fire God Technique is most suitable for me. I shall commence my cultivation with it. After a cursory examination of the 372 jade slips of techniques, Feng selected one known as the Fire God Technique. This esteemed technique is divided into 9 tiers, corresponding to the realms of magical power: Yin-Yang Mirror, Celestial Being, Divine Ability, Golden Elixir, Primordial Infant, Primordial Spirit, Law Realm, and Cave Heaven, ranking among the 5 supreme techniques within the collection. Having awakened a high-level fire bloodline talent and acquired the Gene Flame inheritance, Feng found that cultivating fire attribute techniques would yield exceptional efficiency. Thus, after careful contemplation, he resolved to pursue the Fire God Technique as his method of cultivation. With his decision made, Feng proceeded without a hint of hesitation, diligently studying the first tier of the Fire God Technique. Once he thoroughly comprehended the first tier, he commenced his cultivation practice. Ding! Upon completing a cycle of the Fire God Technique, he experienced a 10,000-fold return, augmenting his magical power by 10,000 strands. As Feng operated the Fire God Technique and absorbed a significant amount of spiritual energy from the heavens and earth, he condensed a strand of magical power within his sea of consciousness. At that moment, a crisp notification sounded in his ears. Following this, 10,000 strands of magical power manifested within his sea of consciousness, greatly enhancing his magical power reserves. The effect of the 10,000-fold return was overwhelmingly evident and powerful. Feeling the surge of 10,000 strands of magical power within his sea of consciousness, an expression of exhilaration flickered in Feng's eyes, prompting an involuntary exclamation filled with excitement and anticipation. After a moment of reflection, Feng calmed his mind and continued to circulate the Fire God Technique, absorbing spiritual energy and condensing magical power. Ding! You have completed a cycle of the Fire God Technique, and the 10,000-fold return has granted you an increase of 10,000 strands of magical power. Ding! You have completed another cycle of the Fire God Technique, and the 10,000-fold return has granted you yet another increase of 10,000 strands of magical power. As Feng cultivated, the crisp notifications rang out incessantly in his ears, compelling him to silence the alerts and focus solely on his practice of the Fire God Technique. Time slipped by unnoticed, and before long, a week had elapsed. At this juncture, Feng opened his previously closed eyes, sensing the surging magical power within his sea of consciousness. He murmured to himself, "The magical power in my sea of consciousness has significantly increased, far surpassing that of ordinary peak magical practitioners. It is time to venture out in search of blood spirit grass. I must acquire more. After all, cultivation can occur at any time. Yet blood spirit grass is only obtainable within the blood spirit secret realm. If this opportunity is missed, acquiring it again would prove difficult. However, before embarking on this quest, I can refine some treasure artifacts to bolster my strength and combat capability." With this thought, Feng directed his consciousness towards the Cave Heaven Pearl, examining the treasured artifacts within to find those suitable for his needs. In the realm of Tianwu, the weapons wielded by cultivators are categorized into 5 distinct tiers: magical artifacts, spiritual tools, precious instruments, Taoist implements, and celestial artifacts. Each tier is further divided into 4 subcategories: inferior, medium, superior, and exceptional, culminating in a total of 20 classifications. Among these, magical artifacts represent the lowest grade, inscribed with only a few runes. They can withstand the cultivator's mana and enhance the potency of various spells, primarily utilized by those at the Mana Realm and Yin-Yang Mirror cultivators. Slightly surpassing magical artifacts are spiritual tools, which not only bear numerous runes, but also possess a modicum of sentience. These tools can be manipulated using a limited amount of divine consciousness, rendering them immensely powerful. Only those cultivators who have comprehended the profound principles of nature can forge such exquisite items, making them exceedingly rare and generally accessible only to cultivators of the celestial realm and above. Precious instruments, regarded as treasures among weapons. are adorned with countless runes and configured into formidable formations. The sheer force unleashed by activating these formations is terrifying, allowing cultivators to harness their power with relative ease. Only masters of artifact refinement, who have grasped the intricacies of various rune principles and can weave them into complex formations, possess the capability to create precious instruments. Consequently, these items command exorbitant prices, typically affordable only to cultivators of the Golden Core realm and beyond. Taoist implements, embodying the essence of enlightenment, possess potent spiritual awareness and have developed intelligence, featuring a spirit of the instrument. They have undergone the trials of lightning, tribulations, and comprehended one or more laws, boasting terrifying might that can rival or even surpass that of similarly ranked cultivators. Due to their requirement to endure lightning, tribulations, and grasp the power of laws, only grandmasters of artifact refinement at the level of law realm and above can forge them, making them exceptionally precious, available only to cultivators of law realm and higher. Additionally, because of the existence of the instrument spirit, refining a Taoist implement necessitates the spirit's acknowledgement. Two avenues exist to gain this recognition. One is to exhibit absolute strength, subduing the spirit into submission. The other is to possess extraordinary talent, compelling the spirit to willingly acknowledge its master. Within the Dantian Pearl lie numerous Taoist implements sealed by Wei Yong. Yet Feng, aware of his inadequate strength and less than extraordinary talent, recognizes that he lacks the assurance to earn the instrument spirit's acknowledgement. Thus, he opts to forego the Taoist implements and instead seeks to refine some precious instruments for immediate use. Beyond the uncertainty of his talent in gaining the spirit's recognition, Feng's own power is notably insufficient. Utilizing precious instruments is already a conspicuous act. Employing a Taoist implement would likely draw the attention of formidable adversaries. After all, it is somewhat acceptable for a talented disciple of the Xianxia sect to wield precious instruments, as powerful cultivators would not jeopardize their standing by opposing the sect over such items. However, if a talented disciple of the Xianxia sect were to wield a Taoist implement, which even cultivators of the law realm might struggle to afford, it would be deemed excessive. Such cultivators, including those at the law realm and even the Dantian realm, would undoubtedly swarm like flies, keenly fixated on him, ready to strike at any opportunity to seize the Taoist implement and escape unscathed. After all, offending the Xianxia sect and becoming their enemy pales in comparison to acquiring a treasured artifact. It is essential to recognize that the Xianxia sect is merely one of the 5 major powers within the Xianxia domain, which itself is but one of the 81 domains in the Eastern continent. The Tianwu continent is further divided into 5 great states: East, West, South, North, and Central. Once one departs from the Xianxia domain, the Xianxia sect becomes utterly powerless to intervene. Soon, Feng selected 3 artifacts from the multitude of treasures available. These 3 artifacts consisted of the Supreme Grade Artifact, the Soul Guarding Bell, the Supreme Grade Artifact, the Xian Gold Armor, and the Inferior Grade Artifact, the Fire Crow Sword. The Soul Guarding Bell is an exceptionally rare and precious weapon of the soul, capable not only of protecting one soul from enemy attacks, but also of unleashing the bell's sound to launch assaults on the souls of adversaries, making it immensely powerful. With the Soul Guarding Bell in his possession, Feng need not fear soul attacks from his enemies. Additionally, at critical moments, he can utilize the soul attack capabilities of the bell to execute large-scale, indiscriminate assaults on the souls of his foes, potentially annihilating numerous enemies in one fell swoop. The Xian Gold Armor is a supreme-grade artifact focused on defense, capable of withstanding both physical and magical attacks, diminishing enemy strikes by over 99%. For cultivators below the realm of laws, breaching the defenses of the Xian Gold Armor is nearly impossible. With this supreme defensive artifact, Feng's ability to preserve his life will be significantly enhanced. As long as he remains cautious, he will have little to fear from enemy attacks, making it exceedingly difficult for him to meet his demise. The Fire Crow Sword is inscribed with a formation of fire crows, and once activated, it can summon up to 1 million fire crows, forming an enormous array that incinerates enemies to ashes. Of course, the scale of the Fire Crow array can be controlled. For weaker foes, he can limit the number of fire crows to 100, 1,000, 10,000, or even 100,000, depending on the situation. The Soul Guarding Bell is generally concealed within Feng's consciousness and will not be revealed until absolutely necessary. The Xian Gold Armor is typically hidden within his flesh, It will remain undetected unless he encounters an overwhelmingly powerful attack. Only the Fire Crow Sword, as an offensive weapon, is frequently utilized by Feng, making it more prone to exposure in the eyes of others. Although the Fire Crow Sword possesses considerable might, it is merely an inferior-grade artifact. As a talented disciple of the Xianxia sect, wielding it, while slightly ostentatious, will not attract the attention of formidable opponents, making it quite suitable. After selecting the appropriate artifacts, Feng summoned his internal magical energy and began the intensive process of refining the soul-guarding bell, the Xian gold armor, and the Fire Crow Sword. Chapter 26. Rampant and Unrestrained. Once he refined the soul-guarding bell, the Xian gold armor, and the Fire Crow Sword, Feng murmured softly, storing the soul-guarding bell in his consciousness, the Xian gold armor within his flesh, and then grasping the Fire Crow Sword. He made his way toward the entrance of the natural cave. The ferocious beasts deep within the mountains are growing increasingly powerful, and the quantity and quality of blood spirit grass are on the rise. With my current capabilities, I can venture deep into the mountains, hovering above the valley and casting a glance at the lush, towering peaks in the distance. Feng murmured softly to himself. In the next moment, his figure shifted as he executed the sword control technique, stepping upon the Fire Crow Sword, soaring towards the heart of the mountain range. 3,000 meters ahead lay the blood spirit grass. As the blood spirit ring on his left wrist emitted a series of crisp notifications, Feng glanced at the arrow indicator on the ring, chuckled lightly, and steered the Fire Crow Sword towards the location of the blood spirit grass. Soon, a field of blood spirit grass came within Feng's spiritual perception. Simultaneously, a herd of over 1,000 fierce beasts entered his awareness as well. Roar! 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 Observing Feng suspended in the air, 3 fourth-tier ferocious beasts let out furious roars. In an instant, they transformed into streaks of light, charging directly towards him. As they approached, the beasts opened their mouths slightly, unleashing 3 searing fireballs aimed at Feng, attempting to obliterate him on the spot. Unfazed by the fiery assault, Feng maintained his composure. With a flicker of thought, he summoned the Fire Crow technique, conjuring several fire crows, each around a foot long, in the void. Go! At Feng's gentle command, the 3 fire crows met the fireballs in midair, resulting in a violent collision that erupted into a burst of fiery sparks, vanishing into nothingness. Meanwhile, the remaining dozens of fire crows, imbued with intense flames, crashed violently into the 3 fourth-tier beasts, unleashing an explosive force that shattered them into fragments, cascading downwards. Following this, Feng waved his hand, conjuring a barrage of blazing fire arrows that materialized in the air, propelled by tremendous power towards the herd of over 1,000 beasts. Bang! 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 With each resounding impact, numerous beasts were pierced through by the searing arrows, meeting a gruesome end and becoming charred remains. In mere moments, the entire herd was annihilated. At this juncture, Feng's figure shifted as he descended before a patch of blood spirit grass, commencing the harvest and storing it within his spatial ring. After collecting over 1,000 blood spirit grass specimens, he took flight once more, exploring other areas. A 5th-tier ferocious beast, the saber-toothed tiger. Gazing at the imposing figure of the saber-toothed tiger, radiating potent magical energy from the mountain ahead. A glimmer of excitement sparked in Feng's eyes as he whispered to himself. As he spoke, he stepped onto the Fire Crow Sword and soared towards the mountain where the 5th-tier saber-toothed tiger resided. 1 millennium-old blood spirit grass, 46-century-old specimens, and 520 below-century blood spirit grass. All of these shall belong to me. Upon reaching the summit of the saber-toothed tiger's mountain, the blood spirit grass it guarded came into Feng's spiritual awareness, causing his eyes to brighten with delight as he spoke to himself with a smile. Roar! 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 As Feng engaged in self-reflection, the 5th-tier ferocious beast, the saber-toothed tiger, emitted a series of furious roars. In an instant, it transformed into a streak of light and lunged directly towards him. Simultaneously, the saber-toothed tiger's entire form surged with magical energy, and enormous claws materialized in the air, brimming with terrifying power and sharpness, aimed to rend Feng into pieces. Unfazed by the imminent danger, Feng calmly uttered a command, causing the Fire Crow Sword beneath his feet to flash with brilliance, transforming into a radiant streak that met the giant claws head-on, effortlessly shattering them into scintillating particles that vanished into the ether. Following this, with Yang Feng's guidance, the Fire Crow sword traced a fiery arc, swiftly targeting the head of the fifth-tier saber-toothed tiger. Upon sensing the overwhelming might contained within the Fire Crow sword, a flicker of terror crossed the tiger's eyes. It immediately summoned its internal magical energy to form a golden protective shield, encasing its body. However, with a resonant crack, the Fire Crow sword effortlessly breached the golden barrier, piercing through the tiger's skull, causing blood to spatter as it fell lifelessly to the ground. At that moment, with a mere thought, Yang Feng conjured a fierce wind that lifted the saber-toothed tiger's corpse and transported it into the celestial pearl. Subsequently, he descended beside the blood spirit herb and began to harvest it, collecting the precious plants into his spatial ring. Before long, Yang Feng had gathered hundreds of blood spirit herbs and ascended into the air, transforming into a streak of light as he sped away. In the distance, the sounds of combat echoed. While soaring through the skies, Yang Feng heard the fierce clash of battle nearby and muttered softly before racing towards the source of the commotion. Soon, he arrived at the midsection of a mountain, where he beheld over a dozen outer disciples of the puppet sect controlling an equal number of combat puppets, besieging 6 outer disciples of the Xianxia sect. "Senior Brother Yang, help!" cried the beleaguered Xianxia disciples, their spirits soaring at the sight of Yang Feng hovering above them. Prior to entering the blood spirit secret realm, the Xianxia disciples had thoroughly familiarized themselves with the elite rankings of their sect, making them well acquainted with Yang Feng, a rising star renowned for his prowess and combat strength, ranking among the top 10 in the outer sect's elite. Thus, upon recognizing him, the 6 disciples called out for assistance. Simultaneously, the outer disciples of the puppet sect sensed the peril and hastily abandoned their combat puppets, fleeing into the distance, fearing that any delay would lead to their demise at Yang Feng's hands. Yet, despite their swift actions, Yang Feng moved even faster. As they had just sprinted a dozen meters, they were struck by a multitude of fire crows conjured by Yang Feng, transforming into charred corpses. With the demise of the more than 10 disciples from the puppet sect, the battle puppets they controlled fell into a state of inertia, ceasing their assault on the 6 disciples of the Xianxia sect. "Thank you, Senior Brother Yang, for saving our lives." Witnessing the effortless annihilation of their fellow sect members by Yang Feng, the 6 disciples of the Xianxia sect were profoundly astonished, their expressions shifting to one of utmost reverence as they expressed their gratitude aloud. There is no need for such formalities among fellow disciples. Yang Feng casually replied, waving his hand to summon powerful winds that whisked away the spatial rings of the fallen puppet sect disciples, gathering them into his possession. With a swift motion, Yang Feng transformed into a streak of light and soared into the distance. Chapter 27. Slaying the disciples of the Ice God Palace. Boom, 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 resonating through the lush forest with the sounds of violent explosions. A colossal signal flare erupted in the sky, visible to all within a radius of several dozen miles. This was the signal of the Ice God Palace. While soaring at low altitude in search of blood spirit grass, Yang Feng's gaze was drawn to the immense signal flare over 20 miles away, his eyes gleaming with intrigue as he murmured softly. Upon uttering his thoughts, Yang Feng moved swiftly, transforming into a luminous streak as he sped toward the location of the signal flare. Typically, those who entered the blood spirit secret realm would refrain from approaching the area of another sect's signal flare. After all, other sects were summoning reinforcements. Why would an outsider seek to intrude upon their gathering? Such folly could lead to being besieged by disciples of other sects. However, Yang Feng was no ordinary individual. He was undaunted by the prospect of being overwhelmed by the disciples of the Ice God Palace. Most importantly, the female disciple from the Ice God Palace had previously deceived him, igniting his fury and prompting him to seek her out for retribution. There was a high likelihood that the very disciple who had wronged him was located near the signal flare of the Ice God Palace. Even if she wasn't present, Yang Feng could extract her identity from the multitude of Ice God Palace disciples gathered there. In no time, Yang Feng traversed the 20-mile distance, arriving above the peak where the disciples of the Ice God Palace had congregated. At that moment, over 200 enchanting disciples of the Ice God Palace had gathered on the mountain. Among them, the leader was none other than the female disciple who had deceived Yang Feng. "Congratulations, Senior Brother, on escaping the claws of the 6th-tier Black Hawk. However, this is a gathering place for the disciples of the Ice God Palace, and you are not welcome here. I kindly ask you to leave at once." The female disciple cast a surprised glance at Yang Feng in the sky, then coldly commanded him to depart. This is not your ice god palace's territory. Why should I leave? Young Feng retorted defiantly. You lured the 6th-tier Black Hawk to me, forcing me to expend some of my hidden cards to eliminate it. Should you provide me with an explanation and compensation for that? Yang Feng spoke in a calm tone. You dare to come to the gathering place of the disciples of the Ice God Palace to demand explanations and compensation for me. I truly cannot fathom what goes on in your mind. Fellow brothers and sisters, what say you? Should I provide this senior brother with an explanation and compensation? A female disciple of the Ice God Palace, her eyes flashing with disdain and a mocking expression upon her face, loudly declared, "What explanation does he deserve? Just kill him and be done with it. To come here demanding explanations and compensation after being outmatched is utterly disgraceful. Senior sister, why waste words with him? Just strike him down," exclaimed another practitioner who had just entered the realm of magical prowess. How dare he disrupt our gathering at the Ice God Palace? It is a death wish. Senior sister, let us join forces and eliminate him. As the female disciple finished speaking, over 200 disciples of the Ice God Palace on the mountain began to shout in unison, completely disregarding Yang Feng. Since everyone agrees, let us attack together and slay this brother from the Xianxia sect. Upon hearing the uproar, the female disciple's eyes glinted with malice. With a sharp command, she activated a top-tier magical sword, swiftly descending towards Yang Feng. Another practitioner from the Ice God Palace, also in the realm of magical power, summoned a superior-grade sword, thrusting it at Yang Feng with great speed. Simultaneously, more than 10 disciples of the Ganshi realm retrieved jade talismans from their spatial rings and hurled them at Yang Feng. Immediately, fierce beams of sword light shot forth from the talismans, slicing towards Yang Feng with deadly intent. It was evident that the disciples of the Ice God Palace sought to eliminate Yang Feng to prevent future troubles. In the face of the ferocious assault from the disciples, Yang Feng's expression remained unchanged. A flash of fierce light appeared in his eyes as he swung the Fire Crow sword, cleaving through the two magical swords aimed at him and shattering the numerous beams of sword light. Then, with a mere thought, pure magical energy surged forth from Yang Feng, infusing the Fire Crow sword, causing it to radiate with brilliance. Go! With a light command from Yang Feng, the Fire Crow formation within the inferior grade treasure activated, conjuring fiery crows about a foot in length in the void, hurtling towards the disciples of the Ice God Palace with searing flames. Be careful, Run. The Fire Crow formation. That is the treasure Fire Crow sword. How could a mere outer disciple of the Xianxia sect possess such a treasure? It is utterly astonishing. The disciples, witnessing the onslaught of fiery crows emanating a terrifying heat, turned pale and shouted in alarm, fleeing in panic, unwilling to face the fiery assault head-on. However, the movements of the Ice God Palace disciples were far too slow. As they shifted their forms, a swarm of blazing fire crows descended upon them, their searing flames igniting the very bodies of the disciples, transforming them into fiery specters that emitted piercing cries of agony, only to be reduced to ashes, carried away by the wind. Within mere moments, over 200 disciples of the Ice God Palace were consumed by the inferno, leaving only 2 practitioners of the Law realm and a handful of more than 10 warriors of the Qi realm possessing jade talismans. Scatter and flee. This individual is merciless. We must separate, remember their appearance, and those who survive must report back to the sect to eradicate this menace. Witnessing the grim fate of their 200 comrades reduced to cinders, the remaining disciples of the Ice God Palace, who had been attempting to fend off the fire crows, were overtaken by expressions of horror and rage, their voices rising in frantic cries as they dispersed in all directions. Think you can escape? Not a chance. Observing the fleeing disciples, Yang Feng let out a cold snort and unleashed his sword technique, directing the Fire Crow sword to pursue the fleeing disciples. In an instant, the Fire Crow sword transformed into a streak of crimson light, racing through the void with lightning speed to catch up with the female disciple of the Ice God Palace who had wronged Yang Feng. Block it for me. Sensing the terrifying power contained within the Fire Crow sword, the Ice God Palace disciple's face twisted in fear. With a roar, she activated a jade talisman, summoning a silvery protective barrier to shield herself. Bang! With a crisp sound, the Fire Crow sword shattered the silvery shield, effortlessly piercing through the disciple's skull, resulting in a spray of blood as she fell lifelessly to the ground. Subsequently, the Fire Crow sword, imbued with a scorching aura, swiftly pursued the other disciples of the Ice God Palace, easily breaching their defenses and penetrating their heads, transforming them into a mist of blood, leaving behind a trail of headless corpses. Thus, the disciples atop the mountain were all vanquished by Yang Feng. At this moment, with a wave of his hand, Yang Feng summoned powerful winds that swept away the spatial rings from the fallen disciples, collecting them into the celestial pearl. After this, his gaze turned towards the vast canyon on the side of the mountain. Chapter 28, Supreme Bloodline Talent. This canyon resembled a serpent's lair, teeming with an unknown number of venomous snakes. No wonder the disciples of the Ice God Palace had released signal flares to summon their companions to confront the serpents within. Observing the densely packed snakes in the gorge, Yang Feng's eyes gleamed with astonishment as he murmured softly to himself. After his whisper, Yang Feng soared into the air, racing towards the depths of the canyon. During this journey, he expanded his consciousness, scanning the area within the gorge. So many blood spirit herbs. Among them, there are even 13 millennium-old blood spirit herbs and hundreds of century-old ones. This is truly exhilarating. As a patch of blood spirit herbs fell within the range of his consciousness, Yang Feng's eyes brightened, and he couldn't help but express his excitement and anticipation. As Yang Feng reveled in his thoughts, the venomous snakes within the canyon also caught wind of his presence. Among them, some formidable venomous snakes soared into the air, transforming into streaks of luminous energy, directly lunging towards Yang Feng. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Accompanied by the hissing cries of the snakes, they opened their mouths wide, expelling streams of pitch-black venom aimed at Yang Feng. These venomous substances contained terrifying toxicity. As they manifested in the void, an overwhelming stench permeated the air, causing the floor of the canyon to wither and decay. Such horrifying toxicity. Observing the desolate vegetation in the canyon, Yang Feng's expression shifted slightly, involuntarily exclaiming in astonishment. Following his exclamation, Yang Feng summoned the magical energy within him, channeling it into the lower-grade artifact, the Fire Crow Sword, activating the Fire Crow formation within, which blazed brilliantly, emitting radiant crimson light. Subsequently, several fire crows, each about a foot long, materialized in the void, radiating a searing heat as they charged towards the streams of venom, igniting them in mid-air and reducing them to ash, carried away by the wind. Countless fire crows then formed grand arrays, streaking through the void like lightning, striking the venomous snakes and exploding with terrifying force, obliterating them into countless clouds of blood mist that rained down into the canyon below. In the blink of an eye, the more than 10 venomous snakes that had emerged from the Snake Valley were annihilated by the fire crows unleashed from the Fire Crow Sword. At that moment, with a thought, Yang Feng brandished the Fire Crow Sword, sending forth waves of scorching flames that coalesced into fire crows, bombarding the canyon. Boom! 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 Amidst the violent explosions, the snakes near the blood spirit herb were completely eradicated, turning to mere ashes. After clearing the area around the blood spirit herb, Yang Feng descended into the canyon and swiftly began to harvest the herbs within. Before long, he had harvested all the blood spirit herbs in the canyon, totaling 13 millennium blood spirit herbs, 563 century blood spirit herbs, and over 3,000 blood spirit herbs under a century old. With such an abundance of blood spirit herbs, my bloodline talent should surely reach its peak. Glancing at the thousands of herbs within his spatial ring, Yang Feng whispered to himself, his face illuminated with anticipation. After this quiet reflection, Yang Feng soared into the sky and sped away from the canyon. Soon, he arrived at a secluded valley, activating the Fire Crow Sword to carve out a temporary cave dwelling into the mountainside, measuring 3 yards high, 5 yards wide, and over 10 yards deep. At the entrance of his spirit stone cave, he arranged a formation to deter any intruders. Having completed these preparations, Yang Feng retrieved a millennium blood spirit herb from his spatial ring and consumed it for refinement. As the herb entered his body, waves of mysterious energy were released, permeating Yang Feng's flesh and blood cells, prompting the evolution of his cells and enhancing his bloodline talent. As the enigmatic energy of the Millennium Blood Spirit Grass was completely absorbed by Yang Feng's flesh and blood cells, he was astonished to discover a significant enhancement in his bloodline talent, bringing him considerably closer to the pinnacle of such gifts. Observing this transformation, Yang Feng hesitated not for a moment, promptly retrieving another stalk of Millennium Blood Spirit Grass from his spatial ring to consume and refine it further. After consecutively ingesting and refining 8 stalks of Millennium Blood Spirit Grass, his bloodline talent ascended from advanced to top tier, unleashing waves of mysterious flame inheritance information that activated within his genetic memory, imprinting themselves in his consciousness. This profound revelation greatly enhanced his understanding of flames and significantly increased his affinity for them, resulting in a more than doubled speed in cultivating fire-based techniques. At last, he had elevated his flame bloodline talent to its apex, with the next aspiration being the ascension to celestial-grade bloodline talent. Feeling the changes within his body and the countless new insights regarding flames in his consciousness, an expression of excitement flickered in Yang Feng's eyes as he softly muttered to himself. Without a moment's hesitation, he drew forth another stalk of Millennium Blood Spirit Grass from his spatial ring and resumed his consumption and refinement. Soon enough, he had completely ingested the remaining 5 stalks of Millennium Blood Spirit Grass. However, the disparity between top-tier and celestial-grade bloodline talents was immense. The enigmatic energy required to elevate his top-tier bloodline talent to celestial grade was far beyond what he had at his disposal. The 5 stalks of Millennium Blood Spirit Grass merely fortified his top-tier bloodline talent, leaving him with a considerable distance to traverse before attaining celestial grade. If one were to quantify the journey, Yang Feng had only traversed 1% of the distance from top-tier to celestial grade bloodline talent. In other words, he would need nearly 500 stalks of Millennium Blood Spirit Grass to achieve his goal. With the Millennium Blood Spirit Grass depleted, Yang Feng did not falter. Instead, he retrieved a 600-year-old blood spirit grass from his spatial ring and consumed it for refinement. Yet, to Yang Feng's surprise, although the 600-year-old blood spirit grass provided a substantial amount of enigmatic energy and significantly strengthened his flesh and blood cells, it did not elevate his bloodline talent in the slightest. Witnessing this, Yang Feng furrowed his brow and promptly took out a 500-year-old blood spirit grass from his spatial ring, consuming it while quietly attuning himself to the changes within his body. The century-old blood spirit grass was no longer sufficient for my bloodline evolution. To further advance my bloodline, I must consume blood spirit grass of a millennium grade or higher. After the 500-year-old blood spirit grass was completely refined, Yang Feng sighed in resignation. Following this self-reflection, he rose to his feet, exited the cave, stowed away the array plate, and soared into the depths of the mountain range. The blood spirit's secret realm may lack in many respects, but it abounds with blood spirit grass. In this mountainous region alone, countless stalks of millennium grade and above blood spirit grass awaited discovery. As long as Yang Feng applies himself diligently, he can easily harvest 500 stalks of the millennium blood spirit grass, thereby elevating his bloodline talent to the celestial level. Chapter 29. The 1,000 Acres of Blood Spirit Grass. Go! With a sharp command from Yang Feng, the inferior grade treasure, the Fire Crow Sword, transformed into a blazing streak of crimson light, piercing through the head of a 5th-tier Yin-Yang realm beast, causing blood to splatter and resulting in its tragic demise. At that moment, with a wave of his hand, a fierce wind materialized from thin air, lifting the carcass of the 5th-tier Yin-Yang realm beast and depositing it into the celestial pearl. Subsequently, Yang Feng moved swiftly, landing in front of a patch of blood spirit grass, swiftly harvesting a stalk of millennium blood spirit grass, over 10 stalks of century-old blood spirit grass, and more than 100 stalks of blood spirit grass younger than a century, all of which he collected into the celestial pearl. The quantity of millennium blood spirit grass in this area was alarmingly scarce. He would need to venture deeper into the mountains to discover a substantial amount. Glancing at the 12 stalks of millennium blood spirit grass within the celestial pearl, Yang Feng frowned slightly, murmuring to himself. By this time, he had spent a considerable duration outside of seclusion, having continuously hunted 8 5th-tier Yin-Yang realm beasts and 1 6th-tier celestial being realm beast, only to acquire 12 stalks of millennium blood spirit grass. At the current pace, Yang Feng calculated that to obtain 500 stalks of blood spirit grass, he would require at least a month's time. This seemed rather prolonged for him. Thus, after his quiet contemplation, Yang Feng soared into the air, racing deeper into the mountains. After flying for over 1,000 miles, as dusk began to settle, he casually descended upon a towering tree, settling into a large fork in its branches to meditate. He retrieved the 12 stalks of millennium blood spirit grass from the celestial pearl, consuming them one by one for refinement. After completely refining the 12 stalks, Yang Feng sensed the changes within his bloodline and began to operate the fire god technique, absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth and transforming it into pure magical power. Ding! As you engage the fire god technique, a thread of magical power is refined. The cultivation effect is returned 10,000-fold, and you acquire 10,000 threads of magical power. When Feng consolidated a thread of magical power, a clear prompt resonated in his ears. 1,000 threads of magical power materialized within his sea of consciousness, significantly enriching it. Upon hearing the crisp notification and sensing the change in his sea of consciousness, Feng's expression remained unchanged as he continued to cultivate the fire god technique. The following morning, as Feng opened his tightly shut eyes, he felt the surging magical power within his sea of consciousness. A faint smile gracing his lips as he privately marveled at the system's prowess. Rising, he took to the skies and began to explore his surroundings. Ding! 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 As Feng approached a valley rich in spiritual energy, the blood spirit ring on his wrist emitted urgent beeping sounds, with a crimson arrow directing him towards the valley. Upon witnessing this, Feng's heart leaped with joy, and he immediately flew towards the nearby valley. Roar! 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 As Feng soared into the vicinity of the valley, a cacophony of furious beast roars erupted from within. A multitude of fourth-tier ferocious beasts ascended from the valley, transforming into streaks of light that charged directly towards him. These fourth-tier creatures belonged to over a dozen different races, amounting to more than 1,000, their sheer numbers rendering the horizon indistinguishable. Upon witnessing this scene, Feng furrowed his brow, and with a mere thought, he channeled his inner magical energy into the fire crow's sword, causing it to radiate a brilliant light and unleash a cascade of fiery brilliance. Soon after, a legion of fire crows materialized in the void, forming formidable fire formations that encircled the 1,000 fourth-tier beasts emerging from the valley. Boom! 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 Amidst the deafening explosions, the fire crows detonated one after another, their explosive force obliterating the fourth-tier beasts within the formations, scattering them into a mist of crimson that rained down below. Roar! 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 Just then, an enraged chorus of beastly roars resonated from the nearby valley. Enormous 5th, 6th, 7th, and even 8th-tier beasts, exuding a terrifying aura, surged forth, charging directly at Feng. As they lunged towards him, they unleashed devastating attacks imbued with immense power, cascading towards Feng with overwhelming might. Faced with the onslaught of these ferocious creatures, Feng's expression shifted slightly. He quickly summoned his magical energy, infusing it into the exquisite artifact, the Xianxia armor, causing it to shimmer and rise, enveloping his body in a protective embrace. Bang! 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 With each resounding impact, the ferocious attacks collided against the Xianxia armor, sending forth dazzling sparks, yet failing to pierce its defenses or harm a single hair on Feng's body. 10 8th-tier golden core ferocious beasts, 108 7th-tier divine ability beasts, 382 6th-tier celestial beings, and 892 5th-tier yin-yang mirror beasts. Had he inadvertently stirred a nest of ferocious beasts? As he beheld the terrifying creatures closing in rapidly, Feng's countenance paled, and he involuntarily gasped in astonishment. After the gasp, Feng concentrated, channeling his magical energy into the exquisite artifact, the soul-subduing bell. In an instant, the bell emerged from his consciousness, hovering before him. Zong! 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 Accompanied by the resonant chime of the bell, a torrent of horrifying soul attacks surged forth, targeting the approaching beasts. With ease, they shattered the souls of the ferocious creatures, reducing them to lifeless corpses that plummeted downwards. Observing this, Feng waved his hand, conjuring powerful winds that took shape in the void, sweeping up the beastly corpses and depositing them into the cave Heaven Pearl for safekeeping. In the blink of an eye, the ferocious beasts attacking Junshun were vanquished by the soul-settling bell, their lifeless forms swiftly collected by Feng into the Dongtian Pearl. At that moment, Feng's figure shifted, transforming into a streak of light as he soared towards the valley. With this expanse of blood spirit grass, I have struck a tremendous fortune, he exclaimed, his eyes shimmering with excitement as he beheld the 1,000 acres of blood spirit grass meticulously cultivated in the heart of the valley. As he marveled, Feng extended his consciousness, scanning the vast field of blood spirit grass. 3 stalks of 100,000-year blood spirit grass, 98 stalks of 10,000-year blood spirit grass, 1,236 stalks of 1,000-year blood spirit grass, and 12,300 stalks of 100-year blood spirit grass, along with tens of thousands of decades-old blood spirit grass. This is indeed a bountiful harvest. Upon discerning the precise quantities of the precious herbs, a surge of joy flooded Feng's eyes. He let out a jubilant cry and descended into the field, swiftly gathering the blood spirit grass. Chapter 30. Celestial Bloodline Talent. This valley, rich with 1,000 acres of blood spirit grass, housed 3 stalks of 100,000-year blood spirit grass, a treasure not typically held by 8th-tier ferocious beasts. Thus, it was likely that the master of this vast expanse of blood spirit grass was away, leaving behind these ferocious beasts merely as servants to guard the field. After depleting the blood spirit grass, Feng gazed at the now barren spiritual field, a glint of insight flashing in his eyes as he pondered the situation. After a moment of contemplation, he soared into the sky, employing his sword flight technique, riding the fire crow sword as he sped towards the outskirts of the mountains. After traversing over 1,000 miles, he casually selected a lush, verdant peak to descend upon. Following this, with a mere thought, he transformed into a streak of light and entered the Dantian Pearl. Under his command, the Dantian Pearl flew into a pile of rubble, altering its form to blend seamlessly with the myriad of stones. The Dantian Pearl harbored a world within, imperceptible to those lacking the cultivation of true immortals. Within the safety of the Dantian Pearl, Feng could consume and refine the blood spirit grass without the looming threat of external beasts, feeling utterly secure. After briefly observing the external environment through the Dantian Pearl, Feng murmured softly and harnessed its power to construct a magnificent palace amidst the desolate plains. He then sat cross-legged within the palace, retrieving a stalk of 100,000-year blood spirit grass to consume. As the herb was ingested, mysterious energies surged forth, permeating Feng's limbs and flesh, fortifying his blood cells and elevating his bloodline grade. When the enigmatic energy contained within the 100,000-year blood spirit grass was finally depleted, Feng was astonished to discover that his bloodline had significantly ascended, now only a third of the way to achieving a celestial grade bloodline. Witnessing this transformation, a spark of exhilaration lit up Feng's eyes as he swiftly retrieved a second stalk of 100,000-year blood spirit grass, swallowing it with eagerness. As the second 10,000-year blood spirit herb released its enigmatic energy, it seamlessly integrated into Feng's flesh and blood cells, elevating his bloodline to the celestial level. Waves of mysterious flame inheritance were activated from the genetic essence of his bloodline, imprinting themselves within his mind, profoundly deepening his comprehension of fire. A mark of the flame's law emerged within Feng's consciousness, emanating a rich potency of fire law, allowing him to grasp its principles at any moment. At this juncture, should Feng cultivate to the pinnacle of the primordial spirit realm, he could merge the flame law mark within his consciousness, attaining a profound understanding of its power and advancing to the realm of law practitioners. This meant that as long as Feng diligently pursued his cultivation without faltering, he was assuredly destined to become a practitioner of the law. Finally, I have elevated my innate fire bloodline talent to the celestial level. This expedition into the blood spirit secret realm has proven to be immensely rewarding. Feeling the transformation within his bloodline, particularly the flame law mark in his consciousness, a surge of ecstatic joy flashed across Feng's eyes. Overwhelmed by excitement and exhilaration, he couldn't help but exclaim softly. At that moment of jubilation, a tiger-headed beast-man descended upon the valley where the blood spirit herbs thrived, accompanied by a formidable horde of ferocious beasts radiating an aura of terror. Who dares to commit such an act? I shall tear them limb from limb. The tiger-headed beast-man bellowed furiously upon witnessing the desolate expanse of the 1,000-acre spirit platform. Following his roar, he waved his hand, unleashing a surge of pure magical energy that penetrated the mountainside of the valley. Instantaneously, the rocks on the mountainside crumbled silently, revealing a colossal jade mirror. Images began to materialize upon the vast jade surface, depicting none other than Feng harvesting the blood spirit herbs. Curse, human thief! I shall rend you to pieces. With a cold, menacing glare fixed upon the jade mirror, the tiger-headed beastman commanded, "Relay my orders. Annihilate every human in the blood spirit mountain range. Leave none alive." In response to his command, The ferocious beasts surrounding the tiger-headed beastman erupted into furious roars, soaring into the air and dispersing throughout the mountain range. As they traversed the land, 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th tier beasts all submitted, rallying under the banner of these terrifying creatures. Consequently, this formidable legion of beasts surged toward the outskirts of the mountains in search of human warriors and cultivators. Before long, the horde of fearsome beasts encountered numerous outer disciples from the 5 major sections. These disciples, unable to contend with the ferocity of the beast horde, were swiftly overwhelmed, becoming mere prey for the ravenous beasts. In merely 3 days, the outskirts of the Blood Spirit mountain range had been thoroughly scoured by countless ferocious beasts. With the exception of a few fortunate individuals, all the outer disciples of the 5 major sects in the vicinity were overwhelmed by the feral horde, becoming food for the beasts. Meanwhile, a tiger demon, possessing a human body with a tiger's head, employed secret techniques to trace Xianxia's whereabouts, constantly hovering above the cave Heaven Pearl in an attempt to locate him, with the intent to rend his body into pieces and seize the Blood Spirit grass from the valley. This tiger demon had already refined a significant portion of its body and was merely a step away from advancing to the realm of laws, reconstructing its form and solidifying its human shape. Clearly, this tiger demon was a peak primordial spirit realm beast, or rather a half-step into the realm of laws, and was exceedingly perilous. Should this tiger demon discover my presence, despite my possession of the exquisite treasures, the Xianxia armor, and the soul-suppressing bell, escaping its clutches would be exceedingly difficult. Thus, during this period, I chose to remain within the cave Heaven Pearl, diligently cultivating and quietly awaiting the arrival of the 3-month mark. Through the cave Heaven Pearl, Feng covertly cast a glance at the circling tiger demon in the sky. His expression shifting slightly, he murmured softly before settling into a meditative posture to cultivate. Within the cave Heaven Pearl, the absence of natural spiritual energy rendered the cultivation of the fire god technique futile, a complete waste of time. Therefore, Feng devoted himself to the dragon elephant technique, which required only energy for its cultivation. Fortunately, he possessed thousands of bottles of essence pills to replenish his energy, alleviating any concerns about depletion. Ding! You have completed a round of the dragon elephant technique, returning cultivation results 1,000-fold. Your strength is increased by 10,000 kilograms. After practicing the dragon elephant technique, a crisp notification echoed in his mind. Subsequently, waves of terrifying power surged from Feng's body, augmenting his strength by an astonishing 10,000 kilograms. Unfazed by the notification, Feng promptly silenced it and continued his cultivation of the dragon elephant technique to enhance his power. Chapter 31. Return. With only an hour remaining until his return, I must prepare in advance. Sensing a subtle repulsion from the Blood Spirit's secret realm, Feng opened his tightly shut eyes and murmured softly. At this moment, more than 2 months had elapsed since Feng entered the cave Heaven Pearl. During this time, the tiger demon had periodically flown overhead, its formidable consciousness scanning the area around the cave Heaven Pearl numerous times. In light of such circumstances, Feng dared not leave the Pearl, instead opting to quietly cultivate the dragon elephant technique to bolster his physical strength. After over 2 months of arduous training, Feng's physical strength had reached a staggering 210 bull forces, surpassing the 100 bull forces typical of novice Yin-Yang realm cultivators. This meant that Feng's physical prowess had exceeded that of those newly entering the Yin-Yang realm, rivaling that of mid-stage Yin-Yang realm practitioners. In addition, Feng selected several body refinement techniques from the jade slips left by Wei Yong, practicing the offensive maneuvers contained within these methods. This enabled him to harness the formidable physical strength gained from the dragon elephant technique, ensuring that he could wield his power effectively rather than possessing it in vain. After uttering a quiet murmur, Feng organized the contents of his spatial ring, transferring a portion of blood spirit grass from the cave Heaven Pearl into the ring, preparing to present it to his sect. As a newly initiated outer disciple of the Xianxia sect, Feng's foundation was exceedingly shallow, and to attain a higher status and better treatment, he had to demonstrate his worth to the sect. After all, with so many disciples in the Xianxia sect, those without connections or value could hardly expect to achieve a lofty position or receive favorable treatment. Contributing a substantial quantity of blood spirit grass would enable the sect to concoct a multitude of bloodline pills, thereby enhancing its overall strength and influence. This was Yang Feng's method of showcasing his value, ensuring that the sect recognized him and granting him the opportunity for elevated status and improved conditions. As the repulsive force of the blood spirit's secret realm intensified, Yang Feng focused his thoughts and emerged from the cave Heaven Pearl, subsequently storing it in his consciousness sea. At that moment, an overwhelming force of rejection acted upon him, expelling him from the blood spirit's secret realm. I'm back. I have finally returned. The blood spirit's secret realm is fraught with peril. I nearly met my demise several times at the claws of ferocious beasts. Although the realm is exceedingly dangerous, it is also abundant in blood spirit grass. As long as one survives, one can generally gather a considerable amount. Each blood spirit grass is guarded by fierce beasts, and with my current cultivation level at the astral energy realm, I can only defeat third-tier beasts, having failed to harvest even a single 100-year-old blood spirit grass. For a disciple at the astral energy realm, merely returning alive is an accomplishment, yet I foolishly aspired to collect 100-year-old blood spirit grass. Such arrogance. As Yang Feng's figure appeared atop the desolate mountain, a cacophony of discussions reached his ears, causing him to furrow his brow and survey his surroundings. There, the mountain peak was densely populated with outer disciples from the Xianxia sect, Ice God Palace, Divine Sword Manor, Puppet Sect, and Beast Taming Sect, stretching into the distance with an immense number of individuals. Many had returned alive. Perhaps the blood spirit's secret realm was not as perilous as rumored. Observing the throngs at the mountaintop, Yang Feng murmured to himself before finding a secluded corner to sit cross-legged, patiently awaiting what would come next. After a considerable time, a tall, handsome young man clad in Xianxia sect attire, accompanied by Li Su, the lord of Xianxia City, piloted a silver battleship to hover above the desolate mountain. In a calm tone, he proclaimed, "I am Li Wudi, the sect master of Xianxia sect. All disciples are to refrain from resistance and allow the guiding light to lead you aboard the silver battleship." As the words were spoken, the esteemed leader of the Xianxia sect, Li Wudi, summoned a surge of thought, causing the silver battleship to emit a cascade of brilliant silver light that enveloped Yang Feng and the other disciples of the Xianxia sect, bringing them aboard the vessel. Subsequently, with a grand gesture, Li Wudi conjured a spatial passage above the desolate mountains. In an instant, the silver battleship traversed this portal and vanished from sight. Have we returned to Xianxia City? In the blink of an eye, they found themselves back in Xianxia City, which was truly astonishing. The sect leader is a formidable being in the realm of the void immortal. Is it not a mere trifle for him to effortlessly open a spatial passage to our city? What is there to be surprised about? Observing the majestic Xianxia City below, the outer disciples aboard the silver battleship erupted in exclamations of awe. Silence. At that moment, Li Su, the city lord of Xianxia City, stepped forward and spoke in a commanding voice. His resonant words echoed instantly in the ears of every outer disciple aboard the silver battleship, silencing them and quelling their astonishment. All disciples shall form 10 lines and submit the blood spirit herbs obtained from the blood spirit's secret realm. No one is permitted to hoard these herbs. Those who dare to conceal them shall face dire consequences. The sect will not accept your blood spirit herbs without due recompense. The herbs you submit will be rewarded based on their quality with corresponding contribution points. For instance, a 10-year-old blood spirit herb will earn you 100 contribution points. A 20-year-old will yield 200 points, a 30-year-old will grant 300 points, and so forth, up to a 90-year-old herb, which will provide 900 contribution points. A 100-year herb will reward 1,000 contribution points. A 200-year herb will grant 2,000 points, and so on, up to a 900-year herb, which will yield 90,000 contribution points. A 1,000-year herb will reward 100,000 contribution points. A 2,000-year herb will provide 200,000 points, and so on, up to a 9,000-year herb, which will reward 900,000 contribution points. A 10,000-year herb will grant 10 million contribution points. A 20,000-year herb will yield 20 million points, and so forth, up to a 90,000-year herb, which will confer 90 million contribution points. For herbs aged 10,000 years or more, the reward shall be 1 billion contribution points and a low-grade Tao artifact, granting the status of a true disciple, with the sect leader accepting you as a named disciple. Once he observed that Yang Feng and the others had quieted down, Li Su spoke in a calm tone. With a wave of his hand, 10 inner disciples of the Xianxia sect stepped forward, setting up a table upon the silver battleship, awaiting the submission of the blood spirit herbs. Upon witnessing this, Yang Feng and the others promptly organized themselves into 10 lines, proceeding to submit their blood spirit herbs to the 10 inner disciples. Chapter 32. Named Disciples. Li Han, 3,600 contribution points. Zhao Hu, 6,800 contribution points. Qi Wei, 8,900 contribution points. As an outer sect, disciples submitted the blood spirit herb. The inner sect disciples responsible for registration continuously announced a series of numbers. Those outer sect disciples who had completed their submissions swiftly approached the formidable sect master Li Wudi of Xianxia sect, producing their spatial equipment and relinquishing any restrictions for inspection. Li Qi, 8,628,600 contribution points. When an inner sect disciple revealed Li Qi's contribution points, numerous outer sect disciples aboard the silver warship cast envious glances towards him, their eyes brimming with jealousy. Not far away, Li Su displayed a faint smile, feeling quite pleased with the accomplishments of Li Qi, a direct descendant of the family. Even Li Wudi, the sect master of Xianxia, couldn't help but cast an admiring glance at Li Qi. Feeling the collective gaze, especially that of Li Wudi, excitement flickered in Li Qi's eyes, his face radiating joy and anticipation. You have done well. You have upheld the honor of the Li family. After examining Li Qi's spatial ring, Li Wudi gently patted his shoulder and offered quiet praise. Overwhelmed with exhilaration at the compliment from Li Wudi, Li Qi immediately responded, "Thank you, esteemed sect master." Observing Li Qi's exuberance, Li Wudi waved his hand lightly, allowing him to stand by the silver warship and await further proceedings. The subsequent outer sect disciples mostly presented contributions ranging from several thousand to several tens of thousands. Even those who had advanced to the realm of mana cultivation had only a few 100,000 contribution points at most, which paled in comparison to Li Qi's total, leaving Li Wudi slightly disappointed. So many blood spirit herbs, countless 100-year and 1,000-year blood spirit herbs. Astonishingly, there are even 10,000-year blood spirit herbs. It is truly remarkable, exclaimed one disciple. 10,000-year blood spirit herbs. Is it possible for outer sect disciples to gather such treasures? When Feng approached an inner sect disciple and produced over 100,000 blood spirit herbs, both inner and outer sect disciples aboard the silver warship were rendered speechless, their eyes wide with shock and disbelief. They had not anticipated that Feng could present such an abundance of blood spirit herbs, particularly the 10,000-year and 100,000-year varieties. This completely captivated the attention of everyone aboard the silver warship. In truth, it was not only the inner and outer sect disciples who were astonished. Even Li Su, the city lord of Xianxia City, and Li Wudi, the sect master, were taken aback, their gazes fixed upon Feng. Notably, Li Wudi widened his eyes, intently studying Feng as myriad rays of law illuminated his vision, as if attempting to see through Feng entirely. Ah, I see. This outer sect disciple possesses remarkable fortune. Li Wudi, a top-tier expert in the virtual celestial realm, quickly discerned Feng's essence. He comprehended Feng's cultivation level, innate bloodline talent, the fire crow sword, the Xianjin armor, and even the soul-settling bell residing in his mind. However, the Dongtian Pearl, being an extraordinary treasure hidden deep within Feng's consciousness, remained undiscovered by Li Wudi. Feng, with a staggering contribution of 1,256,836,000 points. Following a gasp of astonishment, the inner sect disciple before Feng swiftly counted the blood spirit herbs he submitted, trembling as he exclaimed loudly. His eyes filled with awe and admiration for Feng. An accumulation of over 1.25 billion contribution points is indeed astonishing. It is not merely excessive. It is extraordinarily so. Such a terrifying figure. Many true disciples do not possess such an amount. Why does Feng, as an outer sect disciple, stand out so remarkably? Upon hearing the figure announced by the inner sect disciple, the outer sect disciples aboard the Silverlight warship could not help but exclaim, their eyes brimming with envy, admiration, and reverence. A contribution of over 1.25 billion points is a figure that many outer sect disciples cannot even harbor jealousy towards, and it inspires profound respect among them. Excellent. Truly marvelous. From this day forth, you shall be my registered disciple, Li Wudi, he proclaimed. Once you attain the Golden Core realm, I shall accept you as my direct disciple. Amidst the astonished exclamations of the outer sect disciples, Li Wudi could not contain his praise. Thank you, esteemed sect master. Feng quickly approached Li Wudi, speaking with utmost respect, and willingly released the restrictions of his spatial ring, allowing Li Wudi to inspect its contents. When Li Wudi discovered a considerable number of treasures and a wealth of jade slips regarding cultivation techniques, weapon crafting, alchemy, and talisman creation within Yang Feng's spatial ring, he cast a deep glance at Yang Feng and declared, "For submitting a blood spirit herb aged 10,000 years, you shall be rewarded with a low-grade Dao artifact, the Zhuke sword, and enjoy the benefits of a true disciple." Upon concluding his words, Li Wudi willed forth the Zhuke sword, imbued with boundless fiery might and inscribed with countless flame formations, which then emerged from his inner world, hovering above the Silverlight warship. Subsequently, a phantom of the Zhuke shot forth from the sword, hovering above the vessel. Waves of terrifying power radiated from the Zhuke phantom, causing numerous inner and outer sect disciples aboard the Silverlight warship to turn pale and collapse helplessly to the ground. At that moment, Li Wudi summoned forth a formidable force of law from his being, enveloping the Zhuke phantom, compelling it to restrain its overwhelming aura and cease the release of its fiery might. "Little Zhuke, from this day forth, you shall accompany my disciple, Yang Feng," Li Wudi stated in a calm tone. "Yes, esteemed sect master," the Zhuke phantom replied respectfully as soon as Li Wudi's voice fell. Thereafter, it transformed into a streak of light and merged into the Zhuke sword. The Zhuke sword swiftly flew before Yang Feng, gently slicing his palm and allowing his blood to drip onto the blade, thus recognizing him as its master. Immediately thereafter, the Zhuke sword transformed into a streak of light and entered Yang Feng's sea of consciousness. One expansive sea of consciousness. This master possesses boundless potential. Observing the vastness of Yang Feng's consciousness, which far surpassed that of his peers by an astounding 100,000 times, the spirit of the Zhuke sword emitted a gasp of astonishment, becoming less resistant to acknowledging Yang Feng as its master, a practitioner of profound magical abilities. Gratitude to Master Xia for the bestowal. Feeling the terrifying power emanating from the Zhuke sword within his consciousness, especially the formidable essence of fire law contained within, a spark of excitement flickered in Yang Feng's eyes as he expressed his heartfelt thanks to Li Wudi. With the Zhuke sword, a low-grade Dao artifact, willingly recognizing him as its master, Yang Feng effectively gained a personal guardian of law-level prowess. How could this not fill him with joy and exhilaration? Furthermore, with Li Wudi, a formidable master of the virtual immortal realm, as his protector, no one among the powerful practitioners of the cave heaven dared to covet Yang Feng's Zhuke sword, deeming it not worth the risk. Even those reckless law-level rogue cultivators, should they attempt to seize the Zhuke sword, would find themselves at a disadvantage against it. With the Zhuke sword as a safeguard and Li Wudi as a formidable backing, Yang Feng needed only to avoid reckless actions to ensure his survival. This also motivated him to present many blood spirit herbs to the sect. After all, with an abundance of blood spirit herbs at his disposal, retaining them all served little purpose compared to offering them to the sect in exchange for its protection and support. Chapter 33, Mount Fire God. Those outer disciples who have advanced to the realm of magical power in the blood spirit secret realm shall be exempt from assessment tasks and directly promoted to inner disciples. Now, follow me to the Internal Affairs Hall to process your inner disciple documentation. After all outer disciples submitted their blood spirit herbs, Li Wudi addressed Yang Feng, Li Qi, and the other 36 outer disciples of magical power. With a wave of his hand, Li Wudi enveloped Yang Feng and Li Qi in a rush of energy, propelling them through the skies toward the distant Xianxia mountain range. Before long, Li Wudi had brought Yang Feng, Li Qi, and their companions over vast distances, arriving at the summit of a colossal mountain that had been cleaved in half. Pointing below to a grand palace, he declared, "There lies the Internal Affairs Hall. You may proceed to handle your inner disciple documentation." With that, Li Wudi waved his hand, sending Yang Feng and Li Qi tumbling at the entrance of the Internal Affairs Hall before transforming into a streak of light and soaring deeper into the Xianxia mountain range. "Come, let us enter and advance to inner disciples." Glancing up at the sign of the Internal Affairs Hall, Yang Feng chuckled softly and stepped inside first. Li Qi and the others followed closely behind him, their faces alight with excitement and anticipation as they entered the hall. "Yi Bin, the Vice Master of the Internal Affairs Hall. Which among you is Yang Feng?" As Yang Feng and his companions entered the depths of the Internal Affairs Hall, an elderly man clad in resplendent robes approached them, a warm smile adorning his face as he inquired. Master Wang, I am Yang Feng. Yang Feng stepped forward and responded loudly. Yang Feng, follow me. The others shall proceed to the steward of the Internal Affairs Hall to handle the promotion procedures for inner disciples. As soon as Yang Feng's words fell, Wang Bin smiled slightly and said, after that, Wang Bin led Yang Feng deeper into the Internal Affairs Hall. The other disciples, casting envious glances at Yang Feng, made their way towards the steward not far away. Before long, Wang Bin brought Yang Feng to a spacious and well-lit reception room within the depths of the Internal Affairs Hall. He poured a cup of hot tea for Yang Feng and engaged in casual conversation for a while before softly stating, Yang Feng, according to the instructions of our esteemed sect leader, although you are an inner disciple, you shall enjoy the privileges of a true disciple. Here are your benefits. Take a look. With that, Wang Bin retrieved a large golden box from his spatial ring and placed it before Yang Feng. Yang Feng opened the golden box and scanned its contents with his spiritual sense. Inside were 2 sets of inner disciple garments, a token for inner disciples, a low-grade flying sword, the first 10 layers of the Xianxia formula and Xianxia sword technique engraved on jade slips, several intermediate auxiliary talismans, a bottle of 5th-tier mana pills, and a map of the Xianxia mountain range. Very well, everything seems in order. Yang Feng nodded gently after inspecting the items in the golden box. The sect's manual contained information regarding the benefits of true disciples, and thus, Yang Feng could readily discern that he had received all that was promised. Wang Bin, each true disciple can select a peak within the Xianxia mountain range as their cultivation site. Please choose a peak for your practice. Upon hearing Yang Feng's words, Wang Bin smiled faintly and waved his hand, causing a virtual map of the Xianxia mountain range to materialize before Yang Feng. Countless introductions about each peak clearly appeared on the map, allowing Yang Feng to gain a comprehensive understanding of the various peaks within a range. Yang Feng, gazing at the expansive map of the Xianxia mountain range, immediately focused his mind and expanded his spiritual sense to observe closely. The peaks designated for true disciples remain their rightful ownership until the disciples' demise, serving as their stronghold within the Xianxia sect, necessitating a long-term residence. Therefore, every true disciple is meticulous and earnest in their selection of a peak, leaving no room for oversight. After all, once a peak is chosen, it cannot be altered. Should a true disciple select a somewhat inferior peak, they would need to invest considerable time, energy, and resources to transform it into a powerful and spiritually rich sanctuary for cultivation. After a considerable time, Yang Feng pointed to a peak within the inner circle of the Xianxia mountain range and declared, this peak will do. Glancing at the selected peak, Wang Bin smiled slightly and remarked, your discernment is commendable. You have chosen a fine peak. Although the location of this mountain peak is somewhat remote, the concentration of fire elemental energy atop it is exceptionally rich, and beneath it lies a commendable fire vein, making it a sacred ground for practitioners of fire attribute cultivation. Choosing this mountain peak as your place of training is indeed a wise and fitting decision. Since you have already made your choice, it is time to bestow upon this mountain a name. Let's call it Fire God Peak, Yang Feng said softly after a moment of contemplation. Fire God Peak? Are you aspiring to become the god of fire, mastering the path of flames? Indeed, such ambition is commendable. Upon hearing Yang Feng's words, Wang Bin gave him a thumbs up, praising him loudly. After the commendation, Wang Bin addressed Yang Feng, stating that the sect would initiate preliminary renovations on Fire God Peak, constructing palaces, arranging grand formations, developing spiritual fields, planting spiritual herbs and medicines, nurturing magical beasts, and providing him with servants, ensuring that he could utilize these amenities upon his arrival. The transformation of Fire God Peak is expected to take approximately 3 months, during which time you may return home to visit your family and take a well-deserved rest. Acknowledging Wang Bin's words, Yang Feng gently nodded and expressed his gratitude, stating, thank you for the reminder, Sect Master Wang. I plan to return home and check on my parents. This year, for disciples from the Yang family in Xiaowang City have become miscellaneous disciples of our Xianxia sect. I wonder if you could assign these 4 disciples to Fire God Peak as miscellaneous staff? Certainly, Wang Bin replied with a smile. After receiving Wang Bin's affirmative response, Yang Feng engaged in casual conversation for a while before rising to depart from the Internal Affairs Hall. Subsequently, Yang Feng retrieved the map of the Xianxia mountain range from his spatial ring, quickly scanned it, and took out the low-grade treasure, the Fire Crow Sword. He stepped onto the sword, transforming into a streak of light as he soared towards the Merit Hall. The Merit Hall is located on the outskirts of the Xintian mountain range, not too far from Xintian city, merely over 10,000 miles away. It serves as a place for disciples of the Xianxia sect to exchange their contribution points for various cultivation resources. Yang Feng intended to exchange for a batch of cultivation materials at the Merit Hall before returning home to visit his family, thereby accelerating his cultivation speed. Additionally, he planned to procure a selection of cultivation resources to present to the Yang family in Xiaoguang City as a gesture of gratitude. Chapter 34. The Merit Hall and a Grateful Heart. I wish to exchange some items using contribution points. Could you provide me with a redemption list? Yang Feng inquired of the attendant at the Merit Hall. Of course. The attendant glanced at Yang Feng and responded softly, retrieving a jade slip from the counter and handing it to him. Thank you. Yang Feng expressed his gratitude, receiving the jade slip and then extending his consciousness to carefully examine its contents. The redemption list contained an extensive array of items, densely packed with over hundreds of thousands of varieties. Within this realm, an array of martial arts techniques, alchemical practices, and skills pertaining to the crafting of talismans are cataloged within jade slips, alongside various tiers of weaponry, including magical tools, spiritual artifacts, precious treasures, and even Tao implements. A plethora of elixirs such as essence pills, spirit pills, mirror-breaking pills, and law pills, among countless other items, is available. After hastily perusing the exchange list, Yang Feng couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. The Xiantian sect truly deserves its status as one of the 5 great powers of the Xiantian domain. Indeed, they possess immense wealth. Following this moment of reflection, Yang Feng's mind began to race as he contemplated the items he wished to exchange for. After all, while over 125 million contribution points may seem substantial, it barely scratches the surface of acquiring a high-grade Tao implement. I wish to exchange for 100,000 essence pills, 30,000 spirit pills, and 1,000 each of 1st to 7th grade law pills, along with 10 mirror-breaking pills. 1,000 blue-edged swords of the quasi-magic rank, 3,000 low-grade magic tools, 1,000 middle-grade magic tools, 300 high-grade magic tools, and 100 supreme magic tools. 50 low-grade spiritual devices, 20 middle-grade spiritual devices, 10 high-grade spiritual devices, 3 supreme spiritual devices, as well as 5 million low-grade spirit stones. After a brief moment of contemplation, Yang Feng addressed the steward of the Merit Hall, stating, in total, 125,500,000 contribution points. The steward of the Merit Hall swiftly calculated the totals, gazing at Yang Feng with a mixture of astonishment and skepticism. The steward harbored serious doubts that Yang Feng was jesting. However, until Yang Feng could not produce the contribution points, the steward, despite the growing suspicion, dare not mock him openly. Very well. Yang Feng replied softly, extending his identity token. Observing Yang Feng's actions. The steward hesitantly took the identity token and swiped it on a specialized device at the counter. Ding! Accompanied by a crisp notification sound. The deduction of 125,500,000 SEC contribution points was successfully executed, leaving the steward of the Merit Hall in a state of shock. He quickly handed the token back to Yang Feng with deep respect, saying, Junior brother Yang, please hold on a moment. I shall fetch the items you exchanged for right away. With that, the steward promptly turned and entered a private chamber behind him. Shortly thereafter, he returned, presenting a spatial ring to Yang Feng. Junior brother Yang, here are the items you exchanged for. Please verify them, and if all is in order, kindly leave your fingerprint on the device. Yang Feng accepted the spatial ring, sweeping his consciousness over its contents and finding everything in order. He nodded, pressed his fingerprint on the apparatus at the counter, and then turned to exit the Merit Hall. My goodness! A mere cultivator of the spirit realm possesses over 125 million SEC contribution points. How astonishing! The steward couldn't help but exclaim softly as he watched Yang Feng's departing figure, firmly imprinting the young man's appearance in his memory. Upon leaving the Merit Hall, Yang Feng utilized his sword control technique, riding the Firecrow sword into the heart of Xiantian City, where he sought out the outer sect elder, Zhao Hai. Young Feng, have you been accepted as a registered disciple by the sect master? Upon seeing Yang Feng, Zhao Hai immediately approached with an expression of elation, inquiring eagerly, I have been accepted as a registered disciple by the esteemed sect leader. Yang Feng gently nodded, retrieving a splendid spiritual artifact from his spatial ring and presenting it to Zhao Hai. Yang Feng is a person who distinguishes between gratitude and grievances. Zhao Hai had brought him to the Xiantian sect and gifted him a spatial ring, which greatly aided Yang Feng. Therefore, once he gained the ability, Feng gifted Zhao Hai a magnificent spiritual artifact in return for his kindness. Feng, I recognize your exceptional talent and boundless potential, destined for greatness. However, I never anticipated your rapid ascent. In just a few short months, you have not only advanced to the realm of magical power, becoming an inner disciple of our Xianxia sect, but you have also been accepted as a registered disciple by the sect leader. This surpasses all my expectations and leaves me utterly astounded. Regardless, I am genuinely thrilled for you. I hope that on your future path, you will strive valiantly and become a supreme celestial being, enjoying eternal blessings and longevity equal to the heavens. As for this splendid spiritual artifact, I shall graciously accept it. Upon hearing Feng's words and seeing the magnificent spiritual artifact radiating brilliant spiritual light in his hands, a spark of excitement flashed in Zhao Hai's eyes as he responded exuberantly. He then accepted the splendid spiritual artifact from Feng, caressing it with delight and exhilaration. Zhao Hai was merely an ordinary outer elder of the Xianxia sect, and his finest weapon was only a superior spiritual artifact. To possess a splendid spiritual artifact was an exhilarating and celebratory achievement for Zhao Hai. "Old Zhao, congratulations!" exclaimed an elder in white, envy evident on his face. "Elder Wang, I have always remembered your kindness in gifting me a protective talisman. Please accept this inferior spiritual artifact sword as a small token of my gratitude." Upon hearing the elder's words, Feng promptly retrieved an inferior spiritual artifact sword from his spatial ring and offered it to the elder in white. "I shall graciously accept it." The elder in white responded with excitement as he accepted the inferior spiritual artifact from Feng. Although he already possessed several inferior spiritual artifacts, their value was significant, and no one would ever disdain having more. Observing the elder's actions, Feng smiled slightly, exchanged a few pleasantries with Zhao Hai, and then, with a swift motion, soared into the air, heading towards the western courtyard of Xianxia City. "Old Zhao, you have struck it rich this time. You must treat us." "Indeed, Old Zhao, you not only have to treat us, but also at the Fragrant Pavilion." "Absolutely. Old Zhao must host us at the Fragrant Pavilion. A splendid spiritual artifact, truly. Old Zhao has struck an incredible fortune. Although an exquisite spiritual artifact is indeed remarkable, it pales in comparison to the camaraderie I share with Feng. Indeed, Feng is the unparalleled prodigy of our Xianxia sect, and he is also the esteemed disciple of our sect leader, destined to become a direct disciple with an immeasurable future ahead of him. One day, even a mere slip of his fingers could easily satiate Old Zhao. Old Zhao's fortune is truly extraordinary, having invested in such a boundless talent. Today, I must ensure he faces the full brunt of my wrath. As Feng departed, numerous outer sect elders of Xianxia's sect surrounded Zhao Hai, their faces betraying envy and jealousy as they spoke. Chapter 35. The Crisis of the Yang Clan. In the reception hall of the Yang Clan in Xihuang City, the venerable elder Yang Lin, clad in simple garb and with a head of white hair, sat majestically at the main seat. The clan leader, Yang Hao, and the elder of the Ganshi realm occupied the sides of the hall. A handsome young man, dressed in the attire of an inner disciple of the divine sword manner, with a long sword at his waist, entered the hall with measured steps. Casting a casual glance at the venerable elder Yang Lin, he boldly declared, "I am Wang Lai, an inner disciple of the divine sword manner. I have taken a liking to your ancestral land, and hope that you will sell it to me. Young Master Wang, our ancestral land is home to hundreds of thousands of Yang family members and serves as the resting place for our forebears. We cannot sell it," replied the venerable elder Yang Lin with a gentle shake of his head, his tone resolutely rejecting the proposal. "Wang, I am here to inform you, not to negotiate. Your ancestral land must be sold to me. If you are wise, you may receive a compensation of 10 million gold coins. Should you choose to remain obstinate, you may find that one day, the Yang clan of Xihuang City could be annihilated by bandits, leaving you as mere dust in the annals of history." As Wang Lai's words echoed, a chilling murderous intent emanated from him. "Young Master Wang, Xihuang City is under the jurisdiction of Xianxia sect, not that of your divine sword manner. Do you not fear the repercussions from Xianxia sect for your brazen conduct?" Yang Lin's eyes flashed with anger as he struggled to contain his fury, questioning loudly. "The repercussions from Xianxia sect? Are you jesting? Does Xianxia sect concern itself with the fate of a mere Yang clan? Or do you believe that because one of your familial disciples has entered Xianxia sect as an outer disciple, the sect will protect you and elevate your standing? Let me be frank, The outer disciples of Xianxia's sect number in the tens of thousands, and their status within the inner sect is exceedingly low. Not only will your family not garner any protection from the sect, but if an outer disciple were to perish, Xianxia's sect would remain indifferent, never seeking vengeance. As long as I keep my hands clean, I could eradicate the entire Yang clan without a second thought, and Xianxia's sect would not bat an eye at your demise. Thus, it is in the best interest of your esteemed Yang family to relinquish your ancestral land to me. Otherwise, do not blame me, Wang Lai, for my ruthless nature. Upon hearing Yang Lin's inquiry, Wang Lai retorted with evident disdain. The Yang family is not easily intimidated. If you possess the capability, then annihilate our entire clan. Indeed, our family would rather perish in battle than sell our ancestral land to you. Abandon your futile hopes, for we shall never part with it. You speak more sweetly than a song. If you are not concerned about Xuantiangong, why come here to threaten us? Would it not be simpler to strike us down directly? Let me inform you that our disciple, though merely an outer disciple of Xuantiangong, possesses exceptional talent and will soon ascend to the ranks of inner disciples or even true disciples. Should you dare to act against us, our disciple will undoubtedly exact vengeance upon you and your kin. The expansion of the Yang family to its current stature is the result of generations of blood, sweat, and toil. If you have the audacity, come forth. We shall welcome your challenge. In response to Wang Lai's arrogant declarations, the elders of the Yang family, seated on either side of the reception hall, rose in indignation, their faces flushed with anger and their eyes glinting with icy resolve. Had they not been aware of their own limitations, they would have long since dispatched the arrogant Wang Lai. Do you seek death? Wang Lai's eyes flashed with murderous intent as he coldly threatened, his aura pulsating with formidable power. Waves of potent energy radiated from him, enveloping the hall and causing the faces of the Yang family's elders to pale as they struggled to muster their defensive energy against his overwhelming presence. Enough, young Master Wang. We shall never sell our ancestral land, so please take your leave. Feeling the oppressive force emanating from Wang Lai, Yang Lin, seated at the head of the table, met his gaze with fierce determination and bellowed. A terrifying wave of energy surged from Yang Lin, countering Wang Lai's pressure. Wang Lai, you have made a grievous error in judgment. Prepare for the annihilation of your clan. As Wang Lai felt Yang Lin's oppressive energy, he shot a fierce glare at him before turning to depart. Yang Hao, what did the city lord say? Yang Lin inquired of the family head, Yang Hao. Upon Wang Lai's exit, our ancestor, the city lord, has advised us to sell our ancestral land to Wang Lai. According to reports from our spies, Wang Lai resides within the city lord's estate. It is evident that the city lord has conspired with him. Yang Hao spoke with a bitter expression. Our ancestral land is the very foundation of the Yang family. We cannot and shall not sell it to Wang Lai. However, the threat posed by Wang Lai cannot be overlooked. Yang Hao, you are to immediately select the elite disciples of our Yang family and dispatch an elite guard to escort them, along with the parents of Yang Feng, to Xiantian City to find him. With Yang Feng present, these disciples entering Xiantian City will receive protection and will not need to fear the threats from Wang Lai, a disciple of the divine Sword Mountain Villa. Upon hearing Yang Hao's words, Yang Lin pondered briefly before softly responding. Indeed, ancestor. Yang Hao respectfully acknowledged, and then rose to leave the reception hall. The other elders of the Yang family also stood and made their way out of the hall. Soon, numerous elite disciples and elite guards of the Yang family were gathered together. A plethora of gold, silver, precious stones, and invaluable elixirs were also amassed by the Yang family. Concurrently, a contingent of elite guards proceeded to the residence of Yang Feng's parents, preparing to escort them away. Father, mother, where are you going? Upon returning home, Yang Feng looked at Yang De and Xianxia, who were preparing to leave with numerous packages, his eyes reflecting surprise as he involuntarily inquired. Xiao Feng, are you not cultivating at the Xiantian sect? Why have you suddenly returned? Yang De asked, unable to help but question Yang Feng instead of responding to his inquiry. Father, I have been promoted to an inner disciple of the Xiantian sect, and the sect has granted me a 3-month family visit. I just wanted to come back and see how you both are doing. Yang Feng replied softly. Xiao Feng, you have been promoted to an inner disciple of the Xiantian sect. You should not fear the threats from the inner disciples of the divine Sword Mountain Villa. Hearing Yang Feng's words, Yang De's eyes lit up with anticipation as he asked, Father, has an inner disciple of the divine Sword Mountain Villa threatened you? As soon as Yang De's words fell, Yang Feng's expression shifted slightly. A glint of ferocity flashing in his eyes as he inquired softly. Chapter 36. The Kill Comes Knocking. Wang Lai, an inner disciple of the divine Sword Mountain Villa, wishes to purchase our Yang family's ancestral land for 10 million gold coins. Since our Yang family refuses to sell, he threatens to annihilate the entire Yang clan. How can an inner disciple of the divine Sword Mountain Villa possess such audacity? Yang Feng looked at Yang Hao, the head of the Yang family, with a face full of astonishment as he asked. Yang Feng could hardly believe Wang Lai's audacity to openly declare his intentions to destroy the Yang family of Xiaoguang City, within the sphere of influence of the Xianxia sect. It is important to note that this is a severe provocation against the Xianxia sect. Regardless of whether Wang Lai is merely an inner disciple or a true disciple of the divine Sword Mountain Villa, the powerful figures of the Xianxia sect would undoubtedly eliminate him. Indeed, Wang Lai has made such statements. According to our Yang family's investigations, Wang Lai has already colluded with the City Lord's mansion. If our Yang family were to be destroyed, it is highly likely that the City Lord's mansion would attribute the blame to bandits and robbers, and the Xianxia sect may not conduct a thorough investigation. Furthermore, based on our Yang family's conjectures, it is highly probable that there is someone backing Wang Lai. Otherwise, it is unlikely that the City Lord's mansion would collaborate with just him alone. Yang Hao expressed his frustration, stating, "I understand. I shall head to the Lord's mansion to confront Wang Lai directly and inquire who has given him the audacity to threaten the annihilation of the Yang family." Upon hearing Yang Hao's words, a fierce glint flashed in Yang Feng's eyes as he replied coldly. With that, Yang Feng rose and made his way out of the Yang family courtyard. "I will accompany you." Seeing Yang Feng's actions, the elder of the Yang family, Yang Lin, stood up. Subsequently, both Yang Feng and Yang Lin soared into the sky, racing towards the Lord's mansion. "Wang Lai, come out." As Yang Feng approached the vicinity of the Lord's mansion, he summoned his internal energy and shouted loudly, his voice resonating across the area for miles, drawing the attention of countless onlookers. "Isn't that Yang Lin, the elder of the Yang family? What brings him to the Lord's mansion?" And beside him stands Yang Feng, who recently joined the Xianxia sect. A few months ago, he was merely a true Qi realm warrior. Goodness, in just a few months, he has attained a realm of magical power. His talent is extraordinary. Isn't that obvious? If Yang Feng lacked talent, would he have been accepted into the Xianxia sect? Observing Yang Feng's fierce demeanor, many speculated whether he intended to provoke the Lord. As Yang Lin and Yang Feng hovered in the sky, the nearby pedestrians and warriors began to murmur, their eyes alight with anticipation. "Yang Feng, is it not too crude and disrespectful to call my name so openly?" At that moment, Wang Lai emerged from the Lord's mansion, his expression one of displeasure as he gazed at Yang Feng. Wang Lai was quite troubled. He had never anticipated that Yang Feng would ascend to the realm of magical power and become an inner disciple of the Xianxia sect. While he could dismiss outer disciples without concern, inner disciples were another matter entirely. A single misstep could lead to his downfall, which was precisely why Wang Lai felt such vexation. Crude? Disrespectful? To a despicable and shameless person like you, courtesy is unnecessary. Tell me, who compelled you to purchase our ancestral land? Speak, and I may spare your life, at most crippling your cultivation. If you remain silent, I shall incapacitate you and employ secret techniques to make you wish for death." Yang Feng declared, his face a mask of fury, his tone rife with chilling menace. "Cripple me? Do you possess such capability? I have shown you courtesy due to your affiliation with the Xianxia sect, yet you dare to threaten me? You are courting death." Wang Lai retorted, his heart filled with murderous intent. With a cold snort, he summoned his internal energy, wielding a high-quality magical sword, and lunged fiercely toward Yang Feng. "You dare to strike at me? You are indeed seeking death." Confronted by the assault of Wang Lai's exquisite magical artifact, Yang Feng bellowed in fury, channeling the power within him to activate the inferior-grade treasure, the Fire Crow sword, and charged forth. With a resounding clash, the superior-grade Fire Crow sword collided with Wang Lai's artifact, unleashing a terrifying force that cleaved the superior-grade weapon in two. Almost immediately, empowered by this formidable might, the inferior-grade Fire Crow sword arced towards Wang Lai. Inferior-grade treasure. Witnessing the terrifying prowess of the Fire Crow sword and sensing its overwhelming aura, Wang Lai's countenance shifted dramatically, and he involuntarily gasped in alarm. In a rush, he summoned a defensive artifact, endeavoring to withstand the onslaught of the Fire Crow sword. However, The defense he conjured faltered within mere seconds, obliterated by the sword's relentless strike. Uh, uh, uh. At that moment, the Fire Crow sword, glinting with a sharp brilliance, severed Wang Lai's arms, eliciting a series of anguished cries. Stop! Just as Yang Feng prepared to wield the Fire Crow sword against Wang Lai's legs, a resounding voice erupted from the city lord's residence. An elegantly attired elder soared from the manor, racing towards Wang Lai in a bid to intervene. Yet, before the elder could reach Wang Lai, the Fire Crow sword had already severed his legs, binding his body with a fiery lasso and dragging him to Yang Feng's side. Yang Feng, in broad daylight, before the eyes of many, you harm the innocent without cause. Do you not regard the law? The elder, his eyes flashing with menace and his face contorted with rage, rebuked loudly. When Wang Lai forcibly seized our ancestral land and threatened to annihilate the Yang family, were you to speak of the law? When we sought your assistance to mediate and protect our family safety, you suggested we acquiesce and sell our ancestral land at a discount. Yet now, as I prepare to execute Wang Lai, you dare to invoke the law? Do you not find your hypocrisy laughable? Yang Feng retorted boldly. Let me make it clear. In Xiaoguang City, my word is law. You, the so-called city lord of Xiaoguang, are nothing but a worthless, despicable wretch deserving of death. The elder, standing a short distance away, seethed with rage at Yang Feng's words. Yang Feng, you flout the law. I shall report you to the kingdom, and let his majesty crush you. Upon hearing Yang Feng's declaration, the elder's anger surged. Yet here Yang Feng has slain the lord of the city. Does he not fear the retribution of the kingdom? The swiftness with which he vanquished the city lord showcases his formidable prowess. With Yang Feng present, the Yang family is destined to rise. As a disciple of the inner sect of Xianxia's sect, the kingdom would not dare to punish him. Witnessing Yang Feng's execution of the lord of Xiaoguang City, the nearby citizens and martial artists were left in shock, their expressions shifting dramatically as they gasped in disbelief. Among them, the higher-ups of several prominent families were particularly affected, a torrent of thoughts racing through their minds. Ancestor, we must leave. Disregarding the astonished cries of the onlookers, Yang Feng called out to Yang Lin, channeling his internal energy to lift Wang Lai, and swiftly flew toward the Yang family estate. Before long, Yang Feng returned to the Yang family courtyard, escorting Wang Lai into a secret chamber. Who compelled you to forcibly purchase our ancestral land? Yang Jun's tone was frosty as he interrogated Wang Lai. It was Sun Kuan, an inner sect disciple of the Divine Sword Mountain, who instructed me to acquire the Yang family's ancestral land forcibly. Sun Kuan currently resides at Qinghe Manor, over 30 miles from Xiaoguang City. If you possess the ability, go confront him. Wang Lai responded calmly. Upon finishing, Wang Lai unleashed the remnants of his internal energy, shattering his heart pulse and extinguishing the breath of life. The fact that Sun Kuan could command Wang Lai to coerce the acquisition of their ancestral land indicated that his strength must exceed Wang Lai's. However, even if Sun Kuan's power surpassed Wang Lai's, it would be limited. At most, he could be a cultivator of the divine ability realm, certainly not a golden core realm practitioner. My current combat strength is comparable to that of a soul transformation realm cultivator, with the utilization of a low-grade Dao weapon, the Vermilion Birdsword. I could even contend with those of the Law realm. Thus, Sun Kuan poses no threat to me. I can directly annihilate him at Qinghe Manor. Gazing upon Wang Lai's lifeless form, countless thoughts swirled in Yang Feng's mind, ultimately leading him to resolve to proceed to Qinghe Manor and eliminate the mastermind, Sun Kuan. Having made his decision, Yang Feng concentrated and conjured a searing flame, casting it upon Wang Lai's body, reducing it to ashes that scattered across the chamber floor. Immediately thereafter, Yang Feng exited the secret chamber. Yang Feng, how did it go? Did you uncover who was behind the coercive purchase of our ancestral land? As soon as Yang Feng emerged, the family patriarch, Yang Lin, stepped forward, his face etched with concern. Ancestor, the mastermind is merely a petty fool, not worthy of fear. You need not worry. Tend to my parents. I shall eliminate this insignificant jester and eradicate the hidden threat to our Yang family. Yang Feng replied softly before soaring into the air, transforming into a streak of light, racing toward Qinghe Manor. Before long, Yang Feng had flown beyond Xiaoguang City and hovered above Qinghe Manor, extending his consciousness to scan the grounds in search of Sun Kuan's presence. Yang Feng, you audaciously found your way to Qinghe Manor. At this moment, a resounding voice echoed from the depths of the estate. A young man clad in splendid attire emerged, suspended in mid-air, gazing at Yang Feng from several dozen meters away. A practitioner of the celestial realm, observing the young man's aura from a distance. Yang Feng murmured softly. In that moment, Yang Feng felt entirely at ease. A mere celestial realm practitioner posed no threat. He could easily vanquish him. Indeed, I am a celestial realm practitioner and an inner disciple of the divine swordmaner, Sun Quan. Now that you have discovered my location, I shall not conceal my intentions any longer. Your Yang family's ancestral land harbors a mysterious iron or vein, valued at several million spirit stones, and I wish to acquire it at a low price, profiting handsomely in the process. However, I never anticipated that within just a few months, you would ascend to an inner disciple of the Xianxia sect, possessing the formidable strength to slay practitioners of your rank, thereby altering my plans. Now, I present you with two choices. One is to sign a contract, allowing us to jointly exploit the mysterious iron vein on your ancestral land, with profits divided in a 70-30 split, my favor being 70%, yours 30. The other is for me to eliminate you, retreating to the divine sword manor for a decade or so until the dust settles, after which I shall return to annihilate your entire Yang family and monopolize the iron vein. You have the time it takes for an incense stick to burn to consider your decision. Should you fail to choose within that time frame, I shall assume you have opted for the latter and will strike you down without hesitation. Hearing Yang Feng's murmurs, Sun Quan wore a smile, exuding confidence as if victory was assured. In his eyes, there was no possibility of failure. A mere practitioner of the magical realm, no matter how talented, could not bridge two great realms to withstand the assault of a late-stage celestial realm practitioner like himself. Sun Quan believed that a single blow would suffice to obliterate Yang Feng. Granting Yang Feng a choice was merely a precaution. Killing an inner disciple of the Xianxia sect would bring undesirable repercussions, subjecting him to their pursuit and possibly a bounty on his head. If possible, Sun Quan would prefer to forego some spirit stones rather than face such consequences. Of course, the paramount concern was that, after slaying Yang Feng, he would be unable to exploit the Yang family's ancestral iron vein for an extended period, missing out on the spirit stone profits. Without a moment's hesitation, I choose the third option. I shall slay you. Upon hearing Sun Quan's words and seeing the confidence etched upon his face, Yang Feng's eyes glimmered with ferocity as he spoke in a frigid tone. Upon concluding his words, Yang Feng retrieved the low-grade treasure, the Fire Crow sword, and summoned the magical energy within him, infusing it into the sword, causing it to radiate brilliance and release a multitude of scorching fire crows. These fire crows formed a formidable array, launching a relentless assault towards Sun Quan. The sight of the Fire Crow sword in Yang Feng's grasp, coupled with the terrifying power emanating from the Fire Crow formation, caused Sun Quan's expression to shift dramatically, prompting an involuntary exclamation from him. In the midst of his astonishment, Sun Quan hastily channeled his own magical energy into a defensive spiritual artifact, positioning it before him in an attempt to withstand the onslaught of the Fire Crow formation. However, the power of the Fire Crow array was exceedingly formidable. As it struck the defensive artifact, the explosive force obliterated it instantaneously, shattering it into countless fragments that scattered in all directions. Following this, the Fire Crow array continued its unyielding assault on Sun Quan, and in his horrified gaze, it annihilated him on the spot, reducing him to a myriad of bloody remnants that fell toward the ground. At that moment, Yang Feng waved his hand, and a surge of magical energy emanated from him, retrieving Sun Quan's spatial ring and delivering it into his palm. Subsequently, Yang Feng extended his consciousness, meticulously scanning the Qinghe Mountain Villa, discovering it to be populated solely by servants and guards, devoid of any cultivators. With that, he swiftly transformed into a streak of light, returning in the direction of the Yang family estate. Chapter 38. The Awakening of Parental Bloodline Talents in the Spacious and Well-Lit Conference Room of the Yang family estate. The elder ancestor Yang Lin presided at the head of the table, while Yang Feng, Yang Hao, and the elders of the Yang family were seated on either side below him. Elder ancestor, family head, esteemed elders, the crisis facing our Yang family has been averted. There is no need for concern. As for the matter of my public execution of the Lord of Xiaoguang City, you need not worry. Even if the king had 10 times the courage, he would not dare to act against me. This spatial ring contains 10,000 bottles of essence pills, 3,000 bottles of spirit pills, 3,000 Qing Feng swords of lawful artifacts, 300 low-grade artifacts, 100 medium-grade artifacts, 50 high-grade artifacts, 20 supreme artifacts, 10 low-grade spiritual tools, 5 medium-grade spiritual tools, and 3 high-grade spiritual tools. Furthermore, there are 12 jade slips of cultivation methods that can lead to the Golden Core realm, 150 jade slips of various spells and techniques, 3 jade slips on alchemy, 3 on weapon forging, and 3 on talisman crafting. These pills, weapons, and jade slips are my humble offerings to the family. Please, family head, accept them to enhance our Yang family strength, combat prowess, and foundational resources. Yang Feng produced a spatial ring from his robes and presented it to Yang Hao, the head of the Yang family. Upon hearing Yang Feng's words and witnessing his actions, the elders of the Yang family in the conference room had their eyes light up, their faces radiating excitement and astonishment. They had not anticipated that Yang Feng had not only ascended to the realm of magical power and become an inner disciple of the Xianxia sect, but also possessed such an abundance of medicinal pills, weapons, and cultivation resources, which he generously offered to the family. This revelation left them both astonished and exhilarated, secretly proud of having such an exceptional disciple as Yang Feng in their family. Yang Feng, by bestowing so many cultivation resources upon the family, will it not impede your own practice? At this moment, Yang Lin, the venerable ancestor seated at the head of the table, waved his hand to halt Yang Hao's attempt to accept the spatial ring, and with a grave expression, he inquired of Yang Feng. Rest assured, ancestor, I am well aware that the resources I have gifted to the family will not affect my cultivation, Yang Feng replied, warmth surging from his heart as he smiled in response to Yang Lin's concern. Upon receiving Yang Feng's affirmative answer, Yang Lin gestured for Yang Hao to take the spatial ring. After a moment of contemplation, Yang Lin continued, Yang Feng, as a registered disciple of the Xianxia sect, you enjoy the privileges of a true disciple and possess an independent mountain peak for your cultivation. Since you will be focused on your practice, you will not have time to manage the trivial affairs of the mountain. Therefore, I intend to select a group of elite disciples from the Yang family to accompany you to your peak and assist with these tasks, allowing you to devote yourself to your cultivation. Of course, I will merely help you filter candidates. The final selection of those who will accompany you is entirely up to you. Hearing Yang Lin's words, Yang Feng responded without hesitation, ancestor. As the saying goes, brothers fight side by side, and fathers lead their sons into battle. Even without your suggestion, I intend to select a group of outstanding disciples from our Yang family to accompany me to the Xianxia sect for cultivation and to help me manage some affairs. With Yang Feng's assured response, a joyful smile spread across Yang Lin's face as he began discussing the details with Yang Feng. After concluding the meeting with the family elders, Yang Feng departed from the grand estate of the Yang family and returned to the small courtyard where his parents resided. Xiao Feng, has the crisis of our Yang family been resolved? Upon seeing Yang Feng return, Yang De hurried forward, his face etched with concern. Father, the crisis facing our Yang family has been averted. From now on, no one shall dare to threaten us. Yang Feng replied with a beaming smile. That is a relief. That is indeed a relief. With Yang Feng's reassuring words, Yang De let out a quiet sigh of relief, the worry on his face dissipating. Father, mother, your current strength is too weak. You must diligently cultivate and strive to advance to the true Qi realm, or even a magical realm, to enjoy a long life. Otherwise, should I become an unparalleled powerhouse in the future while you, due to your limited lifespan, return to the earth, it would be quite unfortunate. Seeing Yang Derelas, Yang Feng spoke earnestly to both him and Xianxia. Yang Feng held deep affection for his parents and did not wish for himself to attain immortality while they were limited to a mere century of life. Therefore, he fervently hoped for them to cultivate diligently, reach a higher realm, and enjoy an extended lifespan. Xiao Feng, it is not that your mother and I do not wish to cultivate, but our aptitude for cultivation is rather poor. We have been stuck at the body refinement stage, unable to break through the bottleneck to generate true Qi and become true Qi warriors. Upon hearing Yang Feng's words, Yang De responded with a hint of resignation. Father, I have 2 spirit herbs here, one for you and one for mother. Please consume them. Anticipating Yang De's request, Yang Feng smiled slightly and retrieved 2 Millennium Blood Spirit Herbs from the Cave Heaven Pearl, presenting one to Yang De and the other to Xianxia. With unwavering trust in their son, Yang De and Xianxia accepted the Millennium Blood Spirit Herbs without a moment's hesitation, promptly swallowing them. As the herbs took effect, Yangde and Xiaoxia each awakened a mid-level fire attribute bloodline talent and a mid-level wind attribute bloodline talent, respectively. Simultaneously, as they manifested their bloodline talents, they effortlessly broke through the bottleneck of body refinement realm, advancing to the true Qi realm. Their bodies transformed, and their lifespans extended to 200 years. Witnessing this transformation, a satisfied smile spread across Yang Feng's face. He promptly selected a foundational fire attribute technique and a foundational wind attribute technique from the Cave Heaven Pearl, handing them to Yangde and Xiaoxia for their cultivation. As for advanced techniques, like the Fire God art, they would only be imparted once Yangde and Xiaoxia reached the magic realm. Of course, as Yang Feng's parents, Yangde and Xiaoxia each received a spatial ring filled with various cultivation resources, alleviating any concerns about resource shortages until they reached the magic realm. Time flowed swiftly like a rushing river, and in the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. During this time, under Yang Feng's guidance, Yangde and Xiaoxia thoroughly studied the foundational techniques and made significant progress, enabling them to begin their cultivation systematically. Meanwhile, Yang Feng quietly practiced the Fire God art and the Xianxia sword technique, patiently awaiting the response from the Flame Kingdom. Young Master Feng, the messenger from the kingdom has arrived. The head of the family requests your presence in the reception hall. A servant of the Yang family approached swiftly, delivering the news loudly. I understand. You may return. I will join you shortly, Yang Feng replied casually. After completing a full cycle of the Fire God art, he rose from the cultivation room and soared towards the Yang family's courtyard. Chapter 39. The King's Favor and Ascension to the Yin-Yang Realm. Esteemed Messenger. This is our Yang family's prodigy, Yang Feng. Upon Yang Feng's arrival at the reception hall, the family elder, Yang Lin, greeted a venerable old man clad in golden robes with a warm smile. Young Master Feng, I am Qin Ming, a devotee of the Flame Kingdom and its messenger. It is a pleasure to meet you. The old man in golden robes stood up from his seat as Yang Feng entered the hall, approaching him with respect. Qin, I prefer to be direct. Please state your purpose for visiting our Yang family. Yang Feng acknowledged the golden-robed elder with a nod and took a seat, his tone unembellished. Young Master Feng, I come on behalf of the Flame Kingdom with 3 matters to discuss. Firstly, I extend my sincerest apologies on behalf of the Blazing Kingdom for the unjust treatment previously endured by the Yang family. To demonstrate our remorse, we have decreed that the 3 clans of the Lord of Radiant City shall be relegated to the status of slaves and presented to the Yang family for their discretion, serving them to atone for some of their losses. Secondly, it is with great honor that I announce the elevation of Mr. Yangde to the rank of Marquis of the Kingdom, along with the granting of a 1,000-mile expanse of land surrounding Radiant City as his personal domain. Thirdly, I cordially invite young Master Feng to attend the centenary celebration of our esteemed monarch, which shall take place in 2 months' time. Upon hearing Mr. Yang Feng's response, Qin Ming displayed no hesitation and promptly articulated his intentions. I graciously accept the kingdom's goodwill and will attend the centenary celebration punctually. As Qin Ming concluded his statement, Yang Feng perceived this as an overture from the king of the Blazing Kingdom, seeking to cultivate an alliance. He smiled subtly, recognizing that the Yang family's standing within the realm necessitated maintaining amicable relations with the monarch. Moreover, the sincerity demonstrated by the king was evident, warranting no discord from Yang Feng's side. Upon receiving Yang Feng's affirmative response, a joyful smile graced Qin Ming's countenance as he retrieved an edict from his spatial ring, bestowing the title of Marquis upon Yangde, which he presented to Yang Feng. Yang Feng casually glanced at the edict before setting it aside on the tea table, engaging in light conversation with Qin Ming. After acquiring information regarding the capital of the Blazing Kingdom, Blazing City, from Qin Ming, Yang Feng departed, taking the edict with him. Subsequently, he delivered the Marquis title to Yangde and retreated into the Yang family's meditation chamber, immersing himself in his cultivation and disregarding external matters. Ding! You have practiced the Fire God technique, resulting in a 10-fold enhancement of your cultivation, thereby augmenting your magical power by 10,000 strands. As Yang Feng successfully completed a cycle of the Fire God technique and condensed a strand of magical power within his consciousness, a melodious prompt resonated in his ears. The sudden influx of 10,000 strands of magical power significantly enriched his reserves. The spiritual energy concentration in Radiant City is exceedingly low, rendering the time required to condense a strand of magical power far greater than 10-fold that of the Xianxia sect, with diminished efficacy. Upon hearing the clear prompt and sensing the increase in his magical power, Feng furrowed his brow and murmured softly before retrieving a bottle of first-tier elixirs from his spatial ring, extracting one and consuming it. These elixirs are imbued with abundant and easily refined pure energy, allowing cultivators to expedite their absorption of celestial spiritual energy, making them the quintessential choice for rapidly enhancing magical power. Elixirs are categorized from 1st to 7th tier based on the energy they contain and their suitability for various levels of cultivators. The 1st tier elixir primarily benefits those in the magical realm, enhancing their magical power, while the 2nd tier elixir is designed for those in the yin-yang mirror realm, augmenting their magical capacity. In a similar vein, the 7th tier elixir is suitable for practitioners at the soul realm, augmenting their mystical energy. As Feng consumed a 1st tier elixir, waves of pure energy emanated from it, which he effortlessly refined into strands of mystical energy using the Fire God technique. Ding! You have practiced the Fire God technique, and the effects are returned 1,000-fold. You have gained 10,000 strands of mystical energy. Ding! You have practiced the Fire God technique, and the effects are returned 1,000-fold. You have gained another 10,000 strands of mystical energy. At this moment, a series of crisp notifications echoed in Feng's ears, causing him to furrow his brow before promptly silencing them. His sea of consciousness was now brimming with mystical energy, enabling him to break through the bottleneck of the mystic realm and ascend to the yin-yang mirror stage. A month later, Feng sensed the surging mystical energy within his sea of consciousness and murmured softly before commencing his breakthrough. Soon, he shattered the bottleneck of the mystic realm, advancing to the status of a yin-yang mirror practitioner. At that moment, the turbulent mystical energy within his sea of consciousness underwent a profound transformation. The energy that had once filled the entire sea of consciousness rapidly compressed, ultimately dwindling to less than 1% of its original volume. However, this remaining fraction of mystical energy evolved into something far more resilient and potent, imbued with a touch of sentience, its power exceeding that of the past. Fire Serpent. Aware of the transformation in his mystical energy, Feng called out softly, and a stream of pure mystical energy surged forth, coalescing into serpents of flame measuring nearly a foot in length. These fire serpents possessed a remarkable sentience, capable of moving freely within the cultivation chamber without Feng's conscious control. With a mere thought, they would instinctively launch attacks at his designated targets. The primary distinction between yin-yang mirror practitioners and those of the mystic realm lies in the sentience of their mystical energy. The energy formed by mystic realm practitioners lacks sentience, necessitating control through spiritual awareness to cast any spells or techniques, which consumes considerable mental strength. Conversely, the mystical energy of yin-yang mirror practitioners possesses a profound sentience, requiring minimal, or even no, conscious control to autonomously engage enemies, demonstrating even greater might. After observing the state of the fire serpents, Feng murmured a few words before delving deeper into the application of the yin-yang mirror in spellcasting. Before long, half a month had passed. During this period, Feng became thoroughly acquainted with the application of the yin-yang mirror in spellcasting, resulting in a significant enhancement of his overall strength and combat prowess. Concurrently, after consuming a substantial quantity of elixirs, the mystical energy within his sea of consciousness surged rapidly, covering 1/3 of the sea and surpassing the energy reserves of his peers at the same level. The time had come to set forth, heading to Flame City to attend the centennial birthday celebration of the King of the Flame Kingdom. Feeling the tumultuous mystical energy within his sea of consciousness, Feng murmured softly once more before departing from the cultivation chamber. Subsequently, he shared a meal with his parents to inquire about their well-being before soaring into the sky, transforming into a streak of light as he sped towards the capital of the Flame Kingdom, Flame City. Chapter 40. The Bloodline of the Wei Family. With merely 10 days remaining until the King's centenary celebration, I shall first meander through the city of blazing flame before seeking rest in the royal palace. Feng gazed at the magnificent and towering city of blazing flame from afar, whispering softly before descending into a nearby grove outside the city and striding purposefully towards its heart. Upon nearing the eastern city gate of blazing flame, a blood pearl within the celestial pearl began to tremble violently. A surge of information emanated from the blood pearl, entering Feng's mind. There exists the bloodline of the Wei family in this vicinity. Surprised by the revelation transmitted by the blood pearl, Yang Feng could not help but exclaim softly. It is noteworthy that Wei Yong had been a rogue cultivator of the celestial realm over 100,000 years ago. Given the passage of such an extensive duration, it would be expected that the Wei family had long since perished. Yet, astonishingly, not only had the bloodline persisted, but it thrived here within the city of blazing flame. Liafing Yang Feng utterly astounded. However, despite his astonishment, he felt compelled to locate the descendants of the Wei family due to his prior promise to Wei Yong and the oath he had taken to confront his inner demons. He resolved to ascertain the current state of the Wei family and assist them in becoming a prominent household within the secular realm, thereby enjoying wealth and prosperity. As thoughts swirled in his mind, Yang Feng followed the pull of the blood pearl towards the eastern city gate. Upon arriving at the eastern city gate, he observed a throng of pedestrians and caravans bustling in and out, creating an atmosphere of lively commerce. To one side of the gate, a vacant plot was occupied by numerous farmers clad in simple garments, alongside ordinary townsfolk. These farmers casually claimed patches of ground, displaying an array of homegrown vegetables. Woven bamboo baskets, bamboo mats, chairs, and straw shoes for sale, seeking to earn a modest income to support their families. Meanwhile, the common folk perused the various stalls, selecting items at prices lower than those found in the city's shops. Among them, a young girl exhibiting dozens of pairs of straw shoes immediately captured Yang Feng's attention. She is a descendant of the Wei family. Observing the girl energetically promoting her wares yet receiving no customers, Yang Feng's eyes sparkled as he murmured to himself. With this thought, he approached her with measured steps. At that moment, a young man clad in fine garments, accompanied by a servant and 2 bodyguards, emerged from the eastern gate and glanced towards the trade district. When his gaze fell upon the young girl, his eyes lit up instantly, and he hastened to her side, bringing his entourage along. "Young master, are you interested in purchasing straw shoes?" The girl inquired eagerly, her face alight with hope upon seeing the well-dressed youth. "Fair maiden, with your beauty, it is a waste to be selling straw shoes here. Why not accompany me home and become my concubine? As long as you serve me well, I shall adorn you in gold and silver, granting you a life of luxury and abundance, freeing you from the disgrace of purchasing straw sandals." The young man in splendid attire widened his eyes, fixated on the maiden, his voice dripping with temptation. "My lord, I shall not become your concubine. Please step aside and do not hinder my quest for straw sandals." The maiden replied, shaking her head, her tone frigid. "Fair maiden, my lord is the esteemed young master of the Zhao merchant house. It is a fortune for you that he has taken an interest in you. To reject him is to provoke our Zhao merchant house, and to provoke us is to defy the laws of the Liang kingdom, essentially courting death. If you wish to avoid your doom, you must obediently heed my lord's words and become his concubine, enjoying a life of indulgence. Otherwise, should my lord's wrath be ignited, your entire family shall perish, their bodies discarded to the graveyard for dogs to feast upon." As the maiden's words fell, a servant of the young man in splendid attire stepped forward, delivering a menacing threat. Upon hearing this threat, the nearby farmers and townsfolk turned pale, hastily retreating, fearful of attracting the young man's attention and suffering an undeserved calamity. Witnessing the farmers and townsfolk's retreat, the maiden's eyes flickered with despair and defiance. She lifted her chin, locking her gaze onto the young man, articulating each word with resolve. "Sir, I am but an ordinary commoner and do not wish to be your concubine. Please do not force me. I will force you. What can you do about it? Let me tell you, my interest in you is indeed a blessing. Today, you must accompany me, or I shall annihilate your family and then sell you into a brothel." The young man, captivated by the maiden's defiant visage, threatened with an air of arrogance. Upon hearing his brazen threats, the maiden's eyes glimmered with determination. Swiftly, she drew a sharp dagger from her bosom, lunging towards the young man's chest. Yet, being merely an ordinary person, her dagger was effortlessly caught between the young man's fingers before it could pierce his skin, rendering it harmless. "Ah, your spirit is quite fiery, but I delight in taming spirited steeds like you. Such spirited mares are the most exhilarating to play with." The young man exclaimed with excitement, his eyes gleaming with a thrill as he regarded the maiden, whose face was now etched with despair. And as Yang Feng approached slowly, a glimmer of ferocity flashed in the eyes of the young man in embroidered robes, who threatened with a menacing expression. "Are you threatening me? I despise being threatened. Anyone who dares to threaten me shall face death. and I will annihilate their entire clan. Are you inviting me to do just that? Observing the fierce demeanor of the young man, Yang Feng replied in a calm tone, "You are courting death, my friend. Attack! Kill him!" The young man commanded loudly, his eyes reflecting a flicker of malice as he perceived Yang Feng's unwavering confidence. Immediately, two of his guards drew their long blades, channeling their internal energy into the weapons as they swung them towards Yang Feng's position. In an instant, two terrifying arcs of energy, imbued with dreadful power, shot forth from the blades, aiming to cleave Yang Feng into pieces. Chapter 41, Wei Shui. As the lethal arcs descended upon him, Yang Feng let out a cold snort and, with a clenched fist, swung forward. Two shadowy tiger forms erupted from his fist, merging into the two arcs of energy, unleashing a resounding roar as they met the formidable attacks. Boom! 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 With a series of violent detonations, the two arcs were effortlessly shattered by the fist strikes, which then surged forward, crashing into the guards of the young man. The overwhelming force erupted, obliterating the guards and transforming them into a mist of blood that scattered upon the ground. He's killed them. He has killed someone. Run! Witnessing the scene, the nearby farmers and townsfolk were struck with terror, hurriedly fleeing in all directions, unwilling to linger. Meanwhile, the young man in embroidered robes turned pale, his eyes wide with fear. As he retreated, he shouted, "Senior, I am Zhao Kuei, the young master of the Zhao family trading house. I acknowledge my fault in this matter and am willing to offer 100,000 gold coins as compensation. Please spare my life." Our Zhao family trading house is not only the largest in the Flame Kingdom, boasting a formidable guard and 3 practitioners of magical realms, but is also the primary source of wealth for the 8th Prince. Under his protection, should you insist on taking my life, you will invite the wrath of our guards and the pursuit of powerful beings under the 8th Prince, ensuring your demise. Thus, I implore you to spare me in exchange for the gold and the friendship of our Zhao family trading house and the 8th Prince. Upon hearing the young man's words, Yang Feng's expression remained unchanged, his tone icy as he replied, "The moment you threatened me and commanded an attack, your fate was sealed. No one can save you. As for your Zhao family trading house and the 8th Prince, it is sufficient that they do not seek my trouble. If they dare to trouble me, I would not hesitate to obliterate them all." Upon finishing his words, Yang Feng clenched his right fist and swung it towards the young man in the embroidered robe, unleashing a shadow of his punch that struck the young man, transforming him into a mist of crimson that scattered upon the ground. Wei Shui, having witnessed the act of her predecessor, expressed her heartfelt gratitude, saying, "Thank you for saving me." As she stood up to greet the approaching Yang Feng, her face radiated appreciation. "Do not address me as predecessor. It sounds rather odd. My name is Yang Feng. You may call me Brother Feng or Young Master Feng." Yang Feng replied with a warm smile directed at Wei Shui. He greatly admired her bravery when she had previously thrust a dagger at Zhao Kuei, which prompted him to speak to her with a gentle tone. "Young Master Feng, you have taken a life. The city guards will be here soon. You should flee at once. If they capture you, it will spell your doom," Wei Shui warned, her expression filled with concern. "Rest assured, the city guard would not dare to apprehend me. However, you, due to your weaker strength, may become a target for retaliation from the Zhao family as business. Allow me to fulfill my good deed and escort you safely home." Yang Feng reassured her with a soft smile, noticing her worried demeanor. "You see, I cannot return home just yet. I must sell these straw sandals to buy medicine for our parents and food for my younger brother." Wei Shui gently shook her head. "I will take these sandals. Here is a banknote worth 100 gold coins. Please accept it." Yang Feng chuckled lightly as he retrieved a 100 gold coin banknote from his spatial ring and offered it to Wei Shui. With a wave of his hand, he stored all the straw sandals into his spatial ring. "You are offering too much. I cannot accept this," Wei Shui insisted, stepping back and refusing to take the banknote. 100 gold coins is not excessive. In my eyes, the value of these sandals far exceeds that amount. Please accept it." Young Feng smiled gently, stepping forward to place the banknote into Wei Shui's palm. "Come, let us venture into the city to buy medicine and food." With that, Yang Feng grasped Wei Shui's small hand and headed towards the eastern city gate. As Yang Feng approached the city gate, the guard stationed there turned pale. Trembling in fear, they hastily discarded their steel spears, anxious that Yang Feng might misconstrue their intentions and unleash his wrath upon them. Although these city guards were merely ordinary warriors of the body refinement realm, they possessed some understanding of martial artists and cultivators. Recognizing Yang Feng as an immensely powerful figure capable of extraordinary feats, someone not to be trifled with. Thus, even upon witnessing Yang Feng slay Zhao Kuei, the guards at the eastern gate dared not intervene or utter a word, terrified of meeting the same fate. If it were not for their reluctance to abandon their posts as guards of the city and their fear of becoming deserters, facing the harsh consequences of military law, the sentinels at the East City Gate would have long since fled. Soon, Yang Feng took Wei Shue's hand and led her to the entrance of the East City Gate. At that moment, a thought struck Yang Feng, and he inquired of Wei Shue, "Wei Shue, have you ever entered the Blazing Flame City? Do you know where the apothecaries are located?" Wei Shue gently shook her head and replied, "To enter the city, one must pay an entrance fee. I did not wish to waste money, so I have never entered Blazing Flame City." Hearing her words, Yang Feng turned his gaze towards the group of guards at the East City Gate and casually pointed to one of them, asking, "Do you know where the apothecaries in the city are located?" Upon hearing Yang Feng's question and sensing the overwhelming pressure he exuded, the guard dared not conceal any information and promptly replied with utmost respect, "My lord, there are a total of 126 apothecaries in Blazing Flame City, and I am familiar with the location of each one." "Excellent. Lead us to the largest apothecary in the city." Yang Feng nodded slightly, speaking in a calm tone. "Yes, my lord." The guard responded respectfully and proceeded to lead the way for Yang Feng and Wei Shue. Who knows whether it is good or bad that Lord Li Qi has been chosen? Whether it is fortuitous or not depends on Li Qi's luck. I think that Lord seems quite amiable. Surely he would not harm Li Qi. How can you discern his amiability from the fact that he is someone who takes lives so easily? Once Yang Feng and the others had walked some distance away, the guards at the East City Gate began to whisper among themselves. "If you wish to live, then silence yourselves. Which word do you think you are entitled to discuss? If you seek death, I do not. Whoever dares to speak of any lord again shall find me merciless." Upon hearing the guards' murmurs, the captain of the guards, who had just descended from the city tower, turned cold and reprimanded them in an icy tone. Hearing the captain's rebuke, the guards at the East City Gate promptly fell silent, no longer daring to speak. Chapter 42. Zhao Family Trading House. My son has been killed. In a spacious and brightly lit office at the headquarters of the Zhao Family Trading House, a middle-aged man dressed in ornate garments sat in the main seat, staring incredulously at the servant kneeling before him. "Master." The young master was slain by a cultivator. That cultivator merely threw 3 punches, annihilating both the young master and his 2 chi condensation guards. The trembling servant replied, "As my son's servant, how can you show your face in this world after my son has perished?" Upon receiving the servant's affirmation, the middle-aged man in ornate garments rose from his seat, slowly approached the servant, whispered a single phrase, and then delivered a kick that shattered the servant's neck, killing him instantly, with a face full of malice. The middle-aged man then strode out of the office. "My lord, this spiritual medicine shop is the largest apothecary in Blazing Flame City. Within the apothecary, not only are various medicinal herbs abundant, but also an array of miraculous elixirs, which should surely satisfy your esteemed requirements." The guard gestured towards a quaint, antiquated loft as he introduced it to Yang Feng. "I understand. Here, take this, and you may depart." Yang Feng cast a glance at the nearby loft, retrieving a gold note worth 100 taels from his spatial ring, which he then handed to the guard. "Esteemed sir, the servant from the Zhao family trading house has stealthily returned to their establishment. It is likely that the Zhao family's guard and enforcers will soon come after you, so please exercise caution." The guard, upon receiving the gold note, revealed a glimmer of shrewdness in his eyes and quietly warned before hastily departing. Hearing the guard's words and observing his swift exit, Yang Feng smiled faintly, dismissing the warning from his mind. He then took Wei Shue's hand and walked into the apothecary. The servant of Zhao Kuei had been deliberately let go by Yang Feng, for he wished to draw out the snake from its hole, enticing the Zhao family trading house to seek him out, thus providing him the perfect opportunity to eliminate them and prevent future troubles. "Doctor, please prepare 2 prescriptions for me." Upon entering the apothecary, Wei Shue cautiously extracted 2 prescription slips from her bosom and presented them to the attending physician. The ingredients listed on these prescriptions are quite valuable, totaling 20 gold coins. "Are you certain you wish to proceed?" The physician glanced at the prescriptions casually before addressing Wei Shue. "Doctor, here is a gold note worth 100 gold coins, more than sufficient to cover the cost of the 2 prescriptions." Wei Shue produced a gold note from her bosom and handed it to the physician. "Wang Er, prepare the medicine for this young lady." The physician, after inspecting the gold note, instructed a clerk behind the counter. He then pocketed the note and returned to Wei Shui a cloth bag containing 80 gold coins. Before long, the clerk had gathered the necessary medicinal ingredients and handed them to Wei Shui. Beaming with joy after acquiring the antidote, she made her way outside, intending to purchase some food before hurrying home to prepare the medicine for her parents. However, just as Wei Shui and Yang Feng emerged from the apothecary, they found themselves surrounded by a group of guards clad in exquisite armor, wielding steel weapons, exuding a palpable aura of menace. At that moment, 3 individuals donned in robes, radiating powerful magical energy, stepped forward from the crowd. The foremost of the magic practitioners pointed at Wei Shui and addressed Yang Feng. "Young man, if you wish for her to live, you must accompany us to the Zhao family trading house." To think that a dignified practitioner would resort to threatening the life of an ordinary person is truly a disgrace among cultivators. I shall grant you 10 seconds to contemplate your decision. After 10 seconds, if you remain here, you shall stay forever. Upon hearing the words of the leading magical practitioner, Yang Feng replied coldly, "You are quite audacious, aren't you? Today, I shall allow you to experience a fate worse than death, and you will no longer be so arrogant." As Yang Feng's voice faded, the leading cultivator of the magical realm flashed a murderous glint in his eyes, bellowing in rage as he summoned his inner power to wield a medium-grade magical sword, thrusting it fiercely towards Yang Feng. Simultaneously, the other 2 cultivators also harnessed their inner energies, launching their inferior-grade swords at Wei Shui. "Are you courting death?" Witnessing this scene, Yang Feng let out a cold snort. With a mere thought, a protective shield materialized in the air, enveloping Wei Shui and deflecting the strikes of the inferior-grade swords. Subsequently, Yang Feng extended 2 fingers, pinching the medium-grade sword aimed at him. With a slight exertion, he snapped the weapon in 2, causing it to clatter to the ground. Seeing Yang Feng's actions, the 3 cultivators' faces paled in alarm. Without a moment's hesitation, they summoned their powers and took to the skies, fleeing into the distance, too afraid to continue battling Yang Feng. "Think you can escape?" Observing their retreat, Yang Feng scoffed and summoned his inner energy, conjuring 3 fire serpents, each about a foot long, which surged towards the fleeing cultivators. As they sensed the terrifying potency of the fire serpents, their expressions turned to horror. They hastily called upon their inner powers to summon inferior-grade defensive artifacts in a desperate attempt to withstand the onslaught. However, the inferior-grade defenses they conjured were swiftly obliterated upon contact with the fire serpents, shattering into countless fragments that scattered across the street. Moments later, the 3 fire serpents collided with the cultivators, igniting them in a blaze of searing flames, transforming them into fiery figures that emitted piercing cries, ultimately reduced to ashes, carried away by the wind. At that moment, Yang Feng turned his gaze towards the elite guards surrounding him and Wei Shui. Waves of scorching flames erupted from him, swiftly engulfing each elite guard, reducing them to nothing but ashes. Afterward, Yang Feng grasped Wei Shui's hand, his form shifting as he soared into the air, suspending himself aloft, and expanded his consciousness to scan the surroundings. Before long, he pinpointed the location of the Zhao family business headquarters. In a blink, he vanished from his spot, racing towards the direction of the Zhao family establishment. The Zhao family has bitten off more than they could chew this time. They are in for a calamity. Observing Yang Feng's swift departure, a gray-robed elder who had just emerged from the herbal shop narrowed his eyes, murmuring softly. After a moment of contemplation, the elder returned directly to the herbal shop. Chapter 43. Healing Wei Shui as Parents. You are the master of the Zhao family business. The head of the Zhao clan, Zhao Sheng. Yang Feng addressed the finely dressed, middle-aged man before him in a calm tone. "I am Zhao Sheng. Are you the one who killed my son, Zhao Kuei?" The middle-aged man in a brocade robe widened his eyes, fixating intently on Yang Feng, his face contorted with menace. "Indeed, I am the one who killed your son," Yang Feng replied with an unruffled tone. "Then you shall die." Upon receiving Yang Feng's affirmation, the brocade-clad man's thoughts coalesced, and over a dozen talismans erupted from his spatial ring, hurtling towards Yang Feng. In an instant, the talismans shattered in the void, unleashing a torrent of fiery arrows, fireballs, fire serpents, wind blades, sword flashes, knife glimmers, and spear lights, all hurtling towards Yang Feng with terrifying force, intent on overwhelming him. Undeterred by the barrage of talismanic attacks, Yang Feng's expression remained unchanged. With a mere thought, a surge of pure mana emanated from him, coalescing into a vast crimson net that ensnared the onslaught of talismans, rendering them immobile and incapable of inflicting any harm upon him. Subsequently, a stream of refined mana surged forth from Feng, transforming into a fire serpent that struck the brocade-clad man, igniting him and reducing him to a cloud of ash. Carried away by the wind. Afterward, with a wave of his hand, Feng summoned the brocade-clad man's spatial ring into his possession. Simultaneously, the pastries, delicacies, and fine wines within the man's abode levitated, entering Feng's spatial ring. With food secured, let's proceed to your home. Having accomplished this, Feng turned away Shui and said, without delay, he took her hand, channeling his mana, soaring into the air like a streak of light towards the outskirts of Flame City. Young master, that thatched cottage is our home. Wei Shui pointed towards a distant cottage while suspended 100 meters above the ground. Upon hearing her words, Feng shifted his form and descended towards the thatched cottage. Soon after, Wei Shui hurried inside, carrying 2 bags of medicine, and called out loudly, Father, Mother, I have returned with the medicine. Shui, why are you buying medicine? We are well aware of our ailments. They are beyond cure and merely a waste of money. If you have money for medicine, it will be better spent on food or saved. A weary-looking woman replied, her face etched with reproach. Shui, your mother is right. In the future, when you have money, buy food or save it. Do not waste on medicine for us. Save some food and money, so that after we are gone, you and your brother can survive. A frail, sickly middle-aged man struggled to rise from a dilapidated bed, adding his voice to the admonition. Father, Mother, your illnesses are not beyond treatment. Why give up hope? If it is a concern about money, you need not worry now, for I have money in hand. Upon hearing her parents' words, Wei Shui hastily retrieved a cloth bag containing 80 gold coins from her bosom and handed it to them. Wei Shui, where did you acquire these gold coins? Her parents' faces changed dramatically upon seeing the contents of the bag, and they immediately raised their voices in inquiry. I earned these coins from selling straw sandals. Wei Shui softly replied, the sandals you crafted could fetch at most a mere dozen silver coins. How could you possibly amass such a fortune in gold? Her father, with a furrowed brow and a worried expression, urged her, tell me, have you done something foolish? Uncle, aunt, you need not worry. Wei Shui has not acted unwisely. All these gold coins are legitimately earned from the sale of straw sandals, without any trouble or risk. At that moment, Feng entered the thatched cottage with a smile. Addressing Wei Shui's parents, Father, Mother, this is young Master Feng. Upon seeing Feng's arrival, Wei Shui promptly introduced him to her parents, recounting in detail how he had saved her life. Young Master Feng, thank you for rescuing Wei Shui. In my next life, I would gladly serve you as a beast of burden to repay your kindness. Upon hearing Wei Shui's words, her father immediately expressed his gratitude to Feng and attempted to rise to kneel before him. Seeing this, Feng quickly reached out to prevent him from kneeling, gently saying, Uncle, there is no need for such formality. Your actions would be too much of a burden for me. He continued, in truth, I have inherited the legacy of Wei Shui's ancestors and can sense the bloodline aura of the Wei family. It was this aura that compelled me to save her when I sensed it upon entering the city. My connection to the Wei family through this inheritance binds me to your affairs. While I cannot bestow upon you eternal life, I can ensure that you live a long life, enjoying the riches of this world. Now, allow me to heal your injuries and restore your health. With that, Feng concentrated his thoughts, unleashing streams of pure magical energy that flowed into Wei Shui's parents' bodies, expelling the malignant cells from their flesh. Soon, the afflicted cells within them were cleansed, and a healthy flush returned to their faces. Uncle, aunt, your ailments are healed. You merely need to take a few doses of medicine to restore your vitality. Feng remarked with a smile as he withdrew his magical energy. Father, Mother, I shall prepare the medicine for you right away. Hearing Feng's words and seeing the renewed color on her parents' faces filled Wei Shui with joy, prompting her to hurriedly grab the medicinal ingredients and head to the kitchen. After Wei Shui's departure, Feng glanced at the 2-year-old child sleeping on the bed and began to engage in light conversation with Wei Shui's parents. Meanwhile, in a spacious and bright study deep within a grand estate covering 1,000 acres in Flame City, a middle-aged man clad in luxurious garments set aside the tome in his grasp and addressed the black-clad figure kneeling before him. What progress has been made in the investigation? This elegantly attired gentleman was none other than Li Han, the clandestine master of the Zhao family trading company and the 8th prince of the Kingdom of Flame. The black-clad man was the chief of intelligence under Li Han's command. Upon hearing Li Han's inquiry, the black-clad man respectfully replied, "Your Highness. The cultivator responsible for Zhao Sheng's demise is Yang Feng, a registered disciple of the inner sect of the Xianxia sect." Yang Feng encountered a conflict with Zhao Kuei, the eldest son of the Zhao family trading company, at the eastern gate of Flame City. After receiving this report, Li Han's brow furrowed, and his face contorted with fury as he declared, "Zhao Sheng has indeed sired such a worthless son in Zhao Kuei. His death is well-deserved. You are to lead a contingent to eradicate the entire Zhao family. Leave not a single soul alive. Furthermore, ensure that all the wealth and assets of the Zhao family trading company are meticulously organized and compiled for my review." "Yes, Your Highness." The black-clad man responded with utmost respect before rising and departing from his study. Yang Feng was a formidable figure. It would be unwise to provoke him. If he were to become an adversary, it would be a miracle to retain even a semblance of life, let alone aspire to claim the throne. Once the black-clad man had exited, Li Han exhaled a resigned sigh and vacated the study. Chapter 44. Apologies and Reparations. Several dozen miles from Flame City, along a rural pathway, an imposing procession advanced toward the Lin family village. At the heart of this grand entourage, the curtain of an opulent carriage was drawn aside, revealing Li Han's head peering out. At that moment, the captain of his personal guards, stationed by the carriage, promptly rode closer to await Li Han's command. "How long until we reach Lin family village?" Li Han inquired, casting a glance at the wheat fields flanking the road. "Your Highness, we shall arrive in approximately 15 minutes. The captain replied without hesitation. "Inform me upon our arrival at Lin family village." Li Fan nuda provingli, iswing a suft kumman. "Yes, Your Highness." The captain responded respectfully. With that, Li Han drew the curtain shut and closed his eyes to rest. Soon enough, the span of 15 minutes elapsed, and the vast caravan entered Lin family village. "What a magnificent procession! Why has such a grand convoy come to our Lin family village?" murmured the villagers in astonishment, recognizing it as the ceremonial retinue of the 8th prince. The arrival of the imposing caravan instantly captured the attention of countless villagers, who retreated to a safe distance, whispering and pointing in curiosity. At that moment, Li Han, having received the captain's signal, disembarked from the luxurious carriage. Observing the villagers who were pointing and murmuring from afar, he instructed the convoy to remain in place while he, accompanied only by the captain, walked toward Wei Shui's residence. Li Han's actions immediately drew the notice of the villagers of Lin family village. A group of audacious children and youths lingered at a distance behind Li Han, curious to discern his destination. Unfazed by their presence, Li Han maintained his composure and proceeded directly toward Wei Shui's residence. Shortly thereafter, he arrived at Wei Shui's home accompanied by the commander of his personal guards. He stepped forward and called out loudly, "Li Han of the Blazing Flame dynasty seeks an audience with young Master Yang." Upon hearing Li Han's call, Yang Feng, who was dining with Wei Shui and her parents, excused himself and stepped outside the thatched cottage. "Your Highness, what brings you here?" he inquired, his expression unchanged as he regarded Li Han, adorned in resplendent attire. "Young Master Yang, I have come to offer my sincerest apologies. The Zhao family trading company is under my jurisdiction, and their offense against you is my fault. I deeply regret this transgression. Herein lies the entirety of the Zhao family trading company's wealth and assets. I implore you to accept them," Li Han declared as he produced a hefty ledger from his robe and presented it to Yang Feng. Yang Feng accepted the ledger and swiftly perused its contents, discovering the immense wealth and assets of the Zhao family trading company. The monetary wealth amounted to a staggering 12 million gold coins, while the assets spanned across the Blazing Flame Kingdom, far exceeding the value of the coins. Moreover, the number of individuals reliant on the Zhao family trading company, including shop assistants, managers, servants, maidens, and guards, exceeded tens of thousands, a truly monumental figure. Of course, neither the gold coins nor the assets held any significance for Yang Feng. However, to Wei Shui and her family, this represented an abundant fortune that could elevate them to a life of luxury, establishing them as affluent magnates within the Blazing Flame Kingdom. The possessions of the Zhao family trading company hold no value for me, yet they will serve my dear friend Wei Shui's family well. Therefore, I shall accept your apology. I also hope you will dispatch individuals to assist Wei Shui's family in taking possession of the Zhao family trading company's wealth and assets. along with a contingent of elite guards at their disposal. What are your thoughts on this? Feng stated as he stored the ledger within his spatial ring. That is certainly feasible. Rest assured, young Master Yang, I will ensure that this matter is handled with utmost diligence. Li Han exclaimed with a sense of elation, raising his voice in affirmation. Then let us return together to Flame City and oversee the acquisition of the Zhao family trading company's wealth and assets. Feng replied with a subtle smile before re-entering the thatched cottage. He guided Wei Shui's family out, proceeding towards the caravan that Li Han had stationed in Linjia village. The 8th prince is here to escort Wei Shui's family. How astonishing, murmured the onlookers. What connection does the 8th prince have with them? It seems Wei Shui's family is destined for prosperity. Our Linjia village maintains a good rapport with Wei Shui's family. Perhaps their rise will bring us fortune as well. As Wei Shui and her family followed the 8th prince towards the carriage, the villagers of Linjia village, positioned at a distance, revealed expressions of astonishment, engaging in hushed discussions filled with excitement and anticipation. Soon, Feng and his companions boarded Li Han's carriage, hastening towards the direction of Flame City. Upon their arrival at Li Han's royal residence, Feng allowed Wei Shui's parents and younger brother to rest within the palace, while he accompanied Wei Shui, with Li Han personally guiding them to systematically take over the wealth and assets of the Zhao family business. The Zhao family's wealth was extensive, and it required a full week for Wei Shui to successfully assume control of the Zhao family's fortunes and enterprises. During this process, aside from the first day spent by Wei Shui's side, Feng remained in the royal palace, diligently cultivating to enhance his own prowess. Once Wei Shui had fully taken over all the assets of the Zhao family, Feng emerged from his seclusion to join Wei Shui's family in residing at the former Zhao estate, quietly awaiting the arrival of the king's birthday banquet. Meanwhile, deep within the palace of the Flame Kingdom, in a hidden underground chamber, King Liu regarded the elderly man in a black robe who was meditating with closed eyes. He spoke respectfully, "Elder Zheng, Feng has been drawing close to the 8th prince, and it is highly likely that he may threaten my throne. I hope you can take action discreetly and eliminate Feng." Upon hearing Liu's words, the black-robed elder opened his eyes, his tone calm, as he replied, Feng is the unparalleled genius of the Xianxia sect, under its stringent protection. I cannot dare to assassinate him. If you wish to eliminate Feng, it must be done by a practitioner of the same rank or merely one major realm above him. As the unrivaled prodigy of the Xianxia sect, Feng may fall to those of the same rank or one major realm above him, but not to one two major realms superior. Should someone from two major realms above attack Feng, the powerful members of the Xianxia sect would undoubtedly intervene immediately to vanquish them. If I were to strike down Feng, I would not survive 3 days before being killed by the sect strongmen. Thus, I will not carry out an assassination on Feng. Hearing the elder's response, Liu frowned slightly and said, Elder Zheng, Feng's strength is extraordinarily formidable, and his overall combat capability far exceeds that of practitioners at the same level. Not only is it difficult for those of the same rank to defeat him, but even those just one major realm above him would struggle to slay him. After contemplating Li Yu's words for a moment, the black-robed elder retrieved a jade talisman from his spatial ring and handed it to Li Yu, saying, "This is a blood-burn talisman, capable of igniting the user's entire blood supply, unleashing tenfold attack power. However, there is a drawback. Once activated, it cannot be halted, and the user will inevitably perish as their blood is consumed." As the voice of the elder in the black robe faded, Liu eagerly accepted the jade talisman, his face alight with excitement as he exclaimed, "Thank you, Elder Zheng. I understand what I must do." With that, Liu rose and departed from the secret chamber. Chapter 45. The Centenary Banquet, Your Highness. The centenary banquet of His Majesty is indeed quite lively, Feng remarked to the 8th prince, Li Han, as he observed the throngs of opulent carriages at the palace entrance, alongside the dignitaries and nobles adorned in splendid attire, all wearing smiles. "It is indeed a grand affair," Li Han replied softly. "Not only do we have the esteemed officials and noble scions of our Flame Kingdom in attendance, but also envoys and dignitaries from neighboring nations. Furthermore, every sect with formidable practitioners within our realm has dispatched representatives to partake in His Majesty's centenary celebration." As they conversed, their luxurious carriage glided past the multitude of splendid carriages, making its way directly into the palace, racing towards the gardens where the banquet was to be held. Soon, Yang Feng and Li Han arrived at the banquet garden, which had been meticulously arranged. Countless officials, nobles, and representatives from various sects had already arrived and, under the guidance of maidservants, took their seats. Upon seeing Yang Feng and Li Han descend from their carriage, the assembly of officials and nobles murmured softly, their expressions shifting slightly. How close are Yang Feng of the Xianxia sect and the Eighth Prince? When did their relationship become so intimate, sharing a carriage? Didn't Yang Feng and the Eighth Prince have a conflict? Yet, they appear to be in perfect harmony. Is Yang Feng intending to support the Eighth Prince? With his ambitious nature, the Eighth Prince surely sees this as a boon, enhancing his odds in the quest for the throne. As the whispers circulated among the guests, Yang Feng and the Eighth Prince, guided by palace maidens, made their way to their designated seats. The Eighth Prince, being of high rank, was seated among the nobility, while Yang Feng, representing the Xianxia sect, was given a place of honor among the guests. Shortly thereafter, all guests had arrived. King Li Yu of the Flame Kingdom, donned in resplendent robes, gracefully took his seat at the head of the banquet and greeted the assembly before officially declaring the festivities to commence. Following this, a procession of tall, alluring maidens clad in diaphanous garments entered, carrying platters of delectable dishes, fresh fruits, and exquisite wines to the banquet tables. Simultaneously, elegantly dressed women ascended the stage to commence a captivating dance performance. Yang Feng sat cross-legged at the table, casually picking up an apple and crunching into it, his eyes widening in admiration as he gazed at the captivating performance of the palace-dressed dancers on stage. These dancers, trained since childhood by the Flame Kingdom, possessed remarkable poise and exceptional flexibility, enabling them to execute intricate movements that rendered their dance exquisitely beautiful, far surpassing the performances seen on Blue Star. Although Yang Feng was quite capable himself, he had never witnessed such graceful artistry, and he found himself utterly entranced by the splendid display before him. Noticing Yang Feng's rapt attention, King Li Yu of the Flame Kingdom, seated in the main position, cast a disdainful glance, inwardly thinking, a country bumpkin. As the gathering continued, guests engaged in casual conversation while enjoying food and drinks, all the while relishing the dancers' performances. Halfway through the banquet, King Li Yu felt the time was ripe and cleared his throat to capture everyone's attention. He gestured toward the middle-aged man behind him, speaking softly, "Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to introduce Zhou Haitao, a recently recruited royal offering. He possesses formidable cultivation in the realm of Yin-Yang Mirror and is adept in various fire-based spells, demonstrating extraordinary strength. Zhou Haitao wishes to experience the prowess of our Flame Kingdom cultivators and engage in a friendly exchange. I have observed that among all present, only the esteemed disciple of Xianxia sect, Yang Feng, is most closely matched in strength with Zhou Haitao, making him the most suitable candidate. I wonder if Yang Feng would be willing to spar with Zhou Haitao, providing us all with some entertainment?" Upon hearing Li Yu's words, the attendees were momentarily stunned, casting incredulous glances at the king. They could not fathom why Li Yu would provoke Yang Feng in such a manner, particularly as Yang Feng represented the dignity of the Xianxia sect. By suggesting that Yang Feng engage in a sparring match for amusement, Li Yu appeared to treat him as a mere performer, thereby challenging the authority of both Yang Feng and the Xianxia sect. While the crowd remained in shock, Yang Feng's eyes glinted with determination, and in a calm tone, he replied, "Since your majesty has spoken, I shall spar with Zhou Haitao for everyone's enjoyment." With that, he rose to his feet, channeling his inner power, and ascended into the air, floating 1,000 meters above the garden. Observing Yang Feng's actions, Zhou Haitao, at Li Yu's nod, swiftly followed suit, rising into the sky to hover 100 meters away from Yang Feng. At that moment, Zhou Haitao focused his thoughts, summoning a crimson jade talisman into his palm, which, infused with his magical energy, emanated a series of scarlet beams, permeating into his body. Immediately, the blood within Zhou Haitao began to ignite, causing an overwhelming surge of power that radiated from him, expanding outward with a terrifying intensity. What was happening to Zhou Haitao? Why did he resort to such self-destructive tactics at the very onset? This was not merely a spar. It was a desperate struggle, a bid for mutual destruction with Yang Feng. What was His Majesty thinking? Was he truly so misguided? Was he courting death? Did he not fear the repercussions from Xianxia sect? Witnessing Zhou Haitao's actions and feeling the oppressive aura he emitted, the guests at the banquet were taken aback, their expressions shifting dramatically as they gasped in disbelief. Clearly, They failed to comprehend Li Yu's intentions. It was essential to note that Feng was an inner disciple of the Xianxia sect. Should he perish within the palace of the Flame Kingdom, Li Yu would undoubtedly face severe punishment from the sect. Chapter 46. The Coup. Fire Crow Sword. Observing Zhou Haitao, who stood 100 meters away, his blood ablaze and aura swelling, Yang Feng's eyes glinted with a fierce light. With a sharp command, the low-grade treasure, the Fire Crow Sword, soared from him like a streak of light, descending upon Zhou Haitao with lethal intent. A low-grade treasure. Realizing the formidable power contained within the Fire Crow Sword, Zhou Haitao's expression shifted, and he instinctively exclaimed in shock. Amidst his astonishment, Zhou Haitao hastily summoned his internal mana to wield a low-grade spirit sword, lunging towards Feng with urgency. With a resounding crash, the Fire Crow Sword flickered, spinning mid-air before striking down upon the low-grade spirit sword with tremendous force. The overwhelming might shattered the spirit sword into countless fragments that scattered in all directions. Then, with a scorching aura, the Fire Crow Sword sliced through the void, effortlessly piercing Zhou Haitao's skull, causing blood to spray forth as he met a tragic end. Subsequently, the Fire Crow Sword unleashed waves of searing flames, igniting Zhou Haitao's corpse, reducing it to mere ashes that drifted downward. At that moment, Feng cast a frosty glance at Li Yu, seated at the head of the banquet, and coldly declared, "Your Majesty, I am feeling unwell. I shall take my leave." Without waiting for a response, he swiftly departed the palace. As Feng left, the 8th prince stood and exclaimed loudly, "Your Majesty, I am unwell. I must take my leave." Following him, numerous ministers, nobles, wealthy families, and sect emissaries rose, each fabricating excuses before hastily exiting the palace. These courtiers and dignitaries were all astute individuals. Feng, in a furious display of strength, swiftly dispatched Zhou Haitao with a single strike before departing in anger, certain that he would not let the matter rest and would undoubtedly seek retribution against Li Yu. As a distinguished disciple of the Xianxia sect, it would be a trivial task for Feng to deal with Li Yu. Moreover, the influential 8th prince, allied with Feng, would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to exacerbate Feng's vengeance against Li Yu, rendering it all the more savage and relentless. The alliance between Feng and the 8th prince was simply beyond Li Yu's capacity to counter. Consequently, numerous ministers, aristocrats, and representatives of various sects hastily vacated the imperial palace, seeking to distance themselves from the impending storm. Within moments, a substantial portion of the guests at the banquet had departed, leaving only Li Yu's staunch supporters and a handful of minor officials, family members, and merchants. Observing this exodus from his prominent seat, Li Yu's face darkened with fury as he gazed at the nearly empty banquet table. A glint of menace flashed in his eyes as he snorted coldly and rose to venture deeper into the palace. Clearly, Li Yu recognized that he had mishandled the situation and was hastening to devise subsequent strategies to bolster his defenses. As Li Yu exited, his loyal followers and the minor officials hastily stood and made their way toward the palace exit. Soon, news of the palace's affairs spread throughout the entire Flame City. Prominent families, powerful factions, and major sects within Flame City convened to bolster their defenses, awaiting the unfolding of events. In an instant, an ominous shadow enveloped the entirety of Flame City. A palpable atmosphere of impending conflict instilled fear in the hearts of ordinary citizens and warriors alike, compelling them to scurry home, securely bolting their doors and cautiously observing the outside world. "Young master, His Majesty has gone too far today. I extend my apologies on behalf of the Flame Kingdom." The 8th Prince, Li Han, arrived at the Wei residence, his expression filled with remorse as he addressed Feng. "8th Prince, do you aspire to become the king of the Flame Kingdom?" Feng inquired, his demeanor unchanged and tone neutral upon hearing Li Han's words. "Young master, I wish to become the king of the Flame Kingdom. I firmly believe that under my rule, the Flame Kingdom can thrive and its citizens can enjoy a better life." Li Han responded without hesitation, his enthusiasm evident. "8th Prince, I can assist you in ascending to the throne of the Flame Kingdom. But I wonder if you can maintain your position once there? After all, I cannot linger in Flame City indefinitely, nor can I continually suppress dissenters." Feng posed softly. "Young master, my influence is considerable. If you can resolve the issues concerning certain cultivators in the Flame Kingdom, I can easily take control of the situation." Li Fan exclaimed, his face alight with excitement. "Very well, I shall grant you 1 hour to prepare. After that, We shall proceed to the palace and ensure Li Yu's downfall, Yang Feng declared coldly upon receiving Li Han's affirmative response. Understood, young master. Li Han responded with excitement and hurriedly departed from the Wei residence, preparing for what lay ahead. An hour later, he arrived at the Wei estate accompanied by 3,000 elite guards and over a dozen cultivators. He addressed Yang Feng, saying, Young Master Yang, the city guards of Flame City are now under my control. Once we deal with the palace's imperial guards and the attending cultivators, we shall seize Flame City and the Kingdom of Flame. Then let us set forth. Yang Feng nodded in satisfaction upon hearing Li Han's words and took the lead towards the palace. Their movements were bold and unrestrained as they approached the palace, showing no fear of being seen, nor did they worry about any potential informants alerting Li Yu. In truth, there was no need for a tip-off. Li Yu was already aware of Li Han's maneuvers and had laid a trap within the palace, eagerly awaiting Li Han's arrival. The 8th prince had made his move, but whether he could defeat Li Yu and ascend as the new sovereign remained uncertain. The 8th prince already held considerable power and influence. With the support of the esteemed disciple of Xianxia, Yang Feng, his chances of overcoming Li Yu to become the new monarch were significantly heightened. Indeed, with the backing of the illustrious Yang Feng, Li Han's prospects appeared promising. However, Li Yu's audacity in challenging Yang Feng suggested he must possess some means to contend with him. Li Yu had inherited the throne solely due to his status as the firstborn, lacking remarkable talent of his own. His provocation of Yang Feng might well have been an impulsive act. As both Li Yu and Li Han belonged to the royal lineage, it would be prudent for us, the noble families, to refrain from involving ourselves in their conflict. Who could argue otherwise? We shall simply await the outcome in silence. Observing Li Han's actions, the affluent families, powerful nobles, and disciples of various sects within Flame City gathered to whisper amongst themselves, dispatching numerous scouts to closely monitor the palace's movements. Soon, Yang Feng and his entourage arrived at the grand entrance of the palace, which was enveloped by a formidable array. To gain entry, they would need to breach this significant barrier. Shall I assist in breaking the array? Yang Feng inquired, extending his consciousness to assess the formation. He discerned that it could withstand a full-force strike from a golden core cultivator, showcasing considerable power, and turned to Li Han for confirmation. You need not intervene for now. Young Master Yang, I can handle this array myself, Li Han replied with a gentle shake of his head. Following this, he gestured grandly, and one of his loyal guards promptly produced a signal flare and ignited it. With a thunderous roar, the flare exploded in the sky, illuminating the heavens with a dazzling display, visible for miles around. Let us move, commanded Wu Ming, the deputy commander of the Imperial Guards, as he ordered his trusted subordinates. Immediately, a soldier from the Imperial Guard divided into small teams and swiftly arrived at each formation node, obliterating them, causing the grand array shrouding the palace to shatter instantaneously into countless glimmers, vanishing into the ether. Simultaneously, more than a dozen guards stationed at the palace gates drew their sharp blades and struck down upon their comrades. In the blink of an eye, scores of Imperial Guards defending the palace gates were ruthlessly slain. Subsequently, the assailants hastily opened the palace gates to welcome the army of Li Han. Young Master Yang, let us proceed. Upon witnessing this scene, Li Han smiled faintly, beckoning Yang Feng, and took the lead into the palace. Hearing Li Han's words, Yang Feng reciprocated with a slight smile and followed closely behind him into the palace. Throughout their ensuing journey, Yang Feng need not lift a finger. All Imperial Guards along the way either surrendered outright or were dispatched by Li Han's loyal subordinates. Before long, Li Han and his entourage arrived at the expansive hall deep within the palace. At that moment, Li Yu, accompanied by over 100 royal attendants, stood in quiet anticipation on the hall's plaza, awaiting their arrival. Eighth brother, it appears you have been diligently honing your skills. To have seized control of the city guards and Imperial Guards in the mere span of an hour is truly astounding and remarkable. He remarked, however, let it be known that sheer numbers do not equate to strength in this world. Though the city guards and Imperial Guards possess commendable prowess, they pale in comparison to the might of our royal attendants. As long as our royal attendants are willing to support me, even if you command the city guards and Imperial Guards, it will avail you nothing, leading only to your demise. As Li Han's group arrived, Li Yu stepped forward with an air of assured victory. Your Majesty, had you not provoked young Master Yang, I would not have dared to invade the palace, even with control over the city guards and Imperial Guards. Yet, your foolish provocation of young Master Yang and even the Xianxia sect, is tantamount to courting death. You may inquire among the royal attendants behind you how many are willing to stand by your side, willing to oppose young Master Yang, and willing to become adversaries of the Xianxia sect. Our royal attendants exist to protect the safety of our royal family and the Kingdom of Flame, not to serve as your enforcers. Each of our royal attendants holds their own convictions and principles. They will not follow you into folly, nor will they sacrifice their precious lives due to your stupidity. Upon hearing Li Yu's words, Li Han stepped forward calmly and replied with a composed tone. After speaking, he gestured to Yang Feng with his eyes, inviting him to say a few words. Understanding the signal, Yang Feng advanced, casting a sharp gaze over the 100 royal attendants, and spoke with an even tone. Ladies and gentlemen, Li Yu's public provocation of me and the Xianxia sect is a grave offense deserving of death. Should you wish to avoid sharing his fate, it would be wise to distance yourself from him and support the 8th prince in becoming the king of the Kingdom of Flame. As he spoke, Yang Feng's thoughts stirred. And the low-grade treasure, the fire crow sword, soared from his being, hovering above the Grand Hall's plaza, emanating waves of searing flames that coalesced into fiery crows, each measuring about a foot in length. In an instant, the fire crow sword unleashed no less than 100,000 fire crows, forming a grand formation that radiated an overwhelming aura, instilling terror among the over 100 royal offerings present in the plaza. Li Yu's provocation of young Master Yang and the Xianxia sect indeed rendered him unfit to be the king of the Flame Kingdom. Young Master Yang is right. I support the 8th prince in becoming the new king of the Flame Kingdom. Li Yu is nothing but a foolish individual, unworthy of continuing as the king. I stand by young Master Yang's decision, sensing the terrifying energy emanating from the grand formation of fire crows. The expressions of the royal offerings in the plaza shifted dramatically as they hastily pledged their loyalty to Yang Feng and quickly distanced themselves from Li Yu. In a mere moment, the 100 or so royal offerings behind Li Yu had all fled, leaving him standing there in desolation. Observing this scene, Li Han's eyes glinted with malice. With a sweep of his hand, a practitioner of the magical realm summoned their internal powers, propelling a superior-grade magic sword that pierced through Li Yu's skull, causing blood to spatter, resulting in his tragic demise. Chapter 47. The Treasure Map. In the Grand Hall of the Flame Kingdom's palace, Li Han, adorned in royal robes, sat regally upon the throne. An elderly eunuch, holding a scroll, stepped forward and proclaimed in a sharp voice, "We hereby confer Yang to the title of Prince of the South, granting him all lands within a radius of 3,000 miles around Xiaoguang City. We hereby confer Wei Changshu the title of Marquis of Peace, granting him all lands within a radius of 30 miles around Linjia village." Upon finishing the proclamation, Li Han rose and departed the Grand Hall. Entering a side hall of the palace, "Young Master Yang, I have discovered this treasure map within the royal treasury and present it to you as a token of my goodwill." Li Han, spotting Yang Feng in the side hall, promptly retrieved an ancient bee-skin scroll from his spatial ring and handed it to Yang Feng. "Thank you, Your Majesty. I must return to my sect for cultivation. Should you require my assistance, feel free to send someone to Xianxia sect to seek me out. Additionally, I hope you will look after the Wei family and ensure their enduring prosperity." Yang Feng accepted the bee-skin scroll, casting a casual glance before storing it within his spatial ring. At this moment, a week had passed since Li Han invaded the palace and eliminated Li Yu. During this week, Yang Feng had resided in the Wei family's home, aiding in the recovery of Wei Shui's parents' health while imparting to Wei Shui some martial techniques, imposing upon the noble families of Flame City. Yang Feng firmly believed that as long as he remained alive, the noble families of Flame City would not only refrain from targeting the Wei family, but would also seek to befriend them, allowing the Wei family to establish a firm foothold in Flame City, emerging as a new noble lineage, enjoying worldly glory and wealth. As Li Han officially conferred the title of Duke of Taiping upon Wei Shui's father, Wei Changshu, within the Grand Hall of the Imperial Palace, the dark oath of heart demons sworn by Yang Feng dissipated by an astonishing 99%. The remnants of this lingering darkness were now insufficient to exert any significant influence over him. In a century's time, these slight remnants would vanish entirely, leaving Yang Feng untouched by their grasp. "Young Master Yang, rest assured, I shall take good care of the Wei family." Li Han responded with utmost respect upon hearing Yang Feng's words. With Li Han's reassuring affirmation, Yang Feng nodded gently before departing from the palace's side hall. He soared into the skies, transforming into a streak of light as he sped towards the direction of Xiaoguang City. During his flight, a thought crossed Yang Feng's mind, causing a treasure map to materialize in his palm. He extended his spiritual awareness to scrutinize it closely. The treasure's location, as indicated on the map, lay not far from Lian City, merely over 30,000 miles away. I shall first visit the treasure site before returning to Xiaoguang City, he murmured softly to himself, adjusting his course toward the location marked on the map. To expedite his journey, Yang Feng promptly retrieved the low-grade treasure artifact, the Fire Crow Sword, employing the sword control technique to hasten his flight. Instantly, his speed surged tenfold. By evening, he had traversed the 30,000 miles, arriving above a lush, verdant peak. At this moment, instead of immediately descending upon the mountain to search for treasures, Yang Feng chose to sit cross-legged atop the Fire Crow Sword. He produced a second-tier spirit pill, activating the Fire God technique to absorb the energy contained within, replenishing his magical power that had been depleted during a day of intense flight. After all, the extended period of high-intensity travel had consumed a considerable amount of his magical energy. Had it not been for the fact that his sea of consciousness was 100,000 times greater than that of an average cultivator of the same rank, and his magical reserves were tens of thousands of times more abundant, he would have long since exhausted his power. To ensure the safety of his expedition, Yang Feng resolved to fully restore his magical energy to its peak state before venturing into the treasure site. Soon, he refined 3 second-tier spirit pills, and with the assistance of the 10,000-fold return system, he successfully replenished his magical energy, even slightly increasing it. At this juncture with a thought, Yang Feng stepped onto the Fire Crow Sword and descended into the verdant mountain. Roar, roar, roar. As soon as Yang Feng alighted on the peak, furious roars of beasts erupted from within the mountain. A number of second- and third-tier ferocious beasts surged forth from their lairs, baring their fangs and claws as they lunged at Yang Feng. Unfazed by this scene, Yang Feng's expression remained calm. With a thought, his magical energy surged forth, conjuring fiery serpents that lunged at the oncoming ferocious beasts, igniting their bodies and reducing them to ashes that scattered with the wind. In mere moments, hundreds of second- and third-tier ferocious beasts on the mountain were incinerated by the searing fire serpents, leaving nothing but charred remnants. Immediately thereafter, Yang Feng descended upon the peak, gripping the Fire Crow Sword in his hand, and expanded his consciousness in a meticulous search for the treasure's location. However, to Yang Feng's dismay, no matter how thoroughly he employed his spiritual awareness, he could not uncover the whereabouts of the treasure. Given the proximity to Flame City, had the treasure been easily discoverable, it would have long been claimed by the royal family of the Flame Kingdom. After a considerable time, Yang Feng retracted his consciousness, softly lamenting, and prepared to abandon his search and depart from the mountain peak. Suddenly, a series of crisp sounds of air being sliced through resonated from above the peak. Several formidable cultivators, exuding powerful waves of energy, descended from above. Soon, 5 practitioners of the magical realm and one of the yin-yang realm encircled Yang Feng, their magical powers surging, poised to launch a fierce attack at any moment. Who are you? What brings you here? The leading yin-yang realm cultivator stepped forward, his face twisted with malice as he inquired. I possess a treasure map and have come to seek the treasure. Yang Feng thought for a moment and then retrieved the treasure map from his spatial ring, presenting it to the yin-yang realm cultivator. As Yang Feng's words fell, the expressions of the 6 cultivators shifted dramatically, their gazes toward him brimming with icy menace. Kid, I initially thought you were merely passing through and considered sparing your life. But since you have come to seek treasure, we can only express our apologies for leaving you here forever. Attack together, kill him. The leading yin-yang realm cultivator, after a brief contemplation, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes, shouted loudly. Immediately, he wielded a medium-grade magical sword, launching a ferocious assault on Yang Feng, while the other 5 practitioners of the magical realm summoned their inner powers, brandishing their inferior-grade swords to strike down upon him. Unfazed by the onslaught from the 6 cultivators, Yang Feng maintained his composure, wielding the Fire Crow Sword to meet their incoming strikes. Bang, bang, bang. With a series of crisp sounds, the Fire Crow Sword, imbued with a sharp radiance, effortlessly severed the 6 magical swords. Subsequently, a barrage of piercing sword lights erupted from the Fire Crow Sword, easily penetrating the bodies of the 6 cultivators, eliciting their anguished cries as they collapsed lifelessly to the ground, akin to sheep awaiting slaughter. At that moment, Feng swiftly approached the yin-yang realm cultivator, his right hand morphing into a claw that grasped the latter's head, invoking the soul-searching secret technique to extract information regarding the treasure's location. Chapter 48. The Mysterious Token. No wonder I couldn't locate the treasure. It turns out I lacked a key. Upon acquiring the desired information, Feng murmured softly, applying a slight force with his right hand to snap the neck of the yin-yang realm cultivator. Immediately, as Feng concentrated, pure magical energy surged forth from within him, coalescing into fiery serpents that lunged at the 6 cultivators, igniting their bodies into ashes that scattered upon the ground. Subsequently, with a wave of his hand, the spatial rings of the 6 cultivators soared into the air, landing in Feng's palm. Soon, he discovered an ancient key within one of the rings, channeling his internal magic to imbue it, causing it to emit a faint glow and levitate above the mountain peak. At this moment, Feng expanded his consciousness, meticulously observing the ancient key and the mountain's condition. With a resounding roar, the levitating ancient key transformed into a brilliant stream of light, striking a corner of the mountain with tremendous force, shattering it and revealing an ancient cave dwelling. Witnessing this, Feng swiftly propelled himself towards the entrance of the ancient cave. However, just as he arrived, 2 towering battle puppets clad in golden armor, wielding golden spears, emerged from within, thrusting their weapons towards him with alarming speed. The golden puppets exuded an overwhelming aura, and the spears sliced through the air like golden dragons, piercing Feng's chest before he could react. Bang! 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 Amidst the crisp sounds of metal clashing, Feng's body was sent hurtling backward as if cut loose from a string, crashing to the ground and creating a deep crater in the solid stone. By the heavens! Fortunately, I possess the exquisite treasure, the Xianxia armor, for otherwise these 2 strikes would have claimed my life, he exclaimed, glancing down at the 2 spear wounds on his chest, a look of fear flashing in his eyes. As Feng gasped, the 2 golden puppets surged forward, transforming into beams of golden light, brandishing their spears aimed directly at his head, determined to eliminate him. Faced with their assault, Feng did not dare to delay. He promptly summoned the inferior-grade treasure, the Fire Crow Sword, which materialized as a streak of light to counter the golden spears. Yet to his dismay, upon colliding with the spears, the Fire Crow Sword was sent flying by the terrifying force contained within them, unable to withstand the onslaught. Seeing this, Feng felt no hesitation and bellowed, Vermilion Bird Sword. Immediately, the inferior-grade Dao weapon, Vermilion Bird Sword, flew forth from his sea of consciousness, transforming into a radiant red light that swiftly met the 2 golden spears, effortlessly deflecting them. Then, with a flash of crimson brilliance, the Vermilion Bird Sword became a bolt of lightning, piercing through the chests of both golden puppets, rendering them motionless. Master, these 2 golden puppets possess the combat strength of soul formation cultivators and are quite valuable. I did not destroy them, but rather incapacitated their energy cores. All that is required is to replace their energy core and modify the control program of the energy core, thereby reactivating them to serve your purpose in battle. At this moment, the spirit of the inferior Dao artifact, the Vermilion Bird Sword, conveyed a message to Feng before transforming into a streak of light and entering his consciousness. Upon hearing the spirit's words, a spark of excitement flickered in Feng's eyes as he swiftly approached the 2 golden puppets. He examined their bodies with care, inspecting the damaged energy cores situated in their chests, and subsequently stored them within his cave heaven pearl. In anticipation of returning to the Xianxia sect, Feng resolved to diligently study the knowledge of artifact forging and formations, aiming to recreate 2 energy cores, alter their programming, and reactivate the 2 golden puppets, thus acquiring 2 combat puppets of the Yuan spirit realm. With the tenfold return system for cultivation effects at his disposal, Feng was confident that with dedicated effort, he could swiftly elevate his understanding of artifact forging and formations to an extraordinary level, effortlessly crafting energy cores. As his thoughts swirled, Feng grasped the Fire Crow Sword and cautiously ventured into the ancient cavern. Soon, he arrived at the depths of the ancient cave, entering a vast space spanning thousands of square meters. At that moment, the expansive area was devoid of any items save for a solitary skeleton. After probing the space thoroughly with his divine sense, Feng gradually made his way toward the skeleton. Esteemed predecessor, you have departed from this world. The spatial ring you left behind serves no purpose. Allow it to be my reward for laying you to rest. Feng murmured softly as he noticed the spatial ring beneath the skeleton. He then wielded the fire crow sword to excavate a deep pit beside the skeleton, interring the remains within, before retrieving the spatial ring and unleashing his divine sense to inspect its contents. Inside the spatial ring were 12 silver puppets of the nascent soul realm, 36 bronze puppets of the golden core realm, and 108 black iron puppets of the divine ability realm, along with 180 million inferior spirit stones, 30 million middle-grade spirit stones, 1 million superior spirit stones, 3,000 premium spirit stones, and 15 law crystals, as well as 12 jade slips containing techniques, 360 jade slips of spells and divine abilities, 36 jade slips for artifact forging, 8 jade slips for formations, 820 jade slips for puppet techniques, and a mysterious token. Upon witnessing the plethora of resources contained within the spatial ring, a glimmer of excitement illuminated Feng's eyes, and he could not help but exclaim in exhilaration. With such an abundance of spirit stones and resources at his disposal, Feng could focus on cultivating upon his return to the Xianxia sect, striving diligently until he reached the realm of laws. Afterward, he would emerge as the deputy sect leader and embark on further journeys of experience. Ultimately, the primary reason for disciples of the Xianxia sect to venture out is to acquire cultivation resources, with self-improvement being a secondary objective. Given that he possessed ample cultivation resources, why would Feng not devote himself to training within the sect rather than risking adventure outside? After a flurry of excited murmurs, Feng transferred all the items from his spatial ring into the Dantian Pearl, carefully extracting the mysterious token for closer inspection. The token, crafted from an unfamiliar material, exuded an air of sophistication, adorned with countless intricate formations that clearly indicated its extraordinary nature. Feng marveled at the token's exquisite quality, noting its superior material compared to even the inferior gray Dao tool, the vermilion bird sword, which left him utterly astonished. However, unable to discern the token's purpose, he cast it into the Dantian Pearl and departed the ancient cave, soaring towards the direction of Xiaowang City. Chapter 49. Return to the sect. Feng. Weren't you supposed to attend His Majesty's centennial birthday banquet? How did you end up entangled with the 8th prince and assist him in ascending the throne? Upon his return home, Yangda inquired, his face etched with concern. Father originally intended to attend the banquet, but unexpectedly. Noticing the worry etched on Yangda's face, Feng helplessly shook his head and recounted the events that transpired in Lian City. Hearing his son's account, Yangda's expression darkened. Liu actually dared to plot against you. He deserves his fate. Father, I will be returning to Xianxia sect tomorrow. It may be quite some time before I come back again. Feng continued. This spatial ring contains a substantial amount of cultivation resources, enough for you and my mother to use for a long while. Please take care of it. Inside, there are 2 silver puppets of the Yuanying realm and 12 bronze puppets of the Jindan realm. You and mother should each claim half for your protection. You may use the cultivation resources at your discretion, and if you find yourselves running short, just let me know, and I will arrange for more to be sent your way. The silver and bronze puppets should be kept close to ensure your safety. Seeing the fierce look on Yangda's face, Feng smiled slightly as he retrieved the prepared spatial ring and combat puppets from the Dantian Pearl. Feng, we will accept these gifts. Yangda replied solemnly as he took the spatial ring. You must take care of yourself while you are out there. If you ever find yourself in distress or unhappy, remember, our home will always be your warm harbor. Upon hearing his father's words, Feng handed over the spatial ring with a serious expression. After exchanging a few more words with Yangda and Xianxia, he returned to his room to quietly practice the Xintian art. The following morning, Feng bid farewell to his parents and boarded a top-grade treasure ship, accompanied by over 100 disciples of the Yang family, as they sped towards the direction of Xianxia sect. Shortly thereafter, Feng piloted the treasure ship to hover above Xianxia City, landing just outside the Internal Affairs Hall. Isn't that Feng? He has returned. Feng has only been a member of our Xianxia sect for less than a year. Yet he has ascended to the rank of an inner disciple and has even been accepted as a registered disciple by the esteemed sect leader. Truly, it is a source of immense envy and admiration. Feng possesses extraordinary talent and remarkable achievements, incomparable to those of ordinary individuals like us, who can only look on with jealousy. The companions surrounding Feng are undoubtedly disciples of the Yang family from Xiaowang City. As the saying goes, When one person attains greatness, those around him also rise. With Yang Feng becoming a registered disciple of the sect leader, his family status has consequently soared, allowing them to join our Xianxia sect without the need for assessment. Observing Yang Feng and his entourage, many outer disciples outside the internal affairs hall of Xianxia City began to whisper among themselves, their eyes brimming with envy and jealousy. Yang Feng, however, paid no heed to the murmurs of the outer disciples. Instead, he led over 100 Yang family disciples into the internal affairs hall of Xianxia City to complete the formalities for outer disciples and miscellaneous disciples. With the assistance of the hall's attendants, the over 100 Yang family disciples swiftly completed their registration. Subsequently, Yang Feng summoned a high-grade flying vessel and, along with his fellow disciples, soared towards the depths of the Xiantian mountain range, heading for the internal affairs hall. However, to Yang Feng's surprise, their path was soon obstructed by an inner disciple. Yang Feng, I am Qin Guangming, an inner disciple of Xiantian sect. I wish to challenge you. Do you dare to fight me? The inner disciple proclaimed, exuding a powerful aura characteristic of a celestial realm cultivator. Qin, as a seasoned celestial realm inner disciple, is it not a bit excessive to challenge me? A mere yin-yang realm cultivator who has just ascended to the rank of inner disciple? Young Feng remarqued, his brow furrowing slightly as he gracefully disembarked from the high-grade flying vessel, his tone unperturbed. While my cultivation may slightly surpass yours, we are both inner disciples. Our status is equal. Thus, I see no excess in this challenge. However, should you choose not to accept, do not claim to be a prodigy of our Xiantian sect. After all, how could a true prodigy fail to overcome challenges beyond their level? Qin Guangming responded, his expression unwavering, laced with a tone of mockery. Qin Guangming, I address you as senior brother out of respect. Since you have chosen to disregard that respect, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. I accept your challenge. Yang Feng's eyes gleamed with a cold light as he spoke, his voice chilling. With that, Yang Feng summoned the low-grade artifact, the Fire Crow Sword, unleashing a barrage of fire crows that formed a grand formation of 100,000 fire crows, charging towards Qin Guangming. Confronted by an army of 100,000 fiery crows, Qin Guangming maintained an unwavering composure. With a deft motion of his hand, a superior-grade treasure sword materialized within his grasp. As he wielded it, a series of piercing golden sword lights erupted forth, clashing against the formation of fiery crows. Boom! 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 Amidst the cacophony of fierce detonations, the fiery crow formation was obliterated, each crow succumbing to the sharp golden light, disintegrating into specks of red and vanishing into the void. In mere moments, the entire legion of fiery crows was vanquished. With the relentless golden sword light descending upon Yang Feng, is this superior-grade treasure sword your source of confidence in challenging me? Yang Feng remarqued, his expression unchanged as he witnessed the destruction of the fiery crow formation. With a cold snort, he summoned the inferior-grade Dao tool, the vermilion bird sword, from his sea of consciousness, unleashing its power. Instantly, a fierce red light surged forth from Yang Feng's consciousness, slicing through the air like lightning, shattering the golden sword lights in its path. Following this, the red light relentlessly pierced through Qin Guangming's arm, eliciting a piercing wail as his superior-grade sword fell from his hand, only to be ensnared by Yang Feng's conjured magical hand and drawn into the cave Heaven Pearl. At that moment, Yang Feng swiftly closed the distance to Qin Guangming's side, extending his right hand to grasp the latter's neck. In a chilling tone, he declared, I care not for the force behind you. Should you dare to provoke me again, I shall end your life without hesitation. With that, he released his grip, and his left fist struck fiercely against Qin Guangming's abdomen, causing him to spew forth a copious amount of crimson blood as he was sent flying backward. Subsequently, Yang Feng flickered and returned to the superior-grade treasure flying vessel, piloting it onward toward the depths of the Xiantian mountain range, specifically towards the Internal Affairs Hall. Chapter 50. The Mysterious Tokens Anomaly. During the ensuing journey, no one dared to challenge Yang Feng, allowing him to effortlessly retrieve the array key for the Fire God Peak from the Internal Affairs Hall, after which he sped towards the Fire God Peak. Is this the Fire God Peak? How exquisite! The aura of heaven and earth here is so rich. The speed of cultivation here surpasses that of my family by far. So many spirit fields. Just how many spiritual treasures could be cultivated here? And these grand palaces, how many people could reside within? Are these individuals servants of Brother Feng? Their presence is formidable, Each one of them is stronger than I. As Feng employed the array key to unlock the restrictions of the Fire God Peak and entered its confines. Over 100 disciples of the Yang family aboard the superior-grade treasure vessel erupted with exclamations of awe, their eyes alight with excitement and exhilaration. Feng, gazing upon the sprawling palatial complexes, the vast spirit fields spanning over 1,000 acres, and the exotic beasts being nurtured within, felt a wave of satisfaction wash over him as he absorbed the rich aura of heaven and earth permeating the Fire God Peak. As Feng observed the internal conditions of the Fire God Peak, he expertly maneuvered his superior-grade flying vessel to descend upon a plaza before a grand palace, allowing over 100 disciples of the Yang family to disembark. He then stored the vessel within his spatial ring. Your Excellency, may you enjoy eternal blessings and longevity equal to the heavens. At this moment, the multitude of servants knelt before Feng, exclaiming in unison. Among these servants, 3 were outer disciples at the initial stage of the Qi condensation realm, while the rest were miscellaneous disciples at the true Qi and true element realms, appointed as attendants by the Internal Affairs Hall of the Xianxia Mountain, serving Feng at his command, their lives and deaths entirely within his grasp. Rise. As long as you perform your duties well, I assure you shall not be treated unfairly. Who among you is the leader? Step forward and introduce yourself. Feng spoke with a calm demeanor, eyeing the kneeling servants before him. Your Excellency, I am Xianxia, appointed Deputy Manager of Internal Affairs at the Fire God Peak. I am 28 years of age, possessing initial stage Qi condensation cultivation, skilled in agriculture and animal husbandry, and responsible for managing 103 servants at the Fire God Peak. As Feng's words fell, a tall and alluringly graceful woman, radiating an enticing aura, stepped forward, her face adorned with respect as she spoke. Xianxia, henceforth you shall be the manager of internal affairs at the Fire God Peak, overseeing all internal matters. After a moment's contemplation upon the striking beauty before him, Feng proclaimed loudly, Thank you for your trust, Your Excellency. I am willing to serve you with utmost loyalty. Xianxia immediately knelt, pledging her allegiance to Feng vocally. Rise. I do not require your lifelong devotion. I merely ask that you manage the Fire God Peak effectively, ensuring that trivial matters do not disrupt my cultivation. Feng replied, maintaining his composed tone as he regarded the kneeling Xianxia. Tian, I appoint you as the Deputy Manager of the Fire God Peak, specifically tasked with overseeing our Yang family disciples. I do not require you to attend to any trivialities. Your sole responsibility is to cultivate diligently and enhance your abilities. 1 year from now, I shall assess your progress. Those who have not advanced to the true Qi realm will be sent back to the Yang family in Xiaoguang City. All who achieve the true Qi realm will be recommended to become outer disciples of the Zhantian Gong, affording them the opportunity for ascension. After Xiaoli rose, Feng turned his attention to Tian and the other Yang family disciples, speaking with a measured tone. Brother Feng, rest assured, I will ensure our Yang family disciples dedicate themselves to their cultivation. Tian promptly assured, his voice ringing with eagerness. Upon receiving Tian's promise, Feng nodded slightly and waved his hand, causing bottles of essence pills to soar from his spatial ring, dispersing toward Tian, the Yang family disciples, and the 103 servants. Thank you for your generous gifts, Brother Feng. Thank you for your generosity, Your Excellency. The Yang family disciples and servants, upon receiving the essence pills, expressed their gratitude with exuberant faces. At this moment, Feng directed his gaze toward Xiaoli, and with a sweeping gesture of his hand, a spatial ring soared from his possession, landing in Xiaoli's hands. This spatial ring is a gift for you. The cultivation resources within should suffice for you to reach the realm of magical power. Thank you for your generous bestowal, Xiaoli exclaimed, her face alight with excitement as she glanced at the spatial ring in her grasp. Very well, I shall now enter seclusion for my cultivation. Unless it is of utmost importance, do not disturb my practice, Feng asserted, waving his hand and then making his way toward the hall of the Fire God. As he entered, the grand doors of the hall closed automatically behind him. Without Feng's permission, no one could venture inside. I lack neither techniques nor elixirs. It is time for me to engage in focused cultivation and elevate my prowess. Upon reaching the cultivation chamber within the hall, Feng settled down in a meditative posture, murmuring softly before extracting a second-tier elixir and consuming it. He He began to circulate the fifth layer of the Xianxia art, refining the pure energy contained within the second-tier elixir. Ding! You have practiced the fifth layer of the Xianxia art, condensing a thread of magical power. The cultivation effect returns 1,000-fold, increasing your magical power by 10,000 threads. A melodious notification echoed in Yang Feng's mind as his sea of consciousness instantaneously surged with an additional 10,000 threads of magical power. However, Yang Feng paid no heed to the notification, promptly silencing it to concentrate on his cultivation. Time flowed like a gentle stream, and in the blink of an eye, a month had passed. At last, he had reached the pinnacle of the yin-yang realm and was poised to break through the bottleneck into the celestial being realm. Sensing the surging magical power within his sea of consciousness, a glimmer of anticipation flickered in Yang Feng's eyes as he softly mused. With the assistance of the cultivation effect return system, Yang Feng should logically cultivate at a speed 1,000 times faster than his peers, effortlessly breaking through the yin-yang realm's bottleneck and ascending to the celestial being realm. Yet, in reality, his cultivation speed did not significantly outpace that of his contemporaries. This was due to the fact that Yang Feng's sea of consciousness was tens of thousands of times larger than that of ordinary practitioners at the same level, and 1,000 times larger than that of exceptional ones. Consequently, the magical power required to breach the bottleneck and progress to the next cultivation stage was also tens of thousands of times that of ordinary peers and 1,000 times that of the exceptional. Naturally, correspondingly, Yang Feng's combat strength and endurance were several thousands of times greater than that of his peers. The fact that he could reach the pinnacle of the yin-yang realm in merely a month was attributed to his extraordinary talent, possessing a celestial-level bloodline, and the abundant support of second-tier elixirs. Just as Yang Feng prepared to break through the bottleneck of the yin-yang realm, a mysterious token from within the cave heaven pearl suddenly transformed into a streak of light, shooting forth and hovering before him. Subsequently, the enigmatic token emitted beams of teleportation light that enveloped his body, causing him to vanish from his original location, leaving no trace behind. Chapter 51. The Battlefield of Carnage. Welcome to the Battlefield of Carnage. This time, the arena has summoned 1 million challengers. The magical powers and spatial equipment of all contenders shall be sealed, rendering them unusable within this arena. All participants are permitted to cultivate solely the devouring demon art. Any other forms of cultivation will result in immediate sealing of their magic. The movements of all practitioners will be marked on the token of Carnage, accessible for scrutiny by anyone. The Battlefield of Carnage will remain open for a maximum of 3 years. Should more than one challenger remain after this period, all contenders will be annihilated without exception. The ultimate victor will be bestowed with the title of Slayer and become a member of the Slaughter organization. As the resounding announcements echoed vividly in Yang Feng's mind, he found himself transported to a lush forest. Goodness, only one can survive. Is this not a compulsion for the challengers to slaughter one another? Yang Feng mused, surveying his surroundings and confirming the absence of immediate danger, before muttering under his breath. After this exclamation, he turned his gaze to the token of Carnage, eager to explore its contents. The Battlefield of Carnage was evidently a test space crafted by a formidable being, lacking the power to resist. Yang Feng had no choice but to adapt and aspire to become the ultimate victor and survive. The devouring demon art was a notably ferocious and predatory technique, a pinnacle of demonic arts. Upon thorough examination of the devouring demon art inscribed on the token of Carnage, Yang Feng's expression shifted, and he couldn't help but whisper in astonishment. The method of cultivating the devouring demon art was deceptively simple. It required the killing of ferocious beasts and other challengers, seizing their vitality, magical power, and souls, devouring them to transform into one's own strength. This would result in a dramatic amplification of one's cultivation prowess. The level of the devouring demon art was exceedingly high. Merely the content within the token of Carnage was sufficient to elevate one to the true immortal realm, not to mention the subsequent knowledge that remained undisclosed. This indicated that the creator of this slaughterous domain was undoubtedly a terrifying entity far beyond even true immortal powers. After this contemplation, Yang Feng examined the map on the token of Carnage and realized that all other challengers were quite distant from him. The nearest contender was still 100 miles away. Thus, Yang Feng opted not to seek out others for combat. Instead, he found a smooth boulder nearby, sat cross-legged, and began to practice the dragon elephant art. In the slaughter space, while magical powers and spatial equipment were sealed, Physical strength remained unaffected and could still be harnessed. Therefore, Yang Feng resolved to diligently cultivate the dragon elephant art to enhance his physical prowess, thereby augmenting his strength and combat capability for his safety. Ding! You have completed a session of the dragon elephant art. The cultivation effect has returned 10,000-fold, increasing your strength by 10,000 kilograms. As Yang Feng circulated the dragon elephant skill, a crisp notification resonated in his ears, granting him an additional 10,000 kilograms of strength. Upon hearing the melodious alert, Yang Feng promptly dismissed it and resumed his practice of the dragon elephant skill, striving to enhance his physical prowess. When nightfall enveloped the earth in an inky darkness, the air was pierced by resonant, beastly roars emanating from the nearby thicket. Towering wolves, their bodies cloaked in emerald fur and exuding a formidable aura, surged forth from the underbrush, encircling Yang Feng, their blood-red eyes fixated intently on him, exuding a predatory intent. With a cacophony of howls reverberating through the forest, these towering wolves transformed into ethereal shadows, lunging directly at Yang Feng, intent on tearing him to shreds. Unfazed by the onslaught, Yang Feng advanced with purpose, his fists poised to strike at the heads of the approaching wolves. With each resounding impact, the wolves' skulls crumbled like tofu beneath the force of his blows, their lifeless forms collapsing to the ground as headless corpses. In a matter of moments, Yang Feng had dispatched over 20 of the towering wolves. In a flash, he darted towards the depths of the forest, targeting a fourth-tier wolf. As Yang Feng closed in, the fourth-tier wolf emitted furious howls, channeling its magical energy to conjure a 3-foot-long azure wind blade, which sliced through the air towards him with lethal precision. Shatter! Yang Feng exclaimed. His right fist propelled forward with terrifying might to meet the descending wind blade. Although his magical powers were sealed, his mastery of the dragon elephant skill endowed him with formidable physical strength, equating to the power of 300 wild bulls, far surpassing the 100 wild bull strength of an early-stage yin-yang realm cultivator. This immense physical prowess placed him on par with mid-stage yin-yang realm practitioners, emboldening Yang Feng to confront the fourth-tier magical beast. With a sharp crack, Yang Feng's fist collided with the wind blade, obliterating it in an explosion of force. In an instant, he closed the distance to the fourth-tier wolf's side, his colossal fist delivering a devastating blow to its waist, shattering it and eliciting a piercing shriek as the beast was sent tumbling backward. Without hesitation, Yang Feng pursued the fallen fourth-tier wolf, elevating his right foot to effortlessly sever its neck, delivering a swift and merciless end. In order to survive in the realm of slaughter and emerge as the ultimate victor, one must cultivate the devouring demon art. Thus, I shall utilize these azure wolves as the initial resources for my training. Contemplating the carcass of a fourth-tier ferocious beast, the azure wolf, Yang Feng's eyes glimmered with resolve. He murmured softly before hoisting the corpse and making his way toward the remains of over 22nd and 3rd-tier azure wolves. How far can these wolf carcasses elevate my mastery of the devouring demon art? Casually discarding the 4th-tier azure wolf's body onto the ground, he approached a 2nd-tier azure wolf's remains. Activating the first layer of the devouring demon art, he began to absorb the blood and soul of the 2nd-tier azure wolf. Ding! You have practiced the first layer of the devouring demon art. Your body has gained a slight increase in slaughter true chi, with a 10,000-fold return on the training effect. Your slaughter true chi has reached saturation, automatically compressing into slaughter true essence. Ding! Your cultivation of the first layer of the devouring demon art has reached the realm of great accomplishment. Please transition to the 2nd layer for further training. With the clear chimes resonating in his ears, a spark of brilliance ignited in Yang Feng's eyes, instilling him with absolute confidence in becoming the last victor. Chapter 52. Opening the 2nd Sea of Consciousness. Ding! You have practiced the 2nd layer of the devouring demon art. Your body has gained a slight increase in slaughter true essence, with a 10,000-fold return on the training effect. Your slaughter true essence has reached saturation, automatically compressing into slaughter astral chi. Ding! Your cultivation of the 2nd layer of the devouring demon art has attained great accomplishment. Please transition to the 3rd layer for further training. Ding! You have practiced the 3rd layer of the devouring demon art. Your body has gained a slight increase in slaughter astral chi, with a 10,000-fold return on the training effect. Your slaughter astral chi has reached saturation, automatically entering your mind, giving birth to a thread of mental power. Ding! You have practiced the third layer of the devouring demon art. The astral chi entering your mind has birthed a thread of mental power, with a 10,000-fold return on the training effect, augmenting your mental power by 10,000 strands. As the melodious notifications continued to sound around him, Feng effortlessly ascended to the pinnacle of astral chi realm, beginning to channel the mental power within his mind to strike against the celestial gate, drawing upon his previous experience in opening the sea of consciousness. Feng expertly guided his mental power to easily breach the celestial gate, establishing the sea of consciousness, which spanned over 10 times the area of that of an ordinary mana realm cultivator. Ding! You have opened the sea of consciousness, returning a training effect of 10,000 times. Your sea of consciousness area has expanded 10,000 times. At that moment, a clear notification echoed in Feng's mind. As the sea of consciousness he had opened instantly multiplied 1,000-fold, reaching a magnitude of 100,000 times that of an ordinary mana realm. Ding! You have cultivated a thread of slaughter mana, with a training effect returning 10,000 times. Your slaughter mana has increased 10,000 times. With a crisp chime resonating in Feng's ears, a pure essence of murderous mana emerged from his consciousness, filling the once emptiness of his mind with countless strands of lethal power. To his astonishment, cultivating the devouring heaven demon art had allowed him to forge a new realm of consciousness, granting him the remarkable ability to possess two consciousness realms simultaneously. Reflecting upon the overwhelming presence of murderous mana within this new consciousness, Feng could not help but express his awe. After this moment of reflection, he approached the corpse of the fourth-tier ferocious beast, the Azure Wolf, and activated the fourth layer of the devouring heaven demon art, absorbing the essence of blood, mana, and soul contained within the beast's remains. Once he had completely devoured the essence from the Azure Wolf, the murderous mana in his consciousness surged dramatically. With a swift motion, a razor-sharp wave of murderous sword energy erupted from his palm, slicing through a nearby tree with ease. The devouring heaven demon art possesses an exceedingly high threshold and allows for rapid cultivation. However, its drawbacks are equally pronounced. To advance in this art, one must slay living beings and absorb their blood essence, mana, and souls. Without this consumption, one cannot cultivate further, nor replenish the expended murderous mana. This technique is fundamentally a malevolent practice, utilizing the life force of others as a means of cultivation. To elevate the devouring heaven demon art to its zenith, one would need to slay countless beings. Furthermore, maintaining peak prowess necessitates the rearing of numerous life forms, perpetually siphoning their blood essence, mana, and souls to replenish the consumed murderous mana. Sensing the overwhelming murderous mana within his consciousness, Feng's expression shifted slightly as he murmured to himself, resolving internally not to adopt the devouring heaven demon art as his primary cultivation method. Once he departed the battlefield of slaughter, he would return to focusing on the cultivation of the Xianxia formula and the fire god technique, relegating the devouring heaven demon art to times of necessity. With this decision solidified in his mind, Feng ascended to a smooth boulder, seated himself in a meditative posture, and continued his practice of the dragon elephant technique to enhance his physical strength. Before long, an entire night had passed. Upon opening his eyes and gazing at the sun in the sky, he picked up the murderous token to inspect it. Over 30,000 trial participants had perished during the previous night, underscoring the perilous nature of the battlefield. Observing the number and distribution of participants on the murderous token, Feng murmured softly, then extended his consciousness outward, scanning the surroundings in search of suitable ferocious beasts to hunt. Soon, he discovered a herd of ironhide cattle, among which the leader was a formidable fourth-tier beast. This sight sparked excitement within him, prompting him to summon the murderous mana within and soar toward the direction of the ironhide herd. Upon entering the valley where the ironhide cattle resided, the leader, a fourth-tier ferocious ironhide bull, let out a series of furious roars. In an instant, it transformed into a streak of light, charging directly at Feng. As the formidable fourth-tier beast, the iron-armored bull, charged towards him, Feng uttered a sharp command. The murderous energy within him surged forth, coalescing into a razor-sharp sword aura that effortlessly pierced the skull of the iron-armored bull, causing blood to splatter and leading to its immediate demise. Following this, with a mere thought, a barrage of lethal sword auras erupted from his body, streaking through the air like lightning, penetrating the heads of each iron-armored bull in succession, resulting in a gruesome scene of blood and lifeless bodies collapsing to the ground. Within moments, the valley was rendered devoid of the over 100 iron-armored bulls, all obliterated by the relentless sword auras. At that instant, Feng activated the devouring demon technique, absorbing the essence of the iron-armored bulls, blood, mana, and souls, transforming them into pure, concentrated murderous energy. Soon, with the exception of the third-tier iron-armored bull, he intentionally left as sustenance. The remaining bulls were entirely drained of their essence, reduced to mere ash, swept away by the wind. Suddenly, a presence entered Feng's awareness, prompting him to murmur softly and direct his gaze towards the entrance of the valley. There, he beheld an elderly figure clad in a black robe, wielding a wooden spear, exuding an overwhelming psychic pressure as he stepped into the valley. What formidable psychic pressure! This individual must have been at least a golden core cultivator. Feeling the potent aura emanating from the elder, Feng's expression shifted slightly, and he quietly heightened his vigilance. Young man, that iron-armored bull is quite impressive. Might you spare me a portion? The elder halted his advance, a smile illuminating his face as he regarded Feng's wary gaze. Of course, Feng replied softly, moving towards the bull's carcass and swiftly tossing it toward the elder. Impudent youth, do you intend to crush me with such force? The elder exclaimed, his face darkening as he witnessed the bull hurtling toward him. With a swift motion, the elder thrust his wooden spear, effortlessly deflecting the oncoming iron-armored bull. In the next moment, he transformed into a streak of black lightning, lunging directly towards Feng. During this pursuit, the wooden spear, gleaming with lethal intent, lunged towards Feng's neck, intent on claiming his life. Chapter 53. Slaying the Challenger. Do you wish to kill me? You lack the capability. Feng scoffed coldly as the elder approached rapidly. Noting the spear aimed at him, he summoned his own energy, manifesting a spear of murderous intent that surged towards the elder with urgency. Murderous energy. You have actually cultivated to the level of mana. It is utterly astonishing and beyond belief. The elder's complexion paled as he beheld the rapidly approaching spear, involuntarily exclaiming in shock. Amidst the gasps of astonishment, the aged figure clad in black robes twirled his wooden spear mid-air, redirecting it to meet the oncoming slaughter spear. With a resounding crack, the wooden spear was shattered, disintegrating into a flurry of splinters that cascaded to the ground. Meanwhile, the slaughter spear, deflected by the wooden shaft, grazed the scalp of the black-robed elder before embedding itself into the trunk of a towering tree. In that instant, the black-robed elder accelerated abruptly, transforming into a streak of black lightning as he charged toward Feng, his fists clenched tightly. Cloaked in an aura of formidable energy, he unleashed a devastating blow aimed squarely at Feng's head. Concurrently, the elder's potent mental force erupted forth, manifesting as sharp mental spikes that sought to penetrate Feng's mind, aiming to inflict grave harm upon his very soul. However, Feng's soul was extraordinarily resilient, far surpassing that of his contemporaries, and could rival even those at the Golden Core stage. Particularly after cultivating the devouring demon technique, his spiritual power had surged significantly, nearing that of a nascent soul practitioner. Thus, the mental spikes launched by the elder were effortlessly repelled upon entering Feng's consciousness, failing to unsettle him in the slightest. You seek your own demise. Feng scoffed coldly after thwarting the elder's psychic assault. With a mere thought, he conjured a series of razor-sharp killing sword energies that coalesced in the void, slicing toward the black-robed elder with lethal precision. With a series of crisp sounds, the lethal sword energies met the elder's fists, shattering into glimmers of light that dissipated into nothingness. Yet, a greater number of these sword energies pierced through the elder's form, transforming him into a sieve as blood gushed forth, and he collapsed to the ground, lifeless. In that moment, Feng immediately activated the devouring demon technique, absorbing the elder's vitality and soul, coalescing strands of slaughtering mana. With the aid of the cultivation enhancement system, as the elder's body turned to ash, Feng's reservoir of slaughtering mana surged by over 1 million strands, amplifying his power immensely. The efficacy of absorbing the vitality and souls of practitioners far surpassed that of devouring the essence of ferocious beasts. Feng mused softly as he sensed the transformation within his reservoir of slaughtering mana. After this reflection, He retrieved the black-robed elder's fallen spatial ring, tucking it away in his robe. Though sealed, it would automatically unlock upon leaving the battlefield of slaughter, and Yang Feng had no intention of discarding it. Having gone a day without sustenance, he turned his gaze toward the carcass of the third-tier, iron-armored bull, a smile gracing his lips as he murmured, "I shall feast on roasted beef today." Approaching the slain beast, he summoned his slaughtering mana to process the bull's remains, then employed his fire technique to roast the flesh. "Handsome, I am rather hungry. Would you be so kind as to share some of that beef with me?" Soon after, a striking beauty clad in a white palace gown, tall and alluring, with enchanting features that radiated an irresistible charm, gracefully entered the valley. She cast a captivating smile at Yang Feng and said, "Of course." Yang Feng glanced at the seductive woman, casually tore off a piece of beef leg, and tossed it to her. "Thank you for the beef, handsome." The alluring lady accepted the offering with gratitude and began to devour it heartily. As she savored the meat, she gradually approached Yang Feng, her face adorned with a bewitching smile, exuding an intoxicating aura that enveloped him. Before long, she stood beside him, discarding the bone of the beef leg she had finished, and leaned her supple body against him. "Am I beautiful, handsome? Would you like to spend a wonderful night with me?" At that moment, her sparkling eyes widened, fixating on Yang Feng, her expression brimming with seduction as she spoke in a voice laced with temptation. Suddenly, the white gown slipped down, revealing an expanse of flawless skin that caught Yang Feng's attention. Yet, a glint of coldness flashed in her eyes. A dagger crafted from bone slid from her sleeve into her palm, aimed viciously at Yang Feng's neck. However, to her astonishment, before the dagger could reach its target, Yang Feng deftly pinched it between his fingers, rendering it immobile. "With your kind of allure, thinking you can seduce me is utterly delusional." Yang Feng remarked coldly, observing the shock on her face with a mocking tone. Without waiting for a response, he exerted a slight pressure on his fingers, seizing the bone dagger and plunging it mercilessly in her neck, causing blood to spatter as she collapsed lifelessly to the ground. In this brutal battlefield, among a million trial takers, only one could emerge alive. A single misstep could spell doom for all. In such a ruthless environment, no trial taker would coexist peacefully. They would all turn against each other. I must take a proactive stance. I cannot passively await the approach of other trial takers. I need to actively hunt them down. After all, I do not wish to perish. It is imperative that others meet their demise instead. Gazing at the lifeless form of the seductive beauty, a fierce glint flickered in Yang Feng's eyes as he murmured coldly. In his mutterings, he began to channel the devouring sky demon technique, absorbing the essence and soul of the alluring woman, condensing strands of lethal magic power. With the amplification from the cultivation effect returning tenfold, these strands of power would transform into vast quantities, significantly enhancing Yang Feng's reserves of lethal magic within his sea of slaughter. As the alluring beauty's lifeless form disintegrated into a cloud of ash, Yang Feng stowed away the enchanting maiden's spatial ring and retrieved the slaughter token to examine the nearby challenger's information. In no time, he meticulously marked the locations of all challengers within a 100-mile radius, then summoned the deadly energies within him, soaring into the sky towards the nearest contender. Chapter 54. The Hunt for Challengers, a Practitioner of Magical Energy. Observing Yang Feng soaring overhead, a young man who had just vanquished a third-tier beast was struck with dread, involuntarily exclaiming in alarm. In the midst of his exclamation, the youth hastily summoned his inner strength, employing agile movements to flee into the distant thicket. However, scarcely had he covered a mere 10 meters when a sharp blade of slaughtering energy descended from above, piercing through his body and causing blood to splatter, resulting in his tragic demise upon the ground. At that moment, Yang Feng descended gracefully beside the young man's corpse, activating the devouring sky demon technique to absorb his blood essence and soul completely, reducing him to mere ash. Subsequently, Yang Feng picked up the youth's spatial ring and ascended once more, racing towards the location of the next challenger. Before long, over 200 challengers within the 100-mile expanse have fallen victim to Yang Feng's hunt, yielding him more than 200 spatial rings. After absorbing the blood essence and souls of these challengers, a tremendous surge of slaughtering energy filled every corner of Yang Feng's consciousness. With the demise of just a few more challengers, he would shatter the bottleneck of his magical energy realm, advancing to the yin-yang realm and experiencing a significant enhancement of his power. Therefore, he pressed on with his relentless pursuit, glancing at the map on the slaughter token. He marked the nearest 10 challengers and surged along the indicated route towards the closest one. Within a lush, verdant valley, a young man clad in a fitted azure combat suit observed Yang Feng's descent, his eyes sparkling with delight as he exclaimed, "In just a single day, you have reached the magical energy realm. Truly remarkable. However, to think you could kill me at this level is utterly impossible. If you are willing, we could join forces to eliminate other challengers. When a 3-year period concludes, we can settle our rivalry and determine the ultimate victor." As he spoke, the young man gestured grandly, unleashing a fierce blade of slaughtering energy from his fingertips, effortlessly piercing a towering tree. Clearly, he too had cultivated the magical energy realm, capable of wielding various spells and supernatural abilities. Aligning with me is not out of the question. As long as you can withstand me for 1 minute, I shall join forces with you. Yang Feng replied, his expression unchanging and his tone calm upon hearing the young man's words and witnessing his actions. As he spoke, Yang Feng's mind stirred, and a surge of pure killing energy emanated from him, coalescing into a series of sharp blades of light, forming a dense net of lethal intent that enveloped the young man. What the hell? How can you possess such formidable killing power? The young man's expression changed drastically as he beheld the rapidly approaching net of lethal blades, prompting him to exclaim in shock. In the midst of his outcry, the young man summoned his own killing energy, manifesting a defensive shield that rose before him in an attempt to withstand the onslaught of the deadly net. However, the net, composed of thousands of razor-sharp blades, wielded terrifying power, and the shield he conjured was shattered in an instant. Seeing this, the young man turned to flee, shouting, "Let me go, or I will fight you to the death." Unperturbed by the young man's words, Yang Feng's expression remained unchanged, and he showed no intention of halting his assault. With a mere thought, the net of blades split apart, transforming into thousands of lethal beams aimed directly at the young man. Witnessing Yang Feng's relentless pursuit, the young man's eyes flashed with madness. He immediately invoked a secret technique, igniting his blood and soul, causing his aura to surge dramatically. At that moment, Yang Feng let out a cold snort, swiftly closing the distance to the young man. With a colossal fist imbued with terrifying force, he crushed the young man's skull amidst his horrified gaze, blood splattering everywhere as he fell lifeless to the ground. A headless corpse, wishing to fight to the death. "You must first consider whether I grant you that opportunity." Yang Feng murmured softly as he gazed at the young man's lifeless body, then activated his devouring technique to absorb the energy, magical power, and soul within, transforming it into pure, killing energy. The young man was a practitioner of magical power and a body refinement cultivator, possessing immense physical strength and a reservoir of potent life force, as well as a significant accumulation of killing energy in his sea of consciousness. Thus, his corpse was akin to a treasure trove for Yang Feng's devouring technique, far more valuable than consuming the essence of hundreds of ordinary challengers. After Yang Feng fully absorbed the young man's life force, magical energy, and soul, he successfully broke through the bottleneck of the magical power realm and ascended to the yin-yang realm. At this juncture, the killing energy within Yang Feng's consciousness rapidly compressed, reduced to less than 1/10,000th of its original volume. Yet its potency had significantly increased, imbued with a strong sentience. His overall strength and combat prowess surged dramatically. Practitioners of the magical power realm were far superior to ordinary challengers, and the efficiency of his refinement had multiplied exponentially. I could certainly enter a period of seclusion, waiting for those ordinary cultivators to reach the magical power realm before hunting them down. However, taking this route would render my current advantage null and void, increasing the difficulty of hunting other challengers manifold. Having resolved to steadfastly leverage his current advantages, Yang Feng decided to continue hunting down other challengers. This would not only enhance his own cultivation, but also diminish the number of practitioners, thereby ensuring his emergence as the ultimate victor. After all, his ultimate goal was not to attain unparalleled strength, but to be the last one standing and to survive. Feeling the pure and potent power of slaughter coursing through his consciousness, myriad thoughts raced through Yang Feng's mind. Ultimately, he resolved to adhere to his original plan of relentlessly hunting nearby challengers, aiming to reduce their numbers as much as possible. With this determination, Yang Feng hesitated not a moment. He swiftly stowed away the young man's spatial ring and produced the slaughter token, marking all challengers within a 1,000-mile radius. meticulously plotting his route of attack. Subsequently, he summoned the slaughtering power within him and soared into the sky, transforming into a streak of light as he sped towards the nearest challenger. In the ensuing days, Feng became a harbinger of death, methodically eliminating one challenger after another. With each victory, he amassed a considerable collection of spatial rings, while the slaughtering power within his consciousness surged rapidly, as Feng wreaked havoc upon the challengers. Other formidable contenders were likewise engaged in frenzied hunts within their respective areas. In a mere month, the population of challengers on the battlefield dwindled from 1 million to a mere 100,000. At this juncture, resonant announcements echoed throughout the slaughter battlefield, reaching the ears of every challenger. Chapter 55, Power Rankings. With the number of challengers reduced to 100,000, the power rankings were officially unveiled. Those who ascended the power rankings would be awarded exclusive slaughtering weapons and marked in red. The communication function of the slaughter token was activated, allowing challengers to connect, converse, and form alliances. The slaughter battlefield shrank tenfold, and all challengers were promptly teleported. As the resonant announcements reverberated, the space encompassing the slaughter battlefield rapidly contracted. Rays of teleportation light enveloped all challengers, whisking them away from their original locations to new ones. Congratulations to Feng for securing the top position on the power rankings, rewarded with a premier slaughtering weapon. Just as Feng was teleported to a desolate expanse, a crisp notification chimed in his ear. Shortly thereafter, the slaughter token emitted a radiant glow, and a virtual screen materialized before him, displaying images and descriptions of various slaughtering weapons for his selection. Having practiced the Xianxia sword technique, he opted for a slaughtering longsword. After perusing the dozens of weapons showcased on the virtual screen, Feng pointed to a particular longsword and declared his choice. No sooner had his words left his lips than a minuscule spatial rift appeared beside him, from which a slaughtering longsword emerged, hovering before him. Spatial transmission? The prowess of the being who created this slaughtering realm is truly astonishing. As Feng gazed at the floating sword of slaughter, he could not help but exclaim in astonishment. After his outcry, he seized the sword of slaughter, channeling the malevolent energy within him to refine it. This sword was forged from a unique material, initially classified as a low-grade treasure, yet capable of evolving by absorbing the ominous and murderous aura from its master. The more intense and abundant the malevolent energy emanating from its owner, the quicker the sword would grow and ascend in rank, seemingly without limit. However, whether this boundless potential, as described on the slaughter token, was indeed true remained a mystery to Feng. Upon refining the sword of slaughter, it emitted a powerful pull, drawing forth the accumulated malevolent and murderous energies from Feng, leaving him feeling relaxed and invigorated. After absorbing these energies, the sword's power had increased slightly. This sword of slaughter was indeed remarkable, perfectly complementing the devouring demon technique. After sensing the transformation of the sword, Feng chuckled softly and stored it within his sea of consciousness. Only then did he turn his attention to the combat power leaderboard. The leaderboard was exceedingly simple, displaying a mere 100 rankings alongside 100 names, devoid of any additional information. Feng noticed his name perched at the pinnacle of the leaderboard, highlighted in red. His brow furrowed slightly as he opened a map of the slaughter battlefield to survey the information of the challengers within a 1,000-mile radius. To his astonishment, upon accessing the information of the slaughter battlefield, he discovered that over 3,000 challengers within that vicinity were moving toward a single direction. Clearly, these challengers had utilized the communication feature of the slaughter token to unite, preparing to confront Feng together. Indeed, Feng's suspicions were correct. Upon realizing that the top-ranked challenger was in close proximity, the assembled challengers were filled with dread. They quickly reached out to nearby competitors, forming a temporary alliance to collectively address the threat posed by Feng. After a month of intense battles and eliminations, the remaining challengers, aside from a few fortunate ones, were all formidable individuals, each a practitioner of the realm of magical power or above. Therefore, under Feng's watchful gaze, the 3,000 challengers in the surrounding area swiftly converged at a designated location, and it would not be long before they gathered as one. Witnessing this unfolding scenario, Feng's brow tightened as he contemplated a grand strategy to eliminate all these challengers in one fell swoop, thereby elevating himself to the realm of divine abilities and securing his advantageous position. With this plan in mind, Yang Feng hesitated not for a moment. He soared into the air, transforming into a streak of light as he raced towards the closest challenger. Yang Feng was on the move. He was heading directly towards my location. Oh no, why has Yang Feng set his sights on me? Cease your futile cries. I am in closest proximity to Yang Feng, who is undoubtedly converging upon me with lethal intent. Everyone, hasten your movements, assemble swiftly, and act in unison. Otherwise, we shall fall victim to Yang Feng's merciless blade. As Yang Feng shifted, a flurry of messages erupted within the chat group, formed by over 3,000 trial participants. The individuals flying in the direction of Yang Feng exhibited expressions of sheer terror, urgently accelerating their speed to distance themselves from him. However, Yang Feng, being a pinnacle cultivator of the yin-yang mirror, possessed a nearly saturated reservoir of killing power within his sea of consciousness, his lethal energy far exceeding that of his peers by tens of thousands of times, rendering his strength and combat prowess exceedingly formidable. This was the very reason he stood as the foremost contender on the power rankings. Consequently, despite the trial participants hastening their flight, their velocities paled in comparison to Yang Feng's, and the gap between them continued to diminish. In a short span, Yang Feng closed in on a trial participant 100 miles away. Yang Feng is upon me. Hurry, save me. The terrified participant glanced back at Yang Feng, dread filling his eyes, and swiftly sent out a distress signal to those nearest him. Yet, the recipients of his plea did not alter their course to render aid. Instead, they invoked various secret techniques to amplify their speeds manifold, fleeing rapidly into the distance, further separating themselves from Yang Feng and the distressed participant. Go! Yang Feng commanded, directing his attention towards the trial participant over 1,000 meters away. The killing sword from his sea of consciousness transformed into a streak of light, darting directly towards the individual. Sensing the terrifying power contained within the killing sword, the trial participant hurriedly summoned his internal energy, conjuring multiple magical shields in a desperate attempt to deflect the impending attack. Bang! 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 With a series of crisp sounds, the killing sword effortlessly pierced through the magical shields and continued unabated to penetrate the participant's body, resulting in a gruesome display of bloodshed and instant demise. Following this, the killing sword flickered and returned to Yang Feng's sea of consciousness, resuming its cultivation. Yang Feng then descended before the fallen participant, employing the devouring heavenly demon technique to absorb him, thereby generating strands of killing energy. Subsequently, under the amplification of a 10,000-fold cultivation return system, his sea of consciousness burgeoned with a myriad of killing power, significantly enhancing its potency. Quite swift indeed, Yang Feng remarked with a slight smile as he retrieved the fallen participant's spatial ring, glancing at the trial participant information on the killing token map. After this moment of reflection, he swiftly transformed into a streak of light, pursuing the nearest trial participant. Chapter 56. The 10,000 Sword Technique. Do not kill me. I surrender. As the approaching figure of Yang Feng drew near, a frantic elder clad in azure robes, racing through the skies, was seized by a fleeting terror. Desperately, he implored Yang Feng for mercy. I would indeed entertain your surrender, but circumstances do not permit it. Yang Feng seguid in resignation. As the murderous sword emerged from his consciousness, effortlessly piercing the elder's skull, causing a gruesome spray of blood, and ending his life instantly. Subsequently, Yang Feng activated the devouring demon technique, reducing the elder's corpse to mere ashes that scattered across the earth. Meanwhile, the space ring of the deceased elder was enveloped by a surge of magical energy, and it was transferred into Yang Feng's palm. Without delay, Yang Feng moved swiftly, transforming into a fleeting shadow as he raced toward the nearest trial participant. After dispatching over a dozen challengers, he gradually slowed his pace, casting his gaze upon the desolate expanse several miles away. At that moment, over 3,000 trial participants had congregated, emanating a formidable aura that sent nearby ferocious beasts fleeing in haste, fearing for their lives. Everyone, Yang Feng's combat prowess is overwhelmingly formidable. None of us stand a chance against him and will be easily vanquished. One participant lamented. However, he continued, a single chopstick may break easily, but 10 are far more resilient. 100 are nearly indestructible, and with over 3,000, we are invincible. The combined might of our 3,000 cultivators can undoubtedly crush Yang Feng, obliterating any threat to our safety. As Yang Feng drew ever closer, A youth clad in a purple robe stepped forward, addressing the throng of trial participants. Indeed, your collective strength is commendable. Yet, to slay me is no simple feat. Perhaps even an impossibility. Can I not escape if I cannot best you? Do you truly believe I would engage in a futile fight to the death? Let me inform you. Today, I shall employ a strategy akin to kite flying, picking you off one by one. Of course, should you scatter in disarray, I may only manage to eliminate a fraction of you. But if you choose to confront me head-on, I shall systematically dispatch you all. I am confident that once I have absorbed you through the devouring demon technique, I will be able to sweep through the battlefield of carnage with ease. Thus, I implore you to stand your ground, allowing me to execute my strategy, enabling me to dominate this slaughterous arena. Feng halted a kilometer away from the throng of over 3,000 trial participants, his tone unperturbed. Upon hearing his words, the expressions of the participants shifted dramatically. Some among them faltered, contemplating retreat. Observing this, the purple-robed youth's countenance changed subtly, and he implored Laudel upon careful reflection. One might ponder, if Feng were not intimidated by us, why would he resort to threats? Why not simply act to eliminate us directly? I assure you, Feng is indeed fearful of us. He recognizes that he cannot contend with our strength, and thus attempts to intimidate us into scattering, allowing him to conquer us individually. Therefore, let us not fall for Feng's ruse. Let's not be daunted by his bluster. Together, we shall strike as one and swiftly vanquish Feng. As the purple-robed youth finished speaking, he summoned his murderous energy, unleashing a barrage of lethal sword chi that surged towards Feng with great velocity. Witnessing his actions and hearing his words, the over 3,000 participants in the trial exhibited a collective realization, their confidence surging. They channeled their own lethal energies, forming their own fierce sword chi to rain down upon Feng. Instantly, a multitude of sword chi converged, weaving an intricate web of death as it descended upon Feng, intent on overwhelming him and shattering him into fragments. Yet, observing the onslaught, Feng remained undeterred. With a swift motion, he retreated, evading the relentless barrage of sword chi. In that moment, Feng summoned his slaughtering sword from his consciousness, which hovered before him, radiating an extraordinary brilliance. "Then tu en sois technique," he proclaimed, and with that utterance, piercing sword chi erupted from the slaughtering sword, infused with a deathly aura, aimed squarely at the throng of over 3,000 trial participants. Each strand of sword chi, over 10 feet long, harbored a terrifying potency and possessed a fierce sentience, capable of autonomously targeting foes while exuding the essence of death. Such horrifying sword chi, who could possibly withstand its might? As the purple-robed youth sensed the overwhelming power contained within the sword chi, his complexion paled, and he involuntarily exclaimed in shock. Reacting swiftly, he transformed into a streak of purple light, fleeing into the distance. Being a practitioner of the yin-yang mirror, he could acutely perceive the sentience within the sword chi and understood that each strike released by Feng equated to the full force of a peak yin-yang mirror cultivator, easily capable of annihilating others of the same realm. Among the 3,000 participants, only a handful were yin-yang realm cultivators. The rest were merely at the mana realm, utterly incapable of withstanding the onslaught of thousands of sword chi unleashed by Feng. Thus, the purple-robed youth promptly abandoned any thought of confrontation, opting instead for a hasty escape. Goodness, these sword chi are far too terrifying. We stand no chance. We must flee, the others echoed. Feng's combat prowess is overwhelmingly strong. We cannot match him. Let's disperse and escape, one for all. Yet, if escape proves impossible, perhaps we should make a final stand. No retreat. Let us confront Feng head-on. As the young man in the purple robe made his escape, the other trial participants erupted into a cacophony of shouts. Some ascended into the air, fleeing into the distance, while others hastily summoned their internal magical energies to conjure defensive shields, attempting to withstand the onslaught of the lethal sword energy. Bang, bang, bang. Amidst the crisp sounds, Feng unleashed the murderous sword energy from his weapon, wielding its terrifying power to effortlessly shatter the defensive shields, claiming the lives of numerous trial participants in a gruesome spectacle. Those who attempted to flee were relentlessly pursued by the sharp sword energy, which pierced their bodies, leading to their immediate demise as they plummeted to the ground. In the span of mere moments, apart from the purple-robed youth who continued his flight, over 3,000 trial participants had been vanquished by the ferocious sword energy. Chapter 57. Xianxia. Break for me. Sensing the horrifying aura of the lethal sword energy behind him, the purple-robed youth's eyes flashed with ferocity. With a furious roar, he summoned his magical power, condensing it into a murderous long sword to confront the lethal energy. Boom! 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 In a series of violent explosions, the lethal sword energy collided with the long sword, resulting in a cacophony of catastrophic sounds, ultimately dissipating into shimmering particles, vanishing without a trace. Thinking of escaping? How naive! Observing the purple-robed youth successfully blocking the sword energy unleashed by the myriad of swords, Feng scoffed coldly. With a mere thought, his long sword transformed into a streak of light, lunging directly towards the purple-robed youth. Feng, I am the prince of the Qian Empire in the eastern Zhou region. If you dare to kill me, the Qian Empire will not let you go. Spare my life, and I shall ensure you a bountiful reward in the future. The purple-robed youth shouted desperately, his complexion shifting upon sensing the dreadful might contained within the longsword. There can only be one survivor in this battlefield of slaughter. Even if you claim to be the prince of the Qian Empire, I shall not hesitate to strike you down. Feng replied in a tone devoid of emotion upon hearing the purple-robed youth's words. As he spoke, Feng's magical energy surged within him, infusing the long sword with immense power, causing its radiance to intensify. Its speed surged, doubling in an instant, allowing it to close in on the purple-robed youth like a flash of lightning. In the midst of the youth's terrified gaze, the sword pierced through his skull, blood splattering as he succumbed to a horrific death cascading downward. Without a moment's hesitation, Feng immediately activated the devouring heaven demon art, preparing to absorb the bodies of the over 3,000 trial participants. Subsequently, torrents of vitality, magical energy, and soul power surged forth from their lifeless forms, entering Feng's being, where they were refined into pure, slaughtering magical power, rapidly saturating the reservoir of his murderous energy. Unfazed by the scene, Feng continued to absorb the vitality, magical energy, and souls from the fallen trial participants, transforming them into refined, potent slaughtering magical power. As Feng's murderous power within his consciousness reached an apex, it underwent an automatic compression, merging countless strands of energy to give birth to enigmatic runes that radiated boundless might and strength. Soon, the once overwhelming murderous energy within Feng's mind diminished to less than 1/10,000th of its original intensity after a violent compression. Nevertheless, each strand of this compressed energy bore mysterious runic imprints, emanating terrifying potency, capable of unleashing a force far exceeding that of an equivalent quantity of energy by 100-fold or more. I have ascended to the realm of celestial beings, he mused, recognizing that these runes were likely the lethal symbols documented in the swallowing heaven demon art. Once the murderous energy within his consciousness reached a state of saturation, all of it would compress and merge, with the embedded runes coalescing into a singular killing talisman, which would serve as his life-bound talisman for ascending to the realm of divine powers. Sensing the transformation of energy within his mind, Feng felt a stir deep within and softly murmured. Following this whisper, he continued to cultivate the swallowing heaven demon art, absorbing the vitality, mana, and souls of over 3,000 trial participants, converting them into pure energy. After draining the blood, mana, and souls of these trial participants, reducing them to mere ashes, Feng's murderous energy surged once more, nearing saturation and on the verge of breaking into the realm of divine powers. With my current strength, I should be able to sweep through the battlefield of slaughter, he reflected, feeling the tumultuous energy within him. With a soft murmur, he shifted his gaze towards the slaughter token, scanning for nearby trial participants. To his astonishment, within a radius of 2,000 miles, not a single participant remained. The closest one was over 2,100 kilometers away, moving further from him. Am I truly that fearsome? Why do they flee from me? He pondered, observing the trial participants within a 3,000-mile radius hastily retreating in the opposite direction. With a furrowed brow, he murmured once more. After this, he soared into the air, transforming into a streak of light as he sped towards the direction of the nearest trial participant. Although this participant was over 2,000 kilometers away, Feng was determined to eliminate him, as he was the closest target, making the endeavor most time efficient. However, Feng soon realized that this trial participant was quite astute. Upon noticing Feng approaching, The participant promptly altered his course, heading towards a nearby red-named trial participant. Yang Feng opened a map on the slaughter token, examining the details of the red-named participant, discovering it to be Qin Lai, ranked second on the power leaderboard. Yet, Yang Feng held confidence in his abilities and felt no fear towards the formidable Qin Lai, resolutely continuing his pursuit of the trial participant. At this moment, Qin Lai, who had just slain a trialist, discerned the movements of that trialist and Yang Feng. A fierce glint flashed in his eyes as he transformed into a streak of light, advancing towards the trialist. Observing Qin Lai's approach, the trialist, with a surge of determination, swiftly altered his course, opting to confront Yang Feng instead. Clearly, the trialist had lost all hope of escape and intended to orchestrate a deadly confrontation between the two, hoping to seize a sliver of survival amidst their conflict. However, he overestimated his own capabilities. Having barely flown 100 miles, he was swiftly overtaken by Qin Lai. "Prepare to meet your end," Qin Lai roared, his voice echoing with fury as a spear of massacre erupted from his grasp, slicing through the void and piercing the trialist's body, resulting in his instantaneous demise. Subsequently, Qin Lai activated the devouring heaven demon art, consuming the trialist's blood, energy, and soul entirely before retrieving the trialist's spatial ring and transforming into a beam of light. Heading purposefully towards Yang Feng. Upon witnessing Qin Lai's movements on the map of the killing token, Yang Feng was momentarily taken aback, before a smile graced his lips as he accelerated towards Qin Lai's location. Soon, the two encountered each other above a desolate mountain. Powerful auras emanated from both, colliding violently in midair and radiating outward, shattering countless stones on the mountainside into a myriad of fragments. Noticing that Yang Feng's imposing aura was evenly matched with his own, Qin Lai straightened his expression and called out, "I am Qin Lai, a true disciple of the Cloud Sea Domain's Cloud Sect. It is an honor to meet you." "Brother Yang." Yang Feng, taken aback by Qin Lai's solemn demeanor, hesitated briefly before responding loudly, "I am Yang Feng, an inner disciple of the Xianxia sect from the Xianxia domain. It is a pleasure to meet you, Senior Brother Qin." Chapter 58. The Agreement and Ascension to Divine Realm. Junior Brother Yang. Our combat prowess is quite similar, and neither of us possesses absolute confidence in victory. How about we establish an agreement? Qin Lai proposed earnestly, gazing at Yang Feng from several hundred meters away. "What sort of agreement?" Yang Feng inquired with curiosity. "Quite simple. We shall each declare our final wishes, and the victor must find a way to fulfill the loser's wish. What do you think?" Qin Lai stated without hesitation. "That agreement lacks merit. I cannot consent. While you may lack certainty in victory, I am confident of my success. Why should I fulfill your wish if I am destined to win?" Yang Feng replied with a calm refusal. "Junior Brother Yang, you hold a considerable amount of confidence. With such assurance, my own self-doubt intensifies. How about this? I will impart to you a method to strengthen the soul as compensation. If you manage to survive the killing battlefield, you could convey this technique to the head of the Qin family in the imperial capital of the Cloud Sea Kingdom. What do you think?" Upon hearing Yang Feng's words and observing his self-assured demeanor, Qin Lai furrowed his brow and pondered for a moment. "If one day I find myself with leisure to traverse the ethereal sea, I shall take the opportunity to impart this technique for fortifying the soul to the esteemed head of the Qin family. This moment may come in 10 years, a century, a millennium, or even 10 millennia." Yang Feng replied in a tone of calm indifference. "Junior Brother Yang, I have faith in your character. Thus I shall convey to you the 9 transformations of soul forging technique for enhancing the soul." Upon hearing Yang Feng's words and observing his placid countenance, Qin Lai hesitated briefly before resolutely stating his intention. With that, Qin Lai began to articulate the 9 transformations of soul forging technique, allowing its essence to resonate clearly in Yang Feng's ears, imprinting it indelibly in his mind. "Junior Brother Yang, though I lack confidence in overcoming you, I shall not yield without a struggle. Thus, I advise you to remain vigilant." After witnessing Yang Feng commit the 9 transformations of soul forging to memory, Qin Lai issued a warning, unleashing a torrent of formidable spiritual energy that coalesced into a mental sword aimed swiftly at Yang Feng's mind. Simultaneously, the murderous energy within Qin Lai surged wildly, infusing a lethal spear with radiant brilliance as it descended towards Yang Feng with unrelenting ferocity. "Senior Brother Qin, must you truly engage in a life-and-death struggle from the outset?" Faced with the onslaught of the mental sword and the lethal spear, Yang Feng remained unperturbed, softly reflecting as an overwhelming force of soul energy surged forth, shattering the mental sword that had sought to pierce his consciousness. In an instant, the spear of slaughter, propelled by Yang Feng's own will, shot forth from his sea of consciousness, meeting the lethal spear conjured by Qin Lai in a cataclysmic clash. Boom! 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 Amidst the cacophony of violent detonations, Qin Lai's spear faltered under the strain, plummeting towards the desolate mountains. Meanwhile, Yang Feng's spear of slaughter, imbued with terrifying might, surged unrelentingly towards Qin Lai. Junior brother Yang, your magical prowess is truly formidable. I am no match for you. Let me serve as sustenance for your evolution. As he sensed the overwhelming power contained within Yang Feng's spear of slaughter, Qin Lai's eyes first reflected astonishment, then steely resolve as he relinquished all resistance. Allowing the spear to pierce his head, blood splattering as he fell earthward. Senior brother Qin, rest assured, I shall honor our pact. Observing Qin Lai's descent into the western horizon, Yang Feng's eyes flickered with surprise, and after a moment's hesitation, he softly assured him. Thank you. Qin Lai managed to utter gratefully before succumbing to the void of death. If it were possible, I would not wish to take your life. Yet, I find myself without choice. Yang Feng murmured softly as he gazed upon Qin Lai's lifeless form. With that whisper, he activated the devouring heaven demon technique, enveloping Qin Lai's body. Suddenly, a surge of formidable energy, magical power, and soul force emanated from Qin Lai, flowing into Yang Feng's body, where it was refined into pure, slaughtering magical power, causing the magical force within Yang Feng's sea of slaughter to increase rapidly. Qin Lai, truly deserving of his title as the second-ranked powerhouse on the combat leaderboard, possessed an immense reservoir of vitality, magical energy, and soul strength. Even after absorbing only one-third of it, the magical power in Yang Feng's sea of slaughter reached its limits and began to compress rapidly. Before long, the magical force within Yang Feng's sea of slaughter was condensed into a talisman, with countless mysterious runes swirling within. Ding! You have forged a supernatural talisman, with a cultivation effect magnified 1,000-fold, enhancing your created talisman by 10,000 times. At that moment, a melodious notification rang in Yang Feng's ears. An invisible force entered the newly forged supernatural talisman, causing it to shine brilliantly and grow even more powerful. Once the invisible force dissipated, the supernatural talisman within Yang Feng's sea of slaughter became a staggering 10,000 times more potent than when it was first formed, and many hidden dangers contained within were smoothed out by the unseen energy, leaving Yang Feng overwhelmed with excitement. Truly, the system is remarkable. It not only amplified my supernatural talisman by 10,000 times, but also eliminated numerous hidden perils within it. How extraordinary and invincible! It is evident that the creator of the slaughtering battlefield is not a benevolent entity. This battlefield serves as a breeding ground for sinister schemes. Regardless of who emerges as the ultimate victor, they will become a mere tool for that entity's nefarious purposes, with their lives not in their own hands. Thankfully, I possess the system which has eradicated the hidden dangers. Otherwise, I would have faced dire consequences. Yang Feng felt the transformation of the supernatural talisman within his sea of slaughter, a flicker of excitement and exhilaration shining in his eyes, prompting him to exclaim aloud. From the outset, Yang Feng had sensed that the sky-devouring demon technique harbored issues, yet he could not pinpoint the source of the problem. When the supernatural talisman was formed, he felt an unsettling dissonance, though he remained unable to identify its nature. It was only when the invisible force infiltrated the supernatural talisman that Yang Feng discovered it concealed numerous traps and grand formations. Should these traps and formations be triggered, they could easily usurp his control over the talisman. In simple terms, once those traps and formations activated, the hard-earned supernatural talisman would fall into someone else's grasp, becoming their possession. The supernatural talisman is the foundation for cultivators of the supernatural realm, essential for future endeavors, such as condensing the golden core, forming the nascent soul, and achieving the primordial spirit, as well as comprehending the laws. If the talisman were tampered with, even if Yang Feng were to eventually cultivate to the golden core, nascent soul, primordial spirit, or even the realm of laws, others could effortlessly seize everything he possessed through the traps and formations on the talisman with a mere thought. Chapter 59. Hunting the experts of the combat leaderboard. The system has eliminated the hidden dangers of the sky-devouring demon technique, allowing me to cultivate with confidence. After sensing the transformation of the divine symbols within the Sea of Slaughter, Feng murmured softly, activating the devouring sky demon technique to further absorb the vitality, magical energy, and soul power from Qianlai. As Qianlai was reduced to mere ashes, the divine symbols within Feng's Sea of Slaughter surged in strength by a tenth, causing the contained slaughtering magical energy to swell dramatically. Witnessing this, a faint smile graced Feng's lips as he silently reflected on the substantial benefits derived from the adept of the leaderboard. And he collected the spatial ring from Qianlai. Subsequently, Feng approached the slaughtering spear lying beside Qianlai, channeling the slaughtering magical energy within him to refine it into a liquid form, which he infused into the slaughtering longsword. This infusion elicited an exuberant sword cry from the slaughtering longsword, effortlessly elevating it to the status of a mid-grade treasure. My assumptions were correct. The slaughtering spear and the slaughtering longsword were forged from the same mysterious material. By consuming the enigmatic substance of the slaughtering spear, the quality of the slaughtering longsword has significantly improved, thereby augmenting its power. If I were to devour all the slaughtering weapons from other adept rankings, I wonder if the slaughtering longsword could ascend to the level of a Dao weapon. Feng mused upon witnessing the transformation of the slaughtering longsword. After this brief contemplation, Feng activated the slaughtering token to examine a map of the slaughtering battlefield, searching for nearby challengers. However, to Feng's dismay, within a radius of 3,000 kilometers, not a single challenger could be found. The nearest contender was a staggering 3,500 kilometers away and moving further away from him. Faced with this situation, Feng had no choice but to expand his search radius to 5,000 kilometers. At that moment, over 1,000 challengers came into view, among which 3 individuals marked with red names immediately captured Feng's attention. The 10th, 16th, and 36th ranked experts on the combat leaderboard. After clicking on the profiles of the 3 red-named challengers and reviewing their information, Feng murmured once more, decisively selecting the 10th ranked expert's location. He soared into the air like a streak of light, racing toward the distance. After ascending to the realm of divine abilities, Feng's flying speed had increased by more than tenfold. With all his might, he traversed over 5,000 kilometers in just 2 hours, arriving near the 10th ranked challenger. At this juncture, the 10th ranked contender also detected Feng's presence. However, confident in his own capabilities, he believed he was not far inferior to Feng. Rather than fleeing, he boldly approached Feng. Feng, if I slay you, I shall become the first on the combat leaderboard. The 10th ranked expert bellowed from a kilometer away, summoning his magical energy to wield a slaughtering long knife, which he unleashed toward Feng. Unperturbed by the assault of the slaughtering long knife, Feng maintained his composure. With a mere thought, the mid-grade treasure, the slaughtering longsword, soared from his Sea of Slaughter, directly meeting the attack of the slaughtering long knife. Bang! In a crisp sound, the mid-grade treasure, the killing sword, collided with the killing blade, unleashing a terrifying force that severely injured the killing blade, sending it hurtling into the distance. Immediately thereafter, the mid-grade treasure killing sword, radiating brilliant spiritual light, surged forward with unrelenting momentum, aimed directly at the 10th ranked challenger on the combat leaderboard. This is impossible. How could your strength be so formidable? The 10th ranked challenger exclaimed in disbelief, his eyes wide with shock as he involuntarily cried out, unable to comprehend the scene unfolding before him. After his astonishment, he swiftly attempted to flee, unwilling to continue battling Feng. However, before he could escape far, the mid-grade treasure killing sword pierced through his back, penetrating his body and causing blood to spew forth as he fell to the ground. At that moment, Feng exhibited neither hesitation nor doubt, immediately activating the devouring demon technique to absorb the blood, magical energy, and soul power of the 10th ranked challenger. The power of his divine talismans surged significantly, and his combat prowess increased by a notable percentage. This acquisition was quite rewarding, as the 10th ranked challenger was reduced to ashes. Feng sensed the changes within his body, smiled faintly, and murmured softly to himself. Subsequently, Feng retrieved the spatial ring of the 10th ranked challenger and refined the killing blade into liquid form, merging it with the killing sword, which emitted an excited cry of the blade, significantly enhancing its power. Next, the 16th ranked challenger. Feng glanced at the map inscribed upon the killing token, chuckled lightly, and soared into the air, transforming into a streak of light as he sped away. Before long, Yang Feng traversed over 1,000 miles, arriving at the side of the 16th ranked challenger. With a mere thought, the killing sword shot forth like a flash of light from the ocean of killing intent. Bang! In a crisp sound, the killing sword, imbued with terrifying might, effortlessly pierced through the skull of the 16th ranked challenger, who looked on in horror, causing blood to splatter and resulting in his tragic demise. Yang Feng then activated the devouring demon technique once more, consuming the entirety of his blood, magical energy, and soul power. He quickly collected the spatial ring of the challenger and refined his weapon into liquid, merging it into the killing sword, further augmenting its might and eliciting an excited cry from the blade, bringing it one step closer to ascending to a high-grade treasure. Having accomplished all this, Yang Feng ascended into the air and flew towards a nearby challenger on the leaderboard, faced with the ascension to the realm of divine abilities. And with his divine talismans enhanced 1,000-fold, Yang Feng's overall strength and combat capability rivaled that of tens of thousands of practitioners in the divine realm. Those challengers on the combat leaderboard were utterly no match for him, unable even to withstand a single strike. In merely a day, Yang Feng had relentlessly vanquished over 10 challengers from the power rankings. Remarkably, most of his time was spent traversing the terrain. As a competitor on the power leaderboard, Yang Feng attracted the attention of all challengers. Witnessing his ferocity, those nearby were struck with fear, hastily retreating to avoid becoming his next target. After a night of rest, as he prepared to continue his hunt, Yang Feng was astonished to discover that within a radius of 10,000 kilometers, not a single challenger remained. This left him utterly speechless, prompting a soft murmur. "Never mind. I shall refrain from hunting challengers for now and take a moment to rest." With that, Yang Feng settled into a cross-legged position, practicing the dragon elephant technique to enhance his physical strength. Chapter 60. Rampaging through the slaughtering grounds. Time flowed like a swift river, and in the blink of an eye, a month had passed. During this month, apart from occasionally hunting fierce beasts for sustenance, Yang Feng dedicated himself to the cultivation of the dragon elephant technique, augmenting his corporeal power. After a month of diligent practice, his physical strength had increased by the equivalent of 69 bulls. Though this enhancement might seem trivial to Yang Feng, a practitioner of the divine ability realm, it could prove to be a significant advantage in certain circumstances. The number of challengers had dwindled to 10,000, and the slaughtering grounds had shrunk to 1,000th of its original size. While Yang Feng was immersed in his training, a resounding voice echoed across the slaughtering grounds, reaching the ears of every challenger. Almost immediately, a beam of teleportation light materialized, enveloping Yang Feng and whisking him away, depositing him in a vast desert. Simultaneously, flashes of teleportation light appeared nearby, bringing forth several challengers who materialized not far from him. When the flashes subsided, Yang Feng was taken aback to find the expansive slaughtering grounds had been condensed into a circular space with a diameter of 1,000 kilometers. With all challengers confined within this limited area, if all goes as expected, I shall be able to exit this slaughtering space today. Extending his consciousness to assess the situation within the circular confines, a faint smile graced Yang Feng's face as he mused to himself. In the midst of his thoughts, he summoned the mid-grade treasured sword, the slaughtering longsword, from his sea of consciousness, transforming it into a streak of light that shot toward the nearby challengers. Bang! 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 With each sharp crack, challengers were pierced by the mid-grade treasured slaughtering longsword, meeting their untimely demise. In mere moments, hundreds of challengers within a radius of several dozen kilometers had been ruthlessly dispatched, none able to withstand the might of his sword. At that moment, Yang Feng immediately activated the devouring heavenly demon art, emanating a formidable force of attraction from his being. The vitality, magical energy, and soul power of the hundreds of challengers surged towards him like a relentless tide, being refined into pure magical power and integrating into his mystical talismans. Witnessing this spectacle, the other challengers in the slaughter arena were struck with terror and instinctively distanced themselves from Yang Feng. However, the confines of the slaughter arena were too narrow, with a mere 1,000 kilometers in diameter, leaving them with no place to escape, only able to retreat as far as possible from Yang Feng. My friends, Yang Feng's might is unparalleled. His combat prowess is overwhelming. None among us can stand against him. If we wish to survive, we must unite to vanquish Yang Feng. Indeed, Yang Feng's strength is insurmountable, yet together we can defeat him. Let us join forces and obliterate Yang Feng. Do not hesitate strike together, and bring him down. Only by eliminating Yang Feng do we stand a chance of survival. Otherwise, we are doomed. At that moment, several powerful figures from the combat rankings stepped forward, channeling their magical energy and shouted fervently. Amidst their cries, these champions summoned their magical powers, wielding various weapons of slaughter, directing their assaults towards Yang Feng in an attempt to annihilate him on the spot. Upon hearing the rallying cries and witnessing their actions, the other challengers in the slaughter space also sprang into action, conjuring lethal sword beams, blade auras, and shadowy fists, launching a barrage of attacks aimed at Yang Feng, intent on overwhelming him. In the face of the combined assault from nearly 10,000 challengers, Yang Feng remained unfazed. With a mere thought, the slaughter talismans from his sea of consciousness surged forth, hovering before him and releasing waves of terrifying suction. Instantly, the lethal sword beams, blade auras, and shadowy fists aimed at him were absorbed into the talismans, transforming into nourishment for their evolution, rendering them even more formidable. The weapons of slaughter, before even nearing Yang Feng, were utterly devastated by the talismans, falling uselessly into the desert sands. Is this the power of Yang Feng's mystical talismans? They are overwhelmingly powerful. The force contained within is too terrifying for us to withstand. Yang Feng's might is insurmountable. We must flee. But where can we run in this confined slaughter arena? We will confront Yang Feng head-on. As they beheld Yang Feng effortlessly deflecting their assaults, the challengers' expressions shifted dramatically, their voices rising in a chorus of fear and dread. Sky-blocking demon palm. Yang Feng paid no heed to the panicked cries of the challengers. With a commanding shout, he fully unleashed the power of his mystical talismans. Suddenly, a surge of mystical energy emanated from the talisman, rapidly expanding into a colossal hand that obscured the sky, descending upon the multitude of challengers within the realm of slaughter. A thunderous roar echoed as the immense hand struck down, instantly reducing thousands of contenders to mere pulp. Following this, a potent force of attraction radiated from the enormous demonic hand, drawing forth the life essence, magical power, and spiritual energy of the fallen challengers into its grasp, enhancing its luminescence and amplifying its might. Swiftly thereafter, the giant hand ascended with terrifying power, aiming to strike down upon the remaining thousands of challengers. Thunderous booms resonated as the massive hand delivered multiple blows, annihilating the remaining contenders and consuming their life essence, magical power, and souls. The colossal hand then rapidly diminished, transforming into a talisman that returned to Yang Feng's sea of consciousness. At that moment, Yang Feng hesitated not, promptly collecting all spatial rings from the slaughter realm and refining the weapons scattered across the desert into liquid form to blend with the slaughtering longsword. This infusion caused the sword to emit an exhilarating cry, elevating it to the status of an extraordinary artifact, vastly increasing its power. Congratulations, Yang Feng, for emerging as the ultimate victor of the slaughter battlefield, earning the title of Slaughterer and becoming a member of the Slaughter Organization. For further details, please refer to the Slaughter token. A resonant voice echoed through the void battlefield, and a beam of teleportation light enveloped Yang Feng, whisking him away and reappearing in the training chamber of the Fire God Peak. Chapter 61. The Slaughterer, I have finally returned. Yang Feng breathed a sigh of relief as he gazed upon the familiar training chamber of the Fire God Peak, feeling a profound sense of comfort. Despite his formidable strength and combat prowess in the slaughter battlefield, he had remained vigilant, fearing that a moment of carelessness might lead to his downfall. Upon returning to the safety of the training chamber, Yang Feng felt the tension ease, only to be overtaken by an overwhelming wave of fatigue, prompting him to make his way to the main hall's resting area. How delightful! 3 days later, Yang Feng awoke from his slumber, stretching languidly as he rose from the comfortable bed, a sense of refreshment washing over him. After savoring the moment, he retrieved the slaughter token and scrutinized it closely. At that moment, the slaughter token exhibited a remarkable transformation as countless mysterious runes delved deep within it, revealing the characters for Slaughter and Yang on either side. Yet, when Yang Feng infused the token with his magical energy, it remained unresponsive. However, when Yang Feng infused a surge of murderous energy into the slaughter token, a beam of spiritual light surged forth, coalescing before him into a virtual screen, upon which countless pieces of information flickered. Observing this phenomenon, Yang Feng immediately directed his gaze toward the virtual screen, meticulously examining its contents. Before long, he had perused all the information displayed and gained a rudimentary understanding of the slaughterers and the slaughter organization. The slaughter organization was a creation of the Lord of Slaughter, an entity that spanned myriad realms, infiltrating various worlds. The slaughterers were members of this organization, selected through the battlegrounds established by the Lord of Slaughter across these vast realms. The slaughterers were categorized into 9 ranks, ranging from 1-star slaughterer to 9-star slaughterer. Their ranks were not determined by cultivation strength, but rather by the accumulation of slaughter points. The greater the number of slaughter points one possessed, the higher their rank, privileges, and rewards. Slaughter points were earned by completing tasks issued by the slaughter organization, which could be exchanged for various cultivation resources and items, including martial techniques, heavenly materials, equipment, elixirs, and more. Upon inspecting the exchange list, Feng noted the presence of celestial-level techniques, celestial artifacts, elixirs, celestial stones, and an array of cultivation resources from the celestial realm, as well as Tao artifacts, precious items, spiritual tools, law crystals, spiritual pills, spiritual stones, and an abundance of top-tier heavenly materials and techniques from the myriad worlds, all requiring a mere fraction of slaughter points for redemption. This revelation filled Feng with exhilaration, igniting a fervent desire to amass a vast quantity of slaughter points and deplete the resources available. However, upon reviewing the tasks issued by the slaughter organization, he quickly had second thoughts, abandoning any notions of acquiring slaughter points or redeeming cultivation resources. The tasks presented were either excessively difficult, fraught with peril, or horrifyingly cruel, conditions Feng found difficult to accept. For instance, a task to assassinate the sect master of the Luoyuan sect in the Luoyuan region of the Tianwu continent promised a reward of 10,000 slaughter points. Yet, the sect master was a formidable figure at the true immortal realm, and Feng pondered how many years of cultivation it would require to defeat such an opponent. This task was insurmountably challenging and perilously risky for him. Another task entailed the massacre of an entire city of 10 million souls to condense a soul pearl from their spirits, yielding a mere 10 slaughter points. While this task was not overly difficult for Feng, requiring only a journey to a populous city to accomplish, it demanded a senseless slaughter of countless innocent lives, a notion he found utterly unacceptable. Though Feng was not a paragon of virtue, he could not bring himself to indiscriminately kill millions of ordinary people merely for the sake of accumulating slaughter points when his own life was not at stake. After thoroughly reviewing the missions released by the slaughter organization, Feng completely abandoned his intentions regarding the slaughter points. He directly stored the slaughter token within the Dongtian Pearl, allowing it to gather dust within. Would these spatial rings yield any surprises for me? Once he had properly dealt with the slaughter token, Feng turned his attention to the over 200,000 spatial rings he had brought back from the slaughter space, his eyes gleaming with profound anticipation. These rings belonged to the trial takers of the slaughter space, hailing from various regions of the Tianwu continent, each possessing at least the cultivation level of the mana realm, with the strongest among them even reaching the nascent soul and divine soul realms. It was certain that their spatial rings contained a multitude of cultivation resources, which greatly excited Feng. Given the sheer number of spatial rings, it would have been too time-consuming for Feng to open them one by one. Thus, he decided to send all over 200,000 spatial rings into the Dongtian Pearl, utilizing its power to open them simultaneously. Instantly, countless items surged forth from these spatial rings, categorized and neatly piled together by the strength of the Dongtian Pearl. Among them were 36 million top-grade spirit stones, 87 million middle-grade spirit stones, 18 billion low-grade spirit stones, and over 12 million first-tier spirit pills. As he gazed at the towering piles of spirit stones, various elixirs, treasures, spiritual weapons, and other rare materials within the Dongtian Pearl, a spark of excitement flashed in Feng's eyes as he realized his newfound fortune. After a moment of exhilaration, he withdrew his consciousness from the Dongtian Pearl and made his way toward the cultivation chamber of the main hall. Before entering the slaughter space, he had already cultivated the Xianxia art to the pinnacle of the yin-yang realm, and now he was ready to break into the celestial being realm. Feng sat cross-legged, retrieved a vial of second-tier spirit pills, and consumed 10 of them in one go, channeling the energy of the pills to refine it into pure mana using the Xianxia art. With the experience gained from the slaughter space, Feng easily broke through the bottleneck of the yin-yang realm and ascended to the celestial being cultivation level. Without a moment's hesitation, He immediately consumed third-tier spirit pills and continued his cultivation. Time flowed swiftly like a river, and in the blink of an eye, 3 years had passed. During these 3 years, Yang Feng had not stepped outside the Fire God Peak's main hall, remaining in secluded cultivation. After 3 years of diligent practice, he had cultivated both the Xianxia art and the Fire God technique to the divine ability realm, condensing 2 divine ability talismans in his sea of consciousness, greatly enhancing his strength. At that moment, a crisp sound emanated from Yang Feng's identity token, prompting him to open his tightly shut eyes and look at the token. Only 3 days remained until the intersect grand competition began. Glancing at the information on the token, Yang Feng murmured softly. After this brief reflection, a flash of brilliance lit up in his eyes, and he rose to walk out of the Fire God Peak's main hall. Chapter 62. Exiting Seclusion. Master, you have emerged from seclusion. As Yang Feng emerged from the main hall, 2 attendants stationed at the entrance exchanged astonished glances and involuntarily exclaimed, "Ah, I have completed my retreat. Summon Chief Steward Gung for me." Yang Feng nodded meekly, casually issuing his command before extending his spiritual awareness to assess the situation at Fire God Peak. In no time, he surveyed the conditions at Fire God Peak and nodded in satisfaction, secretly acknowledging Gung Xiaoli's commendable efforts. He then proceeded toward the martial arts arena at Fire God Peak. At that moment, over 100 disciples of the Yang family were diligently practicing their martial techniques, displaying no signs of idleness. More importantly, all these disciples had advanced to the true essence realm, with more than a dozen exceptionally talented individuals having reached the peak of the Qi realm. Notably, Yang Tian, whom Yang Feng held in high regard, had reached the pinnacle of the Qi realm and exhibited a trace of spiritual power, indicating that he would soon ascend to the realm of magical energy. This filled Yang Feng with immense satisfaction, a faint smile gracing his lips. "Brother Feng, you've emerged from your retreat." As Yang Feng approached the periphery of the arena, Yang Tian, who had been training, was the first to notice him. He immediately ceased his practice and approached with a face full of joy. "Xiao Tian, your progress has been remarkable. It won't be long before you ascend to the realm of magical energy." Yang Feng remarked, "Pleased, this indicates that you have not been idle during my 3-year retreat, which is commendable." He patted Yang Tian on the shoulder, his face alight with praise. "Brother Feng, my rapid advancement is primarily due to the rich spiritual energy of Fire God Peak and the elixirs you provided. Otherwise, how could I possibly reach the pinnacle of the Qi realm in just 3 years?" Yang Tian humbly replied. "In fact, it is not just me. The swift progress of the over 100 disciples of the Yang family is entirely attributable to the abundant training resources you have supplied." Upon hearing Yang Tian's words, Yang Feng's smile deepened. "Such humility. Excellent. Once you reach the realm of magical energy, I shall gift you 10 bottles of first-tier elixirs and a spiritual artifact." Yang Feng then turned his gaze toward the 100 or so disciples in the arena and proclaimed, "You have all trained diligently, and your progress is commendable. I'm very pleased. These essence pills and spiritual pills are reward for you all. Be sure to accept them." With a grand gesture, Yang Feng waved his hand, causing bottles of essence pills and spiritual pills to soar from a spatial ring and land in the hands of each disciple. "Thank you for your generous gifts, Brother Feng." The disciples of the Yang family exclaimed in unison, their eyes brimming with excitement. "You are either practitioners of the primordial realm or of the Qi gathering realm, and thus, you are entirely eligible to join our Xianxia sect as outer disciples. Shortly, I shall compose a note for Yang Tian to guide you to the Internal Affairs Hall in Xianxia City, where you will complete the formalities to become outer disciples of our sect and dedicate yourselves to cultivation within the city. As disciples of the Yang family, you are strictly forbidden from using our name to commit wrongdoing or to oppress the innocent. Should any among you dare to misuse the Yang family name for malevolent purposes or to bully the weak, you shall not require the enforcement team of the sect. I shall personally render you incapacitated. However, as disciples of the Yang family, do not be cowed by adversity. Should anyone dare to insult you, strike back with resolve. If you find yourselves overwhelmed by bullies, seek me out, and I shall stand in your defense. In other regions, I may not assert my influence, but in Xianxia City, I possess considerable authority. In a few years, not only in Xianxia City, but throughout the entire Xianxia sect, my protection will extend. Enough of this preamble. Prepare yourselves and accompany Yang Tian to Xianxia City." With a smile upon his face, Yang Feng addressed the more than 100 disciples of the Xianxia sect gathered in the training ground. Upon concluding his speech, Yang Feng concentrated, releasing streams of pure spiritual energy that coalesced into written characters, forming a letter which he handed to Yang Tian. After imparting a final instruction to Yang Tian, he departed from the training area. Congratulations on your emergence, Master. Shortly after Yang Feng exited the training ground, Geng Xiaoli descended gracefully before him, her tone filled with reverence. Geng, congratulations on your advancement to the realm of spiritual power, becoming an inner disciple of our Xianxia sect. Now, do you wish to remain at the Fire God Peak as my steward, or would you prefer to cultivate among the inner disciples of the sect? Yang Feng inquired gently, observing Geng Xiaoli dressed in the attire of an inner disciple. Master, my ascent to the realm of spiritual power is entirely due to the spirit essence pills you bestowed upon me. I shall never forget your kindness. I wish to remain at Fire God Peak and continue serving you as steward. Geng Xiaoli responded without hesitation. Excellent. Accept this low-grade spiritual sword and these 10 vials of first-tier elixirs as a reward for your promotion to inner disciple. Yang Feng chucked softly, gesturing with a wave of his hand. A low-grade spiritual sword and 10 vials of first-tier elixirs emerged from his spatial ring, hovering before Geng Xiaoli. Thank you for your generous gifts, Master. I pledge my life in service to you. Geng Xiaoli exclaimed, her face brimming with excitement as she stored the sword and elixirs within her own spatial ring. The intersect competition is set to commence in 3 days. Please enlighten me about this year's competition process, Yang Feng remarked, nodding appreciatively at Geng Xiaoli's evident enthusiasm. Master, this year's intersect competition consists of 3 phases. The first phase is the qualification selection, primarily aimed at assessing the strength of the inner disciples who have registered for the competition. Only those disciples who pass the strength test are qualified to participate in the intersect grand competition. This year's strength test requires defeating a celestial realm battle puppet. Only by vanquishing a celestial realm battle puppet can one qualify for this year's intersect grand competition. The qualification selection lasts for 1 week and will commence in 3 days. The second stage is the elimination round, primarily aimed at selecting 100 elite disciples from the intersect. The third stage consists of arena battles, where the top 100 elite disciples will engage in combat, with each disciple required to fight 99 matches. A victory earns 1 point, and rankings will be determined based on the accumulation of points. Upon hearing Yang Feng's words, Geng Xiaoli promptly began to explain the rules of this year's intersect grand competition. Chapter 63, the intersect grand competition. Master, here are the detailed particulars of this year's intersect grand competition, along with introductions to some of the favorites for the championship. After briefly outlining the rules of the intersect grand competition, Geng Xiaoli retrieved a jade slip from her spatial ring and handed it to Yang Feng. Excellent. Take these 3 bottles of first-grade medicinal pills as my reward to you. Yang Feng accepted the jade slip, briefly scanning it with his consciousness, a flicker of satisfaction gleaming in his eyes. With a wave of his hand, he produced 3 bottles of first-grade medicinal pills from his spatial ring and passed them to Geng Xiaoli. Subsequently, Yang Feng waved his hand, returning to the main hall to study the rules of this year's intersect grand competition and the leading candidates. As expected of one of the 5 major sects in Xiantian domain, the intersect is brimming with prodigious talents. After meticulously examining the contents of the jade slip, Yang Feng couldn't help but express his admiration. According to the information within the jade slip, this year's top 10 contenders for the championship are all extraordinary prodigies, each possessing unique physiques and exceptional talents, capable of battling above their level and even slaying enemies beyond their rank. However, should these top 10 contenders possess only the strengths described in the jade slip, Yang Feng is confident in securing first place in this intersect grand competition. After all, while these 10 favored contenders are unparalleled prodigies, Yang Feng is a once-in-a-millennium genius, and the two cannot be compared. Yang Feng's sea of consciousness is tens of thousands of times larger than that of his peers. His magical power reserves are similarly vast, and the potency of his divine abilities and talismans far exceeds that of his contemporaries, with his overall strength and combat capability reaching incomprehensible heights. For him, slaying foes above his rank is as effortless as eating and drinking. Thus, having reviewed the contents of a jade slip, Yang Feng set aside his slight concerns and continued to cultivate the Xiantian art to enhance his own powers. 3 days later, Yang Feng departed from the main hall of the Fire God Peak and soared towards the depths of the Xiantian mountain range, heading to the law enforcement hall. The Law Enforcement Hall serves as the disciplinary body of the Xianxia sect, directly governed by the sect's leadership. All disciples of the Law Enforcement Hall consist of true inheritors, each possessing formidable cultivation strength. The Master of the Enforcement Hall is a formidable figure, a powerful deputy sect leader, and one of the most formidable departments within the Xianxia sect. This year's internal competition is presided over by the Master of the Enforcement Hall, with the qualification selection round taking place directly in the Grand Square of the Enforcement Hall. Upon Feng's arrival near the Enforcement Hall, he was astonished to discover that thousands of inner disciples had already gathered in the square. Each of these disciples emanated potent fluctuations of power characteristic of the celestial and divine realms, leaving Feng somewhat surprised. However, as his mind whirled, he quickly deduced the reason behind this gathering. The Xianxia sect has dominated the Xianxia domain for countless years, and the lifespan of inner disciples can reach up to 500 years, unlike outer disciples who are frequently replaced. Over the years, the number of inner disciples has accumulated to rival that of outer disciples, with the celestial and divine realm inner disciples numbering in the tens of thousands. As his thoughts settled, Feng gracefully descended into the square of the Enforcement Hall, awaiting the commencement of the qualification selection round. At that moment, a plump inner disciple approached him briskly, scrutinizing Feng with a puzzled expression. "You seem unfamiliar. I don't believe I've seen you before," he remarked. In response, Feng chuckled lightly. "Isn't it quite normal to be unfamiliar? With so many inner disciples in the Xianxia sect, how could you possibly know them all?" The plump disciple shook his head and introduced himself. "I am Wang Lei, known as the Jack of all trades. There is scarcely anything concerning the Xianxia sect that I am unaware of. I know all the celestial and divine realm inner disciples. It is quite strange that I do not recognize you, a divine realm inner disciple. What do you go by? And when did you ascend to the status of an inner disciple?" With a smile, Feng replied, "I am Feng, having been promoted to inner disciple 3 years ago." As soon as Feng's words left his lips, Wang Lei's eyes lit up, and he involuntarily raised his voice. "You are the one who was taken as a named disciple by the sect master 3 years ago. Enjoying the treatment of a true disciple? I sought you out at the Fire God Peak several times to converse, but you were always in seclusion, and I never had the chance to meet you. It's truly astonishing that within just 3 years, you have reached the divine realm. I, at the age of 25, was hailed as an unparalleled prodigy upon reaching the divine realm. You, at 19, have achieved the same. Should you not be regarded as an extraordinary genius? By the way, may I see your identity token? Let us exchange contact information for future correspondence." Hesitating briefly, Feng produced his identity token, and they exchanged contact details. Nearby, inner disciples began to cast their gazes upon Feng, murmuring amongst themselves, "Is this really Feng? He appears so youthful." The individual is undeniably youthful. This year, they are merely 19 years old. How could they not be young? Astonishingly, a 19-year-old practitioner of the divine ability realm is simply remarkable. In my own youth at 19, I was still struggling in the Qi condensation realm, making any comparison utterly futile. Feng, however, is a named disciple of the sect master, far beyond the reach of ordinary mortals like us. Within a mere 3 years, he has ascended from the realm of magical force to the divine ability realm, illustrating his exceptional talent. Yet, achieving a commendable result in the inter-sect competition may prove challenging. Isn't that stating the obvious? How could Feng, having just advanced to the divine ability realm, possibly excel in the inter-sect competition? For him, this competition is merely a practice run. The next inter-sect competition will be his true stage. Indeed, with Feng's extraordinary aptitude, in the next decade's competition, he is bound to claim victory. As he overheard the discussions among the inter-sect disciples, Feng maintained an unfaltering demeanor, continuing his casual conversation with Wang Lei. After engaging in light banter, Feng discovered that Wang Lei possessed considerable knowledge about the Xianxia sect, with many internal matters that he himself was unaware of. This revelation broadened Feng's horizons and deepened his understanding of the sect. He silently resolved to engage with Wang Lei more frequently in the future. Silence. A resounding voice echoed across the square as a group of disciples from the Law Enforcement Hall emerged, led by their hallmaster. Chapter 64, Qualification Selection Tournament. I am Li Howren, the hallmaster of the Law Enforcement Hall, and I will preside over this year's inter-sect competition. The rules for the competition have been disseminated in advance, and I trust you are already familiar. Thus, I shall refrain from elaborating further. Now, let me emphasize the rewards for this year's intersect competition for the outstanding participants. The first place will receive a low-grade Taoist artifact, the Xianxia sword, and a single bath in the Xianxia pool. The 2nd to 10th places will each be awarded a top-grade treasure and a premium bloodline elixir. The 11th to 20th places will receive a high-grade treasure and a high-grade bloodline elixir. The 21st to 100th places will be rewarded with a medium-grade treasure and a medium-grade bloodline elixir. The rewards for this year's intersect competition are exceedingly generous. You must all strive to perform well and secure a commendable rank. Now, you will be divided into 10 teams to sequentially undergo the qualification selection tournament test. The Hall Master of the Law Enforcement Hall addressed Feng and the others in the square with an even tone. With that said, the Hall Master waved his hand, and a beam of light surged forth from him, descending onto the square. This light subsequently split into 10 semi-spherical arenas, each with a diameter of 1 kilometer. Following this, 10 battle puppets of the celestial realm emerged from the Hall Master's spatial ring and landed on the 10 semi-spherical arenas. The rewards for the first place in the intersect competition, including the low-grade Taoist artifact Xianxia sword and the bath in the Xianxia pool, are indeed extraordinarily generous. The exquisite treasures and the extraordinary bloodline elixirs are indeed remarkable, and the rewards for the 2nd to 10th places are equally substantial. This year's intersect competition, I am determined to showcase my true skills and strive for an admirable ranking. My aspirations are modest. Simply entering the top 10 would suffice. Even more modestly, I would be content with a place in the top 20. By heavens, your expectations are not high at all. I will be satisfied with a position in the top 100. As the voice of the Law Enforcement Hall's master, Li Haoran, resonated, the thousands of intersect disciples gathered in the square began to murmur amongst themselves, forming 10 lines before the 10 arenas. Brother Wang, what exactly is the Xianxia pool? Upon hearing the discussions, Feng turned to his companion, Wang Lei, with a puzzled expression. Junior Brother Yang, the Xianxia pool is a treasure of our Xianxia sect, accumulating a pool of divine water every few hundred years. This divine water can comprehensively evolve a cultivator's aptitude. It is a supreme treasure of heaven and earth. Generally, only those of the law realm or higher, or disciples who have rendered great service to the sect, are allowed to utilize this divine water. I never expected the sect to offer this divine water as the reward for first place in the intersect competition. It is truly astonishing. Given the allure of this divine water, this year's intersect competition will undoubtedly be more intense. However, Junior Brother Yang, your fortune seems to be lacking. This year, you will undoubtedly be unable to secure the first place in the intersect competition. Even in 10 years, should you achieve first place, you still would not have the opportunity to bathe in the Xianxia pool. Upon hearing Feng's query, Wang Lei regarded him with a look of pity. Brother Wang, I am a cultivator at the divine ability realm. I can certainly contend for the first place in the intersect competition. Feng replied with a slight smile, sensing Wang Lei's sympathetic gaze. With that, he chose to ignore Wang Lei's probing eyes and shifted the conversation to other topics. While Feng and Wang Lei conversed, 10 intersect disciples entered the 10 arenas, engaging in fierce battles against 10 celestial realm combat puppets. Ultimately, out of the 10 intersect disciples, only 3 triumphed over the celestial realm puppets, while the remaining 7 were defeated, thus missing their chance in this intersect competition. Junior Brother Yang, although the celestial realm combat puppets on the arena possess only the initial strength of the celestial realm, their overall combat prowess far surpasses that of initial celestial realm cultivators, rivaling even mid-stage and late-stage celestial realm practitioners. Based on my estimations, the number of intersect disciples who can pass the qualification selection will not exceed 3,000. Observing the 10 intersect disciples on the arena, 7 of whom had fallen, Wang Lei whispered to Feng. Upon hearing Wang Lei's words, Feng nodded gently, remaining silent as he watched the 10 arenas intently. As Feng and Wang Lei stood at the forefront, it soon became Feng's turn. He walked slowly to the entrance of the arena, presented his identity token to the nearby disciples of the Law Enforcement Hall, and then entered the arena. Upon entering the arena, Feng was astonished to discover that while the arena appeared to have a mere kilometer in diameter from the outside, its interior was an expansive 10,000 meters across, a remarkable tenfold increase. As Feng surveyed the arena, a celestial combat automaton, embodying the prowess of the transcendent realm, surged forward in a flash, transforming into a streak of luminous energy aimed directly at him. Its colossal fist, shimmering with radiant spiritual light, descended towards Feng's head, intent on delivering a fatal blow. Observing the swift approach of the celestial automaton, Feng chuckled softly. With a gesture that resembled drawing a sword, he flicked his hand, unleashing a sharp beam of sword light that sliced through the void, piercing the energy core of the automaton and causing it to collapse to the ground, rendered devoid of combat capability. Witnessing this spectacle, the disciples of the law enforcement hall by the arena were momentarily taken aback. They instructed Feng to exit the arena, allowing for the replacement of the automaton's energy core. Upon exiting, Feng chose not to leave the plaza, but instead moved to a side to observe the battles of other inner disciples. Disciple Yang, your swordsmanship is truly formidable. With a mere flick, you rendered that celestial automaton almost inoperable. It is utterly astonishing, exclaimed Wang Lei, who approached Feng with urgency, casting a soundproof barrier and lowering his voice. Do you believe you can secure the championship? If you're confident, I would like to place a wager on your victory to earn some spirit stones. With Wang Lei's words, Feng's eyes sparkled with interest as he inquired softly. Who established the betting? Can I wager on my own victory? What is the maximum amount I can bet, and what are the odds? Disciple Yang, this is not the place for such discussions. Let us go to your Fire God Peak, where I can provide you with a comprehensive overview. Wang Lei suggested with a knowing smile, sensing Feng's curiosity. Very well, Feng nodded in agreement, and together they soared towards the direction of Fire God Peak. For Feng, the qualification tournament paled in comparison to the prospect of amassing spirit stones. He was confident in his ability to clinch victory in the inter-sect competition. The thought of earning a substantial sum of spirit stones in the process was indeed tantalizing. Chapter 65. The Betting Game Wang Xixiao. Please elaborate on the details of the betting. Feng inquired as he settled into the guest hall of the main temple at Fire God Peak alongside Wang Lei. Disciple Yang, the betting for our Xianxia sect's inter-sect competition is organized by one of our deputy sect leaders. This deputy leader has a singular passion, gambling. However, due to the sect's regulations, he is unable to establish a permanent betting scheme within the sect and can only set up a temporary betting arrangement during each inter-sect competition to indulge his vice. This year's betting will officially commence 6 days from now. If you wish to place a bet, we can go together at that time. Based on past experiences, the odds for each inter-sect disciple are not fixed, generally ranging from 10 to 1 to 1 in 10,000. Due to the sect's regulations, the maximum wager cannot exceed 1 billion low-grade spirit stones. Observing Feng's anxious demeanor, Wang Lei smiled slightly and began to elaborate on the details of the betting scenario. 1 billion low-grade spirit stones is rather meager, isn't it? Feng murmured softly after hearing Wang Lei's introduction. Initially, he had hoped to seize the opportunity for a substantial profit, but now it seemed he could only gain a modest sum, leaving him somewhat disappointed. Junior brother Yang, 1 billion low-grade spirit stones is quite considerable. Many true disciples possess less than 100 million low-grade spirit stones, let alone 1 billion. Wang Lei instinctively countered upon hearing Feng's murmur. I merely wish to earn a bit more. Brother Wang, would it be permissible for me to enlist some outer sect disciples to assist me in placing bets? Would that pose any issues? Feng inquired softly in response to Wang Lei's rebuttal. Junior brother Yang, it would be wise to refrain from such actions. Our Xianxia sect does not endorse gambling, and such behavior may provoke the disdain of the sect's powerful figures. Betting for personal amusement is one thing, but if you enlist numerous outer sect disciples to wager on your behalf, the nature of the situation changes entirely. While you may amass a significant number of spirit stones, your future path will become fraught with challenges. Moreover, the sect leader abhors gambling. Should you dare to proceed with this, you can forget about ever being accepted as a direct disciple by the sect leader. As soon as Feng finished speaking, Wang Lei hastily cautioned him. Then I shall abandon that plan. Upon hearing Wang Lei's words, Feng promptly relinquished his ambition for a large profit. The sect leader was, after all, Feng's formidable ally, and he had no desire to jeopardize that relationship over a few spirit stones. Subsequently, Feng and Wang Lei discussed various clandestine matters of the Xianxia sect and agreed to venture to the betting venue together 6 days hence. After Wang Lei departed, Yang Feng pondered for a moment before heading to the main hall's training chamber to cultivate the 9-turn soul forging technique, enhancing his spiritual strength. Before long, 6 days had elapsed, and the qualification selection tournament concluded, with a total of 2,923 individuals passing through to the second phase of elimination. At this moment, Yang Feng and Wang Lei soared towards the depths of the Xianxia mountain range, heading toward the Internal Affairs Hall. Upon their arrival at the Internal Affairs Hall, they discovered a large screen erected in the plaza. The information of the 2,923 inner sect disciples who had passed the qualification selection was displayed prominently for all to see. Simultaneously, the plaza was teeming with tens of thousands of inner sect and true disciples, all gathered to place their bets, eager to partake in the excitement and perhaps earn a bit of spirit stones in the process. Upon witnessing the bustling scene in the plaza, a glimmer of surprise flickered in Yang Feng's eyes, while Wang Lei appeared unfazed, directly guiding Yang Feng towards the betting area. At this moment, the majority of inner disciples and true disciples were gathered before the large screen, scrutinizing the information of 2,923 inner disciples, contemplating their betting targets. Consequently, the crowd at the betting area was sparse, allowing Yang Feng and Wang Lei to swiftly make their way to the front. How much is the odds for Yang Feng to win? Wang Lei inquired of the betting attendant. Upon hearing Wang Lei's question, the attendant promptly consulted a device, reporting, "The odds for Yang Feng to win are 1 to 10. Realizing the implications of this information, Yang Feng understood that his performance in the qualifying rounds had been somewhat excessive, inadvertently revealing a considerable portion of his capabilities, which resulted in his odds being less than favorable. Had he been aware of this wager beforehand, he would have surely masked his true strength, exerting tremendous effort merely to pass the qualification assessment, thus elevating his odds to 1 to 100 or even 1 to 1,000, securing a substantial profit. However, it was too late for such reflections now. A modest gain was better than none. With his mind racing, Yang Feng retrieved a spatial ring from his person and handed it to the attendant, stating, "I wish to wager 1 billion spirit stones on my victory." The attendant's eyes widened in surprise, and after scrutinizing Yang Feng with a penetrating gaze, he accepted the spatial ring and inspected its contents. Confirming the presence of 1 billion spirit stones, the attendant requested Yang Feng's identity token, manipulated the betting device, and returned the token to him, saying, "All set. If you win, you may claim your winnings with this identity token." Observing Yang Feng's audacious wager, Wang Lei's eyes sparkled with intrigue, and he promptly presented a spatial ring along with his own identity token to the attendant. "Yang Feng's odds have decreased to 1 to 8. Will you still place a bet?" The attendant inquired, glancing at the betting device. "Bet?" Wang Lei responded without hesitation. After receiving Wang Lei's affirmative, the attendant proceeded to finalize the betting process. Yang Feng's decision to wager 1 billion spirit stones on his own victory was astonishing. Did he truly possess such confidence in himself? Surely, he must have confidence. Otherwise, how could he dare to stake such a sum? Yet, I recall that Yang Feng's background was rather humble. How could he possibly acquire 1 billion spirit stones? Why question where he obtained such wealth? After all, Yang Feng is a recognized disciple of the sect leader. Acquiring 1 billion spirit stones should not be overly difficult for him. Yang Feng's audacious wager was remarkable. But why had Wang Lei also chosen to bet on Yang Feng's victory? Wang Lei is renowned as an erudite figure within our sect. His confidence in Yang Feng must be based on information that we are unaware of. Incredibly, Yang Feng's odds plummeted from 1 to 10 to 1 to 5. He is indeed a prodigious talent of our sect, and he truly stands a chance at victory. I shall place my bet as well, wagering 10 million spirit stones on Yang Feng's triumph. Place a bet of 5 million spirit stones on Yang Feng's victory. Place a bet of 30 million spirit stones on Yang Feng's triumph. After observing the betting actions of Yang Feng and Wang Lei, the nearby inner disciples began to engage in animated discussions. Some of the inner disciples, gritting their teeth, resolutely followed in the footsteps of Yang Feng and Wang Lei, eager to take a gamble. Chapter 66. The elimination round. The following morning, Yang Feng and Wang Lei arrived together at the plaza of the law enforcement hall, quietly awaiting the proceedings. A quarter of an hour later, the hall master Li Howren emerged from the law enforcement hall, accompanied by a group of enforcement disciples. He regarded Yang Feng and the others and proclaimed, "Not long ago, I acquired a superior grade Dao weapon, the Trial Tower. The interior of the trial tower comprises a unique space consisting of 7 expansive levels, akin to a miniature celestial world, brimming with immense energy. This energy generates various energy entities that will assault the trial participants within the space. According to my assessments, the energy entities condensed in these 7 levels possess combat capabilities equivalent to cultivators of the magical realm, yin-yang mirror, celestial being realm, divine ability realm, golden core realm, nascent soul realm, and primordial spirit realm. Today's elimination round will take place within this superior grade Dao weapon, the trial tower. Upon entering the tower, you shall earn corresponding points for each energy entity you eliminate. Once you all exit the trial tower, the top 100 participants in terms of points will advance to the next stage of the arena battle, while the others will be eliminated. The points awarded for eliminating energy entities are as follows. For defeating early, mid, and late-stage energy entities of the magical realm, you will receive 1 point, 3 points, and 10 points respectively. For early, mid, and late-stage energy entities of the yin-yang realm, you will receive 100 points, 300 points, and 1,000 points respectively. For early, mid, and late-stage energy entities of the celestial being realm, you will earn 10,000 points, 30,000 points, and 100,000 points respectively. For early, mid, and late-stage energy entities of the divine ability realm, you will gain 1 million points, 3 million points, and 10 million points respectively. For early, mid, and late-stage energy entities of the golden core realm, you will receive 100 million points, 300 million points, and 1 billion points respectively. Eliminating an energy entity of the nascent soul realm will grant you direct entry into the arena battle. Having concluded his announcement, Hall Master Li Haoran waved his hand, and a 7-tiered treasure tower soared from his presence, descending upon the plaza of the law enforcement hall, radiating resplendent spiritual light. At that moment, Hall Master Li Haoran's piercing gaze swept across Yang Feng and the others, lingering on Yang Feng for a few seconds before he stated in a neutral tone. During the inter-sect competition, only weapons issued by the sect are permitted. The use of any other weapons is prohibited. If there are no objections, you may now enter the trial tower. Upon hearing Li Haoran's words, the inner disciples in the plaza swiftly moved, racing toward the trial tower. This is directed at me. They are forbidding the use of my Dao weapon. Upon sensing the gaze of the law enforcement hall's master, Li Haoran, and hearing his deliberately imparted words, Yang Feng could only shrug in resignation. He murmured softly to himself before soaring into the air, making his way toward the trial tower. Isn't this mere redundancy? If one were permitted to wield magical artifacts, there would be no need for you in the intersect competition. You could simply claim the first place yourself. Hearing Yang Feng's muttering, Wang Lei rolled his eyes and softly spoke to himself before taking flight toward the trial tower. The first level of the tower was vast, stretching 1,000 miles, yet he found himself utterly alone in the desolate expanse of yellow sand. Yang Feng sighed as he surveyed the barren surroundings. At that moment, an energy figure at the initial stage of the magical realm materialized 100 meters away. Witnessing this manifestation, Yang Feng waved his right hand, unleashing a sharp beam of sword light that effortlessly pierced through the energy figure, causing it to disintegrate into specks of spiritual light. At this juncture, pure energy surged within the void as 100 energy figures at the initial stage of the magical realm coalesced. Mystique Invincibility technique. Yang Feng cast a casual glance at the 100 energy figures, and with a mere thought, a low-grade magical sword appeared in his palm. As he activated it, a flurry of piercing sword lights erupted, descending upon the multitude of energy figures. Bang, 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 with a series of crisp sounds. Each energy figure at the initial stage of the magical realm was shattered by the fierce sword light, dissolving into countless glimmers of spirit. Soon after, a torrent of energy surged through the void, forming 1,000 energy figures at the same initial stage. Observing this scene, Yang Feng remained unfazed. With a sweep of his hand, he wielded the low-grade magical artifact, unleashing another barrage of sword lights that effortlessly obliterated the 1,000 energy figures. At that moment, the energy within the void continued to surge, giving rise to 10,000 energy figures at the initial stage of the magical realm. However, these figures were swiftly vanquished by Yang Feng's invocation of the 10,000 sword technique. Subsequently, the energy swelled once more, manifesting 10,000 energy figures at the mid-stage of the magical realm. Yet, these two fell victim to Yang Feng's single strike of the 10,000 sword technique. Following that, 10,000 energy figures at the late stage of the magical realm coalesced in the void, only to be similarly annihilated by Yang Feng's decisive technique. At this point, a beam of teleportation light enveloped Yang Feng, whisking him away from his original location and transporting him to the second level of the trial tower. The regulations of the second level mirrored those of the first. First, he was to coalesce a singular energy figure at the initial stage of the yin-yang mirror, followed by 100, 1,000, and then 10,000. This was then succeeded by 10,000 energy figures at the mid-stage and late stage of the yin-yang mirror. Given Yang Feng's formidable prowess, the energy entities at the second level posed no challenge to him whatsoever. After unleashing 6 consecutive strikes, Yang Feng was enveloped by a beam of teleportation light, vanishing from the second level and reappearing on the third. As the esteemed disciple of the sect leader, Yang Feng's prowess was indeed remarkable, evoking admiration from all. Holding the first position on the leaderboard, he undeniably possessed the strength and potential to clinch the championship title. Having only entered the sect a little over 3 years ago, the opportunity to vie for the top spot in the inter-sect competition was truly enviable. Given Yang Feng's extraordinary pace of cultivation, it would not be long before he reached the golden core stage, ascending to the status of a true disciple. Based on my conjecture, should Yang Feng secure the first place in the inter-sect competition, he would likely be able to condense his golden core while bathing in the mystical waters of the Xianxia pool, thereby advancing to the realm of golden core cultivators. The divine waters within the Xianxia pool are imbued with immense energy, capable of transforming one's innate talents and facilitating breakthroughs in cultivation, an invaluable resource indeed. As the recognized disciple of the sect leader, once Yang Feng attains the golden core stage and becomes a true disciple, he would be elevated to the position of a personal disciple, far surpassing the status of ordinary true disciples like ourselves. The law enforcement disciples gathered in the plaza of the law enforcement hall, upon witnessing Yang Feng at the pinnacle of the trial tower leaderboard, could not help but engage in discussions, their eyes filled with envy and admiration. Chapter 67, Arena Battle. That is enough. Continuing further would be excessive. After executing the 10,000 sword technique and annihilating 10,000 golden core late-stage energy entities, Yang Feng murmured softly, opting not to ascend to the 6th level of the trial tower, but instead departing directly. Yang Feng has emerged. His position as the top scorer in the trial tower is firmly secured. No one could possibly catch up to him. Based on a score, it is evident that he single-handedly vanquished all 10,000 late-stage golden core energy entities. Yang Feng's remarkable score in the trial tower, coupled with his swift execution, is truly astonishing. Clearly, Yang Feng did not exert his full strength. Otherwise, he would not have emerged from the 5th level, but rather from the 6th. It is indeed shocking and unfathomable that Yang Feng, having only been initiated for a little over 3 years, could obliterate 10,000 late-stage golden core energy entities. As Yang Feng emerged from the trial tower, the law enforcement disciples in the plaza, along with the inter-sect disciples who had exited earlier, erupted in exclamations of astonishment. Yang Feng disregarded the crowd's amazement and stood in a corner of the plaza, directing his gaze towards the leaderboard's names and scores. To his surprise, Wang Lei possessed the strength to rank among the top 10. Truly, one should not judge by appearances. Upon noticing that Wang Lei's score placed him 9th on the leaderboard, a flicker of astonishment crossed Yang Feng's eyes as he murmured softly. After this brief utterance, Yang Feng remained still, quietly awaiting further developments. Before long, one inter-sect disciple after another soared out from the trial tower. By noon, the last inter-sect disciple emerged, solidifying the leaderboard. With the names and scores of the top 100 disciples marked in red, Yang Feng stood prominently at the pinnacle of the leaderboard, while Wang Lei occupied the 8th position, inciting a flurry of astonished discussions among the inter-disciples. At this moment, Li Haoran, the head of the law enforcement hall, stepped forward to announce the names of the top 100 inter-disciples, concluded the trial tower session, and informed everyone of the time and location for the 3rd stage of the arena battles before returning to the law enforcement hall. Meanwhile, Yang Feng and the other inter-disciples hastily made their way outside the law enforcement hall in groups of 3s and 5s. Junior brother Yang, you certainly stole the spotlight today, Wang Lei remarked with a grin as they made their way back to the Fire God Peak. Did you see the looks of those popular contenders for the championship? Their eyes were filled with both trepidation and envy, as if they wished to devour you whole. Senior brother Wang, your prowess is no less impressive. 8th on the leaderboard, You have a significant chance of breaking into the top 10, Yang Feng replied with a smile, eliciting further gasps of admiration from the inner disciples. How can I compare to you? Wang Lei gently shook his head. Amidst their light-hearted banter, Yang Feng and Wang Lei descended upon the Fire God Peak, where they convened in the reception hall of the main palace to discuss the upcoming arena battles. On the following morning, Yang Feng and Wang Lei set off together towards the Xianxia sect's martial arts arena. The Xianxia sect's martial arts arena serves as the venue for various competitions, including the finals of the intersect competition, contests among the true disciples, elder sparring sessions, and significant celebrations held by the sect. Surrounding the arena are numerous formations capable of withstanding attacks from practitioners at the law realm. Most of the time, the arena remains closed, only opening for the intersect finals, competitions among true disciples, elder sparring, and important ceremonies. Upon their arrival at the martial arts arena, Yang Feng and Wang Lei were astonished to find that many inner disciples, true disciples, and both inner and outer elders had already taken their seats in the spectator stands. A glimmer of surprise flashed in Yang Feng's eyes as he and Wang Lei descended to the center of the arena, joining the assembly of the top 100 disciples, eagerly awaiting the commencement of the arena battles. After some time, Li Haoran, accompanied by a group of law enforcement disciples, arrived at the arena. At that moment, Li Haoran ascended to the podium and addressed the participants, stating, "The rules of the arena battles are quite simple. Pairs will compete, with the victor earning 1 point. Ties resulting in 0 points, and the defeated receiving 0 points as well. After the battles conclude, rankings will be determined according to the accumulated points. Now, I declare the arena battles officially commence." As Li Haoran's voice echoed, the grand formation of the arena activated, materializing 50 enormous, transparent platforms within the arena. Beams of teleportation light illuminated the space, enveloping Yang Feng and the others as they were transported to the 50 platforms. Xianxia technique, Yang Feng called out, his gaze fixed on an inner disciple 1,000 meters away. Maintaining his composure, he unleashed a fierce sword light from his low-grade treasured weapon, striking down towards the inner disciple. Faced with the fierce onslaught of sword light, the inner sect disciple, unwilling to exhibit any negligence, swiftly summoned the magic energy within, deploying a mid-grade defensive spirit artifact in an attempt to withstand the assault of a low-grade treasure. With a resounding crash, the low-grade treasure wielded by Yang Feng effortlessly sent the mid-grade defensive spirit artifact hurtling away, its momentum unabated as it pierced through the inner sect disciple, transforming him into a fleeting wisp of light that vanished without a trace. A single strike to annihilate. How astonishingly swift. Although Yang Feng was an inner sect disciple, he enjoyed the privileges of a true disciple, allowing him the use of low-grade treasures, thus granting him a considerable advantage in weaponry. He possessed the low-grade Dao artifact. The Vermilion Bird Sword, merely employing low-grade treasures in combat, was already commendable. Indeed, were there no restrictions on weaponry during the inter-sect competition, Yang Feng would need not lift a finger. Merely brandishing the Vermilion Bird Sword would suffice to sweep aside all inter-sect disciples, even with the weapon restrictions in place. Given Yang Feng's displayed combat prowess, he could still dominate all inter-sect disciples. I wagered 30 million spirit stones on Yang Feng at odds of 5 to 1. A significant windfall awaited. My bet, though lesser at 20 million spirit stones, also at 5 to 1 odds, could yield 100 million spirit stones. Good heavens! If I placed my bet on another to win, I would suffer a grievous loss. Witnessing Yang Feng's swift elimination of his opponent, showcasing his formidable combat power, many inter-sect and true disciples in the audience began to murmur amongst themselves. Amidst the discussions, a favored contender among the inter-sect disciples emerged on Yang Feng's stage, enveloped in a beam of teleportation light. Tornado, the favored inter-sect disciple, upon seeing Yang Feng on the stage, altered his expression and immediately bellowed, channeling his inner magic to fully activate the mystical talisman from his sea of consciousness, causing a surge of spiritual light. Subsequently, numerous wind blades, each about 10 feet in length, coalesced on the stage, forming a tornado stretching 100 feet, surging towards Yang Feng. Chapter 68, The Championship. Observing the rapidly approaching tornado, Yang Feng remained unfazed, uttering a soft command as he swung the low-grade treasure sword in his grasp. A razor-sharp beam of sword light erupted forth, meeting the tornado head-on. Bang, 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 as a series of crisp sounds echoed. the fierce sword light collided with the tornado, unleashing waves of terrifying force that shattered the tornado, dissipating it into countless azure specks, vanishing into nothingness. In the wake of this, the fierce sword light descended upon the favored inner sect disciple, reducing him to a wisp of spirit light that disappeared from the stage. Good heavens! Feng managed to eliminate Feng Lingzi with a single strike. That is utterly astonishing. Feng Lingzi was a top contender in this inner sect competition, possessing peak mystical powers. Having previously slain a mid-stage golden core cultivator, unmatched in combat prowess, and yet he was vanquished by Feng in a mere instant. To slay Feng Lingzi with a single stroke, Feng's combat power is indeed formidable. With a single sword strike, Feng is certain to claim the championship. He is indeed the favored disciple of the esteemed sect leader, truly exceptional and unparalleled. As the audience witnessed Feng effortlessly vanquish his opponent with a swift sword, countless inner disciples and true disciples were left in awe, involuntarily gasping in astonishment. Those who had wagered on Feng to win displayed expressions of exhilaration and jubilation, while those who had placed their bets on other inner disciples felt a wave of discontent wash over them. At this moment, Feng was oblivious to the murmurs from the audience, as he had no time to spare for the spectacle around him. Another formidable contender had emerged on the arena stage, Fire Dragon. Upon seeing Feng on the stage, the contender's expression shifted slightly, without a moment's hesitation or doubt. He called out and unleashed his fire spirit body to its utmost potential. Instantly, pure fire energy surged forth from him, coalescing into a massive fire dragon, its claws bared. Lunging toward Feng. Go! As the fire dragon charged at him, Feng remained unfazed. He uttered a soft command, and his low-grade precious sword transformed into a streak of radiant light, meeting the colossal fire dragon head-on. Boom! With a deafening explosion, the low-grade precious sword collided with the gigantic fire dragon, unleashing a terrifying force that shattered the dragon into a cascade of flames, vanishing into thin air. The sword, under Feng's command, then pierced through the body of the contender, transforming him into a fleeting light that disappeared from the stage. At that moment, a beam of teleportation light appeared on Feng's arena, heralding the arrival of yet another formidable contender. Then tous en sorte technique. Observing Feng on the stage, the new contender called out, channeling his internal energy as he vigorously wielded his spirit weapon sword to unleash a powerful technique. Subsequently, sharp sword lights erupted from his weapon, forming a dense rain of blades aimed to slice Feng into fragments. Unperturbed by this onslaught, Feng wielded his low-grade precious sword with ease, shattering the incoming sword lights into countless sparkles that faded into nothingness. Then, in a swift motion, Feng vanished from his original position, reappearing before the astonished contender, delivering a decisive punch to his head, causing him to dissolve into a streak of light and vanish from the arena. Shortly thereafter, a teleportation light flickered on the stage, bringing forth an inner disciple who materialized 1,000 meters away from Feng. However, this disciple was not among the favored contenders, and before he could even make a move, Feng dispatched him with a single sword strike. In the ensuing moments, regardless of who appeared on the arena, Feng struck first each time, eliminating them with unparalleled swiftness, denying them any opportunity to retaliate. Until Wang Lei appeared on the stage of Feng. Feng did not draw his sword immediately. Instead, with a smile on his face, he said, "Brother Wang, shall I escort you away, or will you depart on your own?" Upon hearing Feng's words, Wang Lei helplessly shook his head and replied, "I will leave on my own." With that, Wang Lei conceded defeat, enveloped by a beam of teleportation light, vanishing from the arena. Thereafter, Feng resumed his previous approach. Whenever someone appeared on the stage, he would unleash a single sword strike, sending them flying off the platform. Throughout this process, not a single inner sect disciple could withstand Feng's blade, thoroughly showcasing his terrifying combat prowess. One blow for each opponent. Feng's strength was overwhelmingly fierce. There was no doubt that he would claim the first place in the inner sect competition. Having cultivated for just over 3 years, Feng had astonishingly secured the championship in the inner sect competition, leaving many in awe. I initially believed myself to be exceptional, but in comparison to Feng, I feel utterly insignificant. Do not dare to compare yourself to Feng. You are unworthy. Competing with a prodigy like Feng only invites humiliation upon oneself. As long as Yang Feng remains alive, our Xiantian sect will inevitably gain a formidable pillar of support. With the protection of the sect, as long as Yang Feng does not court danger, his survival is assured. Witnessing Yang Feng effortlessly defeat one opponent after another with a single strike, the inner sect and true disciples in the audience were left astounded, unable to restrain their gasps of amazement. Li Haoran, the head of the law enforcement hall, who presided over the inner sect competition, also displayed a subtle smile, pleased by the emergence of such a prodigy within the sect. Soon, Yang Feng had vanquished 99 opponents, accumulating 99 points and securing his position as the undisputed champion of the inner sect competition, before being teleported out of the arena and appearing in the martial arts field. Yang Feng, come over here. At that moment, Li Haoran beckoned to Yang Feng. Upon hearing Li Haoran's call, Yang Feng immediately soared into the air, flying towards Li Haoran's side. Yang Feng, you have done exceptionally well. The sect master has taken in a remarkable disciple, Liaoran Braiza, patting Yang Feng on the shoulder with a beaming expression. Thank you for your kind words, Hall Master. Yang Feng responded respectfully, observing Yang Feng es humble de mi honor. Li Haoran nodded lightly and fell silent. At noon, the arena battles concluded, and the 50 transparent platforms gradually receded. The leaderboard for the arena appeared in the void above the martial arts field, clearly coming into view for all. At this juncture, Li Haoran stepped forward and announced loudly, the first place in this inter-sect competition is Yang Feng, who will receive a low-grade Dao artifact, the Xiantian sword, and a bath in the Xiantian pool. With that, Li Haoran willed the low-grade Dao artifact, the Xiantian sword, to emerge from his possession, hovering in mid-air, radiating brilliant spiritual light and fearsome sword energy. Chapter 69, Bath in the Xiantian Pool. Yang Feng, you shall infuse your mana into the Xiantian sword while I assist you in refining it. After presenting the low-grade Dao artifact, Li Haoran addressed Yang Feng beside him. Upon hearing Li Haoran's words, Yang Feng displayed no hesitation whatsoever. He promptly summoned the power within him and infused it into the Xiantian sword. With Li Haoran's assistance, Yang Feng swiftly refined the low-grade Dao artifact, the Xiantian sword, and received it into his sea of consciousness. As the Xiantian sword settled into Yang Feng's mind, it emitted an exhilarating sword cry, sharing dominion with the low-grade Dao artifact, the Zhuke sword. Witnessing Yang Feng's successful refinement of the Xiantian sword, Li Haoran instructed him to stand at one side of the podium and called out to the inner disciples in the martial arena, those ranked 2nd to 10th. Please come up to receive your awards. Responding to Li Haoran's announcement, Wang Lei and the other 8 inner disciples soared into the air and landed on the podium to accept their accolades from Li Haoran. Soon, Li Haoran presented each of the 9 inner disciples, including Wang Lei, with a supreme-grade treasure and a supreme-grade bloodline pill. Following this, the disciples ranked 11th to 20th ascended to the podium, each receiving a high-grade treasure and a high-grade bloodline pill. Finally, those ranked 20th to 100 took their turns at the podium, each awarded a mid-grade treasure and a mid-grade bloodline pill. Once the awards were concluded, Li Haoran waved his hand, signaling the crowd to disperse, and departed the martial arena with Yang Feng, soaring towards the depths of the Xiantian mountain range. After flying for quite some time into the heart of the Xiantian mountain range, Li Haoran landed in a mist-laden valley. As the head of the law enforcement hall, Li Haoran had come to the Xiantian pool for a cleansing bath, accompanied by this year's first-place inner disciple, Yang Feng. At that moment, Li Haoran directed his gaze deeper into the valley and called out loudly, "You may leave. Allow Yang Feng to enter alone." As soon as Li Haoran's voice faded, an ancient tone resonated within the valley, clearly reaching both Yang Feng and Li Haoran's ears. Immediately, a luminous portal materialized in the depths of the valley. "Yang Feng, you may proceed alone to the Xiantian pool for your cleansing," Li Haoran indicated towards the portal, offering Yang Feng a final instruction before soaring into the sky and departing into the distance. Yang Feng then approached the portal with measured steps. Upon stepping through the light, his figure vanished from sight, reappearing within a natural cavern. The expansive cave, spanning over 3,000 square meters, was devoid of any objects save for a white-haired elder seated in meditation in a circular pool with a diameter of 10 meters. "The Xiantian pool is here. You may cleanse yourself," the elder spoke with a calm demeanor. "You have but one day. After that, you must depart. Also, remember to disrobe completely before bathing, or it may affect the cleansing's efficacy." The elder opened his eyes and regarded Yang Feng with a neutral expression. Yes, esteemed elder. Feeling the overwhelming pressure inadvertently radiating from the elder, Yang Feng responded respectfully before hastily disrobing and stepping into the circular pool. The circular pool, with a diameter of 10 meters and a depth of 8 meters, enveloped Yang Feng as he entered, submerging him beneath its waters. Yet, Yang Feng remained unperturbed. He settled cross-legged at the bottom, channeling the Xianxia technique to absorb the energy within the pool. The energy contained in the water was profoundly mysterious and potent, penetrating deep into Yang Feng's blood cells and commencing the fortification of his body. Simultaneously, the energy began to infiltrate his mind, enhancing his cognitive abilities. A fraction of this energy even permeated his soul, purifying it and rendering it more robust and pristine. Sensing the transformation within, a spark of excitement flickered in Yang Feng's eyes. Without the slightest hesitation, he devoted himself entirely to the Xianxia technique, striving to absorb as much energy from the pool as possible. After an hour, a remarkable change manifested in his physique. The vitality of his cells surged significantly. His comprehension of martial arts deepened, and his soul radiated a pure essence, now considerably more formidable than before. Concurrently, the magical power and talismans within his sea of consciousness were also greatly enhanced by the pool's energy, boosting their potency and effectiveness. Observing this transformation, Yang Feng focused his thoughts, and 2 talismans of divine power surged forth from his sea of consciousness, immersing themselves in the pool and voraciously absorbing its energy. These talismans, painstakingly cultivated by Yang Feng, encapsulated his understanding of the fire god technique and the Xianxia technique, harboring the very foundation of his cultivation and serving as his most formidable weapons. Once amplified 1,000-fold by the system, their power exceeded that of ordinary practitioners of the same realm, bestowing upon them unique capabilities. As they entered the pool, they released a powerful suction, relentlessly drawing in the surrounding energy, causing the water level to visibly diminish. This commotion drew the attention of the elder with white hair. What formidable talismans, he mused, noting that their power exceeded that of typical practitioners by a factor of 10,000, surpassing even the golden cores of ordinary golden core stage cultivators. Our Xianxia sect is on the verge of producing another prodigious talent. A glimmer of brilliance flashed in his eyes as he beheld the talismans in the pool, and he closed his eyes to cultivate. As the water level descended to 5 meters, Yang Feng sensed the immense magical power contained within the talismans. With a soft murmur, he began to concentrate on forming a golden core. Under his guidance, the 2 talismans swiftly merged, coalescing into a resplendent golden core that radiated brilliant light, with countless mysterious symbols dancing within. Ding! You have successfully formed a golden core, with a cultivation effect amplified 10,000 times. Your golden core has been enhanced 1,000-fold. At that moment, a crisp sound resonated in Yang Feng's ears, as an invisible force entered the golden elixir he had condensed. This infusion caused the elixir to radiate brilliantly, its power surging 1,000-fold. Such a terrifying golden elixir. Although it contained merely 2 divine abilities, its formidable might was exponentially greater than that of ordinary elixirs, surpassing the strength of most nascent soul cultivators. Truly astonishing. The white-haired elder, opening his eyes, gazed at Yang Feng's golden elixir and involuntarily gasped in awe. As the elder marveled, the golden elixir released a powerful suction that drained the pool of water, transforming it into pure energy that melded into the elixir, enhancing its potency and rendering the runes within it even more intricate and profound. With the pool emptied, Yang Feng swiftly stored the elixir in his sea of consciousness and hastily donned his garments. Witnessing this, the elder waved his hand, enveloping Yang Feng in a white light that transported him from the natural cavern to a mist-shrouded valley. At that moment, Yang Feng's identity token suddenly resonated, and the voice of the sect master of the Xianxia sect, Li Wudi, emanated from it. I await you in the Xianxia Hall. Chapter 70, Disciple of Direct Transmission. Disciple greets master. Upon arriving at the Xianxia Hall, Yang Feng observed Li Wudi seated in the main position, and with a tone of utmost respect, he saluted. Young Feng, you have ascended to the golden elixir realm, qualifying you to become my direct disciple. Do you wish to take me as your master? Li Wudi inquired in a calm tone, regarding Yang Feng below. I am willing. It is an honor for me to become the direct disciple of my master. Yang Feng knelt on the ground, bowing 3 times with a tone of reverence. Rise. Here are two jade talismans, one for teleportation and one for protection. The teleportation talisman contains a teleportation array. Once activated, as long as you remain on the Tianwu continent, it will transport you directly back to the Xianxia sect hall. The protection talisman encompasses a defensive array. Once activated, it will unleash a protective barrier capable of withstanding a full-force strike from a cave entrance realm expert, granting you the time to utilize the teleportation talisman and return to the Xianxia sect. With these two talismans, as long as you exercise caution, you should generally avoid peril in the outside world. Observing Yang Feng kneeling, Li Wudi waved his hand, and the two jade talismans flew forth, hovering before Yang Feng. Thank you, Master. Yang Feng rose, accepting the two talismans and storing them within his spatial ring, his face alight with excitement. Yang Feng, you have reached the Golden Elixir realm in just over 3 years since entering the Xianxia sect. Your cultivation speed is among the most remarkable in our sect's history, categorizing you as a prodigious genius with limitless potential ahead. However, your rapid advancement means you have encountered too few experiences, which may not bode well for you. Indeed, an individual's prowess and combat capabilities are not solely determined by their cultivation level. They're also influenced by various factors, such as combat experience and psychological resilience. For your healthy development, I advise against secluding yourself in the sect for training. Instead, embark on a journey to explore the world for a while. I have a task for you, one that is free from time constraints and obligatory completion. You need only to do your best. The most significant aspect of your journey will be to experience the myriad facets of life, to accumulate social and combat experiences, and to forge a formidable will, with the completion of the task being of secondary importance. If there are no pressing matters, please visit the Internal Affairs Hall to complete the formalities for becoming a true disciple, after which you may set out on your journey. Upon seeing Yang Feng put away the jade talisman, Li Wudi spoke in a calm tone. As he spoke, Li Wudi waved his hand, and a task jade slip flew from his person, which Yang Feng caught and stored in his spatial ring. Yes, Master. Yang Feng replied respectfully before turning to leave the Xianxia Grand Hall. Brother, is it too early for Yang Feng to venture out at just 19? After Yang Feng departed, the head of the Law Enforcement Hall, Li Haoran, appeared in the Grand Hall, expressing his concerns. Not at all. Yang Feng's cultivation speed is exceptionally rapid. In a few years, he might reach the nascent soul realm, or even the realm of laws. At that point, sending him out into the world would not yield the same benefits as it would now. Furthermore, the foes he encounters then will be vastly different from those he faces now. A moment's carelessness could jeopardize his life. Even with the two jade talismans I have bestowed upon him, currently, with his modest cultivation level, the enemies he faces will not be overly formidable. And with my jade talismans in his possession, he should return safely unless unforeseen circumstances arise, Li Wudi explained softly. Your foresight as the sect leader is commendable. After undergoing such trials, Yang Feng will undoubtedly become a pillar of our Xianxia sect. I hope that when the time comes, he can spend some time honing his skills in our law enforcement hall. Li Haoran nodded, a smile gracing his face as he spoke to Li Wudi. Certainly, Li Wudi nodded in agreement. After receiving Li Wudi's affirmation, Li Haoran turned and left the Grand Hall. Inside the Internal Affairs Hall of Xianxia sect, Wang Bin handed a newly upgraded identity token and 2 sets of clothing to Yang Feng, saying, Yang Feng, here is your true disciple token and attire. Please keep them well. Thank you, Hall Master Wang. Yang Feng replied with a beaming smile as he accepted the token and clothing. Yang Feng, should you require any assistance, feel free to contact me directly through the identity token. There is no need for formality. Wang Bin said with a warm smile. Then I thank you in advance. Hall Master Wang, I will certainly reach out if the need arises. Yang Feng replied with a gentle smile before turning to leave. Yang Feng possesses extraordinary talent and is the sole disciple personally taught by the sect leader. As long as he remains alive, he stands a considerable chance of succeeding to the position of sect leader, becoming the next head of the Xianxia sect. Observing Yang Feng's departing figure, Wang Bin silently reflected and resolved to cultivate a friendship with Yang Feng. After leaving the Internal Affairs Hall, Yang Feng donned the attire of a true disciple and made his way towards the temporary casino located at the side of the plaza. The temporary casino not only allowed bets on who would emerge victoriously, but also on who might enter the top 10, top 20, or even top 100, offering a variety of wagering options. Consequently, many individuals had successfully placed their bets. Upon Yang Feng's arrival at the temporary casino, he found numerous inner disciples, true disciples, and elders from both the inner and outer sects gathered in front, collecting their winnings. Has Yang Feng been promoted to a true disciple? The Xianxia pool truly lives up to its reputation as our sect's premier treasure. A single bath has enabled him to break through his bottleneck. Has Yang Feng been accepted as a direct disciple of the sect leader? The sect leader has many named disciples, but lacks a personal disciple. Should Yang Feng become the sect leader's personal disciple, he would undoubtedly be the foremost among them. With the sect leader as his formidable backing, Yang Feng could navigate our Xianxia sect with ease. I recall Yang Feng betting 1 billion spirit stones on himself to win, securing a staggering tenfold return of 100 billion spirit stones. Wow, Yang Feng has struck it rich. Upon seeing Yang Feng clad in the robes of a true disciple, the inner disciples and elders present at the temporary casino gasped in astonishment, their expressions filled with envy and admiration. Disregarding the murmurs of astonishment, Yang Feng approached the temporary casino and presented his identity token, stating, "I would like to collect my winnings." Upon hearing Yang Feng's request, the staff member at the temporary casino promptly accepted the identity token, scanned it on a specialized device, and retrieved a pre-prepared spatial ring from the counter, handing it to Yang Feng. 1 billion spirit stones as principal, 100 billion spirit stones in winnings, totaling 110 billion spirit stones. Please confirm. Yang Feng accepted the spatial ring, expanded his consciousness to verify its contents, and upon confirmation, placed it securely in his possession, responding, "No problem." After receiving Yang Feng's affirmative reply, the staff member returned his identity token. With the token in hand, Yang Feng soared into the air, heading towards the direction of the Fire God Peak. Chapter 71, Mission and Departure. Eliminate the traitor Li Qingyuan of the Xianxia sect? Yang Feng furrowed his brow as he gazed at the task details inscribed on the jade slip, murmuring softly before examining the specifics of the mission. Upon thoroughly reading the contents of the jade slip, Yang Feng finally understood why Li Wudi had not imposed any time constraints or mandatory completion requirements for the task. The difficulty was exceedingly high. Li Qingyuan is a true disciple of the Xianxia sect, possessing mid-stage nascent soul cultivation. Due to his practice of malevolent techniques and his ruthless slaughter of cities, he has been pursued by the enforcement team of the Xianxia sect, ultimately fleeing into the depths of the chaotic mountain range. If it were merely a matter of confronting Li Qingyuan, a mid-stage nascent soul cultivator, Yang Feng could easily vanquish him. However, had it been that straightforward, the enforcement team would have already eliminated Li Qingyuan, leaving no room for Yang Feng to intervene. The reason the enforcement team has not succeeded in slaying this traitor is due to Li Qingyuan's retreat into the treacherous expanse of the chaotic mountain range. This range, located in the northeast corner of the Xianxia domain, stretches over 500,000 kilometers from east to west and spans 600,000 kilometers from north to south. It encompasses a myriad of terrains, including mountains, valleys, plains, and lakes, all suffused with abundant spiritual energy and rich resources, rendering it a vast sanctuary for cultivation. However, in ancient times, countless powerful beings clashed within the chaotic mountain range, leaving the very fabric of space and time in disarray. The mountains are riddled with spatial rifts, temporal wormholes, and secret realms left behind by fallen mighty beings, teeming with myriad monsters from various timelines, making the range exceedingly perilous. Beyond these dangers, the most significant characteristic of the chaotic mountain range is its chaotic laws. All cultivators of the law realm and above who enter will find their abilities severely diminished by as much as 99% due to the influence of these chaotic laws. This can even lead to a distortion of their own laws, resulting in madness and transforming them into monstrous entities. Consequently, it is rare for cultivators of the law realm or above to venture into the chaotic mountain range. Without the suppression of these powerful cultivators, the 5 major sects, Xianxia sect, Divine Sword Mountain, Ice God Palace, Puppet Sect, and Beastmaster Sect, are unable to exert control over the region, particularly when criminals and rogue cultivators from the 81 domains of the eastern states swarm into the chaotic mountain range, ruthlessly slaughtering disciples of the 5 sects. They are forced to abandon the area, leaving it to these nefarious elements. At this moment, the chaotic mountain range is rife with criminals, rogue cultivators, and dangerous entities from both the demon and monster races, rendering it a forbidden zone for the disciples of the 5 sections. If Yang Feng wishes to eliminate Li Qingyuan, he must dare to enter this perilous terrain. Should his identity as a disciple of the 5 major sects be revealed, he would become a target for countless criminals, rogue cultivators, and monstrous beings presenting a grave danger. For others, the chaotic mountain range is a treacherous and formidable challenge, yet for me, it is relatively manageable and not excessively perilous. After thoroughly reviewing the task at hand, Yang Feng smiled slightly and murmured to himself. Despite the chaos and danger that enveloped the chaotic mountain range, Yang Feng possesses immense confidence in his own abilities. Particularly, having cultivated the devouring demon technique and having condensed the devouring talisman, he can disguise himself as a demon cultivator, allowing him to traverse the mountain range with ease, unperturbed by the threat of being targeted. Moreover, with the presence of numerous villains and evildoers within the chaotic mountain range, Yang Feng intends to utilize the devouring demon technique to transform them into nourishment for his own evolution, harboring no sense of guilt whatsoever. After a moment of introspection, Yang Feng summoned Geng Xiaoli and Yang Tian to his side, instructing them to oversee certain matters. He entrusted them with a substantial amount of spiritual stones, essence pills, and first-tier alchemical resources, urging them to manage the affairs of the Fire God Peak and the Yang clan disciples diligently. Subsequently, Yang Feng ascended into the sky, transforming into a streak of light, soaring towards the direction of Xiaoguang City. This mission to the chaotic mountains was uncertain in duration. Hence, Yang Feng resolved to return to Xiaoguang City first to visit his parents and family before embarking on his task. After all, the mission in the chaotic mountains was not time-bound, allowing him the luxury of time. Concurrently, Yang Feng intended to seize this opportunity to explore the mysterious Tianyu, broadening his horizons and experiencing various lifestyles. In no time, Yang Feng arrived at Xiaoguang City, which had expanded several-fold, revealing a resplendent and imposing Zhenan Wangfu at its heart. Witnessing this transformation, a subtle smile graced Yang Feng's lips as he descended into the Zhenan Wangfu, making his way toward Yang's study. "Xiao Feng, you have returned." Upon Yang Feng's entrance in the study, Yang's face lit up with surprise, and he hastily approached him. "Father, your cultivation has progressed remarkably. You have reached the Qi condensation stage. It won't be long before you ascend to the Mana realm, granting you a lifespan of 500 years. Yang Feng remarqued, noticing the aura emanating from Yangda, a gentle smile flickering in his eyes. "My rapid advancement is largely due to the abundant cultivation resources you provided." Yangda replied with a smile. "By the way, during your absence, your mother and I welcomed a baby sister for you. Come, let me show her to you." With that, Yangda led Yang Feng toward the rear courtyard of the Wangfu. Soon, they arrived where a toddler, just over a year old, was playing under the watchful care of a maid. Upon seeing Yangda, the child erupted into gleeful laughter, scampering towards him while calling out, "Daddy, hug me." Without hesitation, Yangda knelt down, arms wide open, embracing the child and kissing her on the cheek. "Little darling, this is your brother, Yang Feng." As soon as the words left Yangda's lips, the toddler gazed at Yang Feng with wide, curious eyes and chirped, "Brother." Seeing the child's intelligence sparked excitement in Yang Feng's eyes. He quickly reached out to take the little one from Yangda's arms, exclaiming, "Sweetheart, come here. Brother will hold you." The toddler, nestled in Yang Feng's embrace, showed no signs of shyness, gazing up at him with wide eyes, exploring his features. "Xiao Feng has come back." At that moment, Yangmu Xianxia emerged from the courtyard, her face radiant with joy as she addressed Yang Feng. "Mother, I am back." Yang Feng softly replied, playfully engaging with the little treasure in his arms. Afterward, Yang Feng resided in the Wangfu of Zhennan for 3 days, leaving behind a spatial ring filled with a plethora of spirit stones, elixirs, martial arts techniques, magical artifacts, spiritual tools, and even treasures for his parents and sister before departing towards the direction of Lian City. Upon arriving in Lian City, Yang Feng discovered that Wei Shui's family was thriving and prosperous. Wei Shui's parents had even blessed her with a younger brother, and she herself had attained the realm of Qi condensation. This filled Yang Feng with satisfaction, a gentle smile gracing his lips. However, he chose not to disturb Wei Shui's family. Instead, he quietly sought out Li Han, bestowing upon him some elixirs and a golden core puppet, entrusting him to look after the Yang and Wei families before leaving Lian City and soaring into the distance. Chapter 72. Encounter with Refugees. What a desolate land. The inhabitants here are nearly destitute. Observing the dry rivers, parched lakes, cracked earth, dilapidated houses, and scattered bones below, Yang Feng, seated upon his exquisite treasure ship, furrowed his brow and murmured softly, At this point, Yang Feng had been away from Lian City for a week. During this time, he traveled by day and rested wherever he could at night, effortlessly covering a distance of over 100,000 miles. Yet, despite this vast journey, the land beneath him remained under the jurisdiction of the Xianxia sect, governed by the Chu kingdom. Thus, witnessing the endless stretch of desolation, where 9 out of 10 homes stood empty and corpses lay strewn about, Yang Feng felt a deep sense of discontent. In the future, should the opportunity arise, I shall suggest that the sect directly manage its subordinate nations, dispatching disciples to reside within each realm to prevent such circumstances from occurring. Yang Feng muttered softly, retracting his gaze and allowing a golden core puppet to continue piloting the exquisite treasure ship towards the direction of the chaotic mountain range. In no time, Yang Feng covered several hundred kilometers. Countless emaciated refugees, dragging their families along, came into his view. There were over 1 million of these displaced souls. If I do not intervene, it is highly likely that most of them will perish on this treacherous journey. Yang Feng observed the refugees stretching for hundreds of miles below, their path lined with innumerable corpses, particularly those of small infants, and his brow furrowed in concern as he whispered to himself. Amidst his murmurs, Yang Feng instructed the golden core puppet to lower its altitude, hovering 100 meters above the ground. Salutations, immortal master. Salutations, immortal master. Upon catching sight of Yang Feng, the countless refugees spanning over 100 miles fell to their knees, calling out in unison. Hearing the clamorous voices of over 1 million refugees below, Yang Feng opened his eyes wide and employed a divination technique, gazing down at the throng of displaced individuals. Soon, he identified a young man among them, radiating a hint of golden fortune. With a mere thought, a powerful wind coalesced beside the young man, enveloping him and propelling him towards the exquisite treasure ship. "What is your name?" Gazing at the young man in simple robes before him, Yang Feng inquired in a calm tone, "Greetings, immortal master. My name is Xianxia." The young man replied respectfully, "Xianxia, do you possess any viable solution for the plight of these 1 million refugees?" Yang Feng asked softly, "Immortal master, I am powerless to assist these 1 million refugees. However, should you be inclined to intervene, you could establish a brand new sanctuary for them here." Xianxia responded with utmost reverence, "I intend to construct a new city for these 1 million refugees to inhabit and will appoint you as the city's lord. Do you have the confidence to lead them towards a prosperous life?" Yang Feng stated matter-of-factly, "Provided that the immortal master can supply food for the 1 million refugees for 1 year and resolve the drought in this area, I am confident in guiding them to a life free from want." Xianxia replied, his demeanor filled with respect. Upon hearing Xianxia's words, Yang Feng nodded gently, remaining silent as he soared into the sky above the 1 million refugees. With a surge of his inner power, he proclaimed loudly, "I plan to establish a city here for your habitation, so you need not wander any longer." With that, Yang Feng focused his thoughts, unleashing streams of pure magical energy that cascaded downwards. Instantly, the parched earth below began to tremble violently, revealing a massive pit measuring 10 kilometers in length and width. Following this, under the influence of Yang Feng's magic, countless mounds of yellow earth coalesced to form a colossal city wall, standing 10 zhang high and 30 zhang wide. Simultaneously, for grand city gates arose from the yellow earth, each oriented towards the cardinal directions, as countless mounds of earth continued to be shaped by Yang Feng's control. Numerous 6-story and 3-story stone towers emerged. Once the immense earthen city took form in the desolate expanse, Yang Feng's thoughts shifted, and a spell to transform earth into stone was cast, instantly converting the vast earthen city into a magnificent stone metropolis. What terrifying power! To erect a city capable of housing millions in such a brief period is utterly astonishing. Xianxia exclaimed in awe from his exquisite flying vessel, his eyes filled with shock. Meanwhile, the multitude of refugees in the wilderness, witnessing the sudden emergence of the grand stone city, were animated with excitement, their voices rising in a chorus of gratitude. "Immortal Master, you are formidable. Thank you, Immortal Master. May your blessings endure eternally, and may you live as long as the heavens." Ignoring the fervent cries of Xianxia and the countless refugees, Yang Feng summoned his inner power, bellowing, "Let it rain." Instantly, the surging magical energy from within him radiated outward, enveloping an area spanning hundreds of miles. Immediately, The clouds spanning tens of thousands of miles were stirred by Yang Feng's incantations, surging towards his location like a tidal wave. Raindrops began to form in the void, cascading downwards. Soon, an area of hundreds of miles was enveloped by torrential rain. Countless droplets fell upon the parched earth, rejuvenating arid lands and replenishing desiccated rivers and lakes. It was raining. It was finally raining. Our salvation has arrived. With the onset of rain, we need not flee anymore. Observing the deluge, the throngs of refugees stretching over 100 miles erupted in exclamations of joy, rushing out from the rain-free zone Yang Feng had deliberately created to embrace the cleansing rain. Witnessing the genuine excitement and elation on the faces of 1 million refugees, a profound sense of accomplishment surged within Yang Feng, bringing a radiant smile to his countenance. What a terrifying surge of magical energy! Who is casting spells in our Chu kingdom? A practitioner from the capital of Chu, sensing the immense magical fluctuations from afar, opened his tightly shut eyes and murmured softly before soaring into the sky, racing towards Yang Feng's location. In no time, the practitioner traversed thousands of miles, arriving near Yang Feng, where he beheld a stone city capable of housing millions, the torrential rain, and Yang Feng, suspended in midair. Xianxia, a member of the royal family of Chu, greeted, "I have encountered a fellow practitioner. May I inquire your name?" As he flew closer to Yang Feng, a wary expression crossed his face. Chapter 73. The Fragrant Pavilion. I am Yang Feng, a disciple of the Xianxia sect. Here is my identity token. Unfazed by Xianxia's words, Yang Feng waved his hand and tossed the identity token over. Xianxia accepted the token, examining it carefully. Once assured of its authenticity, he moved closer to Yang Feng, respectfully returning it. "I pay my respects, Brother Yang. How may I assist you? I have constructed a stone city for these refugees. Please prepare provisions of food, clothing, and other supplies for a year. Moreover, the land within a radius of 500 miles is to be designated under the jurisdiction of this stone city for the cultivation of its citizens. I have appointed Zheng Tao as the city lord. I have matters to attend to and cannot linger here. You may liaise directly with Zheng Tao for subsequent affairs." Do you have any questions? Yang Feng received the identity token, storing it in his spatial ring, addressing Xianxia with an unruffled demeanor. "None whatsoever," Xianxia replied without hesitation. With Xianxia's affirming response, Yang Feng gestured, summoning a strong wind that whisked Zheng Tao to his side. Subsequently, Yang Feng introduced Xianxia and Zheng Tao to one another and provided some brief instructions before boarding a premium flying vessel, resuming his flight towards the chaotic mountains. "Zheng Tao, you are truly fortunate to have encountered the benevolent Brother Yang." Observing Yang Feng's retreating figure, Xianxia remarked with a beaming smile towards Zheng Tao. "Indeed, we are exceptionally fortunate. Without the guidance of Master Yang, we, the refugees, would have likely met a grim fate on our arduous journey." Zheng Tao nodded gently, his face adorned with respect as he spoke. Hearing Zheng Tao's words, Xianxia smiled faintly, placing a hand upon Zheng Tao's shoulder, and said, "They are fortunate, but your being valued by Brother Yang makes you even more blessed. Manage this stone city well. When Brother Yang returns, he may bestow upon you a fragment of celestial fortune, elevating you to the status of an immortal." With that, Xianxia waved his hand grandly, sending Zheng Tao to the ground, before transforming into a streak of light, speeding towards the royal capital of the Chu kingdom. As a member of the royal cultivators, Xianxia had to report the matters entrusted by Yang Feng to the Chu royal family and ensure they were addressed promptly. Otherwise, the Chu royal family could face dire consequences, even potential annihilation. After all, the true disciples of the Xianxia sect possess formidable powers and noble identities, capable of saving millions of refugees or effortlessly obliterating the Chu royal family. After bidding farewell to Xianxia, Yang Feng traversed tens of thousands of kilometers, arriving near an exceptionally prosperous city. This vibrant metropolis, known as Jiang City, is bisected by a grand river, spanning hundreds of feet in width and stretching for thousands of miles, flowing directly into the Eastern Sea, thus dividing it into two bustling districts, each teeming with over 100,000 inhabitants. Since arriving in the Tianwu continent, I have yet to indulge in the splendor of the mortal realm. Jiang City appears delightful. I shall take a respite here and immerse myself in the worldly affluence. Gazing toward the distant Jiang City, Yang Feng felt a stir in his heart and softly murmured, before stowing away his exquisite flying vessel and gold core battle puppet, soaring into a nearby grove outside the city. Subsequently, young Feng donned resplendent robes, adorned himself with a precious jade pendant, and wielded a spirit sword intricately engraved with myriad patterns and encrusted with countless jewels. He retrieved a substantial stack of gold notes from his spatial ring and concealed them within his garments, masquerading as a wandering hero, striding boldly toward Jiang City. The city was indeed bustling, with the roads leading outward meticulously paved and wide enough for 20 carriages to travel side by side. Soon, Yang Feng emerged from the grove, resembling a fledgling hero stepping into the world, as he ambled along the expansive thoroughfare towards the eastern gate of Jiang City. Young hero, do you require carriage service? For merely 1 silver coin, we can transport you to the city gate. For just 1 gold coin, we can take you anywhere within Jiang City. At that moment, a carriage halted before Yang Feng, and the elderly driver inquired. Upon hearing the words of the old coachman, Yang Feng cast a glance at the modestly adorned carriage, then leaped onto it. He discreetly reached into his robe, drawing forth a gold coin from his spatial ring, which he handed to the old coachman, saying, "Take me to the liveliest and most entertaining place in Xianxia. My young sir, today marks the day of the selection of the Flower Queen at Xianxia Pavilion. Many dignitaries, affluent merchants, and chivalrous figures will be in attendance, making it the most vibrant and delightful venue in Jiangxing. Then take me to Xianxia Pavilion." Yang Feng's eyes sparkled with excitement as he softly replied upon hearing the coachman's words. In his previous life, he had been a weary wage worker, a solitary soul. And in this life, he had devoted his time to cultivation, never having visited a place like Xianxia Pavilion. Today, feeling a sense of ennui, Yang Feng decided it was the perfect opportunity to indulge in such an experience. "Please make yourself comfortable, young sir. We shall set off immediately," the old coachman responded softly. And with Yang Feng's affirmative reply, he urged the carriage onward toward Jiangxing. Yang Feng, seated within the carriage, expanded his consciousness to observe the bustling pedestrians, carriages, and merchant convoys, absorbing various tidbits of information about Jiangxing. Before long, the carriage passed through the majestic East City Gate, traversing the broad, smooth thoroughfare of the city, heading toward its most prosperous street. Soon, the carriage came to a halt in front of an opulent building covering several thousand square feet, boasting 9 lavishly adorned stories. "Young sir, we have arrived at Xianxia Pavilion." The old coachman lifted the carriage curtain, addressing Yang Feng. Upon hearing this, Yang Feng disembarked and gazed at the grand edifice before him, a faint smile gracing his lips. Grasping his jeweled sword, he sauntered towards the entrance of the pavilion. "What name shall I call you, young sir?" As Yang Feng approached the entrance, a respectful attendant of Xianxia Pavilion hurried over, inquiring courteously. "You may call me young master Yang," he replied in a calm tone. "Young master, at Xianxia Pavilion, we offer 3 seating options: the main hall, private rooms, and VIP seating. The main hall is 1 gold coin, the private rooms are 10 gold coins, and the VIP seating is 1,000 gold coins. Which would you prefer?" The attendant promptly elaborated. "Arrange a VIP seat for me," Yang Feng stated without hesitation. No sooner had Yang Feng's words left his lips than a look of excitement spread across the attendant's face, who immediately called out to the interior of the pavilion, "1 VIP seat." At that moment, a flamboyantly dressed matron, adorned with a charming smile, hastily approached Yang Feng. "Young master, allow me to escort you to the VIP room," she said with a beguiling smile upon reaching him. With that, the matron guided Yang Feng towards the staircase, leading him to a VIP room on the 8th floor. The VIP lounge spans approximately 100 square meters, adorned with over 10 crystal chandeliers that illuminate the space brilliantly. Within the lounge, 2 rows of plush sofas are arranged, complemented by a crystal coffee table and an imposing crystal wall. Through this exquisite wall, one can glimpse a stage occupying over 1,000 square meters at the center of the Xianxia Pavilion, clearly designated as the venue for the forthcoming selection of the Flower Queen. "Young Master Yang, we have 4 lovely maidens ready to present themselves today at Xianxia Pavilion. Whomever you favor, we shall deliver flowers to her. Each pot of flowers costs 1,000 gold coins. The maiden who receives the most flowers from you tonight will accompany you for the evening." Old Bai remarked cheerfully upon entering the lounge. "If I were to bestow flowers upon all 4 maidens simultaneously, ensuring that each gift surpasses the others, would they then all be my companions for the night?" Yang Feng inquired with a playful smile. "Only young master possesses such financial prowess. Indeed, all 4 maidens could share a delightful evening with you." Old Bai responded, momentarily taken aback before breaking into a broad smile. With that, he exited the VIP lounge. Soon after, a few elegantly dressed maidens entered, bearing crystal platters filled with fruits, wines, and snacks, which they gently placed upon the coffee table. Following them, for tall, alluring beauties clad in sheer garments, exuding an enchanting aura, gracefully entered the lounge. Youthful Master Yang, during the Flower Queen selection, we 4 sisters shall attend to your every need. Should you wish to present flowers, simply let us know. The leading beauty in sheer attire said, with a charming smile directed at Yang Feng. Understood, Yang Feng replied, casting a casual glance at the 4 beauties. Upon receiving his affirmation, the leading beauty seated herself beside him, pouring him a glass of fine wine before delicately peeling a grape and offering it to his lips. Meanwhile, one of the other 3 beauties positioned herself behind Yang Feng, gently massaging his shoulders with her soft hands, while the remaining 2 knelt beside him, lightly tapping their fists on his thighs. Observing this delightful scene, Yang Feng smiled faintly, parting his lips to savor the grape, relishing the attention of the 4 beauties. Not long after, a flamboyantly dressed matron hastened to the stage at the center of the Xianxia pavilion, proclaiming loudly, "Ladies and gentlemen, today marks the day of our Flower Queen selection at Xianxia Pavilion. The rules, as you are all aware, need not be reiterated. Now, let us welcome the 4 maidens onto the stage." As her words faded, 4 stunningly beautiful maidens clad in floral garments gracefully ascended the stage, taking their seats upon 4 chairs. Following them, 4 exquisite maidens in sheer attire entered, each holding a placard inscribed with the names of spring orchid, summer bamboo, autumn chrysanthemum, and winter plum, standing silently behind the breathtaking maidens like living sculptures. Here are the 4 young ladies of our esteemed Xianxia Pavilion making their debut today. Chunlan, Xiaozhu, Qiugu, and Dongmei. Each of them has been meticulously nurtured by our establishment since childhood, blossoming into talented courtesans proficient in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. Their dignified demeanor and breathtaking beauty render them all deserving of the title of courtesan. However, only one can be crowned as the courtesan of Xianxia Pavilion each year, leaving the decision to our esteemed guests. I hereby declare the selection of the courtesan at Xianxia Pavilion officially commenced. At this moment, the matron stepped forward with a beaming smile, exclaiming loudly. Having made her announcement, she gracefully retreated to the side of the stage. I present a pot of flowers for Chunlan. I offer 10 pots for Chunlan. I bestow 10 pots upon Xiaozhu. I dedicate 5 pots to Qiugu. I present 8 pots for Dongmei. As the matron's voice faded, the guests in the private boxes of Xianxia Pavilion erupted with enthusiastic shouts. Meanwhile, the patrons in the hall watched the spectacle with eager anticipation, while those in the VIP room observed with keen interest. All 4 young ladies are not only strikingly beautiful, but also possess commendable talents, each capable of cultivating their magical abilities and enjoying a lifespan of 500 years. Seated comfortably on a plush sofa, Yang Feng gazed through the crystal wall at the 4 ladies on stage, his eyes sparkling with intrigue as he mused to himself. After a moment of contemplation, Yang Feng turned to the lady beside him and declared, 100 pots of flowers for Chunlan, Qiugu, and Dongmei. 1,000 pots for Xiaozhu. Young Master Yang, you are exceedingly generous, exclaimed the lady beside him, her eyes widening in surprise at his proclamation. With a gasp, she hurried to the crystal wall and shouted, in VIP room 8, 100 pots of flowers for Chunlan, Qiugu, and Dongmei. 1,000 pots for Xiaozhu. As her voice echoed, all eyes in the private boxes of Xianxia Pavilion turned toward the VIP room where Yang Feng resided. The guests in the hall wore expressions of astonishment, instinctively glancing towards him. 1 pot of flowers equates to 1,000 gold coins. Yang Feng's generous gesture amounted to a staggering 1,300 pots, valued at a remarkable 130,000 gold coins. 1 gold coin can be exchanged for 10 silver coins, or 1,000 copper coins, sufficient for a typical family of 3 to sustain themselves for an entire month. 130,000 gold coins is an astronomical figure, evoking a sense of despair in many. Moreover, Yang Feng's simultaneous offering of flowers to all 4 ladies clearly indicated his intentions to win them all, showcasing his insatiable appetite. This audacity left many patrons in the boxes and VIP rooms feeling disgruntled. They began to send inquiries about Yang Feng, while simultaneously offering flowers to Chunlan, Qiugu, and Dongmei. Observing this unfolding scenario, Yang Feng remained unfazed and calmly addressed the lady beside him, stating 1,000 pots of flowers for Chunlan, Xiaozhu, Qiugu, and Dongmei each. Upon hearing the name Feng, a look of astonishment flashed in the eyes of the beautiful woman beside him. She immediately rose and approached the crystal wall, exclaiming loudly, Chunlan, Xiaozhu, Qiugu, Dongmei 1,000 pots each. The moment her words echoed through the hall of Qingxiang Pavilion, the patrons were utterly captivated, and the guests in the private rooms and VIP suites paused their floral presentations, now fully engrossed in seeking information about Feng. At that moment, the proprietor of Qingxiang Pavilion, alerted by the commotion, made his way to the VIP suite where Feng was located. Clearly, the owner wished to probe Feng's background while simultaneously assessing whether he could indeed produce such a sum of gold coins. It was a staggering 5,300,000 gold coins. Converted into spirit stones, it amounted to a considerable 5,300 units. This was no trifling fortune for the proprietor of Qingxiang Pavilion. Chapter 75. The Concubine. Young Master Yang, allow me to introduce you to our esteemed owner of Qingxiang Pavilion. Young Master Qi. The matron led a young man clad in luxurious attire into Feng's VIP suite, her demeanor radiating respect. Young Master Qi. This spatial ring contains 5,300 spirit stones. It should suffice to offset the 5,300,000 gold coins, correct? Feng regarded the elegantly dressed youth with a calm demeanor and stated matter-of-factly. With a grand gesture, he sent a spatial ring soaring from his person, hovering before the young man. Everyone, please leave. Observing the ring suspended in the air, the young man's expression shifted slightly, prompting him to issue the command. Consequently, the matron and the four beautiful women promptly exited the suite. Only then did the young man accept the spatial ring. Speaking respectfully, Qi Wei of Qingyu sect. I pay my respects to the esteemed senior. Who is Qi Dahai to you? Feng inquired with a composed tone. Qi Dahai is my father. Qi Wei responded with reverence. So, you're the young master of Qingyu sect. No wonder you have attained the realm of magical power at such a young age. Feng remarked softly upon hearing Qi Wei's response. May I ask how to address you, esteemed senior? As soon as Feng's inquiry fell, Qi Wei's expression shifted, and he asked in a subdued tone, I am Feng, a true disciple of Xianxia sect. Feng replied softly, producing his identity token and presenting it to Qi Wei. Qi Wei of Qingyu sect, I have the honor of meeting senior brother Yang. It is our privilege that senior brother can grace our Qingxiang Pavilion with his presence. These four young ladies are a gift from our establishment to you, senior brother Yang. I kindly ask you to accept back the spatial ring. Upon glimpsing the identity token in Feng's hand, Qi Wei's expression changed dramatically. He immediately performed a deep bow to Feng and returned the spatial ring with utmost respect. Qingyu sect was merely a minor sect, with its strongest member being at the celestial realm, lacking even the qualification to be an affiliated sect of Xianxia sect, which was merely a subordinate to another affiliated sect. Establishing a connection with Feng was an extraordinary opportunity for both Qi Wei and Qingyu sect. In the face of such a monumental opportunity, what do mere 5,300 spirit stones amount to? Moreover, these 5,300 spirit stones were exchanged by the four maidens of the fragrant pavilion. Such a trifling sum holds no significance for me. Simply accept it. By the way, please prepare a quiet room for me, as I prefer solitude during my rest. Upon hearing Qi Wei's words and witnessing his respectful demeanor, Feng replied in a calm tone. Yes, senior brother Yang. Qi Wei respectfully responded, stowing away his spatial ring and leading Feng to the 9th floor of the fragrant pavilion, into a room that spanned several hundred square meters, adorned with opulent decor and equipped with a myriad of facilities. Afterward, Qi Wei respectfully exited the room, intercepting those who sought to inquire about Feng, ensuring he remained undisturbed. Soon after, the four exquisite beauties, Chunlan, Xiaozhu, Qiugu, and Dongmei, entered Feng's chamber, their melodious voices chiming. We humbly greet you, young Master Yang. May you have peace. Following their greeting, the four stunning maidens gracefully approached Feng, assisting him to relax. Feng seized this opportunity to unwind and indulge in the pleasures of life. On the following morning, Feng departed the fragrant pavilion with the four enchanting beauties. Exploring the city of Jiang, with their delightful company, Feng reveled in joy, appearing somewhat lost in bliss. However, being no ordinary individual, he was acutely aware that the Tianwu continent was a realm where strength reigned supreme, and the weak were devoured by the strong. While enjoying this period in Jiang was pleasant, becoming overly engrossed in pleasure at the expense of his cultivation posed a significant danger. Thus, after spending 7 days in Jiang, Yang Feng resolved to leave and proceed towards the chaotic mountain range. After sharing an intimate moment with the four beauties on the grand bed, he softly declared, "I present you with two choices. One option is for me to bestow upon each of you 1,000,000 gold coins, a luxurious mansion, and a black iron puppet, ensuring a life of opulence and splendor. The other is to serve as my concubines, with arrangements made for you to live in my household. I must caution you. Should you choose the latter, adherence to the rules of concubinage is paramount. Failure to comply will result in not only your demise, but that of your family as well." Upon hearing Yang Feng's words, the four beauties exhibited no hesitation or doubt, promptly opting to serve as his concubines. These four women were astute, recognizing that encountering Yang Feng was indeed a stroke of fortune. While the first choice promised a life of luxury, it was limited to a mere few decades, ultimately leading to their beauty withering away and dying in Jiang. Conversely, the second choice, though lower in status, likely afforded them the opportunity to receive the cultivation techniques bestowed by Yang Feng, thereby extending their lifespans. Thus, all four exquisite maidens chose to embrace the path of becoming Yang Feng's concubines. Congratulations on making a wise decision. Within these four spatial rings lie various techniques, martial arts, spells, as well as elixirs and spirit stones, sufficient for you to cultivate to the realm of transcendent beings. Observing the four women making their choices, Yang Feng smiled faintly and retrieved the four pre-prepared spatial rings from the cave heaven pearl, adorning each of the women with one. Subsequently, he was gently pushed onto the large bed by the eager women, and after indulging in some tender moments, he rose, donned his attire, and summoned a bronze puppet of the golden core stage from the cave heaven pearl. This puppet was tasked with piloting a low-grade treasure ship to transport the four women to the South Wang mansion in the town of Xiaoguan. With the protection of the golden core puppet, especially due to the mark left by Yang Feng, a true disciple of the Xianxia sect on the low-grade treasure ship, the four women could undoubtedly reach the South Wang mansion safely within the territory of the Xianxia sect. Watching the retreating figures of the four women, Yang Feng chuckled softly, then soared into the air, releasing a high-grade treasure ship. He seated himself in a lotus position upon the ship to cultivate, allowing the golden core bronze puppet to navigate the high-grade treasure ship towards the direction of the chaotic mountain range. What a malevolent surge of magical energy. It appears that an evil cultivator is wreaking havoc nearby. 3 days later, while cultivating aboard the high-grade treasure ship, Yang Feng suddenly opened his tightly shut eyes and involuntarily exclaimed in a hushed voice. Following his outburst, he extended his consciousness towards the source of the nefarious magical fluctuations. Soon, a small town, hundreds of miles away, came into Yang Feng's perceptive range. At that moment, over 100,000 citizens within the town were all collapsed on the ground, under the control of waves of dark magical energy. Streams of crimson blood and pure soul power surged forth from these citizens, soaring toward an elderly figure clad in red robes hovering above, entering a blood-colored gourd held by him. Chapter 76, Slaying the Evil Cultivator. What a dreadful sight. This evil cultivator is committing mass slaughter. Upon sensing the situation in the small town, Yang Feng's expression shifted, his eyes flashing with a cold light. Uttering a soft curse, he stood up, piloting the high-grade treasure ship, transforming into a streak of light as he sped toward the small town hundreds of miles away. Before long, Yang Feng traversed the distance and neared the vicinity of the small town. By this time, all the citizens had transformed into desiccated corpses, their blood and souls completely drained. Strike! Witnessing this grim scene, a fierce light flickered in Yang Feng's eyes as he roared, unleashing a high-grade treasure flying sword that shot forth from his body, slicing through the void with blinding speed, aimed at the evil cultivator above the small town. With a resounding clash, the high-grade treasure flying sword traversed dozens of miles, cleaving the evil cultivator's body in half before his terrified gaze, blood splattering as it fell to the ground below. In that moment, Yang Feng, like a flash of lightning, closed in on the upper half of the evil cultivator's body, his right hand clawing onto the cultivator's head as he initiated the soul-searching secret technique. Soon, Yang Feng extracted the desired information from the head of the malevolent cultivator, applying slight pressure with his right hand to crush the skull. The ordinary citizens of this fantastical realm suffered greatly. A single misstep could lead to the annihilation of an entire family. Fortunately, fortune smiled upon me. As I was reborn into the Yang family of Xiaoguang City, blessed with familial protection and proximity to the Xuantianzong sect, where the forces of darkness dared not intrude. Had I not awakened my system, I might have fallen victim to these sinister entities before I had a chance to cultivate my powers. Gazing at the desiccated corpses of over 100,000 souls littering the small city, a chill surged from the depths of Yang Feng's heart, prompting him to murmur involuntarily. Simultaneously, the sight of these lifeless forms served as a grim reminder that this world operates without the constraints of law. In such a ruthless realm, survival necessitates the enhancement of one's cultivation and the acquisition of formidable combat prowess. Otherwise, one might find themselves, like the unfortunate citizens of the small city, easily extinguished by a powerful, malevolent practitioner. After a moment of reflection, Yang Feng waved his hand, conjuring a vast pit beside the small city. Subsequently, streams of mystical energy erupted from him, lifting the corpses of the over 100,000 citizens and depositing them into the expansive chasm. Countless mounds of earth then surged to cover the remains, forming a monumental grave. Once this solemn task was completed, Yang Feng collected the spatial ring and blood-red gourd from the malevolent cultivator, storing them within his spatial bead. Before piloting his exquisite flying vessel toward a small mountain several thousand miles away. According to the memories gleaned from the malevolent cultivator, he was a member of a nefarious organization comprising over 10 individuals, most of whom were practitioners of the magical realm, with a few at the yin-yang and celestial levels, and led by a master of profound abilities. This wicked group concealed themselves within a small mountain situated at the juncture of the Xuantianzong and Yusho sects, periodically infiltrating the territories of these sects to slaughter the citizens of villages and small towns, siphoning their blood and souls for cultivation. Due to the extreme caution exercised by the members of this sinister organization, their forays were infrequent and targeted remote villages and small towns. Although their actions drew the attention of nearby practitioners, the fear of provoking the Xuantianzong and Yusho sects kept them at bay. Moreover, the secluded and desolate location of their hideout rendered them elusive, allowing them to evade detection by practitioners from neighboring nations for decades. Throughout these years, countless innocent lives have been tragically lost at the hands of this malevolent organization. Before long, Yang Feng arrived above the mountain where the nefarious organization resided and immediately expanded his consciousness to scan the area. Enemy intrusion. Enemy intrusion. From the moment he arrived, the members of the malicious organization atop the mountain became aware of his presence, particularly as he extended his consciousness to probe their stronghold. Thus, the members of the malevolent organization atop the small hill immediately emitted a piercing alarm, swiftly launching themselves from the hill, wielding their magical artifacts and spiritual tools, directing a barrage towards Yang Feng. Instantly, a grotesque aura, reeking of blood and malice, emanated from the artifacts and tools of these wicked cultivators, causing Yang Feng to feel a surge of nausea, his eyes glinting with ferocity. Go! With a soft command, an exquisite sword of the highest quality erupted from Yang Feng's being, slicing through the air like lightning, meeting the onslaught of the malevolent cultivator's artifacts. Bang! 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 With a series of crisp sounds, each wicked cultivator's artifact was shattered by the exceptional sword, disintegrating into countless fragments that scattered into the surrounding rocks of the hill. Subsequently, under Yang Feng's command, the exquisite sword, radiating a brilliant spiritual light, effortlessly pierced through the heads of the malevolent cultivators, causing blood to spray forth, transforming into a mist of crimson, resulting in their immediate demise. In mere moments, aside from the cultivator of the divine ability realm, all other wicked cultivators had been vanquished. At this juncture, the divine ability cultivator's expression shifted dramatically. He immediately summoned his internal power and fled into the distance, unwilling to continue the battle with Yang Feng. However, he had scarcely flown far when the exquisite sword pierced through his body, blood spraying forth as he plummeted downward. In an instant, Yang Feng darted forward, positioning himself before the divine ability cultivator, his right hand clawing at the cultivator's head as he invoked the soul-searching secret technique to probe into his memories. Soon, Yang Feng acquired the information he sought. With a surge of force, he crushed the divine ability cultivator's head, reducing it to a mist of blood, resulting in his tragic end. Following this, with a mere thought, Yang Feng executed the heavenly devouring demon technique, engulfing and refining the blood and souls of over a dozen wicked cultivators, transforming them into streams of lethal power stored within his sea of killing consciousness. In the blink of an eye, the remains of the wicked cultivators turned to ash, carried away by the wind. Subsequently, with a wave of his hand, Feng collected the spatial equipment of the fallen cultivators into his cave heaven pearl, then set the wicked cultivators' lair ablaze, turning it to ashes before continuing his flight towards the chaotic mountains. However, as he approached the territory of the Beastmaster sect, Feng adopted a more discreet demeanor. He exchanged his exquisite flying vessel for a lower quality one and swapped his bronze golden core puppets for black iron divine ability puppets, allowing the puppets to pilot the vessel while he sat in meditation upon it, wasting not a moment. After traversing several thousand miles within the jurisdiction of the Beastmaster sect, Feng discovered a small-scale cultivation marketplace, his eyes glimmering with curiosity. He promptly stowed away the flying vessel and puppets, hastening towards the direction of the marketplace. Chapter 77. Ancient Jade, Red Ant Nest, Golden Egg. Defensive Array. As Feng approached the vicinity of the marketplace, a protective shield obstructed his path, causing a flicker of surprise to cross his features. He murmured softly before descending from the sky, making his way towards the gates of the marketplace, not far ahead. Upon entering the Qinghua Square, a guard approached Feng at the entrance and requested a spirit stone as a toll. Heeding the guard's words, Feng waved his hand, and a spirit stone flew from his possession into the guard's grasp. The guard promptly stepped aside, allowing Feng to proceed into the bustling market. Although the square was not particularly large, it was quite lively. Observing the throngs of people and the hundreds of buildings flanking the streets, alongside numerous stalls in one corner, a glimmer of surprise flickered in Feng's eyes as he murmured softly, then made his way towards the structures on either side. Soon, Feng found himself within a pharmacy, where he discovered that the majority of the elixirs available were primarily essence pills and spirit pills, with only a sparse selection of first and second-tier talismans. Regrettably, there were no third-tier talismans or their equivalents to be found, which left him somewhat disappointed and extinguished his desire to purchase any elixirs. "Do you have a formula for the bloodline pill?" he inquired of the shop assistant. "Indeed, it costs 1,000 spirit stones," the assistant replied without hesitation. "I shall take one," Feng said, retrieving the required sum from his spatial ring and handing it over. "Here is the formula for the bloodline pill. You may inspect it," the assistant stated after counting the stones and fetching the formula from beneath the counter. Feng took the formula, examined it thoroughly, and once satisfied, stored it in his spatial ring before departing. He continued to stroll along the shops lining the streets. Yet to his dismay, the offerings were rather rudimentary, lacking cultivation resources suitable for a golden core practitioner. Consequently, he made his way to the stall area at one corner of the market. The stall area was filled with hundreds of vendors, predominantly comprised of martial artists at the Qi condensation stage, with a few at the magical and yin-yang stages, selling primarily low to mid-tier magical artifacts, common elixirs, and talismans. Among the myriad items, one stall selling ancient artifacts piqued Feng's interest, prompting him to scrutinize it closely. His observations led him to surmise that the artifacts likely originated from an ancient cave or tomb. However, these items had either lost their spiritual essence over time, rendering them ordinary, or had been damaged for other reasons, rendering them nearly useless. "Where did you acquire these items?" he inquired of the stall owner after a thorough examination revealed nothing of particular value. "Esteemed sir, these artifacts were obtained from an ancient cave. If you find nothing to your liking, I can offer you a discount," the stall owner responded. The stall owner, a cultivator of considerable prowess, was taken aback upon realizing he could not discern Feng's cultivation level. Instantly, his demeanor shifted to one of utmost respect as he replied, "The value of these antiquities is negligible and of no use to me. Do you possess any treasures obtained from the ancient caves? If so, do present them for my inspection. Should you possess items that please me, I assure you will not leave empty-handed. Spirit tools, precious artifacts, elixirs, martial techniques, advanced talismans, combat puppets, and various resources for cultivation are at your disposal." Hearing the stall owner's words, Feng responded in a calm tone, "Senior, this place is teeming with people. Let us converse at an inn." The stall owner's eyes brightened at Feng's suggestion. Casting a glance at the bustling crowd, he whispered a quick response, then promptly gathered his stall and led Feng toward an inn situated off the street. Before long, under the stall owner's guidance, Feng secured a private room in the inn and established a soundproof barrier to prevent prying eyes. With a beaming smile, the stall owner introduced himself. "Senior, I am Lin Daong. I indeed possess 3 treasures, and I seek to exchange them for 1,000,000 spirit stones, a high-grade spirit sword, a high-grade defensive spirit artifact, and a combat puppet of the divine sense realm. Upon hearing Lin Dayong's request, Feng waved his hand, and 100 high-grade spirit stones, a high-grade spirit sword, a high-grade defensive spirit artifact, and a black iron puppet of the divine sense realm emerged from his spatial pouch, hovering within the inn's chamber. Do you see? I have everything you desire. Provided your treasures are of sufficient quality, not only can I offer these, but even superior items are within my reach. However, should your treasures fail to meet my expectations, you will leave with naught, Feng stated, pointing to the items suspended in the room with a neutral tone. Senior, these are treasures I acquired from the ancient caves. Please assess if they meet your approval, Lin Dayong said eagerly. With that, he produced from his spatial ring an ancient jade, a red ant nest, and a golden egg, presenting them to Feng. Feng took the ancient jade, red ant nest, and golden egg, extending his consciousness to examine them closely. A glimmer of golden light flashed in his eyes, and a satisfied smile graced his lips. The ancient jade was inscribed with a concealment grand formation, and upon penetrating this formation with his consciousness, he discovered a skill book contained within. This tome, titled Comprehensive Guide to Beast Mastery, detailed the breeding and cultivation methods of over 100,000 types of demon beasts, alongside techniques for forming contracts with them. More significantly, the Comprehensive Guide to Beast Mastery included methods to accelerate the growth of demon beasts, allowing them to swiftly transition from infancy to adulthood, reaching maturity and attaining peak combat capability. Should the Beastmaster sect become aware of this invaluable tome, they would undoubtedly spare no expense to acquire it. For possessing the Comprehensive Guide to Beast Mastery would exponentially enhance their overall strength and combat effectiveness. Given merely a few centuries for development, the Beastmaster sect could easily absorb the Xianxia sect, the Divine Sword Manor, the Ice God Palace, and the Puppet Gate, thereby monopolizing the Xianxia domain. This clearly illustrates the exceptional value of the Comprehensive Guide to Beast Mastery. However, this significance is primarily relevant to the Beastmaster sect. For other cultivators, while the guide is undoubtedly precious, it does not hold the same level of importance. After all, other cultivators lack the formidable variety and strength of ferocious beasts possessed by the Beastmaster sect. After examining the ancient jade, Feng set it aside and began to investigate the red ant nest. Soon, he discovered hundreds of fire ants within, one of which possessed the strength of the Gengqi realm, while the others were only at the true essence and true Qi realms. At that moment, Feng felt a surge of inspiration and picked up the ancient jade once more, directing his consciousness into it to gather information on the fire ants. Upon finding their details in the Comprehensive Guide to Beast Mastery, he was astonished to learn that fire ants are an incredibly powerful social beast species, exhibiting not only remarkable reproductive capabilities and survival skills, but also terrifying offensive power. After thoroughly reviewing the information on fire ants, Feng turned his attention to the last golden egg, examining it closely. Ultimately, he discovered that this golden egg was a legendary dragon egg, specifically the extremely rare 9-clawed golden dragon egg. However, this egg contained only a trace of life force, making the cultivation of a 9-clawed golden dragon within exceedingly difficult, requiring immense vitality and the finest life essence. Chapter 78, Refining Bloodline Pills. These 3 treasures are all quite remarkable. I shall take them. Feng declared, his thoughts guiding the ancient jade, the red ant nest, and the golden egg into the heaven-opening pearl, a smile gracing his face as he addressed Lin Dayong. I'm glad to hear that, Senior. May I ask if I can take these items? Lin Dayong respectfully inquired, his excitement evident as he gazed at the floating spirit stones, spirit artifacts, and puppets in the room. Of course. However, I pride myself on integrity in business. The value of these items does not surpass that of your treasures. I shall provide you with 50 bottles of first-tier medicinal pills, 20 bottles of second-tier pills, and a bronze puppet of the Golden Core realm. Additionally, please feel free to add my contact information. Should you have any treasures to sell in the future, you may reach out to me, and I assure you a fair price that will not disappoint. Upon hearing Lin Dayong's words and witnessing his enthusiasm, Feng smiled slightly. With a wave of his hand, 50 bottles of first-tier pills, 20 bottles of second-tier pills, and a bronze puppet of the Golden Core realm flew out from the heaven-opening pearl, hovering in the room. Thank you, Senior. I will certainly contact you when I acquire new treasures. Upon hearing Feng's words and witnessing his actions, Lin Daiyong's eyes flickered with surprise. He promptly expressed his gratitude and stored the items from the room into his spatial ring. Subsequently, Lin Daiyong exchanged contact information with Yang Feng and sought out the innkeeper to rent another room, where he set up a defensive formation and took out the ancient jade to study the comprehensive guide to beast mastery. Today had proven to be immensely profitable. For the foreseeable future, I need not worry about the scarcity of cultivation resources. I can now return to my cave abode and devote myself to seclusion and cultivation to enhance my strength. As Lin Daiyong exited the inn, excitement gleamed in his eyes, and he silently marveled at his good fortune before swiftly departing from Qingyue Square, soaring into the distance. However, just a few hundred kilometers away from Qingyue Square, amidst a lush mountainous region, he found himself surrounded by 3 cultivators. Lin Daiyong, might you enlighten me on the transaction you conducted with which senior? The foremost cultivator, a practitioner of the yin-yang realm, stepped forward and spoke in a bland tone. Senior Wei, that esteemed elder spent 8,000 spirit stones to procure several ancient artifacts for me. Here are 3,000 spirit stones as a token of my goodwill. I hope you will graciously accept them. Upon hearing the words of the yin-yang realm cultivator, Lin Daiyong's expression shifted slightly, and he spoke with utmost respect. As he spoke, he retrieved 3,000 spirit stones from his spatial ring and tossed them towards the yin-yang realm cultivator. Observing Lin Daiyong's actions, the yin-yang realm cultivator waved his hand, collecting the spirit stones into his spatial ring, and then coldly declared, Lin Daiyong, hand over your spatial ring, and I may spare your life. Otherwise, do not blame me for being merciless and ending yours. Upon hearing the chilling words of the yin-yang realm cultivator and sensing the palpable aura of killing intent emanating from him, a fierce light flashed in Lin Daiyong's eyes. With a thought, a bronze puppet of the golden core realm emerged from his spatial ring. In an instant, the golden core realm bronze puppet moved with agility, its bronze sword effortlessly piercing through the head of the yin-yang realm cultivator, splattering blood and resulting in instant death. Following this, the golden core realm bronze puppet swiftly approached the other 2 cultivators of the magic realm, and with ease, its bronze sword pierced through their heads as well, causing them to meet a gruesome fate. At that moment, Lin Daiyong collected the spatial rings of the 3 cultivators and, with a wave of his hand, conjured fiery orbs that ignited their bodies, reducing them to ashes. Having accomplished this, Lin Daiyong retracted the golden core realm bronze puppet and transformed into a streak of light, dashing away into the distance. The content within the comprehensive guide to beast mastery is exceedingly vast. Mastering it all in a short time is simply unrealistic. For now, I have grasped the methods for cultivating and breeding fire ants, as well as their rapid evolution techniques, which is sufficient for my needs, and I need not delve further into my studies. At present, the formula for the bloodline pill is in hand, and it is time to delve into the art of alchemy, transforming the blood spirit grass from the celestial pearl into the bloodline pill. Yang Feng gently set down the ancient jade in his hand, murmuring softly before storing it within his spatial ring. He then retrieved a jade slip containing alchemical knowledge and began to study it meticulously. Ding! You have practiced the fundamental alchemy technique once, with a 10,000-fold return on the effects, elevating your basic alchemy skills to a consummate level. As Yang Feng thoroughly perused the alchemical techniques, a melodious prompt resonated in his ears. A torrent of information regarding fundamental alchemy flooded his mind, enabling him to grasp every aspect of it instantly and achieve mastery in the discipline. At this juncture, Yang Feng set aside the foundational alchemy slip and took out another jade slip pertaining to alchemy, engaging in careful study once more. Soon, with the assistance of the 10,000-fold cultivation return system, he comprehended the contents of the alchemical slip in its entirety, achieving a masterful understanding. After meticulously reviewing all the alchemical jade slips he possessed, aided by the system, he ascended to the theoretical status of a master alchemist. Witnessing this transformation, Yang Feng experienced no hesitation or doubt. He promptly examined the formula for the bloodline pill, then retrieved a high-grade alchemical furnace from the celestial pearl, along with the requisite materials for the bloodline pill, and commenced the refining process. Bang! With a resounding crack, the first bloodline pill he attempted to refine exploded within the furnace. In that moment, a multitude of insights regarding the failures of crafting the bloodline pill surged into Yang Feng's mind, granting him instant knowledge of myriad methods that could lead to failure. Nonetheless, Yang Feng remained unfazed. He extracted another set of materials for the bloodline pill from the celestial pearl and continued his endeavor, armed with the memory of countless past failures. He adeptly circumvented all potential pitfalls, successfully refining a low-grade bloodline pill. Following this success, an abundance of information regarding the successful crafting of the bloodline pill flooded his consciousness, establishing him as a master in the creation of the blood spirit pill. Without a moment's hesitation, Feng procured 100 sets of materials for the bloodline pill and deposited them into the high-grade alchemical furnace. Soon, he produced 100 high-quality bloodline pills, a smile of joy blossoming on his face. Thereafter, Feng, like a diligent little bee, fervently engaged in the refining of more bloodline pills. Chapter 79, Cultivating Fire Ants and Repairing Golden Puppets. With 100,000 bloodline pills, I shall have enough for the time being. After collecting the 1,000 bloodline pills from the high-grade furnace, Feng murmured softly and stowed the furnace back within the celestial pearl. Subsequently, with a thought, the fire ant nest emerged from the celestial pearl, hovering before Feng. Within the fiery depths of the ant nest, the queen and 18 robust male ants emerged, guided by Feng's archanipores. At that moment, Feng focused his thoughts, channeling his internal energy to invoke the summoning array inscribed in the tome of beast mastery. Subsequently, he expelled droplets of crimson blood from his body, allowing them to fall upon the summoning array. The array shimmered with brilliance, transforming into radiant streams of light that seeped into the bodies of the queen and the 18 males. Thus, Feng completed the bonding ceremony, establishing a rudimentary form of communication through spiritual awareness with the queen and her male counterparts. However, the queen and the males were of feeble strength and lowly rank, possessing limited intellect, rendering them incapable of speech. They could only emit and receive simple signals through their spiritual connection. With the bonding ceremony accomplished, it was time to facilitate the evolution of the queen and her entourage. Sensing their spiritual link, Feng murmured softly to himself before producing several bloodline elixirs to nourish them. These elixirs contained mysterious evolutionary powers that could elevate fierce beasts. By consuming a sufficient quantity, the queen and her males could ascend to a higher echelon of ant species, endowed with formidable innate abilities, which they could subsequently pass down to their progeny. Thus, Feng would acquire a formidable legion of high-ranking ant warriors. In a short span, the queen and the 18 males devoured the bloodline elixirs, experiencing a slight enhancement in evolution and a modest increase in intellect. They persistently communicated through their spiritual connection, beseeching Feng for more elixirs. Sensing their eagerness, a faint smile graced Feng's lips as he waved his hand, drawing the ant nest, the queen, and the 18 males into the celestial orb. Next, as his thoughts crystallized, nearly 100,000 bloodline elixirs cascaded before the ant nest, forming a small mountain. Without further prompting from Feng, the queen and the 18 males lunged toward the towering pile of elixirs, voraciously consuming them. Other fire ants within the nest also swarmed out, hastily joining in the feast. Witnessing this scene, Feng smiled gently, allowing the fire ants to indulge in the elixirs, while he devoted his time and energy to the arts of formations and forging. With the assistance of the cultivation effect amplification system, Feng mastered all the jade slips pertaining to formations and forging within the celestial orb in merely 3 days, achieving a comprehensive understanding and theoretical mastery of both arts. After 3 days of consumption, the horde of fire ants had completely devoured the 100,000 bloodline elixirs. The queen's bloodline evolved, ascending to the pinnacle of fire ants, inherently possessing the power to consume and manipulate flames. As long as there were ample fire-attributed materials for the queen to consume, she could seamlessly cultivate to the realm of celestial wonders. Yet, this was not the most terrifying aspect. The most terrifying aspect is that the queen ant's reproductive abilities have undergone an evolution, resulting in a staggering increase in the number of offspring produced in a single breeding cycle, with the fire ants emerging at remarkably high levels and immense potential. The first generation of the ant tribe can ascend to the realm of laws. The second generation can attain the realm of primordial spirit, and the third generation may grow to the realm of the nascent soul. Furthermore, the ants beyond the third generation are capable of reaching the golden core realm. Thus, possessing a single queen and equates to having a formidable ant army. Simultaneously, the bloodlines of the 18 male ants have also evolved, becoming advanced ant species that can smoothly advance to the primordial spirit realm. As for the hundreds of other fire ants, although their bloodlines have undergone evolution, they only qualify as intermediate ant species due to a slightly lesser amount of consumed bloodline essence, enabling them to evolve to the nascent soul realm. Observing the transformations in the queen ant, the 10 male ants, and the other fire ants, a satisfied smile graced Feng's face. Subsequently, with a mere thought, an abundance of fire attribute spiritual materials and spiritual stones accumulated within the cave heaven pearl soared into the air, descending before the fire ant nest and forming a towering mountain for the queen ant and her kin to devour and evolve. After organizing matters concerning the fire ants, Feng retrieved the damaged energy core from the cave heaven pearl, extending his consciousness to meticulously study and analyze it. Once he thoroughly comprehended the formations, refining techniques, and control programs contained within the energy core, he extracted several materials from the cave heaven pearl to commence the refinement of the energy core for the golden puppet. With the assistance of the cultivation effect enhancement system, Feng succeeded in creating an energy core after a single failure, placing it within a golden puppet at the primordial spirit realm. "I've seen the master." At that moment, the golden puppet at the primordial spirit realm opened its tightly shut eyes, kneeling before Feng and respectfully greeting him. "Rise," Feng responded with a smile, beginning the refinement of the second energy core. Before long, the second energy core was successfully refined and placed into another golden puppet at the primordial spirit realm, restoring its mobility and combat capability. However, Feng did not cease the refinement of energy cores. Instead, he continued to utilize the materials within the cave heaven pearl to create 2 additional reserve energy cores. With these 2 reserve energy cores, even if someone were to destroy the energy core of the golden puppet at the primordial spirit realm, Feng could promptly replace it, ensuring the sustained combat effectiveness of the golden puppet. Having accomplished all this, Feng waved his hand, storing the 2 golden puppets at the primordial spirit realm within the cave heaven pearl to await orders. He then rose and departed from the inn, leaving Xianxia Square, and soared towards the direction of the chaotic mountain range. Throughout his journey, Feng traveled at dawn and rested at dusk, continuously advancing closer to the chaotic mountain range. During the day, he utilized a flying treasure, supported by the bronze puppet of the divine realm, while sitting cross-legged atop the flying vessel to cultivate the Xianxia Sutra and enhance his own cultivation strength. In the evening, Feng casually chose a location to descend, releasing 2 golden puppets of the Yuanshan realm to ensure his safety, while he continued to cultivate the Xiantianju, striving to reach the Yuan Ying realm at the earliest opportunity. Once Feng attained the Yuan Ying realm, with the vastness of his sea of consciousness, immense reserves of divine power, and formidable spiritual strength, he would be capable of effortlessly overpowering practitioners of the Yuan Ying realm and easily slaying those of the Yuanshan realm. Thus, his safety within the Chaos Mountain range would be significantly assured, free from the threats posed by the majority of cultivators. Chapter 80. The Chaos Mountain Range. Is this the Chaos Mountain Range? It feels quite similar to the Xiantian Mountain Range, with hardly any distinction. Feng soared above the lush peaks of the mountain range, stretching over hundreds of thousands of kilometers, absorbing the dense spiritual energy within the mountains. His brow furrowed slightly as he murmured to himself, "My lord, the Chaos Mountain Range is characterized by 3 major features: chaotic laws, pervasive spatial fissures, and countless alternate dimensions. The chaotic laws can only be sensed by those who have comprehended the law realm. Those who have not cannot perceive it at all. As for the spatial fissures and alternate dimensions, they typically lie deep within the Chaos Mountain Range, not on its periphery. The reason you perceive the Chaos Mountain Range to be similar to the Xiantian Mountain Range is that you have only just entered the Chaos Mountain Range. Once you venture thousands of miles deeper, you will discern the differences between the 2. My lord, the laws are chaotic within the Chaos Mountain Range. I cannot act recklessly, lest I suffer a backlash from the laws and incur grievous injuries. Therefore, unless in a life-or-death situation, it is best not to summon me." At that moment, the voice of Zhuke, the spirit of the Zhuke sword, resonated within Feng's mind, bringing a look of realization to his face. "I understand now." Feng replied casually, retracting the black iron puppet of the divine power realm, and personally piloting his flying artifact deeper into the Chaos Mountain Range. The Chaos Mountain Range. rich in spiritual energy and abundant in resources, was teeming with ferocious beasts. Nearby loose cultivators and those from small sects often explore the outskirts of the Chaos Mountain Range, seeking resources and hunting wild beasts. Thus, Yang Feng encountered numerous cultivators along his journey. However, these cultivators were relatively weak, the strongest among them merely possessing the strength of the celestial realm. Sensing the aura of the golden core realm emanating from Yang Feng, these cultivators hastily retreated, daring not to approach him, allowing Yang Feng to progress unhindered into the depths of the Chaos Mountain Range. As Yang Feng ventured over 10,000 miles into the heart of the mountain range, a fierce sense of danger surged from the depths of his being, as if advancing further would lead to his demise. In that moment, with a thought, a fire ant of the true origin realm emerged from the Dong Tian Pearl and sped ahead. With a crisp sound, the body of the true origin fire ant was instantly torn into countless fragments as if sliced by innumerable sharp blades, scattering upon the ground. What a shock! There are spatial fissures ahead. Upon witnessing this scene, Yang Feng's expression shifted slightly, and he involuntarily exclaimed. The spatial rift harbored terrifying principles of spatial cutting, which were insurmountable for cultivators below the realm of laws. Given Yang Feng's level of cultivation and the strength of his physical form, should he fall into this spatial rift, his fate would be nothing short of death. Following his exclamation, Yang Feng's mind began to race, contemplating methods to counteract the spatial rift. Within the chaotic mountains, countless spatial rifts existed. Thus, it was imperative for Yang Feng to learn how to identify them, lest he unwittingly succumb to their perilous embrace and be sliced into countless fragments by the principles of spatial cutting. Soon, Yang Feng recalled that among the many spelled jade slips left by Wei Yong, there was a technique for cultivating the heavenly eye. With this thought, Yang Feng hesitated not a moment longer, swiftly descending to the ground, sitting cross-legged and retrieving the jade slip for the heavenly eye technique, perusing it rapidly. After bathing in the Xianxia pool, Yang Feng's innate talent had undergone comprehensive evolution, and his comprehension had increased manifold. Merely skimming the contents once, he grasped the cultivation method of the heavenly eye technique. Subsequently, he set the jade slip aside and began to cultivate in silence, following the prescribed methods. Ding! You have practiced the heavenly eye technique. The effects are magnified 1,000-fold, allowing you to attain the pinnacle of the technique, enabling you to conjure the heavenly eye with but a thought. At this moment, a clear notification echoed in Yang Feng's ears. A plethora of information regarding the heavenly eye technique flooded his mind, allowing him to instantaneously comprehend all its profound meanings, enabling him to execute it with ease. As he absorbed these memories of the heavenly eye technique, Yang Feng focused his thoughts, channeling his internal mana to his glabella, where a virtual heavenly eye began to coalesce. Almost immediately, the densely packed spatial rifts, stretching for dozens of miles ahead, came into Yang Feng's view, leaving him astounded. He then surveyed his surroundings, noting the thinness and flow of spiritual energy, all of which became apparent to him. After confirming that no dangers lurked nearby, Yang Feng dispelled the heavenly eye technique and quietly remarked, "The heavenly eye technique is a spell that simulates the heavenly eye, utilizing the power of formations and mana to create a semblance of the eye, possessing a fraction of its might. However, casting the heavenly eye technique demands substantial mana and mental fortitude, and it cannot be sustained for long. If the opportunity arises, it will be prudent to cultivate a more potent ocular technique." With this reflection, Yang Feng summoned his flying magical artifact, circumventing the area of the spatial rifts, and continued his swift journey deeper into the chaotic mountains. After delving over 2,000 miles into the mountains, a violent fluctuation of mana emanated from ahead, prompting Yang Feng to extend his consciousness towards the source of the energy disturbance. Soon, he perceived a scene of a golden core realm cultivator battling over a dozen fire demons, entering the realm of his spiritual awareness. From afar, a fellow cultivator, "I beseech your assistance in vanquishing these more than 10 fire demons. In return, I shall offer you a generous reward. Sensing Yang Feng's spiritual awareness." The golden core cultivator felt a stir within his heart, immediately channeling his internal energy, and called out loudly towards Yang Feng. Simultaneously, this golden core practitioner began to engage in combat with a multitude of fire demons while swiftly making his way towards Yang Feng. Evidently, this golden core cultivator sought to entangle Yang Feng, hoping he might alleviate some of the pressure. Kill, kill, kill. Upon witnessing the actions of the Golden Core cultivator, the fire demons erupted in furious roars, intensifying their attacks. However, among the more than 10 fire demons, only 2 possessed Golden Core level strength, while the rest were merely at the divine ability stage. Although they amplified their assault, they were unable to impede the movement of the Golden Core cultivator, nor could they swiftly eliminate him. Before long, the Golden Core cultivator had traversed several dozen miles, approaching closely to Yang Feng's side, and shouted, "Fellow cultivator, I possess a map to the fire demon's sacred land, Flame Mountain. If you assist me in defeating these fire demons, I am willing to share the map with you." Upon hearing the Golden Core cultivator's words, the expressions of the fire demons shifted dramatically. The leading fire demon's eyes glinted with malice as he waved his hand, splitting his forces in half to charge towards Yang Feng. Chapter 81. The Flame Mountain Map. Fellow cultivator, I leave these fire demons to you. I must take my leave. Just as the fire demon had split his forces, the Golden Core cultivator channeled his internal energy, unleashing a powerful strike that repelled the nearby fire demon. With a beaming smile, he shouted to Yang Feng before activating a flying treasure, soaring into the distance. Seeing the Golden Core cultivator's actions, the leading Golden Core fire demon's expression soured, and he frantically channeled his internal energy, transforming into a streak of red light, pursuing the fleeing Golden Core cultivator. Unfortunately, the speed of the flying treasure beneath the Golden Core cultivator was exceedingly swift, and the leading Golden Core fire demon could not keep pace, merely watching as the distance between them widened. Thinking of fleeing? Did you consult me first? Hearing the Golden Core cultivator's taunting words, Yang Feng snorted coldly, not even glancing at the approaching fire demons. He summoned his exquisite treasure sword, launching it towards the Golden Core cultivator. In the blink of an eye, the exquisite treasure sword sliced through the air with lightning speed, closing in on the Golden Core cultivator. The sword's sharp radiance caused the Golden Core cultivator's complexion to change drastically, forcing him to halt his flight and wield his inferior treasure sword in defense. With a resounding clang, Yang Feng's exquisite treasure sword easily struck the inferior treasure sword from the Golden Core cultivator's hands, sending it hurtling away. Unrelenting, the sword continued its trajectory, piercing through the Golden Core cultivator, causing blood to spray forth as a chilling scream echoed, and he plummeted downwards. At that moment, the leader of the fire demons was taken aback by a flash of surprise in his eyes. He immediately unleashed a streak of blazing red light, hurtling towards the Golden Core cultivator, intent on seizing the opportunity to slay him. However, to the leader's astonishment, before he could close the distance, the exquisite sword, under Yang Feng's command, shifted direction and, like a bolt of lightning, pierced effortlessly through his skull. In an instant, the leader collapsed to the ground, his face a mask of shock and disbelief, becoming a lifeless corpse. Subsequently, the exquisite sword transformed into a fierce beam of sword light, swiftly traversing the void and easily penetrating the heads of the remaining fire demons, causing blood to splatter and leading to their immediate demise. Yang Feng then moved closer to the severely injured Golden Core cultivator. "My friend, I admit my wrongdoing. I am willing to offer you the map of the fire demon's sacred land, Flame Mountain, as an apology." As Yang Feng approached rapidly, the Golden Core cultivator's expression shifted dramatically, and he cried out in desperation. Ignoring the pleas for mercy, Yang Feng swiftly closed the distance, extending his claw-like hand to grasp the cultivator's head, invoking the soul-searching technique to extract the information he sought. Soon, he obtained the desired information and, with a gentle twist of his hand, snapped the cultivator's neck. These corpses are nothing but a waste. They might as well serve to cultivate the devouring heaven demon technique. Yang Feng muttered softly, gazing at the lifeless bodies of the Golden Core cultivator and the 10-odd fire demons. He then activated the devouring heaven demon technique to absorb the blood, magical energy, and soul power from their remains. As the corpses of the Golden Core cultivator and the fire demons turned to ash, Yang Feng's slaughter consciousness was enriched with boundless killing power, enhancing his slaughtering supernatural talismans slightly. Following this, with a wave of his hand, the spatial rings, spiritual artifacts, and treasures upon the ground levitated and vanished into the cave heaven pearl. At this moment, a thought crossed Yang Feng's mind, and an ancient beast-skin map appeared in his palm. This venerable map detailed the location of the fire demon's sacred land, Flame Mountain. According to the memories of the Golden Core cultivator, Flame Mountain was an extraordinary volcano continuously erupting with fierce flames and brimming with abundant fire attribute spiritual energy, serving as a sanctum for fire element cultivators. Furthermore, Flame Mountain housed a vast quantity of rare fire attribute materials and treasures, rarely seen in the outside world. Materials such as fire crystal stones, fire rocks, fire marrow stones, and fire essence stones were abundant throughout Flame Mountain. After a small fire demon tribe discovered Flame Mountain, they utilized its remarkable cultivation benefits, rapidly producing numerous powerful fire demons within a few decades, elevating this small tribe to become one of the largest fire demon clans in the Chaotic Mountains. The Flame Mountain is revered as a sacred site by this diminutive tribe of fire demons, accessible only to the formidable and the gifted among them. Furthermore, the location of Flame Mountain is a closely guarded secret of this tribe. An unsuspecting cultivator at the Golden Core stage stumbled upon the coordinates of Flame Mountain, meticulously charted them, and intended to sell the map to a powerful faction within the Chaotic Mountains for a substantial profit in spirit stones. However, as he departed, he was regrettably detected by the fire demon guardians of Flame Mountain and subsequently pursued, ultimately meeting his demise at the hands of Feng. According to the recollections of the slain Golden Core cultivator, this fortunate tribe of fire demons is comprised of merely a solitary soul formation cultivator and several dozens of nascent soul cultivators. I can easily overpower them. After a brief study of the map of Flame Mountain, Feng murmured to himself before taking flight, transforming into a streak of light as he soared towards the mountain's location. Soon, guided by the map, he traversed over 1,000 miles, arriving above a vast canyon. At this moment, suspended in mid-air, Feng expanded his consciousness, scanning the depths of the canyon in search of the entrance to Flame Mountain. Yet, just as his awareness penetrated the canyon, a series of sharp whistling sounds echoed from below. Arrows, ablaze with intense flames, rained down upon him like a torrential downpour. Unfazed by the onslaught, Feng's expression remained stoic. With a mere thought, a supreme artifact sword materialized in his grasp. With a graceful motion, he deftly shattered the fiery arrows, reducing them to mere ashes. Kill! 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 At that moment, furious battle cries erupted from the canyon. Dozens of fire demons, radiating powerful magical energy, ascended from the depths, transforming into fiery streaks of light as they rapidly approached Feng. In this tumultuous encounter, weapons imbued with fire-based magical energy, long swords, spears, and blades, blazed through the air, aiming to strike Feng down, intent on reducing him to a mere pulp. Xianxia shield. In the face of this barrage of magical weaponry, Feng remained composed. With a sharp command, a shield of deep golden hue emerged from his spatial treasure, rapidly enlarging into a massive barrier that stood resolutely before him. The clang of metal resounded as the multitude of weapons collided against the Xianxia shield, sparking brilliant flares of light, yet failing to breach its defenses or inflict even the slightest damage. Inscribing technique. At this juncture, Feng summoned his will, invoking the supreme artifact sword in his hand to execute the group attack technique known as the 10,000 Swords technique from the Xianxia sword art. Suddenly, a series of exceptionally sharp golden sword lights, imbued with terrifying power, erupted from the exquisite sword, cascading down upon the multitude of fire demons. With a series of resounding impacts, the concentrated golden sword beams effortlessly dismantled the fire demons' defensive artifacts, piercing through their bodies and causing blood to splatter, leading to their immediate demise. In the blink of an eye, dozens of fire demons were annihilated by Feng's formidable sword technique. Following this with a mere thought, Feng activated the devouring demon technique, emanating a powerful suction force that drew forth the blood, magical essence, and souls of the fallen fire demons into his being, transforming them into pure and potent killing energy. Subsequently, with a sweeping motion of his hand, the artifacts and spatial rings belonging to the fire demons were summoned into his celestial pearl. Having accomplished this, Feng expanded his consciousness, scanning the depths of the canyon. Soon, he discovered a faintly glowing portal within a cave deep inside the gorge. With a swift motion, he transformed into a streak of light and flew towards the cave's luminous entrance. Is this the entrance to Flame Mountain? It seems to exist within a different dimensional space. No wonder that small fire demon tribe has been able to maintain control over it for decades. Observing the portal before him, Feng couldn't help but softly exclaim in awe. After this moment of reflection, he brandished his exquisite sword and stepped into the portal, vanishing from sight. Is this truly Flame Mountain? It is indeed extraordinary, a remarkably mystical volcano, gazing at the inferno blazing several miles away, radiating boundless fiery energy and exuding rich fire elemental aura. Yang Feng's eyes glimmered with shock as he involuntarily murmured in astonishment. Sudden ambush! Sudden ambush! The nearby fire demons quickly detected Yang Feng's presence, immediately sounding shrill alarms. Following this, a multitude of fire demons, emanating powerful magical fluctuations, transformed into streaks of light and surged towards Yang Feng. During this process, numerous fire elemental artifacts, infused with terrifying fiery power, were propelled by the fire demons, shimmering with radiant red light as they barreled towards Yang Feng, intent on obliterating him on the spot. Witnessing this, Yang Feng remained unfazed, with a mere thought. The exquisite golden shield soared from the celestial pearl, rapidly enlarging into a massive shield of deep golden hue, positioning itself before him to safeguard his form. With a series of crisp impacts, the fire elemental artifact struck the golden shield one after another, yet they were unable to breach its defenses, nor could they inflict even a single hair's breadth of harm upon Yang Feng. Mastering the sword technique, under the protection of the Xianxia shield, Yang Feng uttered a command. Channeling his inner magical power, the exquisite long sword transformed into a streak of piercing sword light, surging forth to confront the fire demons. The air resonated with the sharp clang of metal and the anguished cries of the fallen. The exquisite sword, gleaming with unparalleled sharpness, effortlessly pierced through the defenses of the fire demons, shattering their protective artifacts and rending their bodies, causing blood to splatter and leaving them lifeless on the ground. In a fleeting moment, the hundreds of fire demons that had charged toward Yang Feng were decimated by the exquisite sword, their remains now mere shattered corpses. These fire demons were not mere trifles. They included formidable beings of the golden core and nascent soul realms, as well as prodigious talents from the celestial and divine realms. Yet, regardless of their rank, none could withstand a single strike from the exquisite sword, all falling before its might. This vividly illustrated the overwhelming power of Yang Feng's offense and the sheer terror of his combat prowess. Invincible among his peers and capable of slaying foes beyond his rank was but a trivial feat for him. After all, Yang Feng's consciousness was exponentially more profound than that of his peers, his golden core strength hundreds of times greater, endowing him with combat abilities that far surpassed those of his contemporaries. Human brat, you seek death. At that moment, a voice filled with rage echoed from the Flame Mountain. A fire demon, emanating a terrifying aura, soared from the mountain, transforming into a blazing streak of crimson light as it charged directly toward Yang Feng. A nascent soul realm fire demon. Observing the swiftly approaching foe, Yang Feng remained unfazed, murmuring softly to himself. With a flick of his hand, two golden puppets of the nascent soul realm emerged from the Dantian pearl, transforming into golden streaks of light that advanced toward the fire demon. The nascent soul battle puppets. Sensing the formidable aura radiating from the two golden puppets, the fire demon's expression shifted dramatically, involuntarily exclaiming in alarm. As the nascent soul fire demon gasped, the two golden puppets closed the distance of several dozen miles in an instant, poised to strike with their formidable golden spears, intent on slaying the fire demon on the spot. Witnessing this, the fire demon dared not hesitate, hastily conjuring a high-grade defensive artifact to withstand the assault of the golden spears. With a crisp sound, both golden spears struck the high-grade defensive artifact simultaneously, unleashing a cataclysmic force that pierced through the artifact and surged into the body of the fire demon. Immediately, torrents of terrifying power flowed from the spears into the fire demon, shattering its innards and causing it to spew forth a mouthful of crimson blood, collapsing helplessly to the ground. At that moment, an incorporeal consciousness fled from the fire demon's body, attempting to escape into the distance. Trying to flee? Not a chance. Devour. Upon witnessing the fire demon's primordial spirit attempting to flee, Yang Feng emitted a cold snort and activated the celestial devouring demon art, unleashing a formidable force of suction that drew the fire demon's primordial spirit into his being, refining it into pure, lethal magical energy.